At this moment, Cao seized the opportunity and ran away. "The time has come!" Xiao Chen shouted in surprise. "Where do you think you're going?" Shi Tianxi was sent crashing into the wall by Ye Hao. He managed to say with difficulty, "So powerful, I have lost, it seems. The fate of our race ends here." He flew in front of Shi Tianxi and asked, "What exactly are you creatures? Why did you invade this instance?" Having lost, Shi Tianxi recounted, "We are the He race, originally symbiotic with another race in the universe. That place was once a place where people lived and worked in peace without war. Until one day, the sky was torn apart, and terrifying void beasts poured out and attacked us. Cities turned into rubble, and a beautiful planet became a living hell. The survivors discovered a rule called level killing. Receiving equipment and tools could enhance strength, but in order to upgrade, the survivors began slaughtering each other. After that, except for us, all other races were wiped out." Ye Hao hurriedly interrupted. "Wait, isn't that what you're talking about, Planet Oi?" Shi Tianxi replied. "That's right, in Mu Wei's memory it's described in the same way," he thought to himself. "The influence of oification is not only on Earth, even other places in the universe are affected. Perhaps this can no longer be called Planet Oi, but should be called the Oi Universe." Shi Tianxi continued. "In order to survive, we tried to pass through a wormhole to find a new home. But during the transmission, a serious error occurred. Most of the people in the race died. Only a few survived. All became chaotic energy bodies without substance. Only a few survived. All became chaotic energy bodies without substance. Only a few of us strong ones could still retain all memory and reason." Ye Hao thought helplessly. "That's right. These three high-level angels have a clearly different feel compared to the ones I met before." Shi Tianxi continued. "Then I defeated that man named Mu Wei. The outside world he spoke of intrigued me, so I transformed into his appearance, and also received the mission to leave the instance. But that way only I could be saved. I still couldn't make up my mind, just barely surviving in this sealed world. At that time, the system asked to help the fallen angel return to being an angel." Hearing this, Ye Hao roughly understood the situation. "It seems you guys are in quite the predicament. But now that there are so few of your kind left, can you finally rest easy and leave this instance?" Shi Tianxi wearily replied, "Those words sting, but I don't seek your pity. I simply hope that after we vanish, someone will remember that we once existed." Ye Hao lowered his eyes and asked, "Tell me Mu Wei's location, and perhaps I'll consider taking you out of this instance." He figured his understanding of cosmic matters was too limited. Obtaining him might be quite beneficial. Just then, Sai Lu rushed forward to warn, "Ye Hao, don't trust him. This guy is a liar." Ye Hao reassured him. "Sai Lu, relax, I can judge for myself. Rather, you shouldn't get too close to him. Even gravely wounded, you're no match for him." Suddenly, Sai Lu lunged forward, landing a blow on Shi Tianxi's body. He smugly stated, "That's not necessarily true." Shi Tianxi widened his eyes in shock. "You!" Ye Hao frantically shouted. "Sai Lu, what are you doing? Who are you?" Sai Lu calmly said. A quick reaction, but too late. A powerful light erupted from where Sai Lu stood. Ye Hao struggled to withstand the light. This was Sai Lu transformed. His entire body was clad in golden armor, complete with pure white wings. Overflowing with power, he unlocked the door to ultimate wisdom. "The essence of all things in the universe lies within my eyes. I am the new angel, Baizi Qi Tianxi. Witness my power, my wisdom, and then kneel at my feet, mortal. I shall become the new ruler of this universe." Shui Lu exclaimed in horror. "Why? Why did Sai Lu become Qi Tianxi?" Xiao Chen also panicked, saying, "Could he be the true form of Qi Tianxi, hiding beside us, step by step, leading us along?" The system issued a warning. Due to unforeseen factors, instance difficulty has increased dramatically, leveling up to 350. Shui Lu couldn't believe her ears and shouted, "What?" Ying Huang exclaimed in surprise. "After absorbing Qi Tianxi, his strength has increased to this extent," Jinxi said fearfully. "So scary, the aura emanating from him is terrifying. Ye Hao, be careful." Ye Hao, his eyes reddened, questioned Sai Lu. "No, Baizi Qi Tianxi. You planned this from the start." He simply smiled and replied. Indeed, Baizi Qi Tianxi reached out his hand, saying smugly, "To celebrate my ascension to true godhood, I shall use you as a sacrifice." A terrifying surge of energy was unleashed, shooting straight towards Ye Hao. Ye Hao flew up, dodging the attack, starting off with such a powerful move right away. Baizi Qi Tianxi said complacently, "What is this compared to what's coming? The exciting part is yet to come. A chain wrapped tightly around Ye Hao's ankle, and he laughed loudly. Supreme wisdom will construct the ladder to victory, and ultimate power will suppress all resistance. Baizi Qi Tianxi summoned a golden sword and rushed forward, yelling, "Vanish!" With just one mythical destruction technique, countless swords pierced through Ye Hao. Ye Hao hastily used Shatter to break the chains and swords. He retaliated with Star Wind Blast. "Try this." But Baizi Qi Tianxi laughed loudly. "I know this move too." The clash created a massive explosion before the horrified eyes of those below. Yin Huang sighed. Evenly matched. Or even with Ye Hao at a disadvantage, Shui Lu sympathized. No matter how Ye Hao attacks, the opponent can always counter first. Qi Qi anxiously called out, "Ye Hao." Xiao Chen frowned and assessed. He hasn't revealed his true abilities yet, but neither has the opponent. The outcome of this battle is completely unpredictable. Baizi Qi Tianxi relentlessly slashed at Ye Hao, scolding, "Useless! I can see through all your attacks." Ye Hao parried and retorted, "TCH?" He seized the opportunity when Baizi Qi Tianxi wasn't paying attention and slashed at his waist. "You schemed for so long, all to seize Qi Tianxi's perfect copying ability. Your entire race is dead. What's the point of doing this?" Baizi Qi Tianxi countered Ye Hao's attack, self-righteously stating, "The more boundless the wisdom, the smaller space and time feel. What are those foolish members of my race? Everything I did was to wait for someone like you to appear. Youthful strength is the best courage for my supreme wisdom." But Baizi Qi Tianxi paused, then angrily questioned, "How can I see through all things, yet not see through your origins? Just who are you?" This struck a nerve. Ye Hao, his eyes darkening, asked, "What do you mean?" Baizi Qi Tianxi continued to act as if he knew everything. "There must be something missing. That's right. Hand over the angel energy in your possession. Only with that energy can I become the true all-knowing and all-powerful being. Ascend straight to the realm of truth," Ye Hao shouted. "In your dreams." Baizi Qi Tianxi let go, his tone disdainful, still stubborn in the face of death. "Then take out your true abilities, and let's settle this. Just like how you defeated Qi Tianxi before, you must be hiding some tricks, right?" Ye Hao secretly calculated in his heart. This guy is completely a Max Plus version of Seraph. Perfectly copied, with even stronger power, plus super analytical prediction abilities. If I use my experience to enhance my strength again, it's very likely to be copied immediately. Falling into his trap, to defeat him, I have to use a move outside of his predictions, and since the opportunity only comes once, is that move really the only option? He circulated his energy, gathering all the power in his body, and said seriously, "Okay, then as you wish, let you see my true strength." Seeing that Ye Hao had become serious, Baizi Seraph provoked, "You've finally made up your mind? To be honest, you're really good at hiding things. I tried to probe your background many times along the way, even using the Archangel's illusionary power, but all I saw was a lovesick fool, and a stubborn guy, and a pathetic guy. Most importantly, you didn't reveal any information to me, so I'm really looking forward to what surprises you'll bring when you're forced to the brink of despair," he calmly retorted. "You'll know soon enough," Baizi Seraph thought to himself. "I've already clearly analyzed the reason your strength increased so much. It's that you used some method to store experience points and use them all at once. Although perfect copy only works when the opponent is within sight, I've already locked onto your aura. No matter how you respond, everything is useless in the face of my absolute intelligence." Ye Hao smiled slyly and said, "Let me show you what a surprise is." He said to the system in his heart, "Release the restriction." Baizi Seraph widened his eyes, sensing the change. It's here. But even though he was concentrating with all his might, he still lost track of Ye Hao. He disappeared. Why can't I sense his aura? Baizi Seraph looked at the streak of light in the sky and thought to himself, what's the use of a spatial merge, changing the scene? Suddenly, Ye Hao's face zoomed in. He used the Lord of Constellations, Shadow Starfield. Startling Baizi Seraph, Ye Hao calmly said, "No, you're wrong, this isn't a spatial merge. My body is the starry sky." Baizi Seraph still said calmly, "You've finally shown yourself. No matter how you transform, you can't escape my perfect copy." He quickly used perfect copy, but it failed to activate. Baizi Seraph was confused. Why, he dodged Ye Hao's dense attacks while cursing. "Stop getting cocky, and die." The two moved constantly, fighting each other so fast that they left after-images everywhere. Ye Hao said contemptuously, "Did you really get angry? You're no longer related to either godhood or intellect. Now, Baizi Seraph was wary. Are all my attacks ineffective? He saw Ye Hao reach out his giant hand to squeeze Baizi Seraph's body. Even at this point, he unwillingly asked, "Why can't I copy it? My ability should be perfect." Ye Hao coldly replied, "Don't you understand? What you can copy is just an individual. How can you copy this vast star river?" Baizi Seraph refused to give up. "Don't think you've won." He took out his book and said to himself, "Analyze, deconstruct. I don't believe you don't have flaws." Sure enough, Baizi Seraph found something. "Found you," he shouted. "Perfect copy. Activate." But Baizi Seraph immediately fell into an endless space, filled only with blackness. What's going on? Where is everyone? What kind of illusion is this? Countless monsters surrounded him. Baizi Seraph was horrified. Ancient gods, why are they appearing here? Where is this place? An ancient god stepped forward and said, "Pathetic fool. Thinking you've seen the truth? You don't even know what's waiting for you behind the truth. Abyss, despair, or destruction." Seeing the giant eye in front of him, Baizi Seraph regretted and shouted, "This is the ancient god constellation of destruction. How can someone simultaneously possess these two most extreme powers? Impossible. Humans can never do this kind of thing. Absolutely impossible." At this moment, he vaguely realized, could it be that? The ancient god immediately grabbed his neck, threatening, "You know too much." Baizi Seraph quickly begged, "Wait, Ye Hao requested, disappear." Baizi Seraph quickly vanished. He tiredly wiped his sweat and thought to himself, that was really a tough opponent, but he finally disappeared. But thinking that even their planet was destroyed early on, the strength of the enemies in the universe is probably beyond imagination. I have to prepare countermeasures in advance. Suddenly, space shattered. The system appeared. Warning. Because the host forcibly released the restrictions of the main constellation, the dungeon is about to collapse. Please retreat quickly, Ye Hao exclaimed in horror. What? The ground cracked completely, and the Shui Lu and others hurriedly called out, "This is bad, Ye Hao, quickly think of something. This space is about to be destroyed." His face fell as he pondered. Though I knew the consequences were coming, I didn't expect them to be this severe. Are they trying to force open a dimensional rift? But if they do, this instance is done for, and Mu Wei, along with all other clues, will be lost. Damn it, there's no other way. He quickly called out to everyone, "I have to break the space barrier. Everyone get over here quickly." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "That won't be necessary." Ye Hao looked towards the light coming from behind. Suspicious, that is, only to see a black stone there, he realized with shock. A shard of the world stone. Yin Huang watched the sky gradually recover and sighed. The spatial rift is repairing itself. We're saved, Xiao Chen asked in surprise. Could this magic be? A hand supported the shard, and a voice spoke. A close call finally made it in time. Mu Wei appeared before everyone's astonished eyes. You're Mu Wei. Mu Wei stepped forward and praised, "Admirable youngsters, to be able to break this Shi Tianxi's imprisonment on me." "You've done very well," Xiao Chen angrily retorted. "You old geezer, you're really not dead?" "I must be dreaming, right?" Mu Wei calmly replied. "Long time no see, and you're still as useless as ever." Mu Wei glanced at the ruins behind him and said, "Let's put the reminiscing aside. For now, you all probably have many questions for me, but this isn't the place to talk. Please, follow me." Ye Hao slowly descended, landing on the ground and stopping them. "Wait a minute, there's still something I need to do." Mu Wei stood there and asked, "What is it?" Below on the ground, the items started to glow one by one. Ye Hao's eyes sparkled as he clenched his fists and shouted, "The boss drops haven't been picked up yet. Please wait a moment." Mu Wei just silently stared at it. At this moment, the system space announced, "Final boss of the instance defeated. Received 66 million experience points. 66 million coins." The bonus items appeared. God tier Omni Potion Creation Blueprint, Fruit of Wisdom, Fragment of Wisdom, and Immortal Spiritual Blood. Besides those, there was another item, an object shaped like the sun. A fragment of wisdom light. The reason it can instantly grant enlightenment is because the light flashes in the mind, a moment of eternity, which can be used as a synthesis material for a god-tier Omni Potion. Seeing this, Ye Hao thought to himself, to obtain the blueprint and materials for the Omni Potion here, it seems Chi-Chi definitely has some connection with this instance. The items kept being revealed. A thick book appeared. Then, The Forbidden Truth Book equipment. The artifact used by Bai Ji Tianxi is filled with all kinds of spells and formulas, which are incomprehensible. Passive. 1. 50% of the damage dealt by magical attacks is converted into true damage. 2. Predict the future. 8. He didn't quite like this book, silently raising many questions in his mind. What kind of demonic charms are these? Even a scholar like me can't understand them. And what is this passive ability to predict the future? In addition, a final item was revealed. A strangely shaped stone, an energy crystal, a mysterious luminous energy body. After everything was presented, the system interface reported again. Under certain conditions, it can be a transmitting station. The specific situation is left for the host to discover through personal practice. The system kept chattering, continuously reporting the progress of the mission to Ye Hao. All high-level angel enemies in the instance have been eliminated. Receive the title, Pseudo-Angel King. Current mission progress 99%. Effect. Initial favorability of the angel race towards you is raised by 1 level. Your words have a certain faith-based control over low-level angels. Hearing this, he couldn't believe it, his eyes widening as he wondered, What does this mean? The system said no more, only leaving behind a blunt message. This instance is only for the initial mission. The remaining clues have been severed. Please explore on your own, host. Ye Hao slightly lowered his head, sweat rolling down his face, thinking, I thought I could easily unlock a new royal title. It seems this Angel King isn't simple either. At this moment, Mu Tui looked at the item in his hand, exclaiming in surprise, You actually obtained it. Hearing this, Ye Hao immediately inquired, Do you know the origin of this thing? Mu Tui quickly instructed. Why don't you try injecting some angel energy from your hand into it? Following his instructions, he grabbed the needle and forcefully stabbed it into the stone, like this. As soon as it was injected, the stone gradually absorbed the power. It was quickly enveloped in white smoke. After absorbing for a long time, it quickly transformed into a mini Ji Tianxi. Ye Hao exclaimed with interest. So this is an angel pet. The angel opened her eyes, flew close to him and asked, Are you my contractor? Ye Hao smiled and replied, That's right, what's your name? The angel's expression was innocent as she honestly answered his question. I don't remember my name. A large portion of my memories are missing. I only remember Ye Hao and Mu Wei. If you're Ye Hao, then am I Mu Wei? Hearing her rambling, he felt a headache and quickly stopped her. Wait, first of all, you're definitely not Mu Wei. Next, are you a Ji Tianxi or a Ji Tianxi? The angel closed her eyes, placed her hand on her chest, and slowly recalled, muttering, I'm of course a Shi Tianxi, to be precise, the last of the Jester tribe transformed into a Shi Tianxi. Remaining memories show. My divine soul was almost completely absorbed by the Ji Tianxi, but he suddenly suffered a severe mental attack, which gave me the opportunity to separate from his soul. Hearing this, Ye Hao asked, Where did the mental attack come from? The angel stared straight at him, her face darkening, confused, with sparkling starlight. Separate, isn't it a mental attack? Ye Hao grinned, sweating profusely, avoiding her gaze and replying, I think it probably isn't. He suddenly became serious again, raising his hand to stroke his chin, pondering. A mental attack. Actually, I sensed a strange aura before, but I didn't pay attention to it at the time. Could there be something else hidden inside? The angel finished her business, slowly transforming back into the stone from before. Low body function, about to rest, see you next contract. Ye Hao reached out to catch the stone, his mind still calculating non-stop. Although it was unclear why the Shi Tianxi had turned into this form, it probably wouldn't pose a threat for the time being. He would ask her for information related to the universe next time. Mu Wei waited for a long time before finally speaking. He clasped his hands behind his back, glancing at the two people behind him, and said, Should we get moving? But please, the two of you, don't follow. And why should we listen to you? Chi-Chi approached the two of them, reaching out her hand and saying, Well, the battle here is over. Please tell Ji Tianxi that you will fall, Ophelia happily agreed. Understood. The pink-haired girl also quickly replied, We'll go right away. The sky had begun to darken, revealing a towering ancient building. This place is. Muska Wei stepped forward. Leading the way for everyone, Ye Hao's group followed him one by one. The hall was where the light angels used to conduct mind control and activities. Although long abandoned, its former glory could still be seen. Xiao Chen stepped forward, tilting his head in confusion. Why do we have to talk here? In this instance, besides those fallen angel NPCs, there's no one else. Mu Wei helplessly lowered his head, gently closing his eyes, and requested, "Don't keep asking. Think for yourself." Xiao Chen looked dissatisfied, glaring at him and muttering under his breath, "TCH, this old geezer hasn't changed." Soon, Mu Wei led everyone to a statue of an angel. He looked up and asked, "What do you think of this sculpture?" Xiao Chen, standing next to him, scratched his head and replied, "Why are you suddenly asking this? You know I have no interest in art." Xue Lua stood with her arms crossed, frowning as she examined it closely. "Look closely. It has the sculpting style of the old Earth era," Ying Huang quickly added. "Should we call it classical sculpture? But this instance is set in an era not found in history, so it probably has nothing to do with it." Qin Chi happily jumped up, confidently saying, "Qin Chi can only tell that she's very beautiful." After receiving everyone's opinions, Mu Wei turned to look at him, probing, "What do you think, Ye Hao?" He looked straight ahead, lost in thought, Mu Wei asking like, "That must have a reason. And to be honest, I feel like this sculpture looks quite familiar." After a long while, Ye Hao stepped forward and asked loudly, "Could this sculpture be the Virgin Mary?" Xiao Chen, standing behind him, quickly spoke up. "You saying that? I think I have some impression. I remember Mary was a religious figure from the old Earth era, and many legends related to her are related to angels." He lowered his head slightly, frowning tightly, his eyes wavering. "That's right. But I still don't understand why she's here. According to the setup of angels in the instance, shouldn't the more wings the higher the status? But she only has one pair of wings and is worshipped here. It's really strange." Mu Wei smiled gently, his face kind as he replied, "There's nothing strange about it. After all, the one who repaired this statue wasn't an angel, but a human." Everyone was surprised and exclaimed. Xiao Chen leaned over, staring incredulously at Mu Wei, asking, "What does this mean? What did you find out, old geezer? What's your purpose in coming here?" He put his hands on his hips, calmly saying, "Why are you in such a hurry? Haste makes waste. Why not learn from Ye Hao how to think about problems?" Hearing that, Zhihi Bgu smirked, her eyes slightly suspicious, thinking to herself, "Mu Wei is really strict with Uncle, no wonder he has that dream." Mu Wei lowered his head slightly, recalling the time he met Mia and recounting, "I don't know if you guys feel this way, but this instance exudes a contradictory feeling everywhere. Whether it's the scene setting, the enemy strength level, in general, compared to other instances, it can be said to be not serious at all. But the statue in front of us is clearly just a two-winged angel. But it occupies the most central position, is worshipped by all the angels, and no one raises any questions. After investigating from many aspects, I finally came to a conclusion." He looked out at the sky, then turned back to explain, "This instance is not an era that formed naturally, but was built by humans. To carry out some purpose, they repaired the experimental base. And the angels in the instance are not NPCs or wild monsters, but artificial life forms." Everyone exclaimed in unison. "What?" Ye Hao lost his composure, tensing up as he shouted at Mu Wei, "This is unbelievable, but I believe Senior Mu Wei would not make up such a thing. But who exactly is it, and what is their purpose in building this instance? Does this have anything to do with the purpose of people coming to this instance?" He didn't say much, his face darkening as he glanced at Ye Hao, and said in a deep voice, "Young man, have you ever heard of the 333 minutes before the end of the world?" Ye Hao gradually calmed down and replied, "I've never heard of it. Please enlighten me." Mu Wei lowered his head, the thoughts in his head flashing as he recounted. "In fact, before the oification of Earth, humans once sent a large space warship team to explore beyond the sky, but in the end, they all died. The commander of the warship team, before dying, sent a message saying," Mu Wei recalled the images of faint angels flying in the sky or astronauts and monsters attacking the city. He said, he saw angels. After saying this, the communication fell into static for 333 minutes, and then it was cut off without any signs. Because of the oification of Earth. He looked straight ahead, his face serious as he narrated. "In fact, the oification of Earth is very likely related to angels. I have investigated countless instances to obtain this clue. This is the reason I came here, but I didn't expect this to be a fake angel instance. It seems that someone knew this secret before me and had already launched observational experiments." Ye Hao fell silent, putting his hands in his pockets, his eyes firm as he thought to himself. As expected of a legendary hunter, he gave such important intelligence right away. The information is concluded. The source of oidification is indeed in the universe. Earth is just a root of the Oidai universe. By the way, the reason for this angel way king of mine has also been found. I didn't expect it to be a fake instance. So where is the real angel instance? Xiao Chen stood next to Musa Wei, raising his hand to cover his mouth and tease. Speaking of which, old geezer, weren't you defeated by Ji Tianxi? Why don't you have any injuries? Musa Wei stood with his hands behind his back, looking towards Ye Hao as he said, Why, seeing that I'm unharmed, little brat? Do you have a problem with that? Xiao Chen hurriedly replied, I don't have a problem with it. He tilted his head, a slight smile on his face as he said, I was indeed tricked by his special ability, but he couldn't do anything to me. He could only lock me in the Angel City area, but he didn't know it would help me greatly. Mukwe stepped forward, holding a torch as he said, The central area of this Angel City is hidden deep underground. That place is also the secret holy land of the angel race, inside which is enshrined a fragment of the world stone. He stepped in front of a wall, taking out a black stone from it and exclaiming, But in fact, even this was created by humans. Ye Hao and Xiao Chen stood in front of him and exclaimed in surprise. What? He reached out to take the stone, staring at it and asking, Then what did you use to repair the space just now? Mutsui raised the black stone high, glancing over as he explained, It's my own. Now, there was no energy fluctuation on that fake stone at all. It must have been used up when creating the instance. It's just a pity that the angels don't know anything. After being driven out of the fallen city, they still wanted to reclaim their holy land, but it was actually just an ordinary stone. Take it and return it to them. Chi approached from behind him. She looked at Muwei questioningly. So, that's why you told Ophelia and the others to leave? He turned his head slightly and replied, Some truths are just too cruel. It's better not to know. Ye Hao turned more serious, and he asked solemnly, If it involves the world stone, plus the 333 minutes before the doomsday you just mentioned, could it be the reconstruction faction? Mu Wei turned away. He gently closed his eyes, and calmly replied, That's right, and they are very likely from the northern district. Upon hearing this, Ye Hao couldn't contain his emotions and exclaimed, The northern district, Shu Lu, crossed her arms and looked directly ahead, she asked in confusion. Although I know the existence of this safe zone, I rarely hear any related information. Yin Huang stood next to her, propped her hand on her hip, and rubbed her chin, saying to herself, The Hanmo Corporation has repeatedly sent people to scout for intelligence, but without exception, they all returned empty-handed, and to this day, they still don't have much intelligence about them. Mu Wei thought of the scene there. He lowered his head slightly and recounted, In the past few decades, I have traveled all over the continent and only entered the northern district once. That place is covered with ice and snow all year round, and a large barrier covers the mountains, isolating it from the outside world. They worship a goddess named Fuli and rule the country with religion. They regard other safe zones as heresy, and their greatest ideal is to use the goddess's faith to rule the entire continent. They are the most steadfast reconstruction faction. Xiao Chen's face turned slightly red. He came over, put his arm around Ye Hao's shoulder and said, You even went to such a place. Are you trying to rebuild the world again? I didn't believe what people said before, but after I met Ye Hao, I gradually understood. Maybe this kid is the person you're looking for. Mu Wei turned his back towards the light, and he said in a deep and complicated voice, Xiao Chen, I have put that matter aside for a long time. Xiao Chen suddenly shouted towards him, What are you saying? Do you want to give up? Isn't that your dream all along? Mukwei put his hands behind his back. He turned to face everyone, his long hair fluttered sadly, and muttered to himself, The world is bigger than you can imagine. Personal power will eventually end. And I'm already past the age of being an idealist. It's better to be a bit more realistic now. Xiao Chen didn't say anything when he heard this. His face darkened as he pursed his lips and lowered his head. Ye Hao stood next to him and thought, That's right. I remember Headmaster also said that Mu Wei's ideal was to restart the world, but Uncle thought Mu Wei was a member of the reconstruction faction. Tilly. It seems that something happened during the time they separated that made Mu Wei change his mind. Suddenly, he stood in front of Mu Wei, reached out and rubbed his head. With a silly and cheerful expression he said, Let's not talk about this for now. I'm very curious why the old senior didn't turn into a fallen angel. He looked at Ye Hao and set a condition. Add me to your team and you'll find out. A system panel suddenly appeared. Ye Hao reached out and pressed the button, muttering, "Team, wait a moment." After pressing that button, all the wings of everyone disappeared. Qin Shi exclaimed in surprise. The scene disappeared? Yin Huang also said awkwardly, "The halo is gone too." Shui Lu stood next to her, puzzled and restless, wondering, how was that done? Mu Wei approached the panel. He stared at the requirement. The mission requirement is to explore the entire dungeon and help the fallen angel. You only completed the combat mission. The exploration mission has not been completed. But this mission is calculated by the team. Joining you counts as completing it together. Ye Hao hesitated upon hearing this. So, that means senior. Mu Wei's face softened, and he said with a gentle smile, "I have explored every corner of this dungeon. The dungeon exploration rate is 100%. He heard this, and happily thought to himself, as expected of a legendary hunter, map clearing is also number one. Ye Hao reached out towards him, gesturing an invitation. After leaving the dungeon, "Old senior, would you like to visit our southwest district? It's developing very well now, and it would be even better if we could get your guidance." Mu Wei didn't say much. He turned away, rejecting his invitation. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have long decided to use the rest of my life to find the truth of the world. Going to a safe zone is meaningless." Without hesitation, Mu Wei swung his hand forcefully, creating a golden force that cut through space. He announced, "Now is also the time to leave." Everyone there said in unison. This is Mu Wei holding the artifact in his hand. He glanced back and explained. The dimensional fragment artifact. It can freely enter and exit any dungeon. Not only can it designate dungeons that have been visited, but also enter random dungeons that have never been known. This time it's going back. Before Mu Wei could finish speaking, the artifact in his hand said uncomfortably, "Dimensional channel has been opened. It has been checked that the entire dungeon difficulty is level 500. Enter." Shui Lu and Zhao Chen looked in disbelief. Level 500. He raised the artifact slightly, his eyes satisfied and confident. "Don't worry, the old geezer has a special artifact that can automatically synchronize its level with the dungeon level, which means that no matter what level dungeon you go to, it's all the same to it." Mu Wei turned around, standing straight in front of him. A blue force emanated from his hand, the Equality King's Ring. Thanks to it, I can skip the exploration levels of large dungeons, but it's ineffective outside of dungeons. Ye Hao silently watched, thinking, no wonder the system reminded me earlier that Mu Wei's level was too high to be detected. The assets of the hunter's successor are indeed extraordinary. He raised his eyebrows, leaning slightly forward, and inquired, "Finally, I have one more thing I want to ask. What is your relationship with Mu Ning?" Mu Wei was startled, but quickly calmed down and said, "Judging from your tone, it seems like you know him." Ye Hao smiled, and unhurriedly countered, "What if I said yes?" Mu Wei was silent for a long time. Then he gradually disappeared. Before disappearing completely, he softly said, "It's not time yet. I'll think about it when we meet next time." Xiao Chen approached from behind him, scolding with an unpleasant expression. "This old geezer, he just left like that, really?" Yin Hao didn't care much. He looked up, following him, and replied, "At least it's confirmed that he's safe, and there will be a chance to meet again later." Seeing that something was wrong, he quickly turned his face away, raised his hand to cover his eyes, crying and justifying, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not worried about him." Ye Hao looked innocent and nodded. Yes, outside, someone knelt down on one knee. 3 angels were extremely respectful. They knelt prostrate on the ground in front of him and thanked him carefully. "Thanks to you for destroying the outer hall, we were able to return to the Holy Land. From today onwards, you are our king. Please be our king and queen." Ye Hao was stunned upon hearing this. Chi-Chi, standing next to him, blushed when she heard them say that. She excitedly closed her eyes tightly and muttered, "I'm your queen already." Ye Hao turned to give a strained smile, sweating and thinking to himself, "This girl must be thinking something strange again." He raised his hand, looking down at the key in his hand thoughtfully. After Mu Wei left, that fake world stone turned into a dungeon key. It seems that even artificial dungeons are being affected by the Oriization, little by little. Artificial angels and a fake angel king are a good match. And who says fake can't become real later? Ye Hao turned to face the 3 angels. He announced clearly, "Okay, let me help you rebuild the angel city." Just as he was feeling emboldened, An alert popped up on the screen. Ye Hao saw a kicker on the other end, her voice trembling as she called out, "Ye Hao, the connection is unstable, something's wrong, the East District, an attack, it's very dangerous, you need to." Before she could finish, the screen went black. A wave of fear washed over him, and he yelled, his face grim, "Keller." The night sky was silent, illuminated by the bright lights of towering skyscrapers. Not long ago, at the Hanmo Corporation headquarters, in a room, seated across a long table, Hanmo faced Yu Ye. He said expectantly, "Ms. Hua has come all the way here. What kind of collaboration are you bringing us this time?" She didn't want to waste time with pleasantries. Chairman Mo really gets straight to the point. "In that case, I won't beat around the bush either." Yu Ye crossed her legs, twirling her glasses in a seductive manner, and said, "Now that the West District is developing rapidly, I naturally want to conduct deeper exchanges and cooperation with you." Han Mo, sitting opposite her, clasped his hands together and replied, "We naturally also hope to continue cooperating. It's just that the satellite strike on the East District not long ago makes people uneasy." Yu Ye didn't react excessively. She chuckled softly and announced, "Actually, not long ago, the East District leadership rejected a proposal to continue targeting Ye Hao of Victor. I think he'll probably pull back a little recently." Mo Chi, standing behind Han Mo, folded his arms and laughed. "That bearded guy was so arrogant last time. He's suffered a loss this time, hasn't he?" Yu Ye then changed the subject, asking the three people, "Speaking of which, why isn't Ye Hao here?" Kerher, standing behind Han Mo on the other side, replied, "He has some personal matters to attend to. If you have any issues, I can relay them for him." Yu Ye stood up from her chair, slowly approaching her and probing, "I've long heard that the young miss has an extraordinary relationship with Ye Hao." Yu Ye moved closer, putting her arm around her shoulder and whispering, "I wonder how far you two have developed." Kelter shyly turned her face away, replying, "Please don't make fun of me." Elsewhere, Victor stood high above, looking down at the large screen below. He was monitoring everyone's conversation. After observing for a while, he looked down and asked the monster about the orbital cannon situation. It was diligently checking, and turned to reply, "The super setup is complete. Energy replenishment rate is 50%, Victor, as expected, said. Then fire a shot to test its power first." The monster, holding a stack of documents, leaned behind Victor and tilted its head to say, "But didn't the colleagues say to temporarily not provoke Ye Hao? Is doing this?" He closed his eyes and said, "The leaders only said don't provoke Ye Hao? Did they ever say don't target the Southwest District?" The monster continued to ask. "But even so, isn't this method too extreme?" Offended by the questioning, Victor angrily turned around, grabbing its collar and yelling, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" The monster fearfully denied, "I wouldn't dare, sir." Victor gritted his teeth, flinging the monster away, muttering, "It's a pity that kid isn't here. This time, let's use the Southwest District and Mo Zunlong's clan as a blood sacrifice first." At this moment, He suddenly appeared on the other side. Victor turned to ask, "No problems, right?" He chuckled, looking at Victor and reassuring him. "Rest assured, I won't repeat the Shenlong team incident," he instructed. "I hope so, Gongjian. The surface is under your command." After completing everything, Victor excitedly clenched his fist and shouted, "All right, let's begin the countdown." On this side, on the street, a bustling scene of cars, he began counting down. 10, 9, 8. In the playground, children were playing together. 7, 6, 5. Inside the building, Han Mo and Yu Ye were reaching an agreement, shaking hands for cooperation. 4, 3, 2. Victor's expression turned cruel. He grimly and cunningly counted down. 1. A launch site on a ship lit up. It gradually absorbed energy, completing the energy replenishment, and adjusted its angle. Target, Southwest District. It was in outer space, aiming directly at Earth, launching the HMOS orbital cannon. It struck the city. A dazzling light erupted, causing Han Mo to yell, "What?" Everyone hurriedly raised their hands to shield their eyes. Yu Ye exclaimed, "Careful." An enormous force shot straight down into the city, nearly obliterating everything. A massive explosion erupted, and Ding Qi, in the distance, couldn't help but be shocked. Here, on the screen, Kan Qi and JS appeared. She reported, "A large number of armed enemies have appeared around the safe zone, but the defense systems are all paralyzed. The enemy's air forces have broken through the sky and are heading straight for District 1. requesting backup. Things weren't any better on his end, VS also said. The defense system's central hub is located in the Han Mo building headquarters. That light from earlier must have destroyed the center. Director Ding Qi, sweating profusely, anxiously shouted, dividing tasks. Damn it! This is definitely a meticulously planned attack. VS. Quickly find a way to repair the defense system, and dispatch someone to contact headquarters. I want to know the situation in District 1 immediately. If something happens to young Miss Moy, how am I going to face Ye Hao? Everyone replied in unison. Yes, sir. Outside the city walls, enemy vehicles raced forward. The enemy excitedly yelled, Your defense systems are gone. Let's see who can protect you this time. Boss Victor said, Occupy the southwest district. First come, first served for the beauties. Kill them all. They sat on the controlled aircraft heading back to the city, elated and smug. The second district is handed over to the ground forces. Let's head to the first district to see if Mo Zunlong's corpse is still there. To claim credit. It'd be best if his daughter is still alive. Then us brothers can have some fun. While reveling in their joy, suddenly missiles came from nowhere, shooting them down. What? From the ground below, Wang Chuan, sword in hand, directed everyone, shouting with hatred. It's the Mo Gong battle squad, still alive. Those dogs from the eastern district are committing such heinous acts. Duan Jinggong continuously fired down at them. Wang Chuan and the others struggled to fight back. He commanded, Wan Hao, you go rescue the young lady, the rest of you follow me and engage. Wan Hao ran off towards the back, replying, yes. He used his extraordinary strength, lifting a boulder with his bare hands, asking, Chief Tongxi, young lady, are you all alright? Han Mo and the others were being shielded by Yunye's protective barrier. He calmly said, Luckily we had Miss Hua's secret treasure, or we wouldn't have survived. She, straining to maintain the shield, said, Good thing I reacted in time, or the consequences would have been dire. Wan Hao, relieved by the reply, exclaimed, Great, I'll get you out of here. Everyone was rescued. Han Mo, being supported by Wan Hao, asked, What's the extent of the damage? Have the enemies been identified? As he helped Han Mo walk, he reported, Our headquarters is gone. The extent of the surrounding damage is unclear for now. As for the enemies, it's likely the Eastern District, the Master, is fighting them. Mochi, walking ahead, turned back and shouted angrily, What? How dare those bastards? Ye glanced back, tilted her head and said, It must be Victor. We all underestimated his madness and determination. To build a weaponized satellite in such a short time, it seems he truly won't let us go until he kills you all. Caricature furrowed her brow, clenched her fists, and analyzed. The enemy's ground assault is temporarily blocked by the second safe zone, but the airspace has been penetrated. We also have to worry about a devastating aerial attack. The situation is dire like never before, but I've contacted Ye Hao. As long as he returns, he'll definitely have a solution. We must find a way to hold on until Ye Hao returns. Just as she finished speaking, suddenly Halai lunged forward, stabbing Cake through the chest, sneering, Too bad, you won't live to see him. Pierced through, she screamed in pain, unable to react. King seriously wounded, immediately collapsed. Hanger retreated as everyone rushed towards her. Wan Hao turned around and shouted loudly, Ah! Han Mo, shocked, supported Cake calling out, K-er. Quickly, the battle squad rushed out, surrounding their group. You don't need to know, Wan Hao stood in front of everyone, cursing inwardly. Damn it, the power gap is too big. They're arrogant and smug. The leaders of the Han Mo Corporation will all die here today, returning to the deep abyss. Before they could do anything, bullets rained down on Hei's group from an unknown source. They were caught off guard and hit by the bullets. Where did that spaceship come from? It continuously fired bullets from its nose. Ye Hao's face darkened, his eyes blazing with determination. He declared loudly, Committing such heinous acts, I won't forgive you. The aircraft circled in the air. The dark squad below looked up, excited, saying, Is that the legendary Ye Hao? He's finally shown himself. Two of them fired long iron cables, hooking onto the aircraft, flying up, shouting, Kill him! Break his fire cover! Just as the iron cables flew to wrap around the aircraft, it suddenly vanished in a flash. Vanished. As they were stunned, not understanding what was happening, a silent purple power appeared behind them. Change his fire account. A large hand appeared from behind, reaching out forcefully, grabbing Hei's head. The giant hand, created by Ye Hao, ordered it to crush those people. Fire Demon Manager, die! Ye Hao, while fighting, looked down at everyone and shouted, Wan Hao, lead everyone away. Receiving the order, Wan Hao quickly picked up K'er and rushed away, saying, "Leave it to you. I'll immediately take the young lady for treatment." Everyone quickly followed behind him. As everyone ran off, a huge explosion of power erupted. The explosion shattered all the rocks and soil. Ye Hao stood defiantly in the crater he had just created, saying, "The power of that explosion should be enough to kill you." But above the crater, He cloned into many versions of himself. Standing there, he looked at them with disdain. Clones. Even the clone information is exactly the same. What kind of monsters are you? Does the Eastern District always like to research these disgusting things? He was annoyed by Ye Hao's words. He waved his hand, confidently retorting, "I am both a group and an army. Give us death. We've always searched for a burial place. Can you grant us a true death?" Green power emerged from his body, electricity constantly radiating. Ye Hao slowly approached, loudly saying, "Just eliminated a clan that claimed to be immortal and indestructible. You guys really know how to choose your timing." Without giving Heke any more chances, he thrust his sword powerfully through him, saying, "Then as you wish, I'll send you to salvation here. Devour." He, far from being bothered, excitedly chuckled. This feeling of pain, so real, so profound, it's been so long since I've experienced this. You truly are the one we've been searching for. As soon as it finished speaking its intentions, the group gradually flickered and disappeared right before Ye Hao's eyes, leaving a reminder. But now is not the time yet. Rest assured, we'll meet again very soon. He strained to watch it all, raising a hand to feel the lingering presence, thinking, the aura has completely vanished. Just what kind of person is this? Hey. Meanwhile, powerful bursts of energy were continuously being unleashed from the city, targeting the enemy vehicles outside. In the second safe zone, Ray S stood tall on the city wall, raising his hand. He commanded authoritatively, Team A and Team B. Alternate firing. No overwhelming firepower. Absolutely do not let the enemy get close. Refusing to be outdone, the people outside the wall raised their guns and fired back, laughing gleefully without fear. What era is it already, still using manual defense? You're no different from cavemen. Hand-to-hand combat is for the He Legion, and taking down that old geezer is our job. Ye Hao's group also swiftly arrived to provide support. Zhao Chen stabbed at a He, exclaiming, "It's the He Legion from the East District." They're even using their trump card. Xue Lu swung her sword horizontally, slashing and asking, "What's wrong with these guys? There's no feeling." When fighting them, Chi held out her hand, projecting her power towards them to sense, "I sense a deep-seated resentment on them." Yin Huang struggled to raise her sword to block, saying, "Besides, each of them is very strong." She paused, holding up the golden stone to examine it, and declared, "But Ye Hao entrusted the safety here to us. I absolutely cannot lose." But before she could do anything, the He Legion suddenly vanished. Xiao Chen, witnessing this, said, "Yin Hao must have done something, right?" Xue Lu exclaimed in confusion. "They're not fighting anymore." So suddenly, Yin Huang, who didn't do anything with the stone in her hand, cried out dejectedly, "Aish!" One of the enemies, seeing this scene, was shocked, scrambling out of the vehicle and shouting, "What the hell is going on? Why did the He Legion suddenly retreat?" Contact Victor immediately. This is different from what he said. Before he could react, a flash of light appeared behind him, and before they could do anything, a burst of power struck the spot, blasting them all away. Ye Hao stood tall amidst the vehicles, raising his hand and channeling his power, commanding, "Vanish!" The power grew stronger and stronger. In an instant, it surrounded the vehicles and lifted them up, the entire area bursting into flames. After dealing with them, Ye Hao stood tall, surrounded by power. Yin Huang approached him and asked, "Ye Hao, you came so quickly. Does that mean Area 1 is alright now?" Seeing her, he softly called out, "Yin Huang." As the two stood there, a frantic voice suddenly called out, "Mo Carriere, I'm afraid she's not going to make it." Yin Huang startled and exclaimed, "Aish." Inside a room, Kara lay within a glass enclosure. The doctor turned to announce, "We've tried our best, but neither Grandmaster-level medicine nor the highest-level healing spells can awaken her." He reported in a low voice to Han Mo, "Eldest Miss, Mo Kier has passed away." Upon hearing this news, he couldn't bear it, raising a hand to cover his eyes, muttering, "Why, my Kier?" Mo Shi rushed to support him, crying out, "No, TCH." Yin Huang stood nearby, her hand on her chest, hesitating with pain. "Eldest Miss, what happened?" Ye Hao stepped forward, his eyes narrowed as he looked inside, blaming himself. It's all my fault for rushing to find Mu Wei and underestimating the unscrupulousness of the East District. They actually dared to make a fatal move.
Mochi supported Hanmo, he said sadly. It's not your fault, we relied on you too much. I shouldn't have provoked Victor back then, I should have been more rational. It's me who killed my sister. Wan Hao stood on the other side, helping him support Hanmo, stammering. Young master Ye Hao looked towards them, placing a firm hand on Mochi's shoulder, assuring him with conviction. Now is not the time to give up hope. There's still a way to save Mokere. He stared blankly at Ye Hao, confused. What are you saying? Kara is clearly already dead. From his hand, an object surrounded by power appeared. Monchi, seeing it, stared wide-eyed and stammered. This is, Ye Hao's eyes sharpened as he explained, God-tier revitalization blueprint. As long as we find the remaining 2 ingredients, we can create it. We still have hope. He furrowed his brow, his face gradually becoming determined, exclaiming, Killer, I will definitely save you. Wait for me. Wang Chuan slowly entered. Seeing the object, he spoke up and asked, Do you have any clues about the remaining ingredients? Ye Hao turned around to answer. Not yet. RS appeared at this moment as well. He opened a digital display, looking into it, and said, There's no corresponding information in Hanmo's database either. Does that mean we can only choose the seabed golden random instance? Wan Hao stood beside him, scratching his head, closing his eyes in frustration, saying, I'm afraid these materials aren't in the instance, but hidden somewhere else. If that's the case, it would be all for naught. We're still missing clues. Suddenly, little angel Shi appeared. The girl was enveloped in light and said, I haven't slept enough yet. Everyone looked up in surprise. Seeing her, Ye Hatao looked up and asked, Little angel Shi, why did you come out? The little girl rubbed her eyes, sleepily flying over to answer, Isn't it because you're exuding negative energy, making me feel uncomfortable all over? It's clear that there are already clues about the materials, he exclaimed in surprise. What? Without hesitation, Ye Hao leaned down, looking at her intently, probing. There are clues. Explain quickly. The angel raised her hand, hesitatingly saying, It's that strange, dark person from today. He definitely has clues about the aura of the Supreme. Hearing this, he was even more confused. That dark guy? The little girl suddenly surged with energy, pointing and shouting with a humorous expression. Think about it. That dark guy, no matter how much you hit him, he wouldn't die. Right? He definitely has a connection to the positive side of immortality. Ye Hao was stunned, giving her a deadpan look, reminding her, Are you serious? Seeing that he wasn't satisfied with her, little angel Shi crossed her arms and turned her face away, sulking, angrily saying, Of course I'm serious. Besides, after entering the era of Qi, death is actually also a special state. Apart from using God-tier medicine, there are other special methods that can revive people. Ye Hao looked at the little girl, raising his hand to rub his chin in wonder. This is the first time I've heard that, but how do you know? The angel looked back at him and honestly replied, I don't know, just a feeling, maybe? Ye Hao exclaimed softly. Oh. After walking out for a while, the angel yawned repeatedly and slowly faded away. Not enough energy. See you next time, contractor. He was startled and raised his hand to try and stop her, saying, Why did you only say half of it? Mochi stood behind him, panicking. He asked loudly and anxiously, Ye Hao, was that kid telling the truth just now? Ye Hao slightly turned his head to glance back, admitting, Her abilities aren't fully complete yet, but after all, she inherited the power of the Bai Zhiji angle, so she should be trustworthy. He raised his head high, his lips curving into a slight smile as he thought to himself. Having the knowledge of a Zhi angel is equivalent to a manual of power. This time, the chances of saving Mokerakare are higher. Suddenly a large screen appeared in front of everyone. Victor appeared on it, gleefully saying, So, the dogs are scattered, and Han Mo is here crying with you all. I thought you had run to the wilderness already. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, in unison, Victor! He looked towards everyone, saying in a cheerful tone, Didn't I hear that you were fighting for power and profit with your younger sister before? Now that I've dealt with her for you, how should you thank me? Hearing this, Mochi couldn't keep calm and cursed, You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Ye Hao quickly reached out to stop him. Stay calm, don't fall for his provocation. Victor's face darkened cunningly. He confidently stated triumphantly,
I didn't come to chat nonsense with you. In 5 minutes, the orbital cannons will launch a second round of attacks. This time, I won't hold back anything. The attack rate will be 100%, turning the entire western region into ashes. Hearing Victor say this, everyone shouted in alarm. What? He continued to ramble on. Ye Hao's face darkened as he put his hands in his pockets, remaining silent. But I also don't want to make this a complete loss. As long as you are willing to hand over Ye Hao, then I will show great mercy and let you all off. What do you say? Hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. At this moment, Han Mo had woken up. He raised his hands to support himself with his cane and shouted, "You're dreaming!" Mo Chi was happy to see that he had woken up. "Father, you're finally awake." Han Mo stood up and walked towards him. He placed his hand on Ye Hao's shoulder, demanding, "The western region will advance and retreat together with Ye Hao, coexisting and dying together. I want to tear you apart and use you to comfort my daughter's spirit in heaven." Hearing this, he paused, hesitating. Victor, not achieving his desired outcome, ended the call and gritted his teeth. "In that case, then you can all die together with Ye Hao." Then Ye Hao quickly rushed out of there, calmly telling everyone, "There's no more time. I'm launching immediately." Xiao Chen stood leaning against the wall, folding his arms and asking, "Do you have a way to deal with that satellite weapon?" Without the slightest worry, Ye Hao smiled slightly in response. "If I can't even handle this little thing, how can I go back and save Care Air? Leave it to me." Very quickly, the aircraft was activated, speeding swiftly across the sky. The aircraft has been used for a while and is running out of power, flying at full speed straight into outer space. Warning. Approaching the previous predicted maximum altitude, the accountability is about to become ineffective. Please pay attention, host. Ye Hao, now in a different form, seriously shouted. "The starry sky is your stage. Show your true power. Switch to the Stellar Lord account." With a strong force, the aircraft soared even higher. Ye Hao's face darkened, and sweat began to drip from his forehead as he thought to himself. Although the power of the Stellar Lord greatly increases the performance of the battle machine, losing the power of Jiamu Hui, I'm a little unable to control this superclass battle machine. On the screen in front of him, Nana steadfastly reassured, "Master, I will assist you from afar, don't worry, and go destroy that big, unesthetic piece of metal." Ye Hao reached out and grabbed a lever, praising, "Such timely support, thank you, Nana." A beam of light suddenly appeared in the starry sky. He noticed the target and directed the aircraft towards it, exclaiming, "That's the signal for the orbital cannon. Not even 3 minutes did that old fox Victor fire first." On this side, Victor was on his spaceship. Seeing Ye Hao's battle machine approaching, he angrily slammed his hand on the screen, shouting, "Replenish energy to 90%, that's enough. Of course you can dodge, but in that case the western region behind you will be destroyed. What will you do, Ye Hao?" Without waiting for a second, the engine of his aircraft suddenly absorbed the power back into itself. Ye Hao carefully distributed it. "Nah, I will concentrate all the power into the main cannon, aim accurately and hand it over to you. Let them see the true power of the mechanical queen." Nana received the order and replied, "Received. Strike them head on, master." On Victor's ship, he had also begun to activate the power source to fire. Orbital cannon HE, fire. Having absorbed enough power, it was time for Ye Hao's battle machine to launch. Starlight cannon, fire. The two enormous power sources collided, creating an explosion, as the two were almost at opposite extremes. However, his battle machine's power was more overwhelming. It quickly gained a significant advantage. Victor's spaceship couldn't withstand it any longer, quickly being hit and destroyed. He was terrified and dumbfounded, opening his mouth wide to scream, "How is this possible?" On the big screen, Ye Hao's angry face appeared, his voice declaring with murderous intent, "You're next, Victor." Victor gritted his teeth in anger, leaning forward with a grimace. What? Could I actually be losing? Victor refused to give up. He looked down at the monster and commanded, "Hey, get him here now. As long as the Black Legion is here, there's still hope for a comeback." It anxiously turned and shouted, "We lost contact after the artillery bombardment," Victor exclaimed in shock. "What?" Suddenly, a man on the other side of the screen exuded a chilling aura. He calmly announced, "Of course you can't contact him, because I've revoked your authority." Victor cried out in confusion. "Revoked? What does that mean?" The mysterious man was terrifyingly calm, ignoring him as he spoke. "I told you to target Ye Hao and restrict the development of the Southwest District, but you not only activated the satellite weapons but also used the Black Legion without authorization.
Now, you haven't gained anything and suffered severe losses.
Victor anxiously and fearfully screamed. I was clearly acting on your orders. Are you trying to abandon me now? Not wanting to say more, the man arrogantly dismissed him. You overstepped! The monster turned to Victor and reported, The connection's been cut. What should we do, Lord Victor? He stammered in disbelief at what had just happened. Wait. Suddenly, Victor's aircraft began to shake violently. Everyone inside lost their footing and cried out, What's happening?
Small explosions erupted continuously, and everyone fearfully ducked down, covering their ears. The monster stepped forward to report, Surveillance is down. We can't determine the cause. Victor was furious. He whirled around and roared, Panic! Follow me and fight our way out. They quickly put on their armor and went outside. Victor and his subordinates stood armed before Ye Hao.
The interference. The electromagnetic defense of your base suddenly disappeared just now. Looks like your master has abandoned you too, Ye Hao. So, it really was you. Without hesitation, he grabbed a gun and charged towards him, ordering his subordinates. Thanks to you, I have nothing left. But I won't surrender. Open fire. Kill him for me.
Ye Hao powerfully raised his bare hand to block the attack. Then he swung his sword hard, sending the group flying. Victor was quickly flung far away, painfully crashing to the ground.
Ye Hao, radiating murderous intent, coldly approached Victor with his sword, saying, Although I really want to kill you directly to avenge myself, I still have some questions to ask you. Tell me the truth, and I'll give you a quick death.
He stubbornly tried to lift his head. Damn it, I won't say a single word to you, even if I die.
Ye Hao lowered himself close to him, raising his hand to press down on Victor's head. Then it's not up to you. He tried to back away, shouting, W.H. Ye Hao slowly transferred a hypnotic power into Victor's head, asking, What's the background of Hey? Where is he now?
He was quickly hypnotized. His eyes glazed over as he blurted out everything. The report related to the Black Legion is the highest level SSS secret under the management of the Ancient Technology Department. Our engineering department knows very little about it. We only follow orders. The order given to me was, before Victor could finish speaking,
a black liquid shot straight into his mouth. Ye Hao unexpectedly released him, saying, So, he's arrived? Victor struggled in the sticky substance. As it gradually swallowed him whole, he stood there and called out, Hey! At that moment he appeared. He bowed his head and replied precisely, You should call me the representative of He. Ye Hao became increasingly wary. Ye Hao pointed his sword at him, probing, Could it be that you are the mastermind behind the manipulation of He and Victor?
Hana stood opposite him, his voice soft, urging him to relax.
I'm not here to fight you. On the contrary, I'm here to negotiate peace. Ye Hao frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on He in disbelief. You want to negotiate peace at this point? Are you joking? He held out his hand, speaking in a pleading tone.
This time the attack on the Southwest District was entirely Victor's unauthorized action. Regarding the matter of Miss Mokera, we express our regret. Now the culprit has been punished. We will also quickly expedite matters related to compensation and aid. So can you please stop here, Ye Hao? Hearing this, he slung his sword over his shoulder, answering his question.
Nice calculation. Why not ask Victor, who you just silenced? If he believes your words, even if you didn't order his actions, you just let him run wild. Am I wrong? He angrily shouted. Then what do you want? I don't want to beat around the bush.
He turned to He and made a demand. Hand over the real He. I have something I want to ask him. Hearing this, he quickly refused. Unfortunately, that's impossible. If it's another condition, I don't want to say more. Ye Hao impatiently slashed his sword at He. Then there's no need to talk. I'll go find him myself.
He didn't seem to be in any pain, his entire body gradually disappearing without arguing. All right, I'll look forward to your esteemed visit. As he gradually disappeared, he went to Victor's corpse, staring at him and murmuring, The Ancient Technology Department. Huh. Their abilities are truly bizarre. I have to prepare seriously for the next battle.
Suddenly, the system notification sounded, announcing that he had killed Victor and received 130,000 experience points and 580,000 gold. After completion, Ye Hao was quickly notified by the system about the super alloy power armor, touted as being beneficial for consolidation, fully automated control. Regardless of gender or age, anyone who wears it becomes the Emperor's strongest warrior. Loyalty attribute, no level requirement, defense at will, maximum health reduced by half, elemental damage reduction. He mused with delight.
No level requirement? That's awesome. Great stuff. The system continued to announce the next item. A small blue book appeared. Master level construction studies. From beginner to expert, anyone who reaches the pinnacle of construction studies has to study this book. But for someone standing at the top of the mountain, it's just a pile of scrap paper. Function: construction studies level +1. Loyalty attribute: no level requirement. Defense at will, maximum health. Reduces elemental damage by half. He was quite satisfied with it upon seeing it. The benefit of learning without a teacher is not needing to read books. Next was the final item. The system presented a strange golden stone. Compressed energy core. This isn't bread. It's a compressed energy core. Holding just a small piece can lead 10 shops, even 9 shops, to net profits flying. Function: continuously provides energy, and a wearable model can instantly double energy, but the price to pay is that the core will be damaged. However, this time Ye Hao didn't seem to like this item much. The effect isn't bad, but why internet cafes? Changing to another area, an area full of cutting-edge machinery appeared. The East District, District 2, Sake Research Institute, second basement floor. Inside, scientists were studying and discussing obvious biological characteristics, evidence of existence, stable soul state, dreamland is normal, good adhesion state, normal proliferation of mutant bodies. A mysterious man approached. Without turning around, he called out, "They're back!"
Hey came out of the space gate, bowing respectfully to report. The fragments have been recovered. The man then spoke.
Good. Hey handed over the fragments, and the mysterious man reached out to take them. That good-for-nothing Vic almost created a big problem for me. Even though he used the fragments to create spirit clones, if the main consciousness isn't carefully watched and awakens, it'll be troublesome. Those people above are really... Don't casually give this kind of precious material to others. Suddenly, a scientist with a tablet came forward. He cautiously said, "Director, Victor is dead. If that Ye Hao continues to investigate..." The man chuckled, saying, "If he dares to come, then that's great. I've wanted to meet him for a while, and there are strange creatures ready to appear." The man reached up and adjusted his glasses smugly. "You must also really want to meet your long-lost relatives, right? At the second safe zone." The fader of the ancient gods conference room. Everyone gathered at the table in the middle of the room. "Ye Hao, you're back. What's the situation? Victor is dead. But behind this matter, I'm afraid there's another mastermind."
Zunlong frowned slightly in worry. "I've thought of this point too, but now the start of the war is only a thin sheet of paper away. Although I, Mu Zunlong, am not a person who is afraid of death, but honestly, fighting, even if you, Ye Hao, can win in the end, the Southwest District is very likely to disappear in the war."
Ye Hao raised his fist in front of him and declared heroically, "I understand your worries. This incident has also been a wake-up call. I can't underestimate any opponent, and at the same time, I must seize the initiative in my own hands." Xiao Chen leaned against the glass and questioned. "The words are reasonable, but have you ever thought about what to do? After so many encounters, the East District must already be very clear about your strength. If you still want to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger, I'm afraid it won't work." Ding Ke also chimed in. "The defense of the East District is not comparable to Wuji City. You can't infiltrate like last time." Ye Hao sat back leisurely in his chair, crossing his legs. "No, you're wrong. We don't need to hide at all. We want to go there openly." Mo Chi was shocked, reacting strongly. "Isn't that throwing yourself into the net? Or do you have a secret plan?" Ye Hao flashed a mysterious smile. "Yes, we're going to the East District to demand money." In the East District, the War Council Alliance, Ye, stood in the middle of the room and shouted, "You guys are too much."
She slammed her hand hard on the table, abandoning Victor to activate the orbital cannon again. "Did you want to kill me? You should have given a warning, right?"
Mengi stood up straight and replied solemnly, "You wanted to run off and cooperate with those country bumpkins. Who's to blame? Moreover, the Southwest District is small, so let it explode. Would he dare to fart about it?" She was extremely angry. "You." He looked at Wu Lai on the opposite communication device and scolded. "And you, Wu Lai, you went to reconcile with that Ye Hao. Are you sick? I'm about to die, laughing." Wu Lai ignored him, replying mechanically, "Use your brain. The Southwest District is of course not worth worrying about, but this Ye Hao is definitely an existence that can threaten us. Not only does he have countless ancient gods, but he also has many mysterious powers on him. He must not be underestimated."
He held a model of Ye Hao in his hands smugly. But him encountering the Southwest District burden, it's destined that he can't have it both ways.
A dilemma. Reconciliation is just an excuse for him to misunderstand the situation, relax the tempo. I will use this time to prepare fully, eliminate all uncertain factors, and set up an inescapable net. Until complete victory, the Zhuang family will also eat. This is my creed. Menge sneered. This is the reason you abandoned Victor? To distract that kid and have him protect his hometown? Wu Lai then mocked. Looks like your little brain contains some nutrients. Ye interrupted the argument. I'm saying, you're making a loud conspiracy here. Aren't you afraid that in the end, things won't go as planned? He explained coldly. No need for you to worry. On the contrary, you're going too close to the Southwest District, aren't you? I hope you understand your position. She raised her voice to remind. People in the world are for profit. I am just a common merchant. I don't have as many calculations as you. Suddenly, the assistant opened the communication screen, announcing in a panic, It's bad, sir. That Ye Hao. Wu Lai became anxious. Ye Hao, what happened to him? The screen showed Ye Hao's group riding in a supercar rushing over extremely fast. He's already at the border entrance. They were all surprised. What? Someone in the supercar looked at the screen and shouted, You darky, you're watching, right? Quickly open the door and come get the compensation money you talked about before. Ye Hao confidently held up his phone. I've finished recording. Don't even think about reneging. Familiar voices came from the phone. Regarding the matter of Miss Mo Kiefer, we express our regret. Now the evildoer has been punished. In the future, compensation and related aid will also be quickly promoted by us. Wu Lei looked at the screen bitterly. Heavens, this kid recorded it. No, that's not the focus. He widened his eyes with murderous intent. I clearly installed a large number of surveillance cameras on the road between the two districts, but why is there no feedback from any signals? How did he pass through my surveillance network? Is there a secret passage? Impossible. My strategy should be perfect. Meng Ji cracked his knuckles, ready to fight. So what's the point of all your little tricks? Why don't I just go out there and deal with him? Wu Lai immediately stopped him. Hold it, you idiot! Are you stupid enough to start a fight at their doorstep? If he directly summons the ancient god, are you planning to destroy the entire city? Yu Ye took a drag of her cigarette, mocking. What happened to all that confidence from before? Getting scared now, he glared at her, snapping. Shut up, I'm thinking. She cursed inwardly. What a twisted personality. Wu Lai's mood was heavy, like a dark cloud pressing down. Well, Ye Hao, it seems I underestimated your guts, but those guts will be your downfall, because I will absolutely not let you leave the Eastern District alive. Seeing Yu Ye heading towards the door, Mengjik sneered. If you want to stick with the Southwest Sector so badly, then go pick him up yourself. She responded with a hearty laugh. Say whatever you want. See you later. He turned back and muttered to Wu Lai. That ungrateful woman. Wu Lai quickly cut off his thoughts. Don't think she's that simple. Besides, the Angel's border is still worth exploiting. Keep her around for now, squeeze her dry, and then you can do whatever you want with her. I've been wanting to play with those little brats under her command for a while now. The car smoothly sped through the streets, surprising Mo Chi. They actually let us in, Zhao Chen smirked. Yan Zhao really called it. They don't dare to make a move over there. Wang Chuan still doesn't dare to relax, but after all, this is the enemy's base. Stay alert, no mistakes. Yu Ye, out of nowhere, chimed into their conversation. Ye Hao, I'm sending you the coordinates. Come here to this address. Ye Hao responded very briefly. Got it. The carvings on the door of the building are very elaborate. This is the place. Speaking of which, how did you get past all those security cameras? Ye Hao walked ahead with the demeanor of a leader. Huang Ye was originally a signal-free zone. I have the ability to restore signals, and of course I can turn them off. They think too much if they think their formation can monitor me. Yu Ye, while leading the way, couldn't help but turn back and praise. Amazing, I'm getting more and more impressed by you. They were led to a desk. He stared intently at the mysterious person sitting behind the chair. Wu Lei turned the chair around, questioning. You dare to come here in person? I admit you really have guts, Menge, standing next to him, shouted. Peft. He leaned slightly to the side, seemingly impatient. We're all smart people here. I won't beat around the bush. How much money do you want? Ye Hao actually raised a finger. Sure, how about 10 trillion? 10 trillion. Meng Gi slammed his hand on the table, yelling, Damn it, why don't you just rob us? He responded with a bright smile. I am robbing you? What else did you think I came here to do? Menge took out a drill and lunged towards Ye Hao. Looks like you came looking for death. Ye Hao turned his sword sideways to block the attack. I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already getting impatient, he angrily cursed. You little brat won't stop talking. I'll tear your mouth apart. With just a wave of his hand, his sword transformed into a wrench. Your weapon is too bulky. Let me simplify it for you a little. Sword of the King transforms. Ye Hao used extreme speed to disassemble and change the structure of the drill in Menge's hand. He stared in confusion as pieces of the drill fell off. My impact drill! He forcefully slammed the wrench into Menge's head. Get lost! He slid a long way across the ground, until his back slammed hard into the wall. Menge struggled to support himself with one hand. Damn it, don't even think about getting out of here alive today, everyone. Get out here! An entire army appeared out of nowhere, surrounding them from all sides. As expected, there was an ambush. Just as planned, Mai Kong took heavy steps forward to greet them. Long time no see, Xiao Chen. This time, can I invite you to obediently accept your death? He Huan also added to the drama. Wang Chuan, we also have old ties. Let's settle old grudges and new hatreds together. Muezi awkwardly opened his mouth. Ye Hao, we meet again. Wang Chuan gave a light smile. I was wondering where you were. So you've joined the Eastern District. Xiao Chen made a disgusted face. Looks like you weren't convinced by your last defeat. Then I'll beat you into submission this time. He excitedly slung his sword over his shoulder. You even called so many people here. Are you scared of me? Come on. I'll lend you the guts to have you three good-for-nothing sons solo me. Suddenly, a puff of black smoke flew out in front of them. Heavens, I really can't stand to listen anymore. Quickly shut this brat up. That puff of black smoke was retracted into Wu Lai's hand. Everyone stop. No need to pay attention to this low-level provocation. Ye Hao was stunned for a moment. That black energy, what is that person's relationship with He? He slammed his hands on the table, urging impatiently. I don't need to answer to you. You're the one beating around the bush. Tell me your real purpose. He swiveled his chair, settling in. It's simple. The conflict between our two major districts is already irreconcilable. A full-scale war will inevitably lead to heavy casualties. I'm a peace-loving guy, trying to minimize bloodshed. So Ye Hao sat cross-legged in his chair, provoking fearlessly. Then let's fight. We'll each send representatives from our districts to battle. Winner takes all, loser retreats. What do you say? Wu Lai frowned, displeased. A tiny southwestern safety zone? I can crush it with a flick of my finger. Why would I bother with a duel with you? He leaned back, putting his feet up on the table. The moment I appeared here, you had no choice. Or do you doubt I'd blow you up right now? Wu Lai held up 5 fingers, and the black smoke reappeared. I don't want to go to a point of mutual destruction, but I won't accept threats like this. In other words, your wager isn't enough. Ye Hao. Countless shadowy figures of various monsters appeared behind him. Vaguely, is an ancient god enough? He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Wu Lai's subordinates were crushed to the ground by immense pressure. Damn it, I can't control myself anymore. Being forced to summon so many ancient gods at once. Menge was also stunned, and became enraged. Is this your trick? Wu Lai clutched his head in pain. Those aren't the ancient gods. True forms. Just reflections brought into this world, but even so, it's no small matter. With a snap of Ye Hao's fingers, everything vanished. If I lose, I'll give all these ancient gods to you. In return, you must hand over Hei and the remaining ancient gods, and from now on, the council will be merged into the southwestern district. That is my demand. He glared at Ye Hao and the 6 ancient gods, seething with anger. A very tempting condition indeed, but why don't I just force you to obey me? Even if you are stronger, if we fight, everyone around you will die. Mo Chi behind him urged relentlessly. Though I'm strong, I'm not a coward who clings to life and fears death, nor will I hide behind others for protection. Ye Hao, don't worry about us, go all out, Ye Hao agreed. Of course, Wu Lai hesitated, head bowed. This is a major matter. We need to discuss it further. How about you stay for the night, and we'll give you our answer tomorrow. He stood up and walked away. Then we'll talk tomorrow. Yu Ya invited them. Why don't you come to my villa? My house is quite large. Accommodating a few people won't be a problem. Ye Hao politely declined. No need. Hua Yuji, the southwestern district has a workspace here. We'll stay there. She happily agreed. All right, then I'll see you tomorrow. As soon as they left, Yin Huang asked curiously, It seems you're still wary of Miss Hua. Ye Hao explained briefly. After all, she's from the East Day district. I'm not that naive. Shulu, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke. I'm very curious. If you had unleashed the ancient gods and started a war earlier, what were your odds of winning? Ye Hao turned to look directly at her, explaining earnestly. Using the ancient gods puts a lot of mental strain on me. I don't want to reveal that card unless absolutely necessary. Besides, the other side also has ancient gods.
We should be cautious, especially since I'm responsible for everyone's lives. Shulu nodded, as if understanding. You're still the most thoughtful. Now, let's see what move the other side makes tomorrow.
The night sky was filled with stars, creating a very romantic atmosphere with the moon. Ying Huang also asked Ye Hao a question. By the way, how are the rooms arranged tonight? He gave a quick answer. I already asked. 1 person per room is no problem. She sighed, making Ye Hao confused. Why do I feel like you're a little disappointed? The moon was high in the sky, and the whole city began to fall into silence. A figure stealthily climbed over the balcony, gently stepping into Ye Hao's room.
He pretended to snore, but had actually opened his eyes long ago. To try and assassinate me. You're underestimating me.
Mu Zi pounced on the bed, hugging Ye Hao tightly.
I want you, he panicked, kicking her off the bed.
Heavens, where did this pervert come from? After a few seconds, Ye Hao realized who it was. Why is it you? Mu Zi's face flushed red, and she confessed softly, Ye Hao Darren, I really wanted to see you.
He put 1 foot on the floor, bewildered.
Mu Zi, what are you doing here? Mu Zi sat on the floor and recounted. Ever since we parted in the devil dungeon, I've been thinking about seeing you again.
She spread her arms towards Ye Hao. During the day, in front of everyone, I could only try to endure. But now, I'm burning with desire. I can't hold back anymore. Let us become one. Dry wood meets kindling.
Seeing Mu Zi easily lifting his shirt, Ye Hao was frightened. Heavens, the power of the succubus is too overwhelming. After so long it hasn't weakened at all, but has become even more intense. Wait, if it's the power of a succubus, he should transform into a devil king. Then let the devil king help you sober up. Mu Zi fell backwards, motionless. Why can't I move? And that posture of yours, could it be a devil? How scary are devils indeed. She covered her face shyly. So powerful, so domineering, I'm totally falling for him. Could you let me touch that strong chest? He sternly commanded. No, I order you to immediately stop your perverted behavior. Mu Zi knelt on the ground, expressing her respect to Ye Hao.
Of course, Mu Zi is wholeheartedly sincere to Lord Ye Hao, and will absolutely not go against your will. She breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, that's over.
Ye Hao sat down on the bed and started asking questions. I'm new to the Eastern District, and there are many things I don't know yet. Tell me the important information you know, especially about those 2 leaders. She honestly told him everything. I see. First of all, the Eastern District is different from the Southwest District. We adjusted and merged all the major corporations together to complete the concentration of military and high-tech forces, led by 4 major corporations. Those 4 people are like a hierarchical chart. First is Meng Jie, whose Blood Roar Corporation manages all the combat teams and mercenaries of the Eastern District. Meng Jie is their leader. Next is Wu Lai, the Institute of Arcane Arts, commanded by Ameza, which concentrates a large force of scientific research and magical talent. She is the brain trust of the Eastern District. And then there's Victor. Victor and the Black Sea Corporation are both projects that Ameza upgraded to manage. Now the remaining members and executives are merged into the Institute of Arcane Secrets. Yueya is ranked last on the chart. Finally, there's Hua Yueya. Her Angel's Realm Corporation almost monopolizes the entertainment industry of the entire Eastern District. Although her combat power is the weakest, her influence is not small. Also, after you left, I eavesdropped on a conversation between Ama and Meng Jie. Mu Zi recounted the story she overheard while hiding outside the door. How was my acting just now? Now Ye Hao must think we are very afraid of him. Relying on the ancient god to run rampant, he would never have guessed. Controlling the ancient god is as easy as flipping our hands for us. This time, we not only want to retrieve the ancient god of plague, but also obtain the other ancient gods. Mom's sense of aura is very sensitive. To prevent being discovered, I didn't stay to eavesdrop any longer, Ye Hao seriously deduced. Before, the Eastern District only wanted to weaken the ancient god of plague and force him to activate his powers. Could it be that they now have new techniques? It seems I still need to investigate further. He still had many questions that Mu Zi needed to answer. What do you know about He? She helplessly replied.
Sorry, I'm not sure about this either. Before receiving the mission, my captain had never even heard of this person's existence.
Another time, Mu Zi was also hiding behind the door, observing their actions. Only once, I happened to see Amaya give a black fragment to Victor. Then Hei just appeared like that. Muzi then understood, this is a summoning, could Hei not be human? The more I talk, the more mistakes I make. Ye Hao suddenly remembered something else. Speaking of which, why do you go around eavesdropping everywhere? A special hobby, she blinked shyly. Isn't it because of you? The Eastern District sees you as a thorn in their side, so of course I have to find ways to gather information. This time I also took the initiative to take on the task of monitoring you, so no one will suspect. He seemed enlightened. So that's how it is. Muzi pressed her face close to Ye Hao's, then gently placed a kiss on his lips. Then she turned and walked out onto the balcony. Then I'll take my leave first. As long as you have anything you need, Muzi will serve you anytime, anywhere. Ye Hao sighed wearily. Having someone as a spy has both advantages and disadvantages. Now that I have the information, I might as well take advantage of the late night to investigate. Muzi sent a message to him. Lord Ye Hao, why are you out? Are you coming to find me? He walked alone in the night while replying to her. I plan to investigate a bit to see what secrets this Eastern District is hiding, she worriedly reminded. Then I'll immediately synchronize the view for you. Be careful of the cold. He hurriedly waved his hand. No need. Ye Hao's face was full of confidence. If they want to watch, then let them watch enough. Ye Hao summoned the true eye to shine throughout the neighborhood. Isn't it interesting for men to stroll around at midnight? The person hiding behind the chimney on the rooftop, the one next to the trash can in the alley, and the one who turned invisible behind the tree. I advise you all to go home and sleep. Everyone immediately panicked. What? How could he grasp our exact positions? What should we do, Lord? Wu Lai softly scolded. Is only Muzi not discovered yet? Then you stay and continue monitoring. The rest of you withdraw. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Muzi outwardly obeyed but inwardly rejoiced. Yes, Lord Ye Hao must have done it on purpose. He opened the map and carefully observed. The followers have been dealt with. But what about the area on this drawing? Even the true eye can't see it. Muzi, do you know? Muzi was always in contact with him. That side is the old city. Probably only a group of poor people are left there. Amaya ordered that the old and new cities not be connected. I've never been there either. Very wary. Let's go take a look. The cannons are installed tightly everywhere. Institute of Arcane Arts, Mechanical Defense, Level 175. Institute of Arcane Arts Mechanical Defense Level 180. Institute of Arcane Arts Mechanical Defense Level 178. Ye Hao was extremely frustrated and had to hide behind a rock. The defense is so tight. Although it's not difficult to kill my way in, doing so will alert everyone. But even using the true eye can't see the way in. Anissa suddenly appeared behind him. Big brother, do you want to go to the old city? Ye Hao turned around, becoming wary of the little girl. How do you know? I didn't detect her aura at all. The little girl gave a very reasonable answer. Because you kept staring at the isolation gate from the beginning. Anissa looked at him with sparkling eyes, secretly saying, You know, I actually crossed the border from that side. I even know a secret passage. Do you want to come with me? Ye Hao followed Anissa, but still kept a certain distance. You were in the old city before, so do you know why they have to separate the two sides? The little girl replied in a clear voice. Because there are bad people. They trick people into working at the research institute for a lot of money. But the uncle next door never came back. After going, he must have been killed by the bad guys. He was still extracting information from the little girl. So you ran away to this side. Anissa lifted a manhole cover. We're here. From this water gate you can get to the old city. Ye Hao didn't say a word and drew his sword. Hidden in a place like this again. But your act is almost over, isn't it? Ha! Anissa was still holding onto the manhole cover tightly. For a moment she didn't know what to do but stare blankly at Ye Hao. Anissa was radiating an extremely ominous black mist. How did you find out? So Haney turning into Anissa was something he knew all along. Although I don't know how you disguised yourself. In my eyes your dishonesty is always very clear. She glanced at him savagely. As expected, you have some skills. No wonder we are all very interested in you. Ye Hao's voice rang out with a cold tone. What do you mean by we? Don't tell me the ones who appeared in the Southwest District before weren't avatars, but all you. How could that be? Anissa conjured a scythe, challenging Ye Hao. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible, but the ancient gods have never been reasonable, condensing into a physical form. He wasn't afraid at all. So you are the one manipulating the ancient gods. Seeing many large and small circles of different colors appearing above his head in the eastern district, Ye Hao immediately understood. Space blockade. You want to start a war here? Anissa replied calmly. I just don't want to be disturbed, and you're mistaken about one thing. I'm not a manipulator. She excitedly swung her scythe and lunged forward. I am the ancient god. Anissa carried her huge scythe and slashed at Ye Hao. Ah, you are the ancient god. She swung wildly everywhere. Struggle some more. Your strength isn't just at this level, is it? The body of the scythe can be separated like a nunchaku. Anissa launched the head of the scythe. Don't disappoint me, or you'll die. A giant hand appeared above her head, pressing down. Flame demon hand. As the fist was about to touch her, Anissa immediately dissolved into a cloud of black smoke. She appeared behind Ye Hao, stretching her arms back, forcefully swinging the condensed scythe. The hand from before suddenly appeared, squeezing Anissa's neck tightly. And one more thing. Ye Hao pointed the tip of his sword at her chest, shouting, After taking 3 direct hits, you think I wouldn't have any defenses against your strange abilities? You say you're an ancient god, but I don't feel you're that strong. Anissa actually dared to rush forward to let his sword pierce through her body. Seems like you still don't understand anything. Ye Hao was caught off guard and couldn't retract his hand in time. What? The scythe grazed his face, successfully leaving a rather deep cut. Seeing Ye Hao painfully kneeling down and covering his face, Anissa was satisfied. Painful, isn't it? We suffer the torment of the curse of death every day. I thought you could subdue the ancient god. Maybe you could withstand it. In the end, you're just a normal human. Immediately afterwards, a stream of blue energy slowly flowed into his body, startling her. This great power, could it be what happened before? Ye Hao transformed, his whole body sparkling. Indeed, the curse is very powerful, almost evenly matched with the Dark Shadow Monarch, but it's still too insignificant in front of the Lord of the Stars. More black smoke emanated from Anissa's body, expressing her anxiety. I didn't expect you could actually overcome the immortal curse. As expected, you are the one I'm looking for. Ye Hao's pupils widened in confusion. Why did the stance reverse? You want to find me? What's your purpose? Anissa looked up at the moonlight, speaking calmly. Don't you want to find the real? Hey, I can help you, because I also want to save her. A strange premonition flashed through his mind, but it wasn't clear at all, making him a little confused. What do you mean? She recounted the process of seeing that pink ripple. The Mystic Research Institute has always been researching how to control the ancient gods. Among them, the immortal ancient god Fetter is the most difficult to control, not only because it has great immortality, but more importantly, it can strip all concepts of life and death from living beings, causing people to fall into eternal, undying reincarnation. Instead of calling it immortality, it's more like a curse. Without solving this difficult problem, the ancient gods cannot be manipulated. The Eastern District could only seal it in a subspace, while constantly capturing poor people in the old city into experiments. Thus, an experimental body was born and developed in a container. After countless failures, they finally discovered the perfect experimental body. Her lightning element and body are almost perfectly integrated, so they use her as a bridge. The Research Institute began to constantly draw power from the ancient god, and at the same time use Heisi's spiritual personality as a template to produce a large army of immortal Hei. This is the origin of the Heinai Legion. In fact, I am an early member of the Heinai Legion. At that time, their techniques were not yet proficient. I found a way to escape control and cut off the connection with the group unilaterally so they couldn't find me. Afterwards, they improved their methods. The entire Hei Legion is summoned by fragments of dead souls and obeys the summoner's orders, unable to commit any acts of betrayal, and they don't seem to be satisfied with creating humanoid legions, and have begun to create various kinds of aberrant monsters. Ye Hao also spoke up to confirm it must be what Muzi saw. Suddenly, there was an accident inside the containment. It wasn't until I actively linked group consciousness for investigation that I discovered that her main body had fallen into a coma, but her soul was still being tormented. And deep within the sea of consciousness, the only sound I could hear, those skulls kept groaning into the girl's ears. I want to die so badly. Please, someone, kill me. Only the pleas for death. Anissa clenched her fist and told herself, it can be said that we are completely the avatars of the ancient gods. The power of the ancient gods allows us to have immortal power, but also brings endless pain and torment. So I want to save her, end this nightmare. Ye Hao summoned Dui Tu to verify what Anissa was saying. After a moment, it issued a confirmation. The spectrum display is normal. She's not lying. He went straight to the point. It sounds like you want to cooperate with me, so why did you attack me? The girl replied very calmly. To challenge the ancient gods, I must confirm your strength and curse resistance. Otherwise, if you are controlled by the curse, you will become an obstacle. Ye Hao immediately understood. So that's how it is. You've thought it through quite thoroughly. If we have a common enemy, then of course we can join forces and cooperate. But I heard that the Eastern District also has techniques specifically for dealing with the ancient gods. Do you know the inside story? Under the clear night sky, Anissa slowly disappeared, leaving only a message. Remember the binding device for the plague, ancient god? That was just an experiment. Now the real ancient god binding machine has been developed. You better be careful. You should go back now. Next time before I see you, I will contact you. Good night. The next day, Ye Hao's group came to exchange with Wu Lai again. You're saying we're starting the duel now? He sat on the chair and nodded without hesitation. That's right. Isn't this what you wanted? After discussion, we agreed. Any problems? Mochi deliberately probed further. I thought you would discuss it for a few more days. He agreed without hesitation. It's okay. If you want to fight, we'll accompany you to the end. It seems that last night's action still alerted the other party. Wu Lei had already prepared everything. The location was set at the Golden Arena District 2. You can enter through the dungeon transfer gate. Please proceed. In front of the transfer gate were hundreds of people that could not be counted with the naked eye. Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock. Why are there so many people? Yin Huang carefully observed for a while and then speculated. It seems like there are people selling tickets. Are they all here to watch our duel? Ye Hao was also helpless, knowing that only Yue Ye could seize this opportunity to do business. Yu Ye stepped forward with a flashy smile to greet them. The Southwest District versus the Eastern District, the winner takes all, the loser eats dust. With such a good opportunity to make money, how could I miss it? Xue Lu, who followed behind, also greeted them warmly. Ye Hao, it's been a long time. He seemed to have known it beforehand. I knew it. Xue Lu looked blankly at the person behind. That girl, Yin Huang, then gave her some knowledge. Don't you watch TV? Usually, Xue Lu is the top singer in the Eastern District. Xu Lu looked around but didn't see the people she was looking for. Why don't I see Yunfei and Qiki? He only replied casually. This trip is a bit dangerous. Yunfei is not participating. Qiki is helping with construction work in a dungeon. Xue Lu sighed sadly. What a pity. I originally had a new song I wanted to share with them. Ye Hao quickly reassured her. Next time, why don't you come to the Southwest District to perform? He was shocked when he suddenly realized something. Wait, wasn't that performance conducted in an artificial dungeon? I remember that artificial dungeons are a specialty of Angel's realm, plus the two words, angel. Is it really a coincidence? Ye Hao smiled friendly and proposed. To be honest, I don't understand much about your company. Xue Lu, can you introduce it to me? She enthusiastically explained every detail to him. Then you've asked the right person. Actually, until 20 years ago, the company was still a research organization. It was only after Sister Hua became the owner that it was changed to the entertainment enterprise Angel's Realm. I was also discovered by Sister Hua Yu to be a fellow practitioner at that time. Yue Ye reminded her from the side. Xue Lu, don't you have to prepare later? Xue Lu hurried away, not forgetting to turn around and greet. Ye Hao, I almost forgot. Sorry everyone, I'll go to the venue first. See you later. Yue Ye forced a natural smile, which made him even more vigilant. Very suspicious. The crowd below was extremely excited. The host began to open the show. Dear leaders, guests, and audience, the Southwest District versus Eastern District duel competition that everyone has been looking forward to is about to begin. This competition consists of 5 one-on-one matches. Both sides arrange their own players to compete. The side that wins 3 matches first is considered the winner. It is worth mentioning that before the battle begins, both sides do not know who the other side will send out. Therefore, the order of appearance is also very important. In the end, will the Southwest District overestimate their strength and take an egg to strike a stone? Or will it unexpectedly perform a fierce duel? Let's wait and see. First, the player who will come on stage is our Eastern District's player, the former fierce general of the Celestial Creation Group of the Southwest District. From the Genesis team, He Hu stepped onto the stage somewhat unwillingly. They sent me out as the first person to play again. If I meet Ye Hao, then I'll just surrender directly.
The host was still introducing, while his opponent, Yin Huang, leisurely walked onto the stage carrying a sword. It is said that hidden under the mask is the peerless, cold-flower appearance of the Mogong team's Yin Huang. Yin Huang was full of confidence and affirmed, "Even I didn't expect Ye Hao to let me fight the first match. I will definitely not let down this trust. It's the right time today. Let's settle the old scores together, hey hu." Yin Huang began to rush forward and slash wildly at Hey Hu. "Ye Hao entrusted such an important first battle to me, I absolutely cannot let him down," the host kept exclaiming. Player Yin Huang wields a thin sword, creating a momentum of mountains collapsing and seas overturning. Player Hey Hu is being suppressed. How will he respond? Hey Hu's people then lit up. "Damn it! I'll risk it all. If I can't even beat Yin Huang, how can I stay in this eastern district?" After opening his form, his slashing speed was much faster, causing Yin Huang to only be able to resist. Player Hey Hu opened his overload form. Although this form can enhance attack power, after the time elapses he will fall into a long period of paralysis. It seems that he is preparing to risk it all in one last shot. She lightly curled her lips into a sneer. "I lost under this move before. This time I won't repeat the same mistake." Yin Huang conjured a slender sword. Surprising. "Hey Hu, Sword of the King. Divine Might Calamity Sword? What? That's Ye Hao's weapon?" She just slashed lightly, and the weapon in his hand was knocked away. His whole body was also sent flying into the air. Yin Huang began to exert her strength. Leaping up in one bound, she used a speed invisible to the naked eye to slash at Hey Hu continuously. Fallen Leaves Silver Wind, a combat skill Yin Huang created herself, using dual swords against an off-balance enemy, creating a high-speed continuous attack, rendering oneself invincible during that time. Hey Hu's entire body slammed heavily onto the arena floor. "Damn it, you bitch. You still only know how to rely on men." Yin Huang lightly wiped the blade on her arm and said leisurely, "Being able to rely on someone is such a happy thing. A person like you will never understand, right?" the host loudly announced. The first round, the Eastern District wins. Ye Hao stood in the crowd welcoming her, congratulating her on her victory. Was that a new skill just now? Very cool. Yin Huang immediately rushed over and hugged him tightly. "Thank you, Ye Hao. You're the one who gave me a firm foundation to rely on, allowing me to regain my confidence." Ulay's group began to curse at each other. "We lost. Isn't the Southwest District just a bunch of chickens? How could this be? That Hey Hu is too weak. He's just a chicken from the Southwest District." Yui leaned into Ulay's ear, mocking. "An inauspicious start." He snorted coldly. "Extremely low-level matches fighting each other. But this was within expectations. Don't worry. In the second match, unless Ye Hao personally steps onto the stage, the Southwest District is destined to lose." Yui gave him a meaningful glance. "So what if Ye Hao steps onto the stage?" "Oh, I can't take my eyes off the arena for even a moment. This entertainment performance has to end early." The next two people who stepped onto the stage made the host amazed, not even bothering to lament Hey Hu's defeat. The next one to step onto the stage is the super ace combat engineer Kong Mai, the captain of the Research Institute Secretary's team, and his opponent is the #1 expert of the Mogong team, the cold-faced handsome Wang Chuan. Kong Mai swaggered onto the stage, carrying a huge cannon. "I thought my opponent would be Zhao Chen. You want to fight me with just your level?" Wang Chuan replied in his usual cold tone. "If it were just me alone, it wouldn't be easy to deal with you, but I didn't come alone." He took out a bottle of potion and drank it all in one go. Attack power greatly increased, defense greatly increased, speed greatly increased, HP greatly increased, mana greatly increased, critical hit rate greatly increased, critical hit damage greatly increased. Kong Mai didn't expect this move. "Actually drinking potions in front of me, referee. Using potions is not against the rules," the host quickly denied. "Using potions is not a violation of the rules. The competition is about to begin. Please prepare, contestant Kong Mai." Wang Chuan flew over to attack. Without another word. Round number 2 begins. Contestant Wang Chuan immediately launches an attack. Kong Mai was so frightened that he froze on the spot. "How am I, a programmer, supposed to fight a swordsman?" The next second, he grinned strangely. "You thought I was going to say that." Something on the wall of the arena lit up. By the time Wang Chuan noticed it, it was too late. Fortunately, he leaned to the side and avoided a shot, an attack fired from outside the arena. The host's eyes blurred as Wang Chuan dodged as fast as the shots were fired. It appeared it's contestant Kong Mai's signature crossfire net. He actually deployed a large number of fortresses outside the arena before the match. Although this isn't considered a foul, this tactic is truly dirty.
Kong Mai boasted proudly. Anyway, I'm very lazy, I hate fighting hand to hand, of course, I have to do some preparation. A favorable wind suddenly rose around Wang Chuan's body, helping him move. Shameless trick. The host also became excited. Could this be the legendary head of the Mogong's ultimate skill? The sword as wind? How magnificent! A layer of protection envelops his body, perfectly blocking all incoming shots. You have nowhere to run. The host narrated even more dramatically. Wu Jin's wind sword has blasted away all the fire cannons and lasers. Is contestant Kong Mai about to be forced into a desperate situation? Kong Mai took out a remote control and pressed the red button on it. Are you talking about yourself? A massive explosion occurred at the spot where Wang Chuan was standing, and the situation suddenly changed 2 levels. The sudden explosion caught people off guard. Could it be a hidden landmine? When was it deployed? I, the host, didn't notice at all. He triumphantly said, "Don't underestimate the self-defense capabilities of a master of engineering." Unexpectedly, a tornado emerged from the flames, blowing everything away, causing Kong Mai to panic. What the hell is this? A moment later, he laughed slyly again, as if he were a different person. You thought I was going to say that? Wang Chuan activated a skill, so his body was unharmed. Profound meaning, universal annihilation. Thank you for locking my health, now take this move. He unleashed a flurry of slashes at light speed, leaving behind only fleeting glimmers of the blade. By the time it became clear, Kong Mai had been pierced by 1,000 cuts. What did I just witness? Whirlwinds, air currents, even space itself was being sliced. What terrifying swordsmanship is this? Could it be that contestant Wang Chuan has reached the legendary realm of Sword Saint? Thankfully, contestant Kong Mai seems to be alive, but he appears to have lost consciousness. I declare that the winner of the second round is still the Southwest District. Wang Chuan? Ye Hao's interest was piqued. Isn't that Jia Bao's signature move? When did this Wang Chuan learn it on the sly? Wu Lai slammed his hand on the table in anger. Kong Mai lost to Wang Chuan again. How could this be, damn it? It seems we have to use the emergency control project and immediately close the entrance to the instance dungeon. Execute plan B. The walkie-talkie didn't respond, making Wu Lai even more anxious. Control room. Where are you people? Why aren't you answering? Everyone in the control room had been taken down by a single strike from Li Lian's sword. The people from the Great Eastern District really love to play dirty tricks. But everything is within Ye Hao's calculations. The walkie-talkie is still not disconnected. Control room. Please respond. Hello. Wu Lai's pupils shrank. Clearly he didn't participate in either match, but the support item was used to control the victory. Now you're even interfering outside the instance dungeon. Could it be that everything is within your calculations? Ye Hao, you're like a giant shadow pressing down on him. So you're not just a powerful warrior, but also a terrifying manipulator behind the scenes. I have to admit, you're the strongest enemy I've ever faced. If there's no way to defeat you fair and square, then I can only resort to desperate measures. Suddenly, black vortexes appeared in the sky, and monsters crawled out, causing everyone to panic. Everyone freeze. Those who disobey die. People in the stands started fleeing in terror. What are you guys? Don't come over here. The host was also dumbfounded. A large number of mysterious masked people suddenly flooded the arena. Where are the guards? Wang Chuan leisurely asked after drinking another vial. The Great Eastern District isn't even trying to act anymore. So many ancient god identities. Do you have any tricks up your sleeve? Ye Hao reassured him. Don't worry. Everything is according to plan. This is the scenario I want to see. He looked towards the calculation room. Artificial instance dungeons are the domain of the Garden of Angels. Hua Yue definitely has a connection to this. I just don't know what role she plays in this. Is she simply a double-dipping profiteer, or does she have another scheme? Yu Ye watched Ye Hao, so engrossed that she leaned forward. Ye Hao, show your potential to the fullest. Ye Hao opened a communication channel to someone. My side is proceeding smoothly. The Black Legion has been lured out. Your side can start acting now. Anissa successfully took down the guards, preparing to enter the research lab. Thanks for drawing the fire for me. Then let's begin the infiltration operation. Anissa lightly hid by the wall, avoiding being detected by the guards. Fortunately, that kid lured away the Black Legion. The research facility's defenses are much weaker. Such an opportunity is rare. Then she jumped from place to place, avoiding surveillance cameras and entering. Anissa's speed was very fast, flashing past the guards without them knowing. After she passed, they noticed something was wrong. Anissa happily entered, saying with amusement, Just like that, straight into the lair. But as she went further in, she encountered a laser grid. What is this? Anissa was a little disbelieving, frowning as she thought. Then she took advantage of her small body, rolling a few times to get through the laser grid. But the obstacles weren't over yet. Anissa's eyes widened in surprise. Another laser grid, densely woven, attacked. She could only stand still and do nothing. The laser grid cut right through Anissa. Only then did she snap out of her daze. Anissa smiled foolishly, touching her head and muttering, "You scared me to death. I almost forgot I'm immortal." When she entered the research room, she stood in front of the research tank and said, "I finally arrived. I'll save you immediately." Suddenly, there was a sound from afar. Anissa turned her head vigilantly. "Who's there?" The person who came was Casalius. He clasped his hands behind his back and called out, "You're finally back, my child." Anissa, as if hit where it hurt, angrily raised her scythe and charged. "Who are you? How dare you call out like that? Are you in such a hurry to be reincarnated?" The scythe didn't touch Karios at all, and she cried out in confusion, "What's going on? Why can't I attack?" He walked closer to Anissa and gently asked, "That's only natural. How could a child harm their own father?" Hearing this, she widened her eyes and said in disbelief, "Impossible. That man died a long time ago. You can't be him." She couldn't say anything more. Karios circled behind her, covered her eyes with his hand, and said, "My dear child, sleep now, in that eternal dream." Anissa, just like that, drowsily closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, back with Ye Hao's group, they were surrounded by monsters. Shu, he wasn't afraid, and slashed with a sword. "We can't kill these monsters just by relying on us. Conserve your strength, don't fight them head-on." Xiao Chen supported from behind. But they were all very strong, so it wasn't easy to hold back. Wang Chuan, on the other side, tried to fight against Wu's monsters. This is just a trial on the path to becoming stronger. Yin Huang, standing back to back with him, also told everyone to persevere and buy time for Yin Hao. Wu Lei, standing to the side with his arms outstretched, said as if he were about to win, "It's useless. In front of the Black Undead Legion, all resistance is futile." He looked at Ye Hao, standing in the middle of the circle with his arms crossed, and mocked loudly, "I really don't admire you. You can still hold back from attacking in this situation. If you keep going like this, your friends will all die. Just obediently call out the ancient god." He didn't make Ulay wait long, and took out an item he already had. "What are you talking about? My big move is ready." The soul balance, when used on enemies of a lower level, can directly eliminate them once. It can capture up to 100 targets, but cannot be used on boss-level enemies. The spellcasting time is 5 to 60 seconds, depending on the number of targets, and after use, the cooldown time is 72 hours. As soon as he took out the balance, it activated immediately. One side of the scale was weighed down. The monsters were struck by the effects of the balance, and Ulay cried out in horror, "A god-tier item, a rule-based forced kill. How do you have something so abnormal?" Ye Hao proudly stepped on the corpses of the monsters and replied with disdain, "That's none of your business. Although it seems I still can't kill the ancient god's clone, it still takes a lot of time to revive, right? What are you going to do now? I'm especially leaving you alive. Don't disappoint me." Seeing that he had no way out, Ulay quickly flew down and knelt before him for a long time. "I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Aren't you very understanding? Then tell me your plan." Before Ye Hao could answer, he turned on him and attacked. "You fell for it." Looking at the black thing binding him, he wondered, could this be the weapon that binds the ancient god? Ulamai proudly introduced, "That's right, this is my greatest masterpiece. Those who are bound cannot use any skills." And that, of course, includes the power of the ancient god. It would definitely be very difficult to bind you normally. But in the end, you were still careless. "I'll take your ancient god. Pay the price for your stupidity." Just when it seemed like everything was over, a ray of light pierced through his body. Ye Hao used mechanical grasp, breaking the binding and counterattacking Ulay. He praised, "It's indeed a finely crafted tool, but in front of the god of machines, all creations are just toys in my hands." He couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be? My greatest masterpiece was so easily destroyed. He didn't have any sympathy, and mocked him in return. "You're still alive, even with your heart pierced, so you really do have the power of immortality, but it seems to be much weaker than Black's." Ulay, his pride wounded, clutched his left chest and said, "I really am a failure. If I had the complete power of the ancient god,
just relying on you." Seeing that he kept mentioning the ancient god, Ye Hao frowned and retorted, "So what if it's a complete ancient god? I've already subdued 6 ancient gods, and you guys in the East District aren't lacking 2 either. Why don't you bring out the undying ancient god and the remaining ancient gods so I can bother searching for them?" Even though Ulay was weak, he was angered when his sensitive spot was touched, and he raised his head to retort, "Don't get cocky, you bastard. Let alone the undying ancient god, the remaining one is a taboo among taboos. Do you want to kill everyone?" Seeing his vehement reaction, his face paled slightly. The reaction was unexpected. It seems that the last ancient god in this East District is definitely not simple. Outside the door, where everyone was gathered, an announcement suddenly rang out, activating the self-destruct program for the instance. With a 10-minute countdown, everyone cried out in panic. The portal disappeared. "Self-destruct? Are you kidding me? Open the door for me. Where's the organizing committee? Come out and explain." A large screen appeared in front of Ye Hao and Ulay. Menge smiled and said, "Unexpected, isn't it? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. This time, both the East District and the Southwest District are mine. Hua Yueye, Ajia, and Ye Hao, all of you die in this instance. Goodbye," he asked angrily. "Mengi, you bastard, you tricked me again." He couldn't contact his teammates and worried secretly, "Mali has also lost contact. Did something unexpected happen outside?" On the other side, Yueye walked and sighed. "I didn't expect to be played by Menge. Is his usual boorish appearance all an act? Looks like I underestimated him a bit," Shui Lu asked beside her. "Sister Hua Yue, what should we do now?" Seeing her, Ye Hao couldn't help but ask Shui Lu, "Can you connect to the dungeon control room outside?" But she couldn't. "No, I'm not a virtual body this time. I can't do it like last time." Yu Ye suddenly stabbed a card into her, happily saying, "Don't worry, I've already prepared this for you." Then, Shui Lu's entire body was being coated, and she cried out in fear, "Sister Hua Yue, my body is disappearing." He also called out to Shui Lu in a panic. When Shui Lu disappeared, Ye Hao hurriedly asked, "Where did Shui Lu go? What exactly do you want to do?" Yue Ye replied extremely calmly, "Don't worry, I won't hurt her." He looked up, and Shui Lu appeared on the illuminated screen. He exclaimed in surprise, "Shui Lu, why are you so big?" She was equally surprised. "I don't know why I suddenly became like this." Yu Ye then smiled and raised the card, explaining in detail. "Originally, this key plan was supposed to be used later, but the situation is forcing my hand," Ye Hao asked. "That is," she continued, "it contains all the data from my dungeon research over the years, but now it's all in Shui Lu's body to activate the power deep within her." At this moment, Shui Lu also noticed the abnormality in her body, lifted the hair behind her neck and cried out, "When did I get so many holes here?" Shu He, seeing the abnormality, also came over and asked, "Yu Ye? The first time I met her, she already had strange powers. Could it be that she, like me, is not an ordinary person?" She admitted and added, "That's right, she's a product of gene enhancement experiments." Hearing a strange concept, he frowned. Gene enhancement experiment. Yu Ye recalled the laboratories from before and began to explain. Injecting medicine into newborn babies, inserting chips, and modifying the human body. The plan started from newborns, cultivating powerful warriors with special abilities. Then the scene shifted to Yue Ye, leading a group of soldiers through a sea of fire, she recounted. But a sudden fire destroyed all the achievements. From the traces at the scene, it can be discovered that it was man-made. Almost all the researchers died. Few of the experimental clones survived. Meanwhile, Shui Lu, in robot form, lay intact in the sea of fire. Yu Ye continued. And Shui Lu was one of those lucky people. She fell in the ruins, seemingly lying between the real and the unreal. The places where the flames suddenly injured her all turned into nothingness. Although it looks very incomprehensible, I understood from the first moment that it was the power of dungeonization. In her head, she thought of Shui Lu and countless other spaces, thereby explaining to everyone. The so-called dungeon, in reality, is a special rule of another dimension that serves as the foundation. Shui Lu's ability allows her body to transform into another dimension, absorbing fire and avoiding injury. How could such a good ability be given to others? So I hid it from the other leaders, secretly rescued her, sealed her past memories, so that she could have a new life as the pop star Shui Lu, Not only making money to run the company, but also secretly researching her power. It's killing two birds with one stone. Ye took out a crystal ball and directly introduced. Remember this little thing? This mini dungeon generator is thanks to it that we were able to survive Victor's orbital bombardment by creating temporary dungeon spaces. This is the product of combining Zhuai Lu's power with our artificial dungeon technology.
Ulai, who was tied to the floor at this time, hurriedly asked after hearing this. So you stole that precious experimental subject, and we searched for it for a long time but couldn't find it. It turns out she was always by our side.
She no longer hid anything and directly said, "That's why they say the darkest place is under the lamp, and the more famous Zhuai Lu is, the harder it is for you to associate her with your experimental guinea pig." Zhuai Lu listened to the story for a while and finally hugged her head, saying, "I finally remembered. In that big fire, there was also Sister Hua Yue. I am very grateful to you for saving me and giving me a new life." Only, her eyes were full of worry, and she sadly asked Yue,
"In your eyes, am I ultimately the singer Zhuai Lu, or the experimental subject X486? Hearing this, Yue unhesitatingly picked up a photo and replied with a bright smile. "At first, I only saw you as a valuable guinea pig that I picked up, and my affection was only because I could use you later." Only, inside the photo were Shu Lu and her smiling brightly as they hugged each other. Yuye's voice was full of nostalgia. Watching this guinea pig grow up day by day without realizing it, it has left behind many precious memories. When I came back to my senses, I could no longer look at you with those cold, experimental eyes. Is this family love?
Zhuai Lu understood the truth after hearing everything, and her eyes filled with tears as she called out, "Sister Hua Yue." Suddenly, Ye Hao interrupted, awkwardly suggesting, "Sorry for ruining your warm, emotional atmosphere, but as far as I know, artificial dungeon technology comes from the Northern District, right? What is your relationship with them?" Hearing this, Yue was extremely surprised. "You even know this kind of intelligence. The information about the Northern District should have been completely sealed off."
Seeing that time was running out, Xiao Chen raised his hand to stop them. Can't we talk about these things after we get out? This instance is going to be destroyed in a few minutes." The announcement finally reached their ears. The instance will be destroyed in 3 minutes.
She wasn't worried at all, raising a finger to say, "Don't worry, Zhuai Lu is now one with the instance and can directly bypass the external control unit to open the exit."
But things didn't go as planned. Zhuai Lu hugged her head in panic, looking at the data in front of her. "Wait, there are too many symbols and numbers. I don't understand any of this information. Sister Hua Yue, please help me." Yue officially froze on the spot. Ye Hao then asked, "Are you telling me that you only focused on research and experiments and didn't teach her how to apply her abilities?"
She put on an innocent face, turned her head, and stuck out her tongue. "Did I mess things up?" The group immediately yelled, "Quick, think of a way!"
Outside, Lilian was constantly taking down monsters. A monster that hadn't really been destroyed tried to grab her leg, saying, "Stop, mission!" The loudspeaker then announced, "The instance will be destroyed in 1 minute."
Lilian didn't pay much attention and directly slashed it away. These unkillable monsters. Suddenly, a powerful force bound her from a distance, and Lilian cried out in pain.
Seeing the enemy approaching, she said, "Let me go."
Manga led his subordinates over, so C6 is Ma Lilian of Ye Hao that the intelligence mentioned. Indeed, a hot chick.
He walked up, pressed close to her face to lick her, and then tempted her. "Anyway, after a minute, that idiot Ye Hao will be gone. Why don't you follow me? I will definitely love you day and night, making you feel so good you'll fly to heaven." This angered Lilian, and she unleashed her power, roaring, unforgivable. Mengi was sent flying in shock. What? Without letting anyone react, she slashed all the enemies in sight with her sword. Go to hell. Mengi was stripped bare, only wearing a pair of floral pants.
He retreated in panic, shouting, "My Black Legion and subordinates were annihilated in an instant. How is this possible?
Monster, what the hell are you? Kill all of you who dare to kill Ye Hao. Go to hell."
Suddenly, a shattered space appeared above Lilian's head. Ye Hao cheered happily. Finally out, luckily. With everyone's help, she heard his voice, raised her head, and called out, "Ye Hao!" He saw her like this and asked in panic, "Ma Lilian, why have you turned into this?"
Then Ye Hao walked over, patted her head, and said gently, "Sorry, I made you worry." The blackening on Lilian immediately disappeared. "Well, It's good that you're okay.
Yu Ye then walked over, looked at Wu Lai and Meng Ge, and asked them contemptuously. One is scheming and plotting, and the other wants to be a sparrow picking up scraps. But in the end, they both became prisoners locked up. How do you feel? Wu Lai couldn't contain his anger and shouted back, "Shut up, you traitor," Meng Ge also echoed. "If you hadn't left the game from the inside, my plan would—" She interrupted him, retorting proudly, "Why bother being stubborn anyway? In this world where the strong are respected, I just chose to invest in the stronger side." Ye Hao suddenly came over and probed. "But from the beginning you actually bet on both sides, right? Only decided to stand on my side in the end."
With the light of capital, Yue Ye said half-jokingly, "Although excellent merchants don't easily spend money, I've always been very supportive of you, darling." Seeing this, Ye Hao thought helplessly, "I don't know how much of this is true, but now I can probably confirm that she is a friend." Wu Lai, at this moment, seemed to have lost patience, his eyes turning red as he said, "Speak. Just like you guys have won, you guys have never encountered the true darkness of the Eastern District, and you have made a fatal mistake." Then he used his power to penetrate Menge's body, and he cried out in fear, "What do you want to do? Let me go." From then on, black power covered the space, and several black crystals appeared in Wu Lai's hand. Comprehend the true power of death. Then the two merged into a death-soul fusion. He laughed and said, "This is the power of death, the power of the ancient gods. Finally, I am no longer a failure. Reaching the perfect peak, I must devour all of you, absorb your power, and become a new ancient god." Ye Hao couldn't help but scold. "Why are you still such a failure? If you're a failure, stop trying to be a haha, phase 2, or whatever, and just disappear already." Suddenly, a surge of new power emerged from behind him. Yu Ye stopped. "Ye Hao, wait, leave it to me." She returned to her true form, took up her spear, and suggested, "Now that I've made my stance clear, let me show a little sincerity," he exclaimed in utter surprise. "You're Hua Yue." Ye Hao looked at the person before him, surprised, and asked, "This is your true form, isn't it?" Shui Lu, completely missing the point, exclaimed in astonishment, "So beautiful." Hua Yue stood imposingly in front of Wu Lai and proudly declared, "I haven't worn this gear in years. Let's see if my skills have regressed." He laughed disdainfully and mocked, "So you've been hiding your strength all along." He soared into the air, roaring furiously. "But light of this level is no match for the darkness of death. Be destroyed in a wave of curses. Death curse black light." Xiao Chen looked down at the ground, panicking as he guessed, "There's a powerful word of origin in this. Shu." He, terrified, continued, "We can't move anymore." Lei Yuan death. Movement speed reduced by 99%, losing 4% of maximum HP every second. Hua Yue propped up her scepter, and light enveloped the space. The dark holy light retreated. Holy light purifies all negative effects within the range centered around herself, while maintaining HP recovery. Cooldown time is 360 seconds. A magic circle appeared, and she shouted, "Holy light, purifying this evil foe. Bonds of light, immobilize them." Bonds of light uses the power of holy light to bind the target for 15 seconds, with double the effect on undead enemies. The demon Ye Hao charged forward with his sword, and she confidently yelled, "Ye Hao, I'll leave the rest to you." Charging forward, he replied sternly, "Then I won't hold back." Ye Hao swung his sword, and Wu Lai staggered backward in pain. As he swung his sword past him, he howled, "How is this possible? Me again." A purple wave enveloped the space, and screams echoed continuously. Hua Yue frowned, thinking in relief. A smooth combo that directly killed a level 300 monster. I knew Ye Hao was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Choosing to stand by his side was indeed the right choice. He returned to his normal body, and the system's announcement rang out. Killed Wu Lai, and Menges's fused death spirit received 2 million experience points and 10 million coins. A purple vial appeared, and the system continued. Death cells, biological tissue filled with death energy, can be used to craft items. Next was a piece of rock, and it shined non-stop. Martial Death Spirit Fragment +2, Fragment of Darkness, countless deaths surround it, can summon up to 10 Hei Legion warriors to fight for you, lasting for 2 hours, cooldown time is 24 hours. Then a pair of yellow pants, and the notification rang out. Super Elastic Triangle Pants.
It is said that Meng Ji prepared 100 identical pairs of triangle pants to train Jie Ji's magnitude to facilitate carrying out intense multi-person combat in the quiet night. Characteristics: enhanced durability, speed, and alien favorability to you.
Ye Hao frowned, disapproving and complaining. That's how it gets defeated. After merging, it loses its immortality. It always feels weird. And what the hell is that last piece of equipment? I wouldn't wear it even if you beat me to death.
He gradually approached, questioning.
So everything has been according to plan? Wu and Meng Ge are not here. Your angel's realm has become the largest force in the East Day district. Aren't you going to thank me?
Hua Yue was happy, and affirmed strangely, of course, from now on the East Day district will listen to you. Whether it's technology, capital, or manpower, as long as you need it, I can provide it unconditionally. Ye Hao smirked, taunting. Hua Yueji is so generous, I'm afraid there are other requests, aren't there? Hua Yue blushed, and replied hesitantly, I can't hide anything from you. It's nothing troublesome. Just that if the North BU district attacks, I hope my little brother will protect me well. He was confused, repeatedly asking, the large North BU district? You really are from there? She lowered her head and transformed, gently reassuring. Don't be nervous. I no longer have any connection with them. Now I only live for myself. But that's also why I'm worried that one day they will come back for revenge. Zhui Lu narrowed her eyes, smiling as she asked, Hua Yueji, can you tell me who you are? She thought of the statue, and slowly explained. You'll be shocked to hear it. I used to be the temple priest of the large North BU district, that was the highest official under the Pope. She couldn't believe it, responding in segments. That sounds very powerful. Hua Yue recalled, continuing to explain. Although the large North BU district is closed off, it's not that they don't care about the outside world. Back then, I and another priest were assigned the task of monitoring the other districts, and I took the opportunity to run away. Ye Hao was stunned, exclaiming in surprise, Why? She recalled her image, explaining embarrassedly. At first, it was to approach the leaders of the East Dan district to infiltrate the idol team. Unexpectedly, I was spotted by a talent scout and went to participate in the competition, and by chance, I killed my way into the final round. This skirt is too short. The man raised his finger, admiringly praising, I think it's just right. Attraction rate of 100%, she answered with a disappointed voice. Finally even won the championship, creating the biggest upset of that year. Below there was constant commotion, with everyone continuously shouting, Yue Yue, we love you, so cute, Yue Yu. Shu Lu clasped her hands, excitedly guessing. Could it be that the naturally gifted singer who suddenly disappeared more than 10 years ago, Yue Yue, is Hua Yue? Hua Yue sighed softly, playing with her hair helplessly. That title is too exaggerated. She lowered her head, blushing as she asked, Can you imagine how big the impact was for a girl who had lived a life of monastic devotion, a devout goddess worshipper, for half her life? It was no different from a rebirth. After delving into the concept of entertainment, I could no longer return to being a fake temple priest, Ye Hao sternly speculated. That scene of a fallen angel in the wilderness, does that have anything to do with you? She glanced at the ground, saying in a frustrated whisper, You really did go there. That place was the main purpose of our construction of the experimental base for the Angel Descent project. Initially, the angel scene was also built for that project, but the result, I believe you saw it. A failure from beginning to end. Ye Hao glanced over, hesitantly probing. Mudu, I also mentioned something similar. What is the northern faction planning? Why is it imperative to summon angels? Yue Ya frowned, angrily retorting. You mentioned Muduki, the legendary relic hunter. No wonder you know so much intel. If it was him who told you, then it's no surprise. This matter is complicated, not something that can be explained in a few words. Dealing with Mengi and Ong will take some time. I'll tell you everything slowly once things here are settled. Monsters instantly appeared around them. Xiao Chen frantically announced. Stop talking, these monsters are reviving. Ye Hao leaned back, leisurely asking, Can you purify them? She stared blankly at the monsters, sternly denying, I can't. I can barely handle someone half-baked like Ong when he's about to die. The Black Legion and the ancient gods are closely related. I can't purify him. The old demon hobbled over, stammering, You're her collaborator. To sever the undying. Upon hearing this, he was stunned, incredulously questioning, How do you know He hasn't sent any news for a long time? Could it be? The old demon frowned, softly explaining. At this moment, the fate that had vanished is now reconnected. We are aware of the karma.
Severing the undying is our wish. Since she has failed, we can only rely on you then. You, the collaborator. The old demon looked at the stone in Ye Hao's hand, continuing softly, if you possess a fragment of the soul stone, you are our master. Just infuse your power into it, and you can summon us to fight for you. Ye Hao glanced over, happily thinking, that's equivalent to having a high-level fighting force, quite convenient. The old demon bowed deeply, respectfully stating, our only purpose in joining forces is to sever the undying. Once the mission is complete, please be sure to release us so that we can return to safety. Ye Hao leaned back, firmly responding, I promise you. The old demon's stammering voice echoed as the old demon burrowed straight into the stone in Ye Hao's hand. Time is of the essence. Depart quickly, collaborator. And one more thing. Be careful. That white undying. Ye Hao looked at the stone, pondering. Who is this last sentence referring to? Could it be that, besides Ong, there's a mastermind behind manipulating the undying ancient god? Shui Lu looked at the screen, exclaiming in shock, Ye Hao, the Black Legion in the dungeon, is also reviving. He turned around, quickly announcing, check if the troops inside have another wave of revival. I'll go collect them immediately, she earnestly suggested. I'll open a simple teleportation portal for you. Ye Hao jumped out of the light pit, thinking to himself, He mentioned that time is of the essence. It seems that the mastermind behind the scenes must have some other plans, he unconsciously muttered with a serious face. It seems that all the secrets will be revealed at that research facility. In a laboratory, a dark shadow darted through the main entrance of the research facility, eyes dim, rushing forward while thinking, finally arrived. Liao Jing, the undying, narrowly avoided Ye Hao's fatal blow by using Menge as a scapegoat. Finally alive. But if I had waited any longer, this remnant soul of mine in the wind would have completely disappeared. I must undergo repairs immediately. Gao instantly stood in front of it, causing it to retreat in panic. This soul wave? Is that Ong? It's you. Great. Quickly help me activate the soul repair equipment and find me another body. He stepped forward, surrounded by a dense black aura, and laughed. What are you still spacing out for? Hurry up. No, it can't be you. I clearly killed you back then. His face darkened, glancing over with murderous intent. You, knowing the martial arts of a mere mortal, yet killing a death in the legends. One of the 5 legendary superheroes, Gao, S-level 500. Ye Hao stood in front of the base, stunned, exclaiming, where are the guards? Why isn't there anyone here? It was so strict yesterday, Shui Lu cautiously speculated. Could it be that Ong or Meng Gi transferred them away for their ambitions? He turned his head, firmly replying, it's hard to say. After all, the research facility is an important location. Ye Hao looked at Shui Lu, hesitantly reminding, now that I think of it, is it okay for you to come along like this? It might be very dangerous ahead, she winked, replying confidently. Don't worry, I'll protect myself. Well, I'm feeling adventurous. The group stood outside, Shui Lu urging, this won't do. I can't get the opportunity to fight on the arena right now. My hands are itching, Xiao Chen hesitantly asked in a low voice. You said you want to go to the research facility alone? Why? Ying Huang couldn't help but constantly urge, take me with you. I can definitely help you. The worried man also asked awkwardly, are you trying to be a lone hero again? Ye Hao smiled, firmly replying, I understand everyone's good intentions, but this trip will likely involve facing ancient gods. That's not something that can be solved with more people. It's actually easier for me to handle alone. Everyone hesitated upon hearing this, agreeing, that makes sense. So we can only rely on you then. Shui Lu suddenly stepped forward, pleading implicitly, please let me go with you. Ye Hao was stunned when he saw this, suspiciously asking Shui Lu again, why you? She placed her hand on her chest, firmly explaining, after Hua Yue told me the truth, I recalled some things from before, but the memories are still very vague. So, I want to go back to the place I was born, to see it with my own eyes. Maybe I can remember something. Ye Hao's face darkened, glancing over helplessly. But you don't know how to fight at all. Hua Yue leaned closer, also persuading. Let her go. Although Shui Lu doesn't know how to fight, her special abilities are enough to protect herself. She won't be a burden to you and might even be able to help you. Ye Hao glanced at her, hesitating. This, Shui Lu ran over, pleading with sparkling eyes. I'm troubling you, Ye Hao, he muttered dejectedly. Eh? The card swiped through the slot, and a notification sound rang out.
Instantly, the system's loud announcement rang out. Confirmation passed. Welcome back, Dr. Tuku.
Ye Hao held the card in his hand, relieved, stating, Tuku's has been dead for so long, and they haven't deleted the data yet. Saves me the trouble of breaking down the door. Shuelu's eyes widened, asking admiringly, You can come and go as you please. The heavy door swung open, and he stepped inside, saying, Since you're here, come on in. She cheerfully scampered after him. Okay, let's go. Ye Hao slashed his sword, and the robot's head fell off.
He reached out, and a shocking explosion erupted before their eyes. The two entered the grand hall, and Shuelu excitedly said, So smooth. Ye Hao walked on, but warned, The defense is too weak, it's strange, don't let your guard down.
He stopped before a large machine, guessing in confusion. No one's here. This place looks like it held something before. Did everyone run away? Then he glanced at her, asking puzzled, Shuelu, what are you doing? She felt around the wall, explaining firmly, After coming back here, my memories are becoming clearer. I remember there should be a hidden door here.
Shulu's hand touched the wall, and the button was pressed firmly down.
The door slowly opened. Ye Hao exclaimed in surprise. It's real. The two walked down the deep, dark staircase. He questioned. We've gone down about 100 meters, right? Could this be the place you were waiting for? She quickly followed, replying vaguely. I don't remember these parts clearly anymore. I only remember seeing people in lab coats transporting a lot of test subjects in here, in bags covered in blood. You couldn't even tell if there were human shapes left. He cared. Gently asking, Han, are you scared?
Shulu lowered her head, hesitating.
Of course I'm scared, but I'm even more hoping to end this inhumane tragedy. Below was pitch black, with faint mist drifting by. Ye Hao stood frozen, shouting in horror. This is all corpses of the Black Legion, the secret lab, the deepest place underground. Cassus stood before the table, replying in a deep voice.
Surprised? Actually, those things were all failed, experimental waste. Even the Black Legion itself was just a byproduct of the experiment.
He bent down and touched the girl's body. Only she is truly perfect. He immediately stood in front of her, angrily questioning. Looks like you're the mastermind behind everything. Shulu froze, confused, thinking, why does this person feel so familiar?
Seeing the two of them, Caracas hurriedly said sternly, Don't misunderstand. I have no interest in those boring power struggles. My goal from beginning to end has only been one thing, and that is the ancient god's power. And to control the ancient god, why not consider cooperating with me?
Ye Hao spoke cautiously. He looked to one side and spoke. Then can I ask a question? He looked at him attentively, and Cassius immediately replied, Please ask. After observing his surroundings, Ye Hao asked directly, Why does this kind of evil cult layout appear in the basement of a scientific facility? To put it bluntly, what's your relationship with the old world army Lin? Cassio replied calmly, while also asking him back.
Their ancient god summoning ritual is very interesting, so I referenced it and improved it a little. Is there a problem?
Ye Hao suddenly conjured a sword. He raised it straight towards him and shouted, Thank you. To be honest, I have nothing to say to a crazy, arrogant, evil scientist. Sooner or later I will collect all the ancient gods. On the contrary, you hand over the ancient gods, so that you won't suffer later. Cao Do revealed a mysterious look, he said calmly and respectfully. Great strength is the source of your confidence, but obviously your vision is not enough. Ye Hao erupted with enormous power, swinging his sword in a slash, speaking arrogantly.
Callus made a gun shape with his hand. He fired a shot that split the slash in two. No, I prefer to use facts to speak. A black object rushed towards Ye Hao, and he faced it, shouting loudly, Release the body. Ye Hao paused for a moment, wondering about the sound that had just been made. This sound, could it be Om? The black thing plunged straight into the ground, creating a swallowing shockwave. A shocking explosion occurred, and a dazzling light appeared. A man suddenly appeared. He grabbed the parasite. This time I won't let you run away. It struggled to escape. When it was caught, it screamed miserably, No, please, I don't want to disappear like this. He looked down sternly, and Callus immediately assessed. The power just now was definitely more than level 150. This guy is hiding his strength. Let me see who you are. Eye of Truth. Catechus's information panel appeared in detail. He read and asked back. Catechus level 500. Alchemist Grandmaster. Engineer Grandmaster.
Pharmacist Grandmaster. Special occupation. Am Creator. One of the 5 legendary hero lines level 500. 5S Hero.
Kakaris's information was seen, and he spoke up. To be able to see through my information, you really have a lot of unexpected abilities. He reached out and unleashed his power. And Kapayo quickly assessed. This is not an enemy to be trifled with. I have to go all out. Star Realm Insight. He became extremely excited, yelling at him. How great the power! I seem to be able to see the sparkling stars in the universe. Is that the source of your power? Kadio conjured a large staff. He held it happily in his hand and said, Primal artifact, one of the primal. Too good, really too good, this power must be mine. Primal artifact, one of the primal. The effect to return everything to the beginning. Ye Hao observed in astonishment, asking with confusion. Undo transformation. Why has the planet Azuremark disappeared? Carius, transformed, commanded arrogantly. Your power has been dispelled. Kneel. And then submit to me. Ye Hao.
Ye Hao focused his observation, thinking to himself. Another primordial divine artifact. A power that reverts everything to its original state. System. Explain this a bit. What does this mean? Are even you restricted by it? The system immediately appeared, quickly clarifying. This system is naturally not restricted by a mere tool. Please don't blame me, host. Previously, the host was in a special state due to the divine artifact's influence, unable to receive any buff effects, unable to undergo form changes, and in an unremovable state. Hiding the currently locked account as Crimson Flame Emperor, temporarily unable to switch accounts, he continued to communicate with the system, asking further, a bit troublesome, wait, you said the vast majority, are upgrade experience points restricted? The system checked the status, simultaneously announcing, checking, check complete, upgrading is completely unaffected. Ye Hao quickly made a decision, then use all the experience points to upgrade. The system immediately acknowledged the order, upgrading him right away. Received. Transferring experience points. Transfer complete. Link level reached 50, equivalent to a regular level of 500. A schematic appeared before Ye Hao's eyes. The system announced, link level reached 50. Initiating the exclusive profession system. Energy surrounded Ye Hao. He asked in confusion. Exclusive. The system immediately responded, explaining in detail. An exclusive profession is a new ability that can only be unlocked at level 500. Compared to ordinary people who can only have one exclusive profession, each of the host's accounts has a corresponding exclusive profession. Completing exclusive profession tasks can grant completely new power, along with unique equipment, enhancing the account's strength. Specific details are for the host to explore further. A different form of Ye Hao suddenly appeared. The system displayed a notification. Exclusive profession Crimson Flame Emperor activated. True Dusk Flame Emperor. Current profession level 1. Maximum level 10. Current effect. Dark Flame form evolved into Chaos Ember form with greater power. Able to control fire attacks more flexibly. Fire damage ignores defense, ignores attribute resistance. Attacks can accumulate Ember Imprint. Each time reduces the enemy's maximum health percentage by 1%. Can accumulate up to 10 stacks. After reaching the maximum level, can accumulate up to 99 stacks. All Chaos attribute skill damage increased by 30%. Receive new skill Flame Emperor Charge. Unleash a high-speed charge at the target, dealing high damage to the target and surrounding enemies. Trait, guaranteed hit, cannot be interrupted, can be actively stopped, 1 minute cooldown. Ye Hao turned his head to look behind. Simultaneously a question arose. Isn't this the limited edition max level Crimson Flame Emperor form in the Blazing Domain before? But here it's still level 1. Could it be that the max level Crimson Flame Emperor can continue to grow like the Dark Shadow Monarch advancing into the Stellar Lord? Does the Crimson Flame Emperor also have the chance to undergo a completely new metamorphosis? Ye Hao quickly blocked a surprise attack, simultaneously saying to himself, but it seems now isn't the time for me to slowly figure things out. Carius looked at him straightforwardly, he challenged, saying, although I've heard that your strength suddenly increases from time to time, for you to be able to crazily level up in front of me, this is truly beyond my imagination. I didn't expect that in this era, there would still be someone who could reach a realm similar to mine. Ye Hao transformed into a different form. He unleashed his power and said, True Dusk Flame Emperor level 1. 150 years ago you were the strongest human. Now that's not necessarily true. Xue Lu appeared extremely excited. She cheered happily. Ye Hao,
You have a new form again. So cool, Ye Hao snorted, confidently suggesting, leave the rest to me. Gao Yang raised the staff in his hand. He proactively explained further. One of the primordial artifacts that has no effect. So this flame-branded mark is your own potential. Interesting, now I'm becoming more and more interested in you. But he released power from it. Countless snakes surged up from who knows where, wanting to claim to be the strongest human. Do you have the qualifications for that? Summon aberrant lifeforms. Manic. Ye Hao stomped his foot hard on the ground. He enthusiastically spoke up. Let me try out my new skill. He sprang forward, smashing everything in his path. Flame Emperor charge. Cadius struggled to block Ye Hao's attack. He angrily shouted. Put away that high and mighty attitude of yours, Carius. The times have changed. He glared at the sword descending. Gasio thoughtfully assessed and wondered. This fire can reduce my maximum health points. Cadius continued to change form. He shouted loudly, Summon lifeform, wind sprite. Ye Hao quickly pursued, pointing his sword towards him. Don't even think about running. Cacus flew behind a giant stone statue. He shouted loudly as he completely blocked the attack. Summon lifeform, stone golem. The giant suddenly turned to ice. Carius continued to shout, changing the attribute of the summoned lifeform, frozen bone golem. Ye Hao calmly received the attack. He easily shattered the ice. He rested his sword on his shoulder, looking forward and speaking. Aren't summoned beasts artificial lifeforms created from alchemy? To be able to use continuous summoning to resolve my attacks and counterattack? Legendary heroes truly have some ability. But because of this, I'm even more curious. In history, you were probably the founder of the Eastern continent. Why did you become a mad scientist researching ancient gods? Callus turned his face to look in a direction. He pondered and replied, Death is the final destination of all things. No matter how brilliant the achievements in life, after death they have no meaning, especially after the earth ossified. Human life is worse than paper. Many people didn't even have time to leave anything behind in the world, turning into a handful of yellow sand. Truly tragic. He stared directly at Ye Hao, adding sternly, But the immortal ancient god allowed me to see humanity's hope of overcoming death? If my research succeeds, mankind will ascend to a new step in history, gaining more possibilities. Ye Hao's eyes gleamed, and he stated bluntly, Sounds great, but did you ask the people who were captured for experiments? Did you ask He and the others if they wanted to participate in your experiments? For humanity, I think it's for yourself. Callow stroked his chin as if in thought, then voiced his opinion. I am the leader of the experiment, and the strongest of humanity. If you leave me, can you succeed? Moreover, for the progress of all mankind, this is a necessary sacrifice. I thought you would at least understand my thinking. Turns out you're just a lackey of those Omegas. It seems I overestimated you. Ye Hao was stunned, repeating, Omega. Callow held a knife to a man, recounting, He was once my most capable assistant, but he tried to seize power and poison me. The man painfully clutched his chest, struggling to say, Coffee, poisoned. Callow tightened his grip on the knife, threatening, You're out. Old enough that even I can easily kill you. The East District Institute doesn't need a guardian legend anymore. Kakio stabbed straight into the man's stomach, saying his final words, Farewell. Watch me lead humanity to true immortality from the afterlife. A body was placed into an experimental chamber. Callio continued his narration. To cover up the assassination, Omega set a fire to destroy the evidence, but he didn't know that I had long prepared a body for reincarnation through robot experiments, and from there, I hid in the shadows, continuing the unfinished experiment. Omega not only failed to obtain complete immortal power, but was also distracted by the clone technique disrupting official duties. He didn't even notice when a research assistant suddenly appeared in the institute. What a clown! Shui Lu immediately understood everything, exclaiming in surprise. So the fire was set by Omega. If it weren't for that fire, I wouldn't have had the chance to be free. Callio glanced at the two people on the table, explaining further. Not only you, even my daughter escaped in the chaotic fire. This was truly beyond my expectations, and the robot body was too weak, costing me a lot of time to regain my peak form. If it weren't for a rare experiment like you, why would I let you go? Ye Hao was shocked, asking accusingly, Wait, you said she's your daughter? You're experimenting on your own daughter? Are you even human? Cario suddenly released energy, saying irritably, What are you talking about? This is for the grand plan of all humanity. This small sacrifice is nothing. Besides, I gave her life, so what?
Ye Hao quickly rushed forward, punching him in the face. He began to get agitated, loudly berating. Kakayo, I don't want to hear your nonsense anymore. Your mouth is full of lies, and you only do things that destroy humanity, Kakayo. You deserve to die.
Satoshi, with fiery red eyes, roared resoundingly, radiating a berserk rage. Kill me! Dream on! Kakayo held his staff firmly, saying in a calm but powerful voice, Tremble before absolute power, summon ultimate lifeform, Black Dragon Satoshi.
It immediately opened its mouth wide, spewing a stream of fiery red lava, mixed with churning black, as if to incinerate everything before it, destroying black flames. Ye Hao didn't flinch, holding his sword, with blue orbs of light floating around his body, emitting a mystical glow. His voice rang out, Perfect timing! I've never lost a clash of waves. Without hesitation, Ye Hao immediately charged into battle, unleashing his own move with valiant momentum, Chaotic Inferno Emperor Sword. The blue light shot out, piercing Satoshi's body. It roared in pain. Satoshi could only open its mouth wide and roar. In a frenzy, it attacked wildly and chaotically. Ye Hao calmly evaded each blow with skillful mastery, even leisurely making mocking remarks. Attacking without any strategy. Is that all your rage is worth? He swung his sword, unleashing a sharp slash that struck Satoshi's body. Chaotic Inferno Shadow Sword. Ye Hao turned his back, his regretful voice echoing in the silent space, while it's still trembling.
Shaking, bit by bit, a level 500 near dragon. What a pity. If I could change accounts, I would definitely recruit you. Standing beside him, he gently reminded, Be careful. You'll encounter disaster at your feet. Wang Sha Yi Wei ignored the distance to change positions with his own summon.
Upon realizing he was tightly bound, he panicked, his eyes filled with confusion. This is the ancient god-binding leg machine, Kakayo immediately warned. This is different from the toy in your arms. You won't escape. He smiled coldly, unexpectedly stabbing his sword into Ye Hao's body, then said with a mocking tone, Die, Ye Hao. However, his body was suddenly enveloped by an invisible force. He asked in astonishment, What? This is Shui Lu. Is it her? She held her hands out in front of her, Shu Lu's hands glowing brightly in the blazing crimson flames. She affirmed resolutely, I won't let you hurt Ye Hao, not as long as I have this power.
Standing behind her, his hands shone with a dazzling golden light, his heart filled with silent curses. Damn girl, ruining my plans again. But now I have to constantly infuse magic power into the binding machine to prevent Ye Hao from escaping. I don't have a hand free to deal with her.
Kakayo slowly prepared to finish him off with a smug smile on his face, challenging confidently, Looks like it's your turn to step onto the stage.
Shu Lu looked around, unable to hide her surprise, and exclaimed, These dead monsters are alive again, crap. Shui Lu didn't back down, persistently summoning, You're not the only one who knows how to summon. This life-saving item Ye Hao gave me, she sternly commanded.
Come forth, Black Legion. Immediately, the subordinates appeared, mouths constantly muttering, Protect the person, cooperate. Kakis didn't show any fear, activating a violent explosion, confidently judging. Not a few lackeys, but how long can you persist? The moment you exhaust all your magic will be the day of your and Ye Hao's death. Kill. He felt extremely anxious, his eyes on Anissa, then suddenly realized, Damn it, if there's a machine that can manipulate this, then break it. Even if Yuan Huang's full strength could shatter these binding equipment, it's only a temporary escape.
Is there a way to decide with one blow? That's right, if I can awaken her.
Ye Hao suddenly sensed something unusual in his body, immediately focusing his mind to analyze. It seems like something is being fed into my brain.
This is Heikoi's memory being transmitted through the shattered soul fragment linked to the Black Legion's spirit.
In the vague memory, a woman appeared, gently lulling her child to sleep, whispering sweet words of love. My little Anissa, don't be afraid. Mom is here with you. You'll definitely get better soon. Even unconscious, the little girl weakly tried to send a cry for help to her mother in a daze. Mom, it hurts so much. I don't even have the strength to stand up.
Caciquus suddenly appeared from nowhere, quickly picking up Anissa, then said, Her illness is beyond saving, but I have a way to let her live on. Her mother immediately objected without hesitation, her voice full of resentment and criticism. No, how can you use your own child for experiments?
Anissa at that time, with innocent eyes and a radiant smile, happily asked, Dad, can I really stand up? He gently patted her head and quickly announced, Anissa, starting today, you are the leader of the Black Legion. Your new name is... Hey, Anissa curiously asked. Black Legion? The little girl closed her eyes tightly. Her small body curled up in pain, muttering non-stop, kill me quickly, I can't take it. Cadius looked at her with indifferent eyes and coldly replied, your body has been granted immortality. Even I can't kill you easily. Still recognize the reality. Fulfill the duties of the Black Legion well. Hey, followed by another memory, where Anissa was shouting, trying to stop him. What do you want to do to my sister? Where's Mom? Where did Mom go? I told you to let her down. Ye Hao silently pondered, his mind wandering. This is Hisa and Cassius's past. Her body stopped growing due to experiments when she was young, and suffered painful torment. And that perfect experimental test subject was her younger sister. He couldn't help but sympathize with the little girl's helplessness. Long thought in his heart. Anissa is full of anger and unwillingness. I can sense that she is always trying to break Kalitos' control over him. The Black Legion is now linked to a large group. So can I use the shattered soul fragment to force the Black Legion to help her escape her predicament? One of the Black Legion standing next to him immediately interrupted Ye Hao's intention. Your idea is not wrong. Castus used most of his strength on you, greatly reducing control over her. But unlike us, she is an exception who does not belong to any fragment. Forcibly issuing an order causes the shattered soul fragment to lose its effect. At least for a while we can't be summoned. If you fail, you and that girl will fall into death, he suspiciously asked. This voice is the one next to me transmitting? Collaborator, have you thought about it carefully? Ye Hao silently thought and made a decision in his heart. Failure is just erupting with all my strength against him, bringing it to the point of near death. I believe you, Hey, he decisively ordered the little girl. Without revealing any hesitation, launch a gorgeous rebellion against that scumbag father. Hearing this, Anissa's eyes widened. The little girl clenched the scythe in her hand, suddenly unleashing a powerful blow aimed directly at Kalios' back. Before he could understand what was happening, he exclaimed in horror, What? How could you? No, the restriction of the primordial one is lifted. Around Ye Hao, countless sparkling lights like a miniature universe, stellar radiance erupted. The monsters and Kalios screamed in horror. This is the power of the universe. He decisively stomped his foot on Kalios' back. He lay prostrate on the ground, his whole body motionless. His voice full of resentment rose in unwillingness. Why did I lose to you? He emphasized his words. It's over, Callus, you've lost. He angrily threw out a vial containing something black. Seeing the thing being thrown was a chunk of meat made him even more disgusted. Wangsha Yiwei is playing this trick again. Even corpses can be brought out for use. Callias gritted his teeth and secretly calculated. His strength has become stronger than before. Is he a monster? I must retrieve the primordial one, otherwise I have no way to directly oppose him. His eyes suddenly wavered. There's a chance. Cassio lunged his whole body toward Zhui Lu. She didn't have time to react. Suddenly, with just one command, made Kalios's whole body stiff and stop. Following that, his whole body was unexpectedly blown backward by the suction of the mini artificial sun. Ye Hao in the back dissatisfiedly shouted, Who allowed you to run around? Did you ask for my permission? Open the dedicated profession of the Group Star Master Planet Manager. Current profession level 1. Unlocks the passive skill planetary power. Can directly mobilize the energy of the major planets of the star system. Ultimately used in a scale determined by the host level. The current ability can use a mini artificial sun, 2 great light-destroying swords. He could easily use this sun with just one hand. The professional skills of the Group Star Lord are biased towards support, but it can also be understood. After all, the account itself is strong enough, and this skill, just seeing the explanation, has felt unlimited potential. With this artificial sun supplementing the energy for Nana's jump gate, it can be solved. Kalios's whole body is gradually being swallowed by the mini-sun. Don't wave it around anymore. The sun's attraction is 3 million times that of Earth. You can't escape. He struggled to resist. So what? This level of intensity can't kill me. Ye Hao threatened. Really? Then how about I torture you first? Kao's clothes had already been almost completely burned away, his mouth constantly screaming, Stop it now! What good does doing this do for you? Can we negotiate? Suddenly, Anissa stepped forward and interrupted. Ye Hao, let him down. I have something I want to say to him. He was very willing to comply with her. I'll control the attraction at a level where he can just stand. You can go ahead. She nodded slightly, thanking him.
Callus stood in front of Anissa, hesitating for a moment. Anissa. The girl slapped him across the face without hesitation.
This name was given to me by my mother. You're not worthy to call it.
Bang! She lunged forward again, punching Menkalo in anger.
This punch is for my sister. This punch is for Uncle Ma, Sister Wendy, for all the people you harmed.
Then she landed another blow in his stomach.
This last punch is for myself. Go die, you scum. Ye Hao, standing to the side, asked Han. Have you vented enough? Anissa took a few breaths before replying. Just barely. The level difference is too great. I can't directly kill him.
Kateo naturally collapsed to the ground, trying to argue back. Just venting emotions. What's the point of that?
Yes, I lost, but you won't get anything from me either. What's happened can't be undone. What you've lost can't be brought back to life. You should understand this principle. She clenched her fists, hating him.
Ye Hao coldly stepped in front of Cacus, lowering his voice in contempt.
To be honest, I'm really disappointed. After learning about the 5-second hero legend from the principal, I've always admired you pioneers of the safe zone, but you've fallen so low. Clinging to life and fearing death, disregarding human lives, it's truly unbelievable.
He gritted his teeth bitterly and shouted, You've only lived for a dozen years. How can you understand my feelings? Your few decades of life are so short. Aren't you afraid of death? If there's a chance for immortality in front of you, would you easily give it up?
Ye Hao calmly replied, Of course I don't want to die. If there's a chance like that, of course I have to seize it. Cao's eyes lit up as if he had found an ally. Right, isn't it? The next second he completely extinguished the spark of hope that had just appeared in Cao. But I will use my own way to achieve it. I will never treat human lives like dirt like you. So what if life is short? Burn everything you have in a limited time. Try to climb to a peak you can't reach. Knowing you can't do it, but still doing it, even if you fail, you won't regret it. This is the greatness of human beings. You were once standing on that peak, and you've even forgotten this principle? Each word Ye Hao spoke made him seem to recall the happy images of being together with his friends in the past.
Ha! Anissa showed no mercy and kicked Cassius directly in the face. Even if you repent now, it's too late. As you said, everything can't be undone. Your only use now is to quickly release Xiao He, and then go receive the judgment that belongs to you.
Suddenly, a sense of unease rose in Kalinkas' heart. He glanced back.
Xiao He's body in the glass cage suddenly stood up, causing Cassius to panic a little.
Hey! Anissa and he both stared in surprise. What? Xiao He suddenly screamed uncontrollably. Red sparks were constantly shooting out around her. Anissa began to prepare to defend. What happened? Did you do this too? Kakarius was also dumbfounded, not understanding anything. It wasn't me. I didn't start the ritual at all. But this aura is undoubtedly that of the immortal ancient god. Could it be that it has turned against and taken advantage of the 9-world sovereign gathering technique?
But this state doesn't seem to be a complete descent form. In the end, darkness was gradually approaching and swallowing Callias, who was still whispering his name, Carius. The girl was also surrounded by darkness, so she was a little panicked. We're done for. Ye Hao slashed lightly into the air, easily cutting off that darkness. He calmly carried the sword on his shoulder and said loudly, So, you finally came out. I've been waiting for you for a long time, immortal ancient god. Just come over here, experience once again the power that makes even the god of destruction tremble. Anissa's pupils suddenly contracted. What happened before her eyes made her couldn't help but be surprised. The darkness, regardless of its enormous size, plunged into the only exit on the wall. When it just crawled through, the mouth on the wall closed, leaving Ye Hao stunned for a few seconds. Did it run away? Anissa seriously assessed the situation. The immortal ancient god didn't even turn its head and just ran away. Why did I have such a dream? Shu Lu smiled with interest after hearing her story. It must have been scared by Ye Hao's strength. She was still skeptical, really. He stood in front of the time gate and wondered. Inside is the space that seals the immortal ancient god. Anissa gave Ye Hao an accurate answer. Yeah. She analyzed that way, then linked Xiao He and the immortal ancient god, which is called the different space of the sleeping dream. At the same time, Shui Lu also used her skills to scan through it once. She informed him, I've scanned it. The space behind this wall was originally also a man-made dungeon, but after being transformed and invaded by the ancient god, it is now completely impossible to judge the situation inside. Ye Hao did not submit to her.
Zhui Lu is getting more and more proficient in using her powers. Hearing what everyone provided to him, he felt a little confused. Dream dungeon? It reminds me of some bad memories from before. I hope no more strange things appear, Anissa said awkwardly. Saying this, did you see my past just now? Ye Hao hurriedly defended himself. It was a touch activation. I don't have the hobby of peeking into other people's pasts, but no wonder you're Ye Hao's sister. No wonder you wanted to save her so much. The girl shyly said to him, It's okay, luckily he was saved. Officially introducing myself. My name is Anissa, daughter of Kabias, also the first Hayaz for my sister. Hime isn't her name. But it doesn't matter anymore. As long as Kalias and the immortal ancient god are defeated, she can be freed from the nightmare. Can I ask you to continue helping me? Ye Hao agreed with Anissa. Of course, Shu Lu also encouraged her, let's move forward together. Ye Hao immediately stopped her upon hearing that, no, Shu Lu should stay here next. She questioned his decision. Why? It's a dungeon space inside. I can definitely help. He gently explained. We have to face the ancient god directly ahead. It's still too dangerous for you. If something happens to you, how can I explain it to Sister Hua Yu? Don't worry. I've dealt with so many ancient gods. I'll definitely come back safely this time. I'm still waiting to hear your new song. Zhu Lu was touched by his concern for her. Ye Hao, her eyes sparkled, warming people's hearts. I'll wait for you. Anissa and Ye Hao decided to enter that vortex. The girl reminded him, Are you ready? After all, it's very likely a trap. Ye Hao confidently showed off his strength. It's fine. Soldiers will block, water will cover. I'm just afraid he'll keep playing hide-and-seek with me. His determination made Anissa amazed. You're really calm. I'm very nervous. The two jumped into that space gate. Let's go. Shui Lu stood behind and encouraged them. Good luck. You must return home safely. The system displayed a notification. Dream Sleep Dungeon mission activated. Please assist the Dreamscape Master. Defeat the immortal ancient god. Ye Hao curiously asked about Anissa's matter. Is the Dreamscape Master referring to your younger sister? Anissa wasn't sure of the answer. Dream sleep can materialize the scenes in people's hearts? Probably. The two of them looked up at the sky, seeing a hole in it. Look! The sky seems to be cracking. Ye Hao felt a sense of familiarity. This image, I have an impression of it. Could it be? Just then, the immortal ancient god Feder appeared. Everyone there was surprised. The ancient god has descended. Those in the church kept worshipping. Great immortal god, you have finally descended. Please save this meaningless world. Feder stretched out his hand and conjured a ball, the death jewel. His voice hoarse as he said, Tiny humans, thank you for summoning me. If you thirst for immortal power, then I shall fulfill you. He then launched the death jewel towards the northwest, and light enveloped all directions. Those in the area that were released by him had their outer layer of skin blasted away by the pressure of the jewel, leaving only their skeletal frame. Ye Hao stood shielding Anissa. Be careful. The next second, the two were surrounded by a group of zombies. The girl was surprised. Zombies, he observed, and guarded against them. I think I know the source of inspiration for Heikati's army. They joined forces to fight the zombies, Anissa reminded. Leave these weeds to me. You go deal with the immortal ancient god. Ye Hao hesitated slightly. Wait a minute, the mission mentioned the Dreamscape Master hasn't appeared yet. Suddenly a light emitted from Federa's body, attracting his attention. Golden light from afar, that's a scene change. Mu Yu and Kadaris flew in the sky. He felt something was not right. Not good, we're one step late. The immortal ancient god has been summoned, Callias decided. Then destroy it here. The two rushed to fight Federe. Brothers, let's go. Their two fierce beasts also growled threateningly at him. Ye Hao felt a sense of familiarity. This move, could it be Kasemis? Why is that? Could it be that this place isn't Little H's dreamscape, but Kasemis's dreamscape? Mu Yu cast the Lightfoot Spear Array, and at the same time reminded his teammate, Kathukas, don't go in too deep, wait for my support. Ye Hao recognized that it was his acquaintance, and that pen, it seems that the other person undoubtedly must be Mu Yu. Mu Yu's side was fighting fiercely, but it didn't seem very promising. All attacks were ineffective. They felt something strange. It was even more like being transformed by some kind of power. Federa angrily cursed. Troublesome ants. You are not qualified to be my relatives. Be destroyed in nothingness. He used the move, Void Black Hole. Caddis felt a little unsteady. about to be sucked in. Suddenly a light burst out, as if someone was helping them resist.
It was Ye Hao who stepped forward, offering to join forces to defeat Federe. Two heroes, I'm here to help you.
Seeing him in a different appearance, Mukyu didn't recognize his brother from that year. You are, Catechus didn't want to waste time getting acquainted. We'll talk later. Defeat the ancient god first. After Ye Hao's move just now, Feder was stunned. Power of the constellation. Impossible. How could the constellation Phantom descend in this world? And why do you have the aura of other compatriots? Who are you? He analyzed secretly. As expected, this ancient god is just a shadow in Kalias's memories. Impossible to subdue. Ye Hao, wielding his sword, used the lunar radiant sword shadow and charged forward. If that's the case, then killing or not doesn't matter. Let's just follow the instance process and give them a hand.
Seeing his power, Capias praised in admiration. So strong, he can suppress the immortal ancient god in an instant. No, it's a complete one-sided domination. We were also stunned by it. Let's hurry and help. Muyu, still trying to remember who Ye Hao is, thought, I don't know why, but he gives me a very familiar feeling, yet his appearance is completely different.
But for the moment, he has to put that aside and join Karis in fighting Fader. The three of them attacked relentlessly, causing spatial rifts around him. How could I be so unlucky I finally came to this world? I absolutely can't be devoured by him again. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Muyu launched consecutive attacks. Don't even think about escaping. Divine chains. Now's the time. Caglius, who was now standing over Federe, declared, Immortal ancient god, meet your demise.
Their opponents this time are much tougher to chew, Cacus frowned, annoyed by his tenacity.
TCH. He used his staff to draw countless multi-layered sealing magic arrays. With everything done, Carius landed safely. He smiled in satisfaction.
That's the end of that.
Ye Hao assessed his skills. That's a sealing technique, specifically targeting ancient gods. Looks like they put in a lot of effort to deal with ancient gods. Muyu angrily walked over to confront him. Cacus, what do you mean by that? Why didn't you kill him just now? Cacus's face darkened.
Ignoring the other two, Ye Hao was busy analyzing the situation. At the last moment, Cassius made a motion to sheath his sword. Is that the divine artifact that can kill ancient gods? But if so, why hasn't he used it before? Is there some condition? Or did he not want to kill the ancient god from the start? Karis calmly replied to Muyu, I don't want to kill him, because keeping him alive has a greater purpose. But Muyu exploded, his hair standing on end. A greater purpose? Didn't we already talk about this? He questioned Cablusis. Could it be that you want to revive your lost family? It's been so long, haven't you let it go yet? He shook his head, denying Muyu's words. It's not like that. What's done is done. It can't be undone. I've known this principle for a long time, but that's why I study immortal ancient gods, using their power to strive for a more hopeful future for humanity. But Muyu didn't agree with Carius's approach. That's an ancient god, not someone who can be controlled so easily. Don't you know you're playing with fire? Carius also had his own reasons. Muyu, you're too self-righteous. If even we count as ordinary people, then who else in this world can shoulder the responsibility of saving the world? Ye Hao, as an outsider, was secretly observing their conversation. What Cacossus said is exactly what he said to me before. Nothing has changed. He really thinks this can bring a way out for humanity. It's just that I don't know when this initial thought of his changed regarding death, turning him into a mad scientist who sees human lives as grass. Conversely, Wusi Yu has become a righteous and passionate young man. It's a bit surprising. Suddenly, everything seemed to freeze. He realized it. Time and space have been paused. The system displayed a message to Ye Hao. Please select the target you want to help. A. Muyu. B. Cassius. He felt extremely resentful. A. Sophie's choice. Do you have to be so cruel to me? He seriously weighed his options. For myself personally, I definitely have to help Muyu. But according to the progression of history, Cacus is probably the one who laughs last here. To ensure safety, I should still help Cacus. After some deliberation, Ye Hao decided to select Canius. Everything returned to normal. Learning of his choice, Muyu flew into a rage. Cacus, even you want to help him. Maybe I'm not a match for you, but I absolutely won't sit idly by and let the power of the ancient god be abused. If you want to help him, then defeat me first. I haven't even said anything yet. Ye Hao stood still, enduring his scolding. Why has the plot progressed directly? Immediately afterward, Muyu couldn't contain his anger and charged to fight him. Throughout the city, there were flashes of light caused by the aftershocks of their battle. After a fierce battle, Mu Yu was defeated, lying prostrate on the ground. He was completely convinced by Ye Hao. "The gap in strength is so great," he replied helplessly. "It's because you suddenly wanted to fight." Mu Yu's face darkened as he fell into despair. "It seems I was mistaken. You really aren't him. If it was Ye Hao, he would never do that." Looking at his expression, Ye Hao didn't want to say anything.
"I'm also very helpless."
Mu Yu struggled to get up, surrendering to him. "If I've lost, then I'm a failure. I'll obediently retreat." Even so, he still reminded Kakarius. "But Kakarius, if you really abuse the power of the ancient god, I will absolutely not ignore it." After speaking, he turned and left. Ye Hao looked back at his silhouette and sighed. If that's really the case, then where did you go in reality?
Kata stepped forward to thank him. "Thank you for helping me. Actually, I didn't want to make a move against a friend." Ye Hao curiously asked about his plan. "What are your plans next?" Kao kneeled on the ground and replied, "I plan to build a new city here, using this place as a base to research the abilities of the immortal ancient gods."
He grabbed a handful of sand and let it fall.
"One day, I will turn this place into humanity's final resting place." Anissa appeared, sternly advising him. "Although Ye Hao helped you, I don't trust you. Ancient gods can corrupt the mind. What if you fall to darkness one day?" Mu Yu silently reached into his spatial storage. He took out the immortal severing divine sword and said, "Mu Yu once encountered the primordial divine artifact of the Sea of Time, but even that weapon couldn't kill the ancient gods. Therefore, I traveled across the continent, collecting legends related to immortality. Using those materials and blueprints, I used alchemy to replicate it with the Sea of Time. Finally, I obtained a divine artifact specifically for the immortal ancient gods, the immortal severing divine sword." Anissa, seeing it, was stunned. Could this sword be Calasius' father? He gave the divine sword to Ye Hao. "It is not only sharp, but it can also nullify the abilities of the immortal ancient gods. I no longer need it. If I truly fall to darkness one day, please use it to sever everything." He observed the sword with suspicion. "In reality, I didn't get this sword, but Kaleo didn't use it either. Where did it go?" Unexpectedly, Ye Hao sensed a change here. He panicked. "The space is collapsing. Did I make the wrong choice?" Seeing that Anissa didn't react, Ye Hao hurriedly shook her. "What's wrong? Wake up." Anissa woke up with a start. She panicked. "What happened?" He anxiously explained. "You were spacing out just now. Grab onto me. We're about to fall." The ground shattered. The two of them fell into an endless void. They landed safely, without significant injuries, but found themselves in a strange room. Anissa observed the surrounding space. "A research institute. We're out of the instance," Ye Hao replied. "No, I'm afraid we're not." It turned out that they had fallen into Kalakis' laboratory in another spatial dimension, but he had changed greatly. Unlike the human they had met earlier, Kalakio ordered several monsters to attack them. "I didn't expect you to actually arrive after a century, but it doesn't matter. I will definitely not end the experiment." "Kill them." The monsters obeyed their master and rushed towards them. "Eliminate the intruders." Ye Hao was not intimidated by the monsters and teleported to Kao. "This instance is a time-space jump type. What do you want me to do this time?" Kao, with Ye Hao choking him against the wall, cried out in pain. Just then, the system displayed a choice for Ye Hao. Kill Callus. A, yes, B, no. He looked at the notification screen, another one of those choices that makes it hard to choose. Without hesitating for even a minute, Ye Hao chose to eliminate him from this space. "Your starting point was good, but your crimes are unforgivable." Anissa faintly called out his name. "Callius." He reassured her. "Don't worry, this is just an illusion within the instance. Once we get out, I will definitely hand him over to you to deal with." She immediately took out her weapon and slashed at the place where her sister was being held. When her sister fell, she quickly caught her. Anissa quietly said to Ye Hao, "So, it's over." As soon as she finished speaking, a spatial gate appeared. She wondered, "Is this the exit?" He nodded. "Yeah, let's go home." But all of this had been an illusion. Ye Hao woke up with a start. Before Ye Hao was the image of Anissa and her sister lying in a pool of blood, crushed under a boulder. The entire simulated city was also engulfed in flames. He panicked, not understanding what was happening. What exactly happened? Why is everyone dead? Around him, everyone on Ye Hao's side was lying still and motionless. He looked up at the rampaging Federa. Immortal ancient god. He struck Ye Hao with a palm, but he quickly dodged the attack. System warning. Detecting that the host is in a critical instance crisis, activating space rewind mechanism, can return to any branching choice, otherwise immediately rewind. Ye Hao was stunned, not believing his eyes. What? So I'm still in the instance?
He hurriedly ordered the system, return to the first branching choice. Very quickly, the system responded, received, processing. Ye Hao felt bitter.
Well played, immortal ancient god. Let's see how much you can handle. Seems like you were just pretending to be weak earlier, all to lure me in and devour me inside this instance. How could I let you succeed? I'll find your true form and end this.
In a barren land with rolling hills, Ye Hao suddenly appeared. He thought to himself, I'm back. Then he saw Calais and Mu Yu standing opposite each other, full of animosity. Suddenly, the system announced, please choose. He abruptly flew quickly towards Calais, punching him hard and sending him crashing to the ground,
accompanied by the system's voice. The target you wish to help, Kadisnam, is unconscious. Anissa stood aside, observing. Mu Yu was still in shock at the scene just now, thinking to herself, what's going on? Then, Ye Hao shoved something into her hand, saying, take this. She nodded in agreement. Okay. Ye Hao stood there blankly, smugly thinking to himself, this will definitely change the outcome. However, the scene changed to an even more desolate landscape, causing him to exclaim in surprise, how did I directly get to the back end? Do I still have to help Calio? The system's voice rang out. This instance has many branches. Please use your retroactive ability to explore the true ending. Ye Hao helplessly looked around and said, fine, I'll try each one. Then, a giant statue of a god appeared before him. Ye Hao looked at it and said, that's not right. Change to another scene. Anissa, with bloodshot eyes and surrounded by black smoke, approached him, saying, that's not right either. Over on the other side, Ye Hao sent Cao and Mu Yu flying far away, muttering, how about that? Is that fair to everyone? The world before him still hadn't changed. Still a desolate wasteland. Ye Hao impatiently spoke up. Still not working. He frowned uncomfortably, angrily clenching his fist. What kind of broken mechanic is this? Besides a cheater with retroactive abilities like me, no one can break this. Are you messing with me? The scene returned to when Ye Hao had just arrived, with Caracas and Mu Yu still facing each other, arguing back and forth. Anissa then stepped up to him and asked, what's wrong, Ye Hao? You look a little strange. Ye Hao covered his face and sighed, slowly replying, it wouldn't hurt to tell you. After a moment she seemed to understand the problem, and said thoughtfully, it seems that this instance is completely under the control of the immortal ancient god. He deliberately set up so many traps, clearly wanting to keep us here. But from your description, helping Casillas isn't wrong. After all, this is his dream world, so we still have to go along with his thoughts. Suddenly, he had an epiphany, and remembered the ending when Cao grew huge. Ye Hao murmured, that's not right. If this is truly his dream world, that kind of thing would never happen, because Cao only ever wanted to exploit the ancient god's power and never thought about releasing the ancient god. If it's not Kalos, then the master of the dream can only be her. At this moment, in a sinister research facility, Caiaphas was tied up, staring blankly at him and asking, what do you want to do? Ye Hao, holding a long sword, pointed it straight at the tank in front of him and shouted, NPC, you have no right to speak. Just shut your mouth and watch from the side. Anissa stood behind him, anxiously calling out, wait, Ye Hao, what do you want to do? However, Ye Hao's eyes remained fixed on the front. Then he swung his sword and slashed at the tank, constantly saying, the initial quest hint had already suggested everything. Find the master of the dream. Defeat the immortal ancient god. Through retrospection, I've clarified that Casillas isn't the master of the dream, so it's true that this is still Heike's dream world. Anissa hastily replied, but you don't need to kill her, do you? She hasn't turned into the ancient god yet. Ye Hao smirked and replied, hey, in reality has already been possessed by the ancient god, and this place is no exception. And you once told me that He wants to die. Isn't this her wish? And don't you feel like the immortal ancient god was a little weak earlier? A powerful sword aura slashed straight into the tank, creating a loud crash. He said through gritted teeth, because his main body is right in front of us. At this moment, Zhao He suddenly opened her eyes, pushing a force towards him, shouting, Ye Hao. But Zhao He herself was overwhelmed by a force. Only her screams echoed. The ground beneath Ye Hao's feet suddenly collapsed, and he blurted out, another space warp. Both Ye Hao and Anissa fell into a dark space filled with bizarre creatures floating around. He spoke first. Looks like we're getting closer to the dream's core, Anissa echoed. This place resembles Hei's world of consciousness. Finally, they both landed in a strange land. Looking around, Ye Hao said, "A graveyard?" Anissa quickly responded, "Is this the landscape deep within her heart?" They walked for a while and saw a coffin in front of them. Anissa spoke first. "Could she be inside?" Ye Hao smiled faintly. "Do you even need to ask? The arrangement is too obvious." Then he casually opened the coffin as if it were his own, smiling brightly inside. "Wake up. How long are you planning to sleep, Hei?" Anissa stood to the side. Stunned, it really was Xiao Hei. She lay snugly inside, and upon hearing his voice she replied, "You guys actually made it here." Seeing Xiao Hei, Anissa rushed over and hugged her. "Xiao Hei, I've finally met you." She hugged the girl back. "Anissa, this is still inside the dream," Anissa interrupted. "Xiao Hei, I know, I was just really worried about you." She looked up at the girl, her eyes glistening. "I'm sorry for making you worry." Xiao Hei looked up at Ye Hao and said slowly, "Thanks to you injuring Bu Sai Gu Shen, I was able to temporarily regain control of my consciousness, but I can only maintain it for a short time." Then her gaze darkened, filled with sorrow, and a trace of determination appeared in the depths of Xiao Hei's eyes. She hesitated and said, "So please, kill me. That way Bu Sai Gu Shen will also lose its support and return to the seal." Anissa anxiously shouted toward Xiao Hei. "No, we just met. Why can't we choose a future with more hope?" she replied. "My body and soul have long been riddled with holes. I've understood for the past decade. There's nothing that can save me, so it's better to end everything here." Xiao Hei resolutely looked at Ye Hao and pleaded, "Bu Gu Shen can seize my consciousness at any time. There's no more time, Ye Hao, I beg you." He crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and coldly said, "Although I sympathize with your situation, I refuse." Xiao Hei unexpectedly asked, "Why?" Ye Hao then slowly advised, "I'm not one to give up easily, and your life has just begun. It definitely won't end here, because I will defeat Bu Gu Shen and make him submit to me." Xiao Hei looked at Ye Hao and thought to herself, his soul sparkles with intense confidence and ambition, without a hint of hesitation or fear. He's not just trying to put on a brave face or joking around, he's serious. At this moment, Xiao Hei chose to trust Ye Hao. She lay back down in the coffin, closed her eyes, watched the blue light envelop her, and said, "It's time, so everything depends on you, Ye Hao." Anissa stood sadly to the side and cried, "Xiao Hei!" A massive door suddenly appeared behind them. Ye Hao turned his head to look at it and said, "Looks like behind this door is the destination of everything." The door slowly opened, and a beam of light shone through this dark land. He spoke first. "Let's go, let's save her," Anissa replied. "Okay." The system's voice rang out again. "Defeated Bu Sai Gu Shen in the dream. Mission complete. Receive rewards. The determination to die. Greatly reduced curse damage and abnormal status. The soul will absolutely not be damaged. Increased damage to Bu Sish Gu Shen. Infinitely prolonged duration. Limited to the sealed land. A legendary grade puppet substitute item, at the cost of self-destruction, avoids one fatal blow." On the other side of the door, Ye Hao saw what he wanted and shouted, "We meet again, Bu Gu Shen. You spent so much effort trying to restrict me, and failed. What good is changing form now? Why not surrender now?" Anissa still just stood to the side, observing everything. Appearing before them was a grotesque being, with the lower half of a spider and the upper half of a human. Bu Sai Gu Shen looked at him and growled in a deep, hoarse voice. "A mere mortal, borrowing the power of the constellations, dares to boast before a god. You will pay the price for your arrogance. I will kill you in the most brutal way. Liberate the other comrades within your body, and then destroy this world." Anissa resolutely looked at him and shouted, "Don't even think about it, we will definitely end you." Federer flicked his hand towards the two and said, "Vanish." The mortal launched the Doomsday Death Curse skill. Dozens of tentacles quickly shot towards Ye Hao and Anissa. They were both quickly enveloped in a sphere of light. That was the determination to die taking effect, reducing the curse's effectiveness by 99%, preventing the tentacles from harming them. Anissa exclaimed in surprise. "The lightning source has been split," he smirked, watching everything. As expected of the determination taking effect, automatically triggering is such a blessing. Ye Hao raised his hand in the air, creating a giant sun in his palm, and shouted towards Federer, If you are the darkness that symbolizes death, then let the light dispel it. Burn it away."
The sun rushed towards Fedor and struck him.
He could only scream, "Impossible! How can a mortal possess this kind of power?" The sun radiated a terrifying force, engulfing him within. After a moment, only Ye Hao and Anissa remained. She looked at him and praised, "Amazing! You solved an ancient god in a flash, leaving me no room to interfere." His gaze turned serious, cautiously looking ahead and saying, "No, it's not over yet." Fedor was slowly regenerating, he said sternly to Ye Hao. "You can freely wield source power. Senjia really underestimated you, but even the Starry Shadow Legion can't kill a god of destruction. What can a half-baked one like you do?" Tentacles began to wrap around Anissa and Ye Hao's legs. She looked at them and said, "The lightning source has materialized. It can't be dispelled anymore," he continued. "The ultimate move. I only saw Fedor charging up for something." He shouted, "I won't give you a chance to retaliate. Take my strongest attack." In an instant, he unleashed his most powerful technique, Eternal Calamity Reincarnation. Aiming directly at Ye Hao, he was taken aback by the scene unfolding before his eyes. An endless crimson vortex sucked both Ye Hao and Anissa into its whirlwind. He exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is this place? Where's the immortal ancient god?" Anissa added, "It's over. This is the immortal ancient god's reincarnation power tool, Reincarnation Tunnel." At this moment, figures claiming to be death gods appeared above their heads, wielding scythes and slashing at them. They murmured, "The living should not exist in this world. Death is eternal life." Ye Hao struggled to defend against the death gods. Continuous slashes. While Anissa seemed indifferent to them, not resisting at all, Ye Hao looked over and, noticing her lack of resistance, shouted, "Anissa!" He leaped to protect her, slashing back at the death gods, repeatedly asking, "What's wrong? Why aren't you fighting back?" Anissa's eyes became vacant. Devoid of any spiritual energy, she sadly said, "It's useless. There's no way out here, no hope. The only outcome for life here is death. Entering reincarnation, everything is destroyed." Ye Hao's gaze changed slightly. He looked at Anissa and asked, "Why do you know these things?" She vaguely replied, "I don't remember. Probably something they put in my head during the Gao Shi experiment." Ye Hao held Anissa, stroking her. From behind him, a death god bared its deadly fangs towards them. He told her, "Perhaps Zhao He was right. We simply can't kill an ancient god. Only sacrificing her can do it." Attacking the death god from behind, he spoke, "It's not time to give up yet. No matter how powerful it is, it's just a defeated subordinate of the Starry Shadow Legion, a mere reincarnation tunnel. I'll break it for you." Ye Hao braced himself. Countless illusions of himself appearing behind him, he declared, "Even if life is extinguished, the stars will shine eternally. I will not enter reincarnation. Let the star field pervade." Anissa marveled at the constantly changing scene before her. He's transcending the concept of life and death again, forcibly disrupting the rules of reincarnation. Amazing. She collapsed to the ground, glancing around. Then, Ye Hao extended his hand towards her. Anissa looked at him in surprise. She saw a smiling face looking back at her, he said. "Once you've made a decision, don't give up easily. Trust me, I will create a perfect ending where everyone can be happy." Anissa's eyes widened, as if remembering something. Images of the past flashed through her mind. Anissa lying on a hospital bed, whispering to Katius, "Dad, what if I fail? I'm scared." Katius reassured her, "Good girl, don't be afraid." He smiled at his daughter and said, "Dad will definitely create a wonderful world where everyone can be happy." Anissa suddenly awakened, sighing, "So that's it, I finally remember," Ye Hao asked in confusion. "What?" Anissa recounted the image of Kalias, engrossed in his research. At that time, Ksenius hadn't fully grasped the power of the immortal ancient god. The hasty experiment naturally failed. In order to salvage the experimental result, or because there was still some humanity in his heart, he used his last resort. With that, Anissa vanished. While she still could, she smiled and waved at him, saying what she wanted to say. "Ye Hao, you must defeat the immortal ancient god. Make Cao Jia fight him. Tell him I'm not grateful to him at all. He doesn't even keep his promises. What kind of hero are you? You don't deserve to be a father." Ye Hao regretfully reached out towards the spot where the little girl vanished, shouting, "Anis!" But all he grasped was a longsword. Ye Hao stared blankly at it and said, "This is the godly sword of Cassius, the godly sword of severing immortality. Transforming it into a god-tier weapon to kill the undying ancient god fetter can eliminate the immortality of the ancient god and also reduce the mental erosion of the ancient god. So Kaso sealed it within Anissa's body, allowing her to continue living, but also causing him to lose his mental shield, gradually falling into depravity.
Ye Hao Masayo's eyes were full of resentment. He gripped the sword tightly and looked at Federe, shouting, "Anna, I will definitely fulfill your wish. It's time to end this."
Federe panicked when he saw the sword. How could this be? Could he possibly break my eternal cycle of rebirth? Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Ye Hao flew right in front of him and said, "The word impossible doesn't exist in my dictionary. Prepare yourself to meet your true death." The undying ancient god Federe stared blankly at him, asking, "Then that sword is—" Then Ye Hao unleashed a slash towards him, saying as he slashed, "The sword of severing immortality. This is the will of humanity." Hit by the attack, his body gradually disintegrated. Before disappearing completely, Federe couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. I'm being killed. Impossible. A system notification rang out after his disintegration. Killed the undying ancient god Federe. An item of his dropped in front of Ye Hao. The nucleus of the undying ancient god Federe. Even an ancient god of immortality will meet their death. Within the sealed nucleus is its last remaining will. Activating the stone can grant the power of the undying ancient god, the aura of the supreme, an invisible golden aura, within which operates a mysterious power, is a vital ingredient for god-tier resurrection elixirs. He thought to himself, "Great, now I have enough resurrection materials. Mokisar can be saved." Then, a flicker passed through Ye Hao's eyes. Although the battle was over, there was still another ancient god in the Great Eastern District. What was that ancient god that made him feel so fearful? Ye Hao held Zhao He in his arms, observing his surroundings. Rocks and debris were scattered everywhere, he muttered. It seems like this place won't hold up for much longer. I have to leave quickly. A spatial gate opened right in front of him, and a female voice echoed from within. Ye Hao, I've opened an exit. Hurry and get out. Ye Hao excitedly responded. It's Shui Lu, what a great help. Just as he and Xiao He were about to step through the spatial gate, a voice suddenly came from behind. I didn't expect you to be the one to win in the end. Ye Hao turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. He was extremely surprised to see Kachos and asked, You're still here? After the undying ancient god disappeared, your soul was released, Kajo casually replied. But I'm not far from disappearing either. His eyes showed his unwillingness as he said, I clearly sacrificed so much, but in the end, whether it was overcoming death or opening up the future for humanity, I failed. If I had met you at the beginning, like in the death-sleep dream, would the ending have been different? Ye Hao looked at him and calmly said, It's difficult. Although it was an illusion, it was also perfect, restoring everyone's personality. As long as the obsession in people's hearts doesn't change, they will eventually turn into mad scientists, committing a series of unforgivable crimes. Katos gradually accepted it. That's right. In the end, I still didn't accomplish anything. I couldn't protect anything. At this moment, he took out the longsword from Anissa's transformation and looked at Chaos, saying with conviction, That's not necessarily true. Aren't you still safely here? The last light remains in your personality. Thanks to her, I was able to defeat the undying ancient god. By the way, she told me to pass on a message to you, because you broke your promise. This father's a failure. Karos sadly looked at the sword and stammered, Anissa. Eventually, Ye Hao stepped through the spatial gate. He only left a message for Chaos. Their next generation will take today as the dividing line, continuing to move forward. But you, stop here, farewell, former hero, Chaos. He wore a satisfied smile and muttered, Yeah, take care, finally. The space collapsed, swallowing everything, swallowing a hero, a father, and a scoundrel. At this moment, in the Great Southwest District, at the Han Mo Group's treatment center, Keisha was lying in a glass cage, surrounded by many people waiting. Sun Long hesitantly asked, Is there still no news from Ye Hao and the others? RS glanced at his watch and reported, After entering the Great Eastern District, the signal was blocked, and there has been no news ever since. Pang Hua on the side also said, Could it be that they also encountered an accident? Wan Hao immediately scolded him. Shut your mouth, you fat idiot. Can't you say something auspicious? So cowardly. Why are you still here? Sun Long looked at Pang Hua and said, Ever since we knew we were about to face the Great Eastern District, many colleagues have run away. But you, why did you stay? Pang Hua replied with a firm tone. Anyway, if Ye Hao fails,
The entire Great Southwest District will be finished. Instead of being slaves to the Great Eastern District, it's better to fight as fiercely as we did when we overthrew Huangjiang. Tang Long lowered his head, contemplating. Indeed, we've long been in this together with Ye Hao, sharing life and death. Regardless of his success, Hanmo Corporation and I will stand firmly by his side. Then he looked up at Kyer and murmured, "It's just this waiting. My heart is so restless. I wish I could fly to the East District, Kyer. Dad misses you so much. If it could bring you back, I'd gladly pay with my life."
While everyone in the room was in a somber mood, suddenly a loud voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. "That won't do. If Kai wakes up and doesn't see her dad, what am I supposed to say?" Tang Long turned towards the source of the voice, pondering. Is that sound coming from outside the door?
Ye Hao walked in leisurely, saying loudly, "Sorry to keep everyone waiting." Mu Qi followed behind, echoing, "We're back." Seeing him, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Ye Hao, Tang Long, seeing the vial in Ye Hao's hand, excitedly asked,
"Could that be the divine revival elixir?" He smiled, replying, "That's right. Quickly give it to Kai Hair." Tang Long trembled slightly, stammering to Ye Hao, "Why don't you do it? I'm too nervous." Ye Hao walked to Kair's side, leaning down to drip the medicine into her mouth, continuously calling out, "Kair, wake up!" At this moment, Kair opened her eyes, and before her was an angel, reaching out towards her. Everyone outside, seeing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "An angel! An angel has descended!" Embracing Kair tightly, as if transferring some kind of power into her, everyone exclaimed again, "Is this the special effect of the divine elixir?" In an instant, the angel completed its mission, releasing Kair and vanishing into nothingness, the sacred image disappearing. Kair slowly opened her eyes, her mouth softly uttering a sound, "Ugh." At the bottom of her eyes, at this time, there was an image of Ye Hao. Unconsciously, Kai-For called out, "Ah!" And when she was fully awake, she found herself being held in his arms. Kair spoke shyly, "Ye Hao." And he looked at her, asking with concern, "Kair, you're awake?" She hugged Ye Hao tightly, causing him to ask in confusion, "Kair." At this moment, Kair released her grip, with tears streaming down her face, saying, "Thank you, Ye Hao, I'm back." Ye Hao replied to Kai with affection, "Welcome back." Tang Long and Mo Qi stood aside, observing everything. Manhwa and Wan Hao continuously offered their congratulations. VS also looked at them with eyes full of emotion. After a while, everyone dared to approach the young couple. They shouted in unison, "Great, Kaiser, welcome back." They were bustling throughout the hospital room. Ye Hao was the first to speak. "All right, Kaiser has just revived and is still weak. Let her rest first," Tang Long agreed, immediately taking Kaiser back to her room, arranging for 10 people to take turns caring for her. Wan Hao quickly replied, "Understood." Mo Qi then ran to put his arm around Ye Hao's shoulder, smiling, "Bro, we really owe this one to you. Who else could be this brother-in-law besides you?" Ye Hao quickly replied, "I'm still young." Tang Long then came before Ye Hao, bowing sincerely. "If I said before that Hanmo Corporation and you were in a partnership, now we can no longer leave you. After the two districts are unified, we'll rely even more on your leadership." Ye Hao also bowed politely, not forgetting to say to him, "Tang Dong is too kind, I'm just doing what I should." His gaze changed, softly saying to Tang Long, "And also, the East District hasn't been fully taken yet." Tang Long, hearing this, immediately asked, "Could there still be other resistance forces?" Recalling his army, Tang Long continued, "After Ye Hao captured the undying ancient god, most of the East District's forces surrendered, and a few strong factions were also persuaded by Hua Yue. Therefore, in reality, the East District is now under our control." Ye Hao cut him off, saying, "There is still one hidden danger, and that is the last ancient god of the East District." Hearing this, Tang Long asked hesitantly, "Is that ancient god very difficult to deal with? More powerful than the undying ancient god?" Ye Hao quickly replied, "It's not difficult to deal with, but very strange," Tang Long repeated, as if he didn't hear. "Strange." Cut to the East District. Somewhere, before Ye Hao and Yue, a strange machine appeared. It emitted different beams of light. Ye Hao looked at it and said, "This is that ancient god. So small. Compared to other ancient gods, it's completely a mini version." Yue looked at him and replied, "I also learned of its existence after looking through the documents left by Om and Meng. This ancient god is always asleep. The Arcane Research Society spent a lot of time but couldn't grasp its appearance, so the fear comes from the unknown, and no one dares to wake it up at will. Ye Hao looked at Yue, who was examining the manuscript, and asked, "When was this ancient god discovered?" She answered honestly. According to the records, it was discovered by the special project search team established after the East District was founded, but Yue continued to explain. The records say that the first time it appeared was hundreds of years before planet Azure underwent Oihua. Ye Hao was surprised by her words, and he exclaimed, "What?" Yue carefully explained in detail. This ancient god has been sleeping underground for hundreds of years, and until it was discovered there were no signs of it waking up. The scientists of the East District tried to conduct research on it, but in just one day, all the scientists who had contact with the ancient god died mysteriously. The scene was gruesome, with those attacked having been tragically riddled with holes like pincushions. But the most bizarre thing was the way they died. Some were riddled with bullets like a honeycomb, some were pierced through the heart by countless arrows, and some were burned to a crisp, with no two deaths alike. Her eyes glanced at Ye Hao before she continued, "Since then, this ancient god has been sealed away, becoming the deepest taboo of the Eastern District, never to be mentioned again. That's all the information." Ye Hao frowned and replied, "This sounds a bit creepy, and that business before Planet Oi also touched on a blind spot in my knowledge." He looked at the screen in front of him and said calmly, "But she probably knows. After all, she was a visitor from outer space before Earth entered the Oi era." A moment later, Nana appeared, listlessly asking him, "Master, what's the matter that you urgently called me for?" Ye Hao looked up at her and replied, "I want you to help me check on the condition of this ancient god. You don't seem to be in a good mood." Nana turned her face away, sulkingly saying, "Isn't it because someone doesn't remember their promise to me? Saying they would go subdue the home planet with me? It's been so long, and they still haven't fulfilled their promise. Of course I'm angry." He blankly thought to himself, "This kid is acting up again." Ye Hao quickly ran over to coax Nana. "How could I forget? It's just that I've been too busy lately, but I always remember it in my heart. After things here are over, I'll go with you immediately." "Okay," Nana blushed, shyly forgiving him. "Then I'll reluctantly forgive you." Ye Hao led her closer to the structure. "Take a look at this." Nana looked at it blankly and asked, "This big coffin?" Then she used her skills to scan it. "Let me see what's inside." And then, as if discovering something, Nana was stunned, staggering backward in shock. From within the object emerged a humanoid monster very similar to Nana, but with many strange characteristics. She loudly exclaimed, "Why is this scoundrel here?" Ye Hao asked her in return. "Nana, do you know this ancient god? And why does it look so much like you?" Nana was a little sad, slowly recounting everything. "There's a reason for this, because it was the monster that invaded my home planet before, and then I personally sealed it and exiled it. At that time I absorbed its power to become the Mechanical Empress." "Why did it come to Earth too?" he exclaimed in surprise. "What? What's going on?" Now Nana leisurely recounted the story of when she was walking around her planet. "This must start with before I became the Mechanical Empress. The planet had been without war for many years. Although I dreamed of becoming the strongest warrior, I could only do mundane tasks like transporting boring materials every day. Until that day, an unexpected explosion at the place where Nana stood blew her away, along with the objects around her." Nana screamed, "Ah!" Then she slowly stood up, looking up at the source of the explosion. "Ah!" Only to see a figure very similar to her, hovering in the air, controlling similar explosions. Nana's heart was filled with questions at that time. "What is that thing?" The monster said to Nana, "Hand over this planet, or be crushed by war." Nana smirked, confidently replying, "How can I let you succeed, Irina? Deploy." In her heart, she thought, "Compared to fear, I'm more excited. I've long been tired of logistics work. Compared to peace, I crave battle even more." Ye Hao listened to the story with a dumbfounded expression. So Nana liked to fight back then. And then a fierce battle between Nana and that entity took place. Nana raised her voice. Although the enemy was very strong, even our entire planetary legion fell into a bitter struggle. In the end, I restrained the ancient god head-on and absorbed its power. Finally, we barely won, and I became famous for my outstanding performance in battle, gradually rising to the path of the queen. Looking out into space, where the ship containing that entity was, Nana said, "But this ancient god was only defeated. We couldn't kill it. In the end, we could only choose to separate its body and consciousness, and exile its body into the universe. I didn't expect it to come to Earth. Ye Hao listened to the story and was surprised to think, I didn't expect Nana's home planet to have such a relationship with this ancient god. For a high-tech planet to fall into a bitter struggle, this ancient god must be pretty awesome. It seems that in order to subdue it, a trip to planet M79 is definitely necessary. Then he looked at her and ordered, Nana, take this confinement pod and put it on the spaceship. We'll go to your planet together. Nana excitedly looked back at Ye Hao and asked, Really? That's great! Yueya came to the two of them at this time, cautiously reminding him, You hold so many ancient gods in your hands, it should be fine, but you still have to be careful. If this ancient god only in its physical form already has such weird effects, I don't know what its complete form will be like. Ye Hao leisurely replied, Yeah, I'll pay attention. Then he clenched his fist, his face determined, and shouted, No matter what tricks it has, it can't stop my path to opening my final account. Scene change at the aircraft parking area of the second safe zone. Ye Hao and everyone were stepping out to the spaceship. Carrie reluctantly spoke first. Ye Hao, are you really leaving so soon? She stood shyly in front of Ye Hao, saying words of retention. It was so difficult to revive, I haven't thanked you yet, or talked with you more. Sun Long and Monchi behind her only knew to cheer her on. Ye Hao suddenly took Keker's hand, uttering affectionate words. When I come back, I will definitely spend more time with you. Okay, Keker shyly replied. Okay, I'll wait for you. Yueya burst into laughter. How youthful. Xiao Chen stepped forward and said to Ye Hao, Are you really going to fly to the sun to absorb energy? Is it dangerous? A teammate behind them replied, It's the updated version. Now, we don't have to face the sun directly. Ye Hao then took out a sun in his hand and said, The sun is in my hand now. Nana praised him endlessly. Master is so handsome. Ye Hao threw the sun near the spaceship, and they were attracted to each other, emitting an enormous amount of heat. Everyone below struggled to speak, holding their sun tea. It's so stupid, but it's so hot. Zhulu quickly opened ice magic to reduce the heat. She sighed and told everyone to stay away. The system voice announced, Energy replenishment complete. The portal has been opened. Ye Hao flew in the air, flying to the spaceship, saying as he flew, Let's go, Nana slowly replied. Okay? Everyone below waved as his spaceship left. Bon voyage. Take care, Ye Hao. On the spaceship, Nana continuously reported the situation to Ye Hao Master. So far, everything is normal, he replied with satisfaction. Okay? Maintain the current speed and continue forward. At this moment, a light flashed in front of Nana, and she exclaimed, I see the exit. The spaceship flew through the light and appeared on a strange planet. We're out. Looking at the metal sphere in front of her, Nana said to Ye Hao, Is this Nana's home star, planet M79? She looked at her homeland, moved to tears. I'm finally back. But at this moment inside the spaceship, the system voice suddenly sounded, Warning, detected by enemy surveillance satellites, causing him to exclaim, What? A gun barrel under the planet pointed to the sky, bombarding towards their spaceship. Both of them struggled to control the spaceship to avoid the barrage of bullets. So fast, we've already been detected, Nana's voice sounded. Initiate stealth flash mode. The spaceship was immediately transformed. Before them were infrared rays scanning the entire area. The system voice sounded again. Stealth flash mode has been forcibly disabled, she angrily shouted. Damn it! In the past hundreds of years, the technology of the Homestar has surpassed this fighter so much. At this moment, Ye Hao's hand gently placed on Nana's shoulder. She turned her head and saw him looking at her with confidence. Leave it to me. Nana looked at him blankly. Master, Ye Hao wore a brand new suit, pointed forward and said, If the machine isn't enough, make up for it with the pilot's skills. He controlled the spaceship to face the attacks from that planet. Almost there, Ye Hao quickly swerved and dodged the attacks. Ignite the firepower storm. Soon he had overcome everything, Nana praised. Master is amazing, you dodged everything, Ye Hao continued. Just rush in like this. At this moment, in front of them was a cannon preparing to fire its energy. Nana looked at it and realized, Oh no, that's a star-destroying main cannon, Master. Dodge quickly. But it was too late. The cannon had successfully fired, blasting an overwhelming force towards them. He controlled the spaceship to swerve to the side, avoiding a devastating blow, but her wings were still clipped, damaging one of them. Before long, the spacecraft plummeted downwards at a deadly speed. It was a landing as far from gentle as could be. The ground shattered, and the spacecraft was beyond repair. Ye Hao looked at the heavily damaged spacecraft and remarked, "Well, we landed safely, but the damage is severe," Nana agreed. "The ancient god's cockpit is sturdy, no problem there, but the overhead gear is damaged. Fixing it requires special components, likely only found in the Royal City's vault." Hearing this, he inquired, "Royal City, is that where you used to live?" Nana nodded. "Yes." Nana clenched her fists, determined. "This time, I must reclaim the throne and personally kill that traitor, to show them the consequences of betraying the Machine Empress." Seeing her resolve, Ye Hao cheerfully ruffled her hair. "Don't go soft on traitors, but remember not to kill too many. Don't forget we still need to find the ancient god's spiritual components," she excitedly replied. Now Vi understands. He quickly summoned Dwys to ask, "What's the tech level of Mo C here? Can it be suppressed?" It honestly replied, "This planet's tech level is far higher than Earth's, but before Mad Mo C, it's just child's play, all surface level stuff." Ye Hao nodded. "Easy then. We'll go straight to their lair, finish this quickly, and head back." At this moment, a group of mecha pilots jumped up from the ground, shouting at him, "Daring to call us child's play, how arrogant!" Ya stepped forward from behind, scanned them, and asked, "Unfamiliar faces. Who are you? Why are you trespassing on my territory? State your names if you don't want to die." Nana angrily glared at Yakan and retorted, "How laughable! This is my Empress's territory, you usurpers. Prepare to be overthrown today." Ida, in disbelief, asked, Could you be Her Majesty Empress Elena? You've finally returned." The others chimed in, "It's Her Majesty." Nana stared blankly, confused. "Who are you? You talk like you know me very well." Ya and the others behind her hastily knelt down and reported, "It's me, your most loyal servant." "Ya!" Nana exclaimed in surprise. "Ya! Is that really you?" Ye Hao, stunned, recalled her previous appearance and hesitantly asked, "Is that the person you knew before?" Nana also asked suspiciously, "Ida was my childhood friend. After I became Empress, she became my personal attendant, but she didn't look like this before." Ya looked up at Nana, a hint of sadness on her face. "This is the 8th torso body I've changed to. To survive, we had to modify our bodies to be more suitable for combat." Nana hurriedly asked her, "Who are you fighting? What happened during my absence?" Ya honestly reported to Nana, "The new Empress, of course. Who else could it be?" Ida recounted everything from the beginning, from when you were framed and exiled to when that person began their new administration. At first it was normal, though nowhere near your rule. But at least it had a semblance of humanity. Then, recalling the battles between the two sides, one day, for some reason, she suddenly went mad and began implementing tyranny, mass-producing killing machines, slaughtering citizens who opposed her. The living were conscripted into forced labor, living a life worse than death every day. Ida at this time rebelled, taking up her weapons and fighting. A resistance group was formed by people with intelligence and me, wanting to overthrow the new king's tyranny, but the gap between the two sides was too large. Head on, we were no match. Many comrades have died, and the rest of us can only turn into guerrilla groups." As if finding a place to unload the burdens in her heart, Ida looked at Nana and said, "But even so, I have never given up. I believe that one day you will definitely come back to save us. Waiting for so long was not in vain. Finally I met you again." Nana emotionally looked at her and softly called out, "Ida." Nana went to Ya's side, took her hand, and said with a confident tone, "It must have been hard on you these past few years. Leave the rest to me," Ya hesitantly said. "Your Majesty." Nana's expression became even angrier when she remembered that woman's image. "I will definitely kill that bitch with my own hands, making her pay 100, 1,000 times over for what she's done." Nana excitedly led the mechanical subordinates. "Go! Now we attack the royal city, tear down that bitch," Ida happily shouted. "Great, kids, follow the Empress." Suddenly, at this moment, Ye Hao sternly stopped them. "Wait! You want to fight against the entire planet now? Charging in like this, recklessly? Aren't you afraid of falling into a trap?" Nana thought it over and found his words reasonable, and replied, "That seems right." Seeing Ye Hao getting in Ida's way of avenging Nana, Ida stepped forward and questioned in a sharp tone, "Wait, I've been curious since just now. Who are you to dare to speak to Her Majesty the Empress like that? It's really disrespectful." The mechanical subordinates below clamored, "Arrest him! Execute him directly!" Ye Hao said in a mocking tone, "You also emphasized the last words, so may I ask how I should speak to you? Your Majesty, Empress, Honorable."
Nana blushed and exclaimed, "Ah!" The girl flusteredly waved her hand to the mechanical subordinates and explained, "Wait, everyone. Don't act rashly. Ye Hao is my master." They asked back with a belly full of doubts. "Master?" Nana rubbed her hands under the hem, thinking, "If I call him master in front of everyone, my honorable image will definitely be ruined. What should I do? What should I do?" The girl dragged him and ran away from that place like the wind. Nana whispered softly to Ye Hao, "Master, this is my planet after all. Give me some face." He also readily agreed and whispered, "All right, just say I'm your ally. Remember to listen. Don't do anything reckless." Nana happily winked, "Yes." After conferring, the little girl coughed a few times to clear her throat, introducing Ye Hao again. "I forgot to introduce him. This is Ye Hao. I met him on another planet, and thanks to him I was able to return here. Whether it's combat or strategy, you can all trust him." Ya looked at Ye Hao apologetically. "If that's the case, please forgive my rudeness earlier," he replied casually. "It's nothing. We just arrived and aren't familiar with the current situation on this planet. Do you have any intelligence?" Ida became serious again, answering the question sharply. "Of course. Our autonomous army has been preparing for battle for over 100 years. We've gathered most of the enemy's intelligence," she began to report. "First, this royal soldier factory constantly produces a large number of the Queen's personal guards 24 hours a day. Even the weakest have strength above level 200. They have no independent thought, only obeying the Queen's orders. They are the most loyal dogs. And even if you destroy one wave, the next wave of reinforcements arrives immediately. Their military strength can be said to be endless." Ida continued to share the information she had. "Even if you break through the personal guard's defense line, you still have to face the Queen's 4 diamond generals. Each of them is very powerful and proficient in using different special abilities. Although they don't often appear outside the royal city, encountering them is guaranteed to be a fierce battle." A hint of worry appeared on her face, impossible to hide, and finally, "What we have to face is, of course, the current mechanical queen. To be honest, I only saw her once during the coronation ceremony, but just one glance made me feel very scared. My body almost short-circuited." She looked at Nana cautiously, warning, "Your Majesty might not know, but there was actually an assassination attempt during the coronation ceremony. Many loyal warriors launched a self-destructive attack on the Queen." Nana asked in surprise. "There was such a thing. What was the result?" Ida quickly explained. "They successfully broke through each layer of blockade, rushing to the Queen's side. Swords and bullets pierced the Queen's body. Although they were also killed by the Queen's personal guards, they completed their mission without regret." "That's how it should have been." Her voice lowered as she recalled the mechanical Queen's figure. "But the next day, the Queen reappeared completely unharmed." "She resurrected?" Nana exclaimed in shock. "What?" The little girl looked directly at Ida and asked, "Was it a substitute?" Yake said with uncertainty. "We confirmed it was the Queen herself. We investigated the reason many times afterward. After making many sacrifices, we finally found the answer," she explained. "The key is the Queen's core. The core stores the Queen's backup consciousness. As long as the core remains, the Queen is virtually immortal. No matter how many times she's killed, she can use the core to change bodies and revive on the spot," Nana said angrily. "That bitch actually pulled off this trick." "It's a bit troublesome," Ye Hao rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Mechanical race is really convenient, can just revive any time, but this thing is not that much right. Otherwise, how to fight if there's infinite revival?" Ida continued. "Just like you said, the Queen has 3 cores, and they are hidden in several secret locations on the planet." She didn't hesitate to share all the important information with Ye Hao. "One is deep inside the soldier factory we mentioned earlier. You have to go through a chaotic and maze-like passage to reach it, and there are guards and traps along the way. Getting there won't be easy." Ya continued. "The second core is hidden in the planet destroyer cannon control room. This place is not only equipped with a large number of soldiers, but the external vigilance is also more hellish. Solid steel fortresses and super alloy doors. 20 cannons on the fortress can continuously sweep for an hour non-stop. Without the Queen's order, anyone who approaches will be engulfed by endless firepower." She couldn't hide her worry as she continued. "And the last core is hidden in the lowest level of the Soul Records Hall." Ye Hao asked curiously. "What is the Soul Records Hall?" Ida answered his question. "That place is to record all the conscious life forms on this planet. It's both a record hall for our information and the planet's largest hub. The central point of all life is there. But I've only heard of it and never been there before.
because going there means entering death. Ye Hao gradually realized. He stroked his chin thoughtfully.
So, mechanical beings also have souls. I thought they were all high-level AIs. It seems this place hides secrets I don't know.
Nana, at this time, was pale from information overload. Her words were already meaningless, without beginning or end. Soldier factory, control room, records room. What should we do? Overload? Ida looked at the little girl and asked, Your Majesty, what should we do next? Nana immediately passed this hot potato to Ye Hao, still following the strategies of her ally. Hearing this, the corner of his lips twitched, and he thought helplessly. How did this queen become like this?
Since Nana had passed this deal to him, he would plan for the mechanical race. I recommend destroying the planet destroyer cannon control room first. It was the one that shot down our spaceship. Getting the core can also conveniently take revenge and solve this danger. It can be said that it's killing two birds with one stone. Nana quickly replied, Great idea. Let's set off immediately.
Ye revealed a worried look and said, But I said earlier that the destroyer cannon control fortress is guarded by a large amount of defense power. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it is the most heavily guarded place on this planet that we have ever investigated. The fortress has no other passages to sneak in besides the main entrance. The only way to enter is to force our way in. With our current strength and equipment, it's very difficult to withstand the firepower of the fortress. I think we should plan for the long term.
Ye Hao waved his hand and turned to leave.
It's okay. If you're afraid, you can stay here. Nana and I can go alone. The little girl trotted after him, adding, I trust the judgment of my ally. Let's go together. Ida had no other choice but to listen to them. If your Majesty has said so.
She looked at Ye Hao's back suspiciously. Her Majesty actually listens to him.
What ability could a low-level extraterrestrial life form have? Could it be that Her Majesty has been deceived by him? For Her Majesty's sake, I must be wary of him. A moment later, they finally ran into the main gate of the fortress. The firepower from the defense equipment fired out. The pressure was extremely great, and it fired with a dense frequency. Ya and a mechanical subordinate hid behind a large rock, speaking to them through a communication device. We can't do it. The firepower is too strong. We can't even get out.
In the observation room, the chief officer looked at Ya's group with extreme boredom.
It's been dozens of hundreds of years. Why don't these rebels know to give up? With only this bit of primitive people's skills, they dare to resist the great queen. Looking up at the screen again, seeing Ye Hao walking alone in a sea of bullets, the chief found it strange. And there's even someone who isn't afraid of death coming to offer themselves. He was just strolling in the park. All the bullets couldn't pass through the defense shield. Ducey smiled and said, Already equipped the highest level of protection for you. Attacks below level 200 are just a shower. By the way, I want to introduce Mo Si's specialty to you. Ye Hao interrupted him. Introduce later! Now, you put your hand on the main door. It's time to give these aliens a little suppression from the people of Earth. Immediately after he said that, the door shattered into boxes that fell loosely to the ground. TCH. Ye Hao casually shoved his hands into his pockets, striking a cool pose as he said, Let's go, Yida! And the mechanical subordinates were stunned by Ye Hao's display, exclaiming in amazement, What? Nana's eyes sparkled, inwardly showering him with praise. As expected of my master. Seeing Ye Hao break through the gates so easily, the officer waved his hand and shouted, Increase the firepower! Don't worry about the cost! Blast him into smithereens! The subordinates replied in unison, Yes, sir. Immediately, the firepower from the fortresses increased several times over, all aimed at the mechanical race, and him. Seeing the flames through the surveillance screen, the officer laughed gleefully. So you dared to be arrogant, so you dared to boast. Let a lowly creature disappear under my invincible firepower. Gita hid behind a large rock, worriedly saying, This is the result of underestimating the opponent. Ye Hao is done for. Your Majesty, let's head back first. Nana, having already understood the extent of his power, showed no worry. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, smugly saying, You don't understand, Master Ye Hao. How could this little bit of firepower kill him? The strongest fortresses continuously fired toward the billowing smoke. A hand reached out and gently knocked away the incoming shell. Ye Hao, having transformed into the Iron Man form of Pandora's heart, said, This little firepower, is that supposed to tickle? It's completely uninteresting, the system announced. Due to the planetary environment, Pandora's heart has begun to automatically absorb surrounding resources to evolve. Ye Hao's eyes lit up after hearing that, wanting to jump for joy. There's such a good thing. Because of absorbing the surrounding resources, he evolved into the mid-grade divine weapon form of Pandora's heart. The system continuously announced, the mecha has evolved into its mid-grade form, unlocking more weapon power, equipment stats doubled, extending the duration infinitely, and permanently indestructible. Ye Hao, looking at himself, was extremely interested. As expected of a planet that can unlock the title of Mechanical King and can even bring about such a qualitative change to my mecha, I can't wait to explore every inch of this planet. Dui Si appeared beside him, excitedly shouting, "Master, you're so cool, let's merge and evolve quickly." Ye Hao frantically dodged. "Merge what? Don't mess around." Quickly introduced the job characteristics of Mo Si, Duki Si. Feeling disappointed, chuckled and replied, "Understood." It returned to its usual serious demeanor and explained, Mo Si, the ultimate creator, breaks the creation limit, opening a completely new creation level, planetary level items. The value and attributes of the equipment surpass the master level, but the materials required are also very harsh, only obtainable in the universe. The blessing of the creator is passive, able to grant buffs to allied mechanical race troops, greatly enhancing offensive and defensive attributes at a large scale. Active, only usable on mechanical units. Forcibly ignore material requirements, raising their goodwill to best friend. Planet reformation. Seeing through the essence of the planet, changing the operational rules of all things, carrying out fundamental mechanization reformation on it. Note that the demand for money and materials for this skill is very large. Once activated, it will automatically consume resources. Use with caution. Ye Hao was extremely surprised when he heard Du Si speak. A thought sprang to mind. Compared to a level higher than the master level, I didn't expect it to unlock now. Sure enough, deep within the universe exists technology far exceeding Earth's civilization. As for planet reformation, we already had an initial idea. He looked behind and called out, "Resistance fighters, follow me and attack." A beam of light enveloped the resistance army, and they exclaimed in surprise, "The power in my body is constantly surging." Yao was stunned. I didn't expect that low-level carbon-based lifeform to be able to do something like this. Nana put a hand on her shoulder, acting like an experienced person, and said with a light smile, "I already said, trust him. Ye Hao has never disappointed me." Yeda couldn't help but feel a little remorseful for her previous actions. "Your Majesty, please forgive me for doubting your judgment." Nana took the lead in replying, "This queen pardons you. You are innocent. Now unleash all your strength and anger." She also seriously ran after, the resistance charges. The resistance, with surging momentum, also rushed up after the two. The battlefield immediately erupted into a storm of bullets, with the resistance shouting everywhere, "Kill!" Nana sprouted wings and flew forward, laughing maniacally. "Destroy! Destroy!" A mechanical soldier rushed in frantically to report, "Officer, the resistance is about to break through." The officer shouted in terror, "Useless! A bunch of useless trash. Raise the separation walls and concentrate all the remaining military force to defend the central control room." Although the officer was a robot, he was so frightened that oil was dripping down his back. He trembled and said, "If we fail, that great person will definitely kill me. You will all die with me. Absolutely no mistakes allowed." The soldier's head clearly showed his processor. Looking at the red alert on the screen, he turned and said, "Officer, a high-energy reaction is rapidly approaching," the officer asked. "Is it enemy reinforcements?" "No." The soldier retorted, "No. This identification code is outside." Ye Hao, along with Nana and Yida, flew through the corridor. He asked, "Is the stellar annihilation cannon in the central control room ahead?" Ye replied, "It's almost here. Thankfully the queen has restrained most of the firepower." Nana, being praised, smiled smugly. "Worship me even more." Looking at the powerful mechanical army in front of the central control room door, Yak exclaimed, "Too many people." Ye Hao scoffed, "Just struggling before death." Charging through, a supermassive mecha suddenly jumped down from above. That caused the Ye Hao group to be utterly astonished. "My name is Mike, level 400. The mecha's deep voice boomed. "To think you could actually kill your way here, this can be considered a great victory for your resistance army, but it ends here." He stood up straight, looked up and shouted, followed by a burst of loud laughter. "Until now, you've all been hiding like rats in sewers, making it impossible for me to find a place to kill. Today, I can finally begin a great slaughter. The resistance army, upon seeing Mike's massive form, hesitated, whispering to each other. How is this possible? Why did that cursed Mai Tanhan suddenly appear here?
We can't win. We definitely can't defeat him based on our strength.
Ye Hao turned to look down and asked Yi Da, "Who is this guy?" She immediately replied, "He is one of the Queen Mai's 4 guardians. His strength ranks seconds. He's extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. His loyalty to the Queen is solely for the sake of gaining the power to kill legally.
Countless resistance soldiers have died at his hands.
Even my lover sacrificed himself to cover the unit's retreat."
Thinking of that heartbreaking scene from that day,
Yi Da's voice couldn't help but choke up slightly, and I couldn't even claim his corpse.
Mike also heard her heartbreaking story, he said with interest. "So that guy was your man? He was the most persistent resistor in the resistance army. It took me a lot of effort to kill him. Of course I used the most exciting method to dismember him, crush him, and watching his desperate expression was truly enjoyable." Yinda heard him say this.
Hot blood rushed to her head, wishing she could dismember him immediately. She charged towards him fiercely, launching an attack. Mai Yi Day relentlessly punched Mike's strong body with her 8 arms. But it was no different from poking ingots.
"He only needed one hand to grab 6 of Ye's arms," Mike said smugly. "You're stronger than your man, but in front of me, you're no different from an ant that can be crushed at will."
He used his remaining hand to squeeze Ya's small body hard. "I'll just crush you to death like this. What I like most is watching the coolant and oil explode when you die." Suddenly, a large force impacted the side of Mike's face, chipping a few of his teeth. Mike exclaimed in surprise. "Huh. Ye Hao successfully rescued Yi from Mike's hand," he asked with concern. "Are you okay?" she exclaimed in surprise.
"It's you," Yi Da
quickly left Ye Hao's embrace, scrambling to her feet. "Thank you for saving me, but this is a grudge between me and him. No need for an alien like you to interfere," he replied. "I'm not interested in your grudges. It's just that if you die, Nana will be very sad." Mike was now extremely furious. He looked down at the small Ye Hao and Yi Da from above and roared. "Very good! Aside from the leader and Her Majesty the Queen, you are the first person to make me feel pain. As a reward, I will grant you the most cruel way to die in the 999 types of torture."
"Are you ready to die?"
he fearlessly replied to Yi Da. "Sounds interesting, but someone else wants to kill you." Ye Hao said, "Let me give you a hand." Immediately afterwards, he used the blessing of the chief creator on her. Ye Hao asked in confusion, "What do you want to do?" Her whole body lit up, began to change, and her 8 arms disappeared.
In an instant, Yi Da had evolved into a more powerful form. She had now increased to level 450. Ya looked at her transformation in astonishment. "This is..." Ya looked at Ye Hao warily.
What did you do to me?" he replied softly. "Nothing. Just bringing out the potential of your body to the fullest extent. Now you can be said to be in your ultimate form." Mike looked at Ye and smiled contemptuously. "Isn't this just changing your form? What are you being arrogant about in front of this great lord? I'll send you to see your damn man later."
Being provoked by him again and again, Ye's face darkened. Killing intent radiated out. She took a step forward. She rushed forward quickly, punching Mike in the mouth. He turned around and swung a blow at her to retaliate. "You want to die?" But Yi Day dodged quickly.
She flew up again, sending a spinning kick at Mai, not forgetting to mop. Too slow. He was kicked back 10 meters. Ya also launched a series of magic balls at the same time. All of them hit Mai as soon as he landed. A huge explosion occurred, with metal debris flying everywhere.
The gray dust flew away, revealing Mike's arm without a trace of injury.
"I was actually injured by a small insect like you." His anger reached its peak. Mike continuously absorbed the surrounding resources. "Impossible! I am the second strongest expert under the Queen. How can I lose to a small mechanical body like you? My power needs more power." Yi Da frowned, observing Mike's actions. He had evolved into a different form, many times larger than his original body, Mike said with a snarl. "Now, this time, I must crush you."
He swung his heavy arm to attack Ida again,
but she nimbly dodged it. Ida then counterattacked, using all the strength in her fist to avenge her comrades. "So this is your power, the power of absorption. How many resistance fighters have you brutally killed and absorbed, not even leaving their bones behind?"
she said with determination.
"Today I will avenge them," Mai asked with disdain, "based on you alone." Then, both of their fists collided. Ida's arm endured a significant impact, gradually breaking and cracking, but she resolutely refused to back down. Mai, thinking he had won this exchange, laughed triumphantly, but in a blink, Ida was gone, leaving only scraps of machinery. He exclaimed in surprise, "How is this possible?"
Ida vanished and reappeared in another direction to attack. She shouted,
"Go to hell!" With just one devastating blow, Mai's sturdy body gradually disintegrated. The flames erupted, incinerating him into ashes. In his final moments, he still refused to accept defeat, saying, "I lost. Impossible, impossible." Nana blinked and praised. "Well done," Ida smirked and replied, "Without your majesty and her allies, I definitely couldn't have done it alone." The resistance army felt as if a huge burden had been lifted. They all sat down heavily, their voices choked with emotion. "Big sis, you did it, you succeeded, you finally avenged the leader. Great, it's so great." One of the resistance soldiers sat leaning against the wall. He was surprised to see a pair of feet stopping in front of him.
Ye Hao looked at that resistance soldier, smiling meaningfully. He stared at the group and thought,
in front of Malsi's madness, transferring the mind to this extent is impossible to hide. Nana approached him with a bright smile. "Master Ye Hao, what are you doing?" "Ida said she needs to thank you," Ida followed up. "Great kindness requires no thanks. If you need anything, just say it. I will definitely do my best."
Ye Hao put one hand in his pocket and used the other to grab a resistance soldier by the neck,
lifting him high. "Don't rush! Crush this thing first!" Ida and Nana exclaimed in surprise at his words. "Huh. No beating around the bush." Ida shot lasers from her eyes, destroying the resistance soldier in his hand. All the equipment was shattered, and his head bounced up and spun around. The resistance soldier thought, "Damn it, I have to transfer to a more distant place quickly. What's going on? Why can't I transfer?" Ye Hao knew exactly what he was thinking. He grinned wickedly and asked, "Strange, why can't you transfer, right? Because I just locked your transfer ability." Mai panicked and said, "How is this possible? You think confronting the queen will have a good outcome? All of you will die." He kicked and shattered the noisy head. Immediately, the system announced that Mike had been killed, received 3 trillion experience points. The Malsi's Madness account has learned the ability to transfer solidified consciousness.
It turns out that Mike was not completely defeated. He secretly entered a resistance soldier, intending to escape in the shadows. But unfortunately, Ye Hao had seen through it long ago. He thought to himself, the ability to transfer data consciousness. It sounds very similar to the Queen's auxiliary consciousness core. Did the Queen grant this ability to Mike? Then, do the other guards also have this ability? Nana spoke up. "Quick, take the core to prevent reinforcements," Ye Hao reassured her. "Don't worry, there won't be any more reinforcements." Nana tilted her head in confusion. "Huh?" He smiled and explained. "When I came in, I set up an energy shield outside, cutting off the signal between the entire base and the outside world." Nana smiled adoringly, praising Ye Hao, not paying attention to the form of address. "As expected of Master. So reliable," Ida asked, confused. "Master." The little girl realized she misspoke and immediately corrected herself. That's what the main force on Earth calls it for short." The mechanical forces under the Queen's command simultaneously knelt before Ye Hao's group. "We surrender. Please spare our lives," Ye Hao's duo said. "You know what's good for you, saving us the trouble." The surrendering mechanical unit replied in fear, "Even Mei Hai lost. I'm not stupid enough to headbutt you guys." Afterwards, they went around searching for the core. Yi Duo manipulated the computer for a while and then said, "According to intelligence, the hidden entrance is probably here. It's open." Nana looked at the dark staircase before her, doubtful. Could it be that below here, in a place full of jagged rocks, there are these blue lights? An orange spaceship was parked on the mountaintop. Looking at the stream of power falling into the gap in the middle, Nana wondered doubtfully. "The energy center of the planet destroyer cannon," the little girl exclaimed. "I didn't expect that woman to put a backup consciousness here. Careless, and you'll turn to ashes." Ye Hao thought silently. "So, the planet destroyer cannon uses the planet's energy to replenish its own. No wonder it's so powerful." The system popped up and said, "One of the necessary conditions for planet reformation, probing the planet's central energy, has been achieved. This planet's energy can be considered a source of reformation energy." He was visibly happy when he heard the system speak. He thought to himself, "Another exploration achievement. Did it have to be so sudden? So unexpected?" Ye Hao leaned over and asked, "If I want to store large-scale planetary energy cores, what kind of tool do I need?" Dusi replied,
I think this kind of super compressed energy storage device is definitely suitable for you. It approached the super compressed energy storage device 6, which was emitting terrifying power, and said, "You can directly use it. One button automatically collects all the energy." Thinking and thinking, Dookie C still couldn't figure it out and wondered, "Master, what are you planning to do with so much energy?" Ye Hao smiled meaningfully. "Keep it a secret for now. You'll know very soon." Yi Duo spoke up and asked, "What do we do to destroy this planet destroyer? Should we destroy it?" Ye Hao used his mechanical management skill, and he answered her, "It's too wasteful to destroy it. Let me use it instead." Seeing the obvious change, Ye exclaimed in surprise, "The planet destroyer cannon's program is being recreated." "Ye Hao, what did he do?" Ye Hao replied calmly, "I've gained control of the planet destroyer cannon, and also made another discovery," Nana asked curiously. "What is it?" He didn't answer but only said, "Let's go, you'll find out." Ye Hao quickly strode through the corridor. Yi Duo gave a reminder to everyone. "This place is so big it's easy to get lost if you're not careful." Ye Hao smiled lightly, his voice softening to reassure them. "The structure of the entire planet destroyer cannon is under my management. No need to worry about going the wrong way." He stopped and pointed to a dark place. "It's that, the Queen's backup consciousness core," Nana exclaimed happily, forgetting how to address him and blurting out, "A backup consciousness core is indeed an unexpected harvest. How cunning. Hiding in such a secret place but still couldn't escape Master's eyes." The little girl ordered the rebel army, "Little ones, blast it for me." They received the order, pulled out their weapons, and fired continuously at what was believed to be the current Queen's backup consciousness core. But that core didn't even have a scratch. Everyone was astonished at its sturdiness. It wasn't injured at all. The eyes displayed on Ducey's screen spun around. It said in confusion, "There's such a sturdy metal in the world, even I've never encountered it." Ye Hao stared at the core and pondered. To be precise, it's not sturdy, but its self-recovery speed is ridiculously fast. A series of incomprehensible codes flashed in his mind. If you can't destroy it in one go, it can return to its original state in an instant. Truly a good thing. It can completely be used on my safe zone to form the most solid defense line. A thought suddenly popped up, causing Ye Hao to be stunned. This backup consciousness actually has the spiritual aura of an ancient god. Ducey approached Ye Hao and said into his ear, "Master, after purification, this thing can be used to enhance Nana's strength. I predict that if you collect enough 3 parts of the backup consciousness core, Nana can restore her peak strength, enough to fight the current mechanical queen." Ye Hao smiled schemingly and thought to himself, "Good idea. After all, this trip is to avenge Nana. In the end, she still has to end it with her own hands. I'm just providing support." Ye Hao turned his attention to the consciousness core. "Then let's put it in the bag first." The core lay quietly in his hand. The system immediately announced, "Receive the Queen's backup core 1/3. He ordered. "The purification work is entrusted to you." Ducey didn't feel annoyed but happily accepted the task. "Received. I will continue to carry out the purification work behind the scenes. The time will be a bit long, please wait." Witnessing Ye Hao's majestic and awe-inspiring scene, Yi Duo and the rebel army were completely convinced. They cheered happily together. "What we couldn't do in dozens of years! Ye Hao, you did it as soon as you arrived. You must have been sent by the mechanical god to save us. With Ye Hao, we're not afraid of anything. Next, let's deal with the troop factory." Ye Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully. "The number of enemies at the armory is high. It's definitely going to be a tough fight. If we don't want massive casualties, it's best to wait until we're fully prepared." "Let's go to the Soul Library first. It sounds very mysterious from the description. I'm quite interested." A while later, at the Soul Library, the group had gathered. Yi Duo wondered. This is the Soul Library, so deserted, so quiet. She surveyed the surroundings. How strange, there's no entrance, not even a guard. "Your Majesty, do you know anything?" Nana also strained her eyes, vigilant everywhere, not forgetting to answer, "Yahi, the structure here is completely different from before." Ye Hao, hands in his pockets, approached W, who was pretending to be unconscious, and called out, "Hey, stop playing dead, get up! I have a few questions to ask you." W stubbornly remained still. He growled, "Still want to pretend, huh?" Ye Hao's eyes lit up, holding a hatchet in one hand and a wrench in the other, smiling sinisterly. "Just in time. I'm still missing a cyborg beast. I'll use you as Kaizai materials. Don't move. Or if I accidentally damage any important parts, I won't be responsible. West jumped up and retreated 3 meters away, horrified, saying, "Stop! Your behavior violates Article 213 of the Robot Convention. I want to protest," Ye Hao replied triumphantly. "Protest denied. Your robot conventions can't control a human like me," W stubbornly said. "I say I can control you. Then I can. A puny human dares to disobey me. You're tired of living. Experience my super alloy headmaster's extraordinary power." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of pop-pop sounds rang out with a few punches. W teared up from the pain, hugging the bumps on his head, his voice trembling. "That's too much. Dozens of you young people beating up a comrade pretending like me. That's really too much." Ye Hao glared at W. "Didn't you want to show us your extraordinary power?" W scratched his head in confusion. "It's mainly that this headmaster hasn't seen living people in many years. I got a little too excited, guests. This way." The door was about to open before them, a multicolored halo flashing from above. W took the lead, saying, "Everyone, you are the 3,467th visitors to the Soul Library. Please follow me inside." Ye Hao led the way, followed by Nana and Yi, into the library. Before them was an incredibly vast space, the glittering dots like stars in the universe. In the middle stood a golden ancient tree emitting a dazzling light. They exclaimed in surprise, "This is..." Yi Duo pointed forward, saying, "Look over there." A huge ancient tree emitting a golden light had attracted most of the attention of the three. Seeing the golden light emitting ancient tree, Yi seemed surprised. "What is this?" the rebel army members discussed animatedly. "It's like the end of the world, yet there's a divine feeling." Welby stood among the huge bookshelves, saying, "Welcome to the Hall of Knowledge, where the origin and changes of the planet are recorded." Yi Duo asked curiously. "You mean this is the origin of our planet?" W joked. "Let this old man explain it himself." He began to tell the story from ancient times. "Our planet was initially just a power core floating in the universe. Until the Creator appeared, it was granted life." Ye Hao interjected with a series of questions. "The Creator? Who is that? Have you met him?" W replied softly, "No one knows the true face of the Creator. Even I have only heard his voice in the realm of consciousness." He continued to talk about the time when the mechanical planet was formed. In the years that followed, the metal layer on the surface gave birth to its own consciousness, from which life was born and multiplied. W recalled the time of constant warfare, with bombs and artillery exploding everywhere. The Creator disappeared without knowing when. Our planet began to evolve on its own, from wilderness to civilization, from peace to war. Every advancement was accompanied by countless lives sacrificed. The future of the planet is shrouded in chaotic mist. Then he looked up at the golden ancient tree again, his voice full of reverence, and continued, "But the Creator did not abandon us. The golden tree of life broke ground and grew. The divine light brought new hope to the world. Its name is M79. Ye Hao asked, puzzled. "Isn't M79 the name of this planet?" W explained. "That's right. The Tree of Life is the last legacy that the Creator left us. The name of the planet comes from it." He continued to explain what is called M79. The Tree of Life guides the evolution of living beings and civilization. Inside it operates a vast and mysterious code of time. Every time civilization progresses to a certain level, it will receive code hints in the Tree of Life, thereby evolving to a more advanced civilization version. Well, you continued to add information, and those corpses in front of you are all the living beings who witnessed the era from 1-0 evolving to now. Ya widened her eyes, seemingly not believing the story, turned to look at Nana and asked, "Is what he said true?" The little girl folded her arms in front of her chest and replied, confused, "Your Majesty, I have never heard of these things before. Even the Queen has things she doesn't know, but it doesn't sound fake." Ye Hao looked at W and asked, "So what version are we at now?" He looked at him with kind eyes and replied, "After the planet evolved to version 9999-0, the ancient gods suddenly descended, disrupting the original rhythm of development, making everything chaotic and without order." Was looked at Nana with admiration. Even at the cost of heavy sacrifices, but under the command of the first queen and the warriors, the ancient gods were finally sealed, and the planet ushered in peace. The little girl smiled proudly because she was praised. W returned to his usual serious demeanor. It should have been that way all along. But the ancient god's energy caused irreversible pollution to the planet, causing the evolutionary direction to deviate from the guidance of the Tree of Life. Therefore, even I am not sure what version it is now, but through observing the data, I can tell that it is definitely evolving towards a chaotic version without order, and with frequent outbreaks of war. Ye Hao asked again. Is this the reason why wars are constantly breaking out now? But you are a manager here, why haven't you evolved? Your body is still as backward as it was at the beginning. W smiled until his eyes narrowed. I am the Honorable Soul Library Manager, personally created by the Chief Creator. I was also granted a glorious mission, so how could I go down that path? Therefore, I actively evolved and upgraded, while always existing in the form of version 1.0. He raised his trembling arm and laughed helplessly. But after all, I am an antique, so it's normal for problems to occur. To reduce consumption, I pretend to be a scrap metal lying outside, occasionally scaring the system maintainers. Ye Hao bumped fists with W. I thought you were just a clown, but unexpectedly you are quite loyal at heart. He laughed heartily and replied, You can only admire me, I am just a legend. He stared at W, wanting to dig up more information. So, you are not loyal to the current mechanical queen, are you? He smiled and replied, I guessed you would ask that. My loyalty has always been to the Chief Creator alone. If you want to overthrow that crazy woman now, I would be happy to help. Ye Hao looked up at the Tree of Life and asked again, Then do you know where the Queen's consciousness copy is? W looked in that direction and answered immediately, There. It seemed everything was within Ye Hao's expectations. He replied quickly, As expected. W voiced his doubts. But the consciousness copy has been digitized and merged into the endless data of the Tree of Life. Even I can't extract it. What are you going to do? Ye Hao approached the Tree of Life and replied to him, Just watch from the side. Looking at the dense code on the Tree of Life, he thought to himself, It's true, just like Landuo said, even with the Mosi account, one cannot distinguish which is the Queen's backup consciousness just by looking at it. So there is only one way. Dozens of mechanical soldiers stood up from under the tree, which surprised Ye Hao. They charged at him like moths to a flame, muttering their programmed purpose. Protect the Queen. Death to the invaders. Before Ye Hao could make a move, Ida rushed to defend his right side. If you want to harm Ye Hao, get past me first. Soldiers, support Ye Hao. Nana attacked the Queen's mechanical soldiers on the left. Master Ye Hao, leave this to me. The rebel army received the order and shouted in unison, Yes. He walked to the side of the Tree of Life, turned around, and instructed Ida, Duo, and Nana, Next, I will bring the Tree of Consciousness into the Tree of Life to find the true backup consciousness. My body will be defenseless, so while I am not here, I leave everything to you. They all happily accepted the order. Leave it to us. Ye Hao seriously touched the tree trunk, as if he hit the right switch, and the golden light flashed even brighter. He startled and rubbed his eyes. Before Ye Hao's eyes was an extremely unfamiliar scene. A clear blue sky, and scrap metal lying scattered beside him was Ye Hao wondered, could this be the original form of planet M79? It replied immediately, Master, you guessed right. This must be a scene reproduced by the data in the Tree of Life. Dunyi said, It seems that this place has not yet evolved living beings, not even a passerby to ask for directions. How are we going to search? Ye Hao sighed. Strange, Dunyi asked. What's wrong? Did Master discover something? He hesitated. Clearly, it's my first time here, but I have a strange sense of familiarity. Like I have been here before in a dream. I can't explain the reasons. A strange voice answered Ye Hao's question. Of course. Because your soul has long sensed this place. He startled and turned his head to shout. Who? Dunyi was surprised. This voice is Mo Si Yi, walking from afar, long time no see, W. And you, whom I'm meeting for the first time. Mo Sin smiled wickedly. The destined successor will be chosen by me. Ye Hao was a little surprised. He looked straight at him and shouted, Crazy Mo Si, weren't you already dead? Why are you here? Dunyi, hovering beside him, also spoke up in question, Is Lord Mo Si really human? Mo Si raised his head high, closed his eyes full of confidence, and exclaimed, The form of life is not only what you see. My consciousness digits have long surpassed the constraints of the body. You can see the remnants of my consciousness in any corner of the universe. After you fully grasp my power, you can do it too." Ye Hao frowned slightly, still smiling on his lips, and said, "Grasp fully. Although I have long obtained your power, I still know very little about you. Can I say I know your story?" Mo Si immediately raised his hand, and electronic panels quickly appeared around him. "Of course. Let me show you my past. Maybe you can find some answers in it." Mo Si quickly shifted to a different setting. He wore a suit, looked through binoculars, and said, "I was originally just a normal scientist, full of curiosity and oriented towards the universe, eager to explore the mysteries of the universe." Standing under a vast universe, Mo Si looked up at it. "One day, my consciousness suddenly resonated with a mysterious force in the universe. A large part of the crazy consciousness went into my head, and my whole body was filled with endless energy." Giant robots stood proudly, and he stood with his arms crossed, looking at the finished product. "From that moment on, I became the creator, and also the destroyer. My ambition was like a black hole, swallowing reason, creating terrifying behemoths and battleships." From then on, more and more robots were created. They marched out in formation, relying on technology far surpassing humanity. I easily conquered my home planet, so effortlessly that it was boring. Furthermore, advanced aircraft sped through space, all flying away from the exploding planet. Driven by rampant ambition and desire, I personally buried my home and embarked on a journey through the stars. A strange planet appeared, Mo Si boasted as he introduced it. "I created this planet after planet, destroying countless civilizations with my own hands. This planet is the 79th planet I created using planetary nuclear energy. Therefore, it's named M79. I left a fragment of my consciousness in every planet I created, never expecting to meet you here." Ye Hao, with his hands in his pockets, stared at his face and asked, "You said I'm the successor you chose. What does that mean? Why choose me?" Mo Si then imagined many planets outside of space. He looked up and said, "After countless creations and destructions, I've reached the peak of spirituality, but lost my way forward. An immense sense of emptiness enveloped my soul. Therefore, I decided to turn my consciousness into an invisible signal and send it deep into the universe, searching for new possibilities in infinite time. But first, I must abandon this body." At that moment, a robot stood before Mo Si. It raised its gun arm, pointing it directly at his face, and asked, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Mo Si's eyes changed. He smirked, challenging, "Do it! This is something only you can do, and I have a feeling this isn't goodbye. We'll meet again in another way." The android received his words, and the robot calmly agreed. "Okay, we'll meet again if fate allows." Without further hesitation, it bluntly activated the gun. Mo Si waved his hand to the side, and all the golden screens around him gradually disappeared. "I'm not a god, nor can I predict things thousands of years from now. It was originally just an expectation for digital lifeforms to find a successor, but I never expected to meet a special existence like you." With a face full of interest, Mo Si steadfastly looked at Ye Hao and said, "You not only inherited my abilities beautifully, but also possess many powerful forces, yet you didn't fall into the abyss of power, and your soul didn't get lost either. There's no doubt you're much stronger than me." Receiving his praise, he shyly and bashfully scratched his head and replied, "All of this is inevitable. Without your help, I was able to turn danger into safety several times thanks to you, Mo Si." Let Ye Hao finish speaking. Mo Si raised his hand horizontally, and a dazzling light appeared behind him. Mo Si spoke to him. "Storms are brewing. To be able to hear you say that, I am also very honored. Now, let this remnant of my consciousness do one last thing for you." He raised his hand high into the sky, opening his palm to absorb power and recounting. "The queen of this planet hid a copy of her core consciousness in the endless data stream of the Tree of Life. If you want to find it by relying on external forces, even you will have to spend hundreds of years." But Ye Hao quickly turned pale. His mouth dropped open in disbelief. A colorful circle of power surrounded the two. Mo Si spread his arms wide, enjoying the spiritual transformation. Ye Hao stared blankly at him and asked, "Could this be time acceleration?" Mo Si held out his hand, and something appeared on it. His entire body gradually disappeared. Mo Si pointed his hand forward, giving instructions. "As the creator of the domain, this little thing is naturally nothing to speak of. glimmering. Ye Hao quickly received it from his hand. He held it up for closer inspection, murmuring, "This is the Queen's consciousness core copy."
Now, only the upper part of Mo Si's body remained. He happily looked at Ye Hao and said, "Go. I hope you can guide the life on planet M79 to prosperity and peace. Tell them the Creator has never abandoned them. What Mo Si brought to the world wasn't just destruction, but also new life." After saying everything, Mo Si disappeared completely. He waved his hand with a bright smile, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Mo Si. I will." Dui Si, flying next to him, also spoke up. "Goodbye, Mo Si. I will definitely assist Master Ye Hao well." On the other side, everyone was fiercely fighting. Ya released a burst of power and cried out, "Damn it, more are coming!" Nana, standing next to her, tried her best to resist, reassuring, "Believe in Ye Hao, he will definitely bring a turnaround." Suddenly, the attack stopped. They all collapsed, falling down. Everyone cheered happily. "It's over. It must be Ye Hao. He succeeded." A huge golden tree gradually appeared, and everything around it disappeared, gradually dissolving. Wellbeau couldn't maintain composure. Tears welled up in her eyes as she cried out, "This feeling! Is it a god? Great Creator, you really are always by our side?" At this moment, Ye Hao slowly emerged from the tree. The space system rang out an announcement. Due to contact with fragments of Mo Si's frenzied memories, sufficient account information has been compensated. A new title has been unlocked, Planet Creator. He raised his hand, holding a ball of fire in his palm, announcing, "Everyone, I'm back." The electronic system board appeared again. Planet Creator. Deep within the vast and boundless universe, there exists a transcendent being, Titian. He is not only a sculptor of spirit, but also the originator of civilization, using endless wisdom and creative ability to compile the most colorful and abundant life chapter in the universe. The ability is not to change or strengthen, but to completely create an entirely new planet. Therefore, there is no blueprint. Only the full preparation of materials is required to begin creation. What specific results will be obtained? It is entirely determined by the amount of material and the creator's thinking, material requirements, planetary nuclear energy, antimatter. Dui Si narrowed his eyes, pointed both robot arms at Ye Hao, and said, "Master, this ability is really amazing. You are now close to the frenzied Mo Si himself." He turned his face slightly and exclaimed, "Planet creation ability. Mo Si is indeed extraordinary." Ye Hao turned his head to look at the big tree, gazing up at it thoughtfully. Luckily, he encountered Mo Si's fragmented consciousness. Otherwise, as the old man said, it would have taken hundreds of years to find it. Thinking about it, it's quite frightening. "Thank you, Mo Si. We'll meet again someday." Elsewhere, all the subordinates were standing respectfully before Celia, the mechanical queen. She crossed her legs, looking down at the two people kneeling on the ground, and said, "More rebels causing trouble. Which clown is it this time?" The subordinate fearfully lowered his head, kneeling and reporting, "Your Majesty, it's still the rebel group causing trouble outside the wasteland from last time," Celia calmly replied. "So it's them. Why bother reporting a bunch of ants?" Hearing the murderous tone in her voice, the subordinate's face paled, and his voice trembled slightly. "Because they attacked the planetary destruction cannon control room and the soul library, and the equipment in both places is in chaos." Hearing this, Celia lost control. She extended her arm towards the subordinate and shouted, "Worthless trash, why didn't you report sooner?" The subordinate, being lifted up, tried to explain. "The enemy blocked the signal. We only received the news after being breached. Even Lord Mai was defeated. Please, Your Majesty, spare my life." Without letting him say more, Celia crushed the subordinate into pieces with one hand. Her eyes were white, and her face was extremely angry as she yelled, attacking both places simultaneously. "This is definitely not a coincidence. Do they know my secret? And even Mai lost. Could someone be helping those rebels from behind?" Suddenly, Celia paused, her face filled with hesitation and worry as she thought of someone. Could it be her? No. She should have died long ago. It's absolutely impossible for it to be her. But if so, then who is it? After dealing with that person for a while, she collapsed onto her throne. Celia sat there majestically and ordered the two people behind her, "You two, set out immediately and eliminate the rebels. Remember to capture 1 or 2 survivors if possible. Report any situation to me immediately." They replied in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." In the room full of machines and equipment,
A solemn voice echoed. Multiple unverified entities approaching detected. Below, numerous soldiers swarmed out like ants leaving their nest. One standing high above commanded, "Quick! Everyone assemble!" The man put his hands behind his back, raising the other high and shouting loudly, "These rebel trash dare to come here to offer their lives! With our superior equipment and numbers, we can crush them to death."
It seems they're at their wits' end, mindlessly biting people everywhere.
Open the gates and crush them all for me later.
The soldiers below surged towards the gate, respectfully replying,
"Yes, sir." The iron gates in the room slowly rose, revealing strange beings with glowing red eyes. They seemed out of control, rushing in and repeating one sentence. "Attack!" The subordinates exclaimed in horror. "What kind of monsters are pouring in? Since when do the rebels have so many troops?" The man calmly raised his hand, launching power along with the tanks to defeat the enemies. "Even if they have more numbers, they're still useless antiques. We still have the advantage in firepower. Crush them." The soldiers stood still, when suddenly, a plane rushed into the factory in stealth mode from outside. It kept circling continuously inside the factory, and Ye said excitedly, "Finally, inside the soldier factory. The operation we've been dreaming of for so long can be carried out so easily."
The plane used an even stronger fire engine. Nana opened her eyes wide and said, "The output of soldiers and weapons here is several generations ahead of mine, but there's no aesthetic sense at all. These wasters of resources deserve to die."
The plane kept circling until it entered the area where the conflict had just occurred, and it deactivated its stealth mode. "What?" the two exclaimed in surprise. "Where did the enemies come from?" Without hesitation, the team quickly jumped down. The soldiers who were shot screamed in pain, and smoke filled the air. "Ya, to Nana, the two of them stood in front of a circle that looked like a space hole," she said. "This is the deepest part of the soldier factory. The core consciousness replica of the queen is in here." Ye Hao stood tall and looked straight at it, exclaiming, "This place is similar to the Planetary Destruction Faction's control room. It also uses planetary energy to provide massive power to the factory. It seems like we can search again. The core consciousness is hidden in a coffin. Does this queen have any special hobbies?" Nana was extremely happy, squinting and teasing. "I thought the soldier factory was the hardest bone to chew, but who knew?" Seeing this, Ye Hao gently reminded, "Don't be too careless. I have a bad feeling about this." Before she could relax for long, a sudden explosion blew everything away. Nana was thrown far away and screamed, "Words become law." The smoke slowly dissipated. Makilla smiled gently and said, "Organic life forms are so sensitive, you actually detected us." Philly stood akimbo next to her, saying in a charming voice, "Too bad, we were almost able to send the former queen on her way." Ye Hao bowed slightly, his eyes shining with alertness, and quickly explained, "You guys misunderstood. The bad feeling I mentioned wasn't just about you." Nana couldn't control her anger, losing control of her emotions and shouting, "It's you! You two traitors dare to stand before me." He stood not far away and said, "So, they are acquaintances."
She couldn't help but recall the past. "When those two were with me, they were my bodyguards, elites I selected from high-ranking soldiers, and they once fought against the ancient gods with me." However, those two were unscrupulous, betraying Nana and stabbing her in the back. "I never expected these two to betray me. When I was fighting Vaughn 711, that bitch, they stabbed me in the back, causing me to fail." Makilla tilted her head slightly, sneering, "Fairy Queen, your ideas are too outdated. You're not fit to lead this planet. Only a queen like Celia can bring hope to it." Philly, standing beside her, chimed in mockingly, "You've already died once. Why come back and humiliate yourself?" Ya, unable to hold back any longer, she charged forward, cursing, "You backstabbing bastards. You're even worse than what are you even worth?" Nana quickly reached out to stop her, saying, "Idada, fall back. I want to deal with these two traitors myself." With that, the girl charged without hesitation. Makilla quickly intercepted, flying up and exclaiming, "The Fairy Queen is still the same, foolishly naive, adorably foolish." Philly followed behind, full of arrogance. "Don't blame us for ganging up on you." Nana stretched out both hands, unleashing her power towards the two of them. They quickly dodged, mocking, "Too slow." The two of them rushed in front of the girl. Makilla punched her in the face, yelling, "You want to challenge the queen with that old machine body of yours?" Nana reacted quickly, raising her hand to block, letting out a soft groan. Ya, standing outside, was uneasy. She clenched her fists in worry.
Her Majesty Nana can't beat those two. Ye Hao, let's go help. The two of us together, they're no match. Ye Hao stood with his arms crossed, calmly saying, but Nana told us not to interfere. This is her fight, Ye replied with some hesitation. But Ye Hao looked at her intently, excitedly chuckled and said, this little Nana didn't learn well, but she learned from me to pretend to be a pig, to eat the tiger to make a color and face. She heard that and was confused and said, huh, what does this mean? Nana had now absorbed the source of power. The girl had a determined look on her face as she bent her hands and muttered, no suffering is the master. Speaking of showing off, Nana is far behind you. Let Nana buy a room. The girl's hand was quickly wrapped in an ancient color. Nana raised it high with all her strength, unleashing the queen's core consciousness, running at full power. Philly angrily shouted, you wretch! You dare steal the queen's core! Nana retorted in a cold tone. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe I'll spare your lives. The traitor Makilla rushed forward heroically. What divine power does a lowly person like you have? Still thinking of yourself as the queen. Ah, I only repeat 2 words. Go to hell. The two of them coordinated to attack the girl from the front and back. Nan quickly jumped high, dodging. The girl circled behind the 2 women, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. You stubborn fools, I gave you a chance. Nana affectionately gave each of them a punch. It was so unexpected that both could only block the punch with their faces. Both were knocked against the wall, with such force that the wall shattered. Makilla's face was almost shattered, and she was extremely angry. Damn it, how could I lose to you? Suddenly, the bodies of the two gradually merged together, merging. Mei Fun was created with 2 heads. To clear the obstacles ahead for Her Majesty, you must die. Yao felt a sense of anxiety in her heart when she saw it. How could this be? This power has far surpassed the realm and is very close to the queen's power. Her Majesty Nana must be careful. Ye Hao put one hand out to block her, stepped back first. Mei Fun frantically smashed towards Nana. The girl tried to retreat to resist, but even a light flick of their hand shattered the surrounding rocks into pieces. Run! Run quickly! Weren't you running around like a fly just now? Nana was straining to resist, looking for countermeasures. The attacker's range was too large. Each blow seemed to have a gravity of hundreds of millions of tons. Ma Fun laughed loudly and shot out a very strong beam of light. Hundreds of millions of lines of fire turned to ashes. Fortunately, the girl quickly transformed into a protective sphere. Stop being so smug. Attacking at this level, a sword grew from Nana's arm. Old lady, I can easily fight back. Mechanical Queen. A strong type of attack. The girl kept humming a tune, and her 2 hands kept stabbing at Ma Fun without missing a beat. One of their hands seized the opportunity to grab Nana's waist tightly. Are you crazy? This reckless way of fighting is just like a wild dog. The girl decisively cut off the robotic arm. Does my fighting style need you to worry about it? The 2 bodies rushed at each other again, this time without colliding directly, but only brushed past one side. Nana squatted to the ground, and an explosion erupted behind her. Makilla was still smiling triumphantly. You idiot, I said. Unexpectedly, Ma Fun's body exploded, and the parts flew everywhere. Nana glanced at him with contempt. You deserve it, look at your stupid look. Fully lay on the ground and tried to argue back. So what, aren't you covered in wounds too? The little girl confidently declared. This queen doesn't care about that stuff. As long as I kill you, traitor. What's a fatal wound? Anyway, Master will fix me up. Ying Dao rushed to help. If this continues, even if your Majesty wins, she'll be seriously injured. I have to help her. Ye Hao reached out and stopped her, leaving her bewildered. Ye Hao, why are you stopping me? His eyes were fixed in that direction. Don't worry, Nana is fine. Yan Hao's eyes radiated an unusual warmth. Nana, let go and fight. I've got it all covered. Nana flashed a rare, gentle smile. Master already guessed what I was thinking. As expected, this whole playing dumb to ambush thing can't be hidden from you. The little girl was overjoyed, and a pair of wings sprouted from her back. Then I won't hold back at all. Full force assault. Maximum attack rate. Nana put all her strength into slamming her fist towards Ma Fun. The impact was so strong that the entire space lit up. The light was so blinding that Yin Da had to cover her eyes and groan. Ye Hao, however, remained calm, observing everything. Nana laughed triumphantly as she saw Ma Fun completely collapse on the ground. I won. The little girl was exhausted, and her wings couldn't support her anymore, Nana simply let her body fall freely.
He rushed forward in time to catch her. "Well done," Nana smiled shyly. "Of course, I'm the mechanical queen. How could I lose to these Jiao insects?"
Ye Hao excitedly ran over. "Your Majesty, you're so amazing. You're clearly a lower level than the opponent, yet you were able to win. This time, even if we face the mechanical queen, we have a chance of winning." Makila's head had evaporated, and one of their arms had been severed. Nana lay motionless on the ground, self-repairing her body, fixing her mechanics. Nana's eyes were vacant, muttering only one sentence. "No, it's still not enough to defeat him. I have to become stronger."
Ye Hao gently stroked her head in comfort. "After all, this body was made on Earth. The strength of the materials definitely can't compare to your planet. Don't worry, I'll definitely make a more perfect body for you."
Upon hearing that, Nana's eyes lit up. "Really?" he reaffirmed confidently. "Of course. Do I need to pinky promise?" Nana pretended to be imposing. "No need. Then I'll have to trouble you." Meki Fun, now only Philly's head, was furious. "Don't think you've won." I suddenly slammed my head into the wall, and everyone there stared blankly, not understanding what was happening. Philly ran to a charging chamber to replenish energy. "Don't even think about getting the core here. Replenish energy. Even if it costs me everything, I'll stop you here." Ye Hao unconsciously fell into thought. Their goal is the coffin containing the core. Even I couldn't see what was inside before. Ya desperately rushed to stop. Don't even think about succeeding. The charging chamber released a series of lightning bolts, and she was directly hit and sent flying. Philly laughed maniacally. "We'll be waiting for you on the road to the Yellow Springs." The charging chamber was constantly emitting a lot of energy, and it felt like it could explode at any moment. A loud explosion rang out, and a figure emerged from the smoke. Nana was extremely confused, not understanding what was happening, what's going on. Ya, on the side, was tearing up. You are." She suddenly lunged towards that shadow, and Nana couldn't stop her. "Ya, don't go." Ya hugged Isuan's body tightly. "Move, it's you. It's really you. I thought you were dead." Then Isuan squeezed Ida's neck, scaring her. "Why? Have you forgotten me? I'm Ya, your wife." Ye Hao glanced at Nana in confusion. "That man is Yacha's husband. I remember he was killed by Mai." The little girl frowned slightly in worry. "He used to be my strongest general. I didn't expect to meet him again here." The man with a large scar on his face, his whole body radiating killing intent, was Isuan. Ya. Struggling with all her might, she screamed, "Isuvan, wake up! Have you really forgotten our promise?" Yuvan's face remained unmoved. He just stared at her silently with murderous eyes. Yuvan tightened his grip on Y's neck, her face turning purple from lack of oxygen. Nana lunged forward with her remaining strength to stop him. "Let her go!" Ida suddenly called out. "Don't come here!" Her pupils were trembling with fear. "He is no longer Isuvan, just a manipulated puppet." Ida gently touched his hand, whispering, "Of course, I know. My visual chip and sensory system are all warning me, but just being able to see him again makes me so happy." She remembered the time when they were together, laughing and joyful, and was deeply moved. "Isuvan was my teacher and my savior. He saved me from being hunted by the Queen's army, taught me how to fight, and together we rallied like-minded comrades to build a resistance army. And in the process, we gradually fell in love and became husband and wife. Looking back, those were the happiest times of my life." Ida once knelt before Isuvan's tombstone, crying until the rain blurred her tears. "From the day I lost him, my time has stopped. Nothing matters but revenge, but the gap in strength leaves me helpless. I can only go around picking off stray soldiers from the Queen's army." She hugged the arm that was trying to kill her, reminiscing. "Thanks to your Majesty and Ye Hao, I was able to see you again. If I could just die with you like this, that wouldn't be so bad." An unease rose in Nana's heart, making her even more confused. "Die together, Ya, what are you planning to do?" Suddenly, her body and Isuvan's body began to glow. "I'm gonna activate the self-destruct device in my body. Once it's activated, the entire factory will be destroyed. You guys, get out of here." Nana's mood was extremely heavy, as if covered by a dark veil. "Damn it, Ida, why are you so foolish?" But if her mind is made up, she decisively turned around, intending to pull Ye Hao away. "Let's go, master! Don't waste your sacrifice." Unexpectedly, Nana's hand only touched empty space. Where did master go? Isuvan tried to pry Y's hand away but failed. "Let go!" She resolutely held on to the person she loved. "I will never let you go. Come with me to that world."
He didn't know when he had come to her side, gently touching her and advising, "Commendable courage, but I have a better solution than dying. Are you interested in finding out?"
When her body no longer glowed, she realized that the self-destruct device had malfunctioned. "Ye Hao, what did you do?"
Ye Hao blinked triumphantly,
snapping his fingers as if giving a signal. Immediately, a bullet was aimed at the back of Isuvan and fired, using a more effective way to solve the problem. Seeing him clutching his painful body, Wei panicked.
Isuvan's eyes suddenly lit up, and his mouth issued a command. "Confirm high-threat target." He switched his attack to Ye Hao, prioritizing elimination.
A sudden explosion occurred, and outsiders only had time to see fire and smoke. Ye Hao quickly transformed, blocking Isuvan's attack. The judgment was very accurate, but it seemed that the calculation of the strength gap was not enough. Seeing Ida looking at him worriedly, Ye Hao spoke to reassure her. "Leave him to me. If I'm lucky, I'll return a normal man to you, but before that, this guy has to suffer a little."
In the blink of an eye, Ye Hao appeared behind Yuvan, controlling him by pinning one of his arms.
After that, Ye Hao took Isuvan and flew high into the sky.
He broke free from his control. In the air, Isuvan fired a hail of bullets.
Then he unleashed a kick.
Ye Hao launched himself high into the air, dodging. He transformed into a jet, constantly dropping bombs at him.
Isuvan couldn't dodge in time and could only brace himself. Ye Hao transformed into a car again, taking advantage of his unguarded moment to directly ram into him. The intense battle kept Ida glued to the spot. "He's so powerful, he's completely overwhelming." Isuvan. Nana couldn't resist bragging a little. "Maester's holding back, otherwise Yuvan would have been dismantled already. Looks like he's analyzing something." Ye Hao deliberately let the fake escape so he could follow. As expected, the queen's consciousness resides within his body and is strongly bound to his core.
Extracting the queen's consciousness without killing him is a bit tricky. Suddenly, something glowed on Yuvan's left chest, followed by a red light constantly circulating through his body.
Yuvan suddenly froze, confusing Ye Hao. He stopped. He remained motionless for a moment. Then, as if an idea flashed through his mind,
Isu turned and ran, so Ida chased after him. "Wait, Isuvan, don't go." "He's running towards that purple void, escaping." "No, just now I detected a very faint electrical signal."
Could it be? As soon as Ye Hao landed, Nana rushed over. "Chase after him." Ye Hao quickly waved his hand. "No need. There's no point in chasing him now." Ye Hao explained everything to them seriously. "From my observation, the queen's backup consciousness is in his body, but extracting it requires destroying him." Ya slumped to the ground, covering her face and crying, This is too cruel. We finally meet, only for him to die." She softly called out her name. Ya, she was almost completely devastated, when suddenly a voice rang out. "Big sis, we still have His Majesty, and Lord Ye Hao."
Soldiers carrying a prisoner cage returned. "The factory guards have been apprehended. What are our next orders?" W was eagerly awaiting orders.
"How about we take advantage of this momentum and directly attack the Imperial Palace in one go, or wipe out the entire troop?" "That's exciting," everyone chorused. "Big sis, we'll follow your orders." Nana smiled, a bit sentimental. "Ya, you have an amazing group of teammates."
Ya was so moved that she didn't know what to say. "Everyone." She held out her hand towards Ida.
"Yaga, let's work hard together." "I believe there's a way." Ye Hao also reached out to support her. "Now, let's go try the final boss first."
Nana was impatient, urging them on. "Then let's set off." Now, Ida also stood before the tall Ye Hao. She loudly declared, "Let's go drag that imposter down from the throne."
Ye Hao calmly looked at them, explaining the situation in detail. "I know you're all eager, but hold on. With our current setup, going to fight the final boss is mostly feeding them kills." "Ya, a little lost," she blurted out in disappointment. "What?" Nana was also confused, asking, "Don't you even have faith in defeating her?" Ye Hao, helpless, became stricter and said, "I'm talking about you guys. Did you really think defeating a few elite monsters means you can take on the final boss?" Ye scratched her head embarrassedly, acting understanding. "I got a little carried away." Nana started tearing up, sobbing as she asked, "So what do we do?" Ye Hao pointed forward, excitedly shouting, "Think about where we are." They both looked in the direction he was pointing, Nana wondering, "Where? Isn't this the factory?" Her face flushed red. Nana clenched her fist and exclaimed, I get it, we want to use the resources here to mass-produce troops and fight against the enemy legion. Ye Hao deeply closed his eyes, continuing, not only that, don't forget we also have the information from the Soul Library. Combining these two things will not only allow us to produce a large number of elite warriors in a short time, but also help you all increase your strength to face your enemies. Nana's eyes sparkled as she kept praising him. As expected of Master, you always think so thoroughly. Ye Hao was dissatisfied, speaking reproachfully. Isn't that because your little brain thinks too little? He snapped his fingers and commanded. This huge factory must have a special storage for high-level materials. Do you see? Find it for me. Ducky Sid immediately projected a map, announcing, received, scanning now. Looking at the red dot on the map, Dui Si exclaimed in surprise. This is, Ye Hao observed for a moment, immediately asking, what did you find? Dui Si then said calmly. Ye Hao immediately followed when it said, you'll know if you follow me. They arrived before a mountain of treasure, and the three of them exclaimed in unison, this place has so many high-level equipment and materials, and they're all rare items that are hard to find outside. A black helmet appeared, looking extremely sturdy. Spirit Control Helmet. It was once a supreme relic of ancient spiritual sorcerers. Legend has it that it contains the mysterious power to control the will of all things, capable of warping reality and limiting the mind, making the wearer an invisible commander on the battlefield. The effect can unleash powerful mental control on one or more targets, temporarily turning them into loyal slaves. The success rate is affected by mental strength, shortening the control time when launched on multiple targets. A test tube also appeared, with clear explanatory information. Zygote-generating equipment. This is a miraculous, era-defying technology born from the deepest secrets of the universe. It can tear through space, connect to distant latitudes, and offers the ability of teleportation. The ultimate weapon for strategic relocation and surprise attacks. Effect. After selecting a target location, instantly transport the user and nearby teammates to the designated position, bypassing all terrain and distance limitations. Next up is a belt with a shimmering gem, the anti-gravity belt, a pinnacle of science, combined with magic. It grants the wearer the ability to manipulate gravity, once an essential piece of equipment for high-level explorers and refined space travelers. Effect upon activation. The wearer escapes gravity's grasp within a certain radius, adjusts the local gravitational field to slow down enemy movements or create a levitation effect, and can also utilize anti-gravity technology to form a layer of energy shield. Another item. More information is provided. The antimatter belt, originating from cosmic dust during a universe explosion, is one of the most powerful energy containers known. Its very existence defies the laws of the material world. Any ordinary matter that comes into contact with it will be reduced to nothingness, annihilated in a magnificent display. Effect. Integrating antimatter threads into weapons or equipment can trigger destructive energy attacks, and its release might even lead to temporary rifts in the fabric of space. Ye Hao observed intently, pondering. All materials I've never seen on Earth. This civilization is at least twice as advanced. No wonder Moisi created this planet. Bringing this stuff back to upgrade the safe zone would eliminate all external disturbances. He looked at Dusi, voicing his suspicion. What did you see just now? Judging by your serious expression. He grimaced, avoiding the question, and said, My lord, I require more time for careful thought and analysis. Please proceed with enhancing Nana first. Ye Hao fell into thought, expressing his doubt. Dui Si has never shown this kind of emotion before. Whatever it saw must be extraordinary. Ye Hao reached into his pocket, calling out to Nana, Come here, I'll use these materials to quickly complete your enhancement. Nana quickly approached, responding as instructed. Now. Alright. Ye Hao released 8 pieces of metal, followed by a significant surge of power. Mechanical management, energy manipulation. It was transferred to Nana. She wondered inwardly. The Lord is directly analyzing the rare metals, converting them into energy and directly injecting it into my body. Nana expressed her enjoyment. Her face flushed as she said, My body is so hot, almost completely replenished. W, viewing Nana's information on the screen, began analyzing. The pinnacle imagery and data of Her Majesty Nana have been fully uploaded. Final enhancement can begin at any time. Ye Hao reached out, channeling his power as he announced, Begin the final enhancement. Show your strongest form. Nana. A blinding light appeared, flashing once before shining brightly. The light enveloped Nana, blurring her figure. A layer of black armor appeared, covering her body. The armor gradually encased her legs, shimmering with light. Nana's form completely changed. She looked menacing as she declared, "I've finally returned to my peak, reclaimed my true power. I am now the invincible mechanoid empress. In perfect form." Ye Duo rejoiced, raising her arms and cheering. "Your Majesty, wonderful, truly wonderful. This time, this planet will surely be saved." Those around her couldn't help but rejoice, exclaiming in turn, "This is the true form of our queen. She's back, our Majesty has truly returned." Nana exuded an air of majesty, praising them. "Your preparations for battle have been commendable. Your loyalty is praiseworthy. You may rise. Follow me to flatten the palaces of those rebellious traitors and recreate the glory of our mother planet." They all knelt at her feet, obeying in unison. Nana approached Ye Hao, batting her eyelashes as she said, Master, do you think I'm cool and powerful now?" He said a few words helplessly in response. Powerful. My Nana is of course the best in the world." The subordinates stared blankly, cheering in disbelief. "Is that really our queen? Did she just call him master?" In that sense of master, Ye Duo heard this and immediately became furious. She roared a warning. "Shut down all thoughts for me. Anyone who dares to say nonsense, I'll hang them on the planet-destroying cannon." Dusi flew towards the gate, announcing, "It's ready, Ye Hao," and the two of them followed, asking further, "The spatial transfer gate, what did you do, Dusi?" Dusi approached the gate, explaining, "This is a data rift. I sensed spatial fluctuations here before. Very strong data information is flowing from the rift, so I analyzed this data and reconstructed the spatial transfer gate in reverse. I don't know what's in the rift, but the intensity of the data sensing is very high, indicating that there must be some powerful, advanced science and technology inside." Ye Hao looked at him seriously, asking carefully, "Is it dangerous?" Dusi turned to face him, responding briskly, "Risk assessment is level E, so it should not be dangerous." He walked straight into the gate, saying at the same time, "Then let's go take a look." Yao heard this and called out after him, reminding him worriedly, "Wait, what if it's a trap?" Nana looked at his back, agreeing in concern. "Yes, master, we need to investigate first." Ye Hao turned back to look at them, replying confidently, "Aren't you two the number 1 and number 2 powerhouses? What is there to be afraid of? Besides, don't you still have me?" Nana clenched her fist, becoming determined as she said, "That's right, I've regained my power. What trap should I be afraid of anymore?" Hearing her words, Yada chimed in, "If Her Majesty the Queen isn't afraid, then I will naturally give it my all." Ye Hao looked towards W, suggesting, "I'll leave the production of the divine artifacts to you." W smiled freely, quickly replying, "Rest assured and leave it to me. By the time you all return, who knows, I might have built a top-notch team already." The three of them entered the gate together. Ye Hao confidently said, "Let's go, let's see what disadvantages this little prelude can bring me." The group stood before the vortex. A surprised voice exclaimed, "This place is..." Ye Hao crossed his arms, musing. "Looks like it's a planet somewhere in the universe." Yada was stunned, asking incredulously, "Why would it transmit us to a place like this?" He looked at the planet on the screen, saying in a low voice, "It's not a transmission. This space seems to be a scene recreated by a projection. As for what the content is..." He frowned, relieved, and exclaimed, "Looks like we're about to find out." She opened her eyes wide, stunned, and shouted, "Look, everyone!" Nana also looked at the planet, panicking. "What is that?" Checking, found that the new user visit triggered the experimental projection. Instantly, beams of light shot out, enveloping and deploying across the planet. The streams of light continuously enveloped the planet, and the system's voice echoed, "Planet hunting initiated." Pillars shot out from the planet, touching the membrane. Light surrounded the space, and surprised voices rang out. "The entire planet is being metallized. Not only that, it's transforming the planet into the preset form." The light pit on the planet shot out beams, and a deep announcement sounded. "Hunting. Transformation complete. Model absorption initiated. Predicted to last 100 years. Ya opened her eyes wide, stunned, and said, "In just a moment, the entire planet has been conquered. How exaggerated." Nana rolled her eyes, adding in disbelief, "Expanding the invasion of low-level civilizations after receiving energy. As expected,
That bitch only knows these low-level tricks. When I was on the throne, I would never do something like this. Ye Hao looked up, saying in a low voice, I've only seen this form and function in documents before the oification of Earth. Seen its theoretical form, a pure product of imagination, I didn't expect it to actually be realized. A beam of light flashed into the sky, and the system sternly reminded. Ending the projection. Thank you for watching, VIP guests. Please leave the space in an orderly manner. The group stood frozen, puzzled, and said, It's over. Looks like the setting is just for show when not in use. What a waste. She darkened her face, glaring and roaring. Even war would leave survivors and resources. He's not leaving people any way out. This is truly too evil. Destroy this thing. He rested his chin, hesitating and pondering. The evil lies with the user. The tool itself is not guilty. I think it might be usable for us as well. And the key is the sphere suspended in the sky. He suddenly spoke up.
I can sense the power of an ancient god on it. Hearing Ye Hao's words, a surprised voice rang out. What? She looked up, speculating. Could this thing be made from fragments of an ancient god? He quickly flew over, eagerly replying, Very likely, which is why I must obtain it even more.
Ye Hao touched the sphere, thinking to himself,
In the era of Earth's oification, the world was covered in many shackles of rules, like the wilderness, the mistlands, and the heavenly tomb. But this thing can directly transform a planet. So if combined with Mosia's ability, could it be used to transform Earth, thereby breaking the limits of the rules? Instantly, lightning bolts erupted, and the system's angry voice boomed.
User does not have the authority. Please do not operate against regulations. He darkened his face, recalling the figures he had just calculated. Even Mosini's ability couldn't control it.
Could it be that the power of the ancient god is rejecting me? I must either defeat it or subdue it to gain control over it, or I must obtain the title of mechanical king. He glanced, pondering. Although I can't control it, there shouldn't be a problem with absorbing it, right? The system quickly replied. Of course, Master can put it into the system space and take it out at any time. A beam of light flashed through the space. Ye Hao silently agreed. The group stepped out of the gate. A joyful voice shouted, Big sis, you're finally back, Yat observed, hesitatingly evaluating. What's wrong? Looking at your anxious faces. A song immediately began to play, and she turned around in surprise, questioning, This song? Could it be the Queen's voice? He turned sharply, asking in astonishment, The Queen's voice? Nana lowered her head, gently explaining, This is the Queen's unique ability, using special equipment along with the form of singing to awaken the loyalty of the native races towards the Queen. The essence is to disrupt the data in each creature's body. It's a near unbreakable control skill. I had only heard about it in intelligence before. This is the first time seeing her use it. Young Ah asked awkwardly, puzzled. But why are we completely unaffected? Ye Hao supported his hand, resolutely answering, You've been modified by me. You can't be considered native races anymore, so naturally you're not affected. He lowered his head, sternly shouting, but saying the opposite. Now we must become enemies with everyone on this planet. Are you all ready? She hurriedly, immediately urged. We've strived for many years for this moment. She clenched her fist, excitedly adding, Enemies with the whole world. This is more in line with the Queen's grand return. As the group turned to leave, Ye Hao powerfully roared, Then come. Let's begin the final showdown. In a city, one that was massive, a mechanical royal city, Celia reached out, humming a song, as the soldiers raised their hands, shouting with full force, For the Queen. Eliminate the traitors. Dust clouds appeared in the distance, and loud noises echoed incessantly. Ya ran for his life, sternly warning, A large number of enemies are approaching. Everyone, prepare for battle. Nana also hurried along, disdainfully taunting, They're all controlled puppets. No need to show mercy. Great Creator, please bless my old bones. Ye Hao pointed his finger, forcefully shouting, Advance! The group immediately charged forward, yelling battle cries. The two sides instantly clashed, dust flying everywhere. The two sides immediately plunged into each other, attacking relentlessly. The machines attacked incessantly, but he skillfully dodged. Nana charged forward, frowning as she announced, Master, these flying beasts just keep coming. He moved, sternly organizing. Our goal is to directly break into the royal city. Don't get bogged down with these ants. Cut them off. Ya leaped up, ordering loudly, Warriors, clear the path for His Majesty. The muzzles of guns pointed to the sky, as the three of them dove straight down, encountering concentrated firepower ahead.
The ship instantly shot forward, a solemn voice booming loudly. "Get inside quickly! The moment of true testing has arrived."
The two of them stopped and obediently replied. Understood. Nana widened her eyes, screaming in fear. "Intense ramming! Master, what are you doing? Do you want to fight head-on?" Yell was sweating, helplessly yelling, "There's no time to dodge!" The ship plunged down, bullets constantly firing up. Celia widened her eyes, speaking with utter sarcasm. "Commendable courage. Knowing you couldn't dodge, you chose to charge in, huh? But no matter how strong your defense is, you absolutely cannot break through my absolute firepower network. Your only end is death." Ye Hao glanced over, tentatively asking, "Is that so? Then how about this?" Pits of light instantly appeared, and planes launched out, crossing the wormhole. Her face darkened, and she shouted in alarm. "What? The three of them landed on the ground?" And he laughed contemptuously. "The wormhole generating device has a cooldown. It can't be used again for 8 hours. You truly are cunning, causing me no small amount of trouble. But you still underestimate me too much." Her face paled as she angrily roared. "A mere little life dares to spout such nonsense before me. No, what's important is the person next to you is." Nana tilted her head and spoke angrily. "Unexpected, isn't it? I've returned again. Today I will take back what belongs to me from your hands." A mocking smile flashed across Celia's lips as she said, "Who did I think it was? Turns out it's just a stray dog running back home. I clearly destroyed your body, yet you can still revive. You truly are a lingering ghost." Celia leisurely spoke as if she wanted the whole world to know about her achievements. "But what good is it that you've returned now? Look how powerful our planet has become. Nearby planets all kneel at my feet. Subject planets provide us with endless resources, and our technology is advancing by leaps and bounds." With a contemptuous gaze, she spoke with a mocking tone. "The truth has proven that I am more suitable to be queen than you, and ancient relics like you have long been eliminated. Now, other than the mongrels beside you, no one listens to your orders anymore. What will you use to fight me? If you want to offer your life, I can grant your wish." Ya angrily shouted. "You despicable traitor," Nana then softly advised. "Why bother arguing with him?" Nana deliberately exposed the truth, her tone full of sarcasm and provocation. "Why are you saying so much today? You're acting a little strange. Could it be that you're actually scared and don't dare to fight me? Intentionally saying so many nice things to give yourself courage?" She slightly turned, her eyes directed towards Ye Hao, and asked with curiosity, "His Majesty wasn't this kind of person before, was he? Did you teach him?" He chuckled softly, replying sheepishly, "Consider it a case of constant exposure." Celia was enraged, erupting like a wildfire, her sharp words pouring out without restraint. "A stray dog dares to spout boasts." She immediately charged towards the three of them, rushing forward. The two instantly clashed. A storm of blows mixed with the brilliant azure light emanating from Celia's techniques. She roared in anger, resolutely vowing, "This time, I will definitely throw you into the workshop, cripple him, and absolutely not give you a chance to recover." Nana forcefully flung Celia backward, while also extinguishing all of her hopes, with a decisive statement. "Dream on." Nana landed a decisive punch, sending Celia staggering far back. She tightly gripped the wires, radiating a brilliant reddish-orange light. Celia stood there, her voice cracking. "A good-for-nothing who relies only on brute force. Let me show you what true power is. Full power, super thermal energy capture cut." She swung the wire towards Nana, leaving a trail of brilliant reddish-orange light streaking through the air. Nana agilely dodged, her lithe body avoiding the attack, while Wiata, in a panic state, was dragged away by Ye Hao. With an emotional expression, she gratefully said, "Thank you. I almost got my bones crushed," he replied politely. "It's what I should do." The two of them watched the fierce battle intently. Every stone surface around them began to crack. The cracks emitted light from within, and Ye couldn't help but worry, muttering to herself, "They've even created spatial rifts. The destructive power is terrifying. This move has buried countless warriors of the resistance. Your Majesty, be careful." Streaks of brilliant golden-orange light from Celia's techniques streaked past, creating sharp diagonal lines in the air. Nana spoke with a steady tone, not showing any fear. "Nimble dodge. I lost to this move before, how could I fall in the same place? I've seen through all your movements." A series of small grenades whistled towards her. Nana flew in like a gust of wind, and then boldly stated her deduction. The attack range is wide, but the preamble is too long. Your true form is completely a living target full of bullets. The bullets whistled towards her, but Celia's figure had disappeared. Suddenly, she appeared from behind Nana. A sharp rebuttal rang out. I am much better than you in the application of spatial jump technology. Celia charged forward, her hand reaching out like sharp claws aimed straight at Nana. All aspect shadow strike. She soared into the sky, her hand magically creating a giant azure light ball above her head, along with words full of contempt. It's been hundreds of years, still those same moves. Did you really think this old lady didn't prepare? Who are you looking down on? Nana growled, her shout ringing out powerfully. You're the one about to be sent to the workshop. Superlimit magic item detonation. The giant azure ball plunged straight down towards where Celia was standing, its brilliant light seemingly devouring everything. Without the slightest hesitation, Nana said softly. It's just that I used a little too much force, but the trader's castle isn't worth anything anyway. We can just rebuild it later. From the thick smoke and dust, two blazing red beams shot straight out. Nana agilely dodged and then spoke up. Fusion, as expected, it's not easy to kill her like that. She stepped forward, her voice filled with resentment. Impossible! How could I not be able to beat you? Hearing this, Nana immediately retorted. For hundreds of years, you've lived a life of bullying the weak, eating luxuriously and dressing well. It seems you've never been threatened to your life before, have you? How can you compare to me? Celia didn't want to delay any longer. She immediately ordered. Stop being smug, Isuan. Kill them for me, he immediately replied. On it, the two coordinated a fierce attack. While she smiled triumphantly, her words soaked in provocation. Now the situation has turned around, right? Let's see how long you can run. Realizing the situation was becoming critical, Yat spoke up hastily, her voice full of urgency. Your Majesty is in danger, Ye Hao. Please let me enter the battle. Ye Hao immediately exposed her. Although you are worried about Nana, your eyes are always on Isuan. Yeah. His hand gently touched her shoulder, while also saying, This is a battle that belongs to you. Outsiders like me don't casually interfere. I just hope you also know how to protect yourself. You must know that in Nana's heart you are also very important. She doesn't want to lose you. Yeah. Slightly blushing, she replied with an embarrassed smile. I know, thank you. Ye Hao watched her receding figure, secretly analyzing in his head. The mechanical queen must still have something up her sleeve. I must observe a little. Waiting for the opportunity to strike is the best course of action. I don't want to step into the pit of rule props again. Yata rushed into the air, shouting loudly, Your Majesty, I'm here to help you. Celia only glanced at her. A sharp beam shot out, severing one of her tentacles. She chuckled disdainfully and said mockingly, Relying on you, the king's battle is no place for a Lola to meddle. Vanish, Ya and Yuvan also rushed in, ready to join the fray. Suddenly, Ya wrapped her arms tightly around him. Seeing her and Yuvan suddenly soar into the air, Nana couldn't hide her confusion and hurriedly asked, Yada, what are you trying to do? Ya couldn't hide her sadness, she gently revealed. Sorry, Your Majesty, originally, after Isu died, I wanted to follow him. But in order to overthrow the queen's tyranny, I tried to live a few more years. Even though Isuvan exerted all his strength, repeatedly punching Ya, intending to break free, but all efforts were in vain, she continued. But now that this crucial moment has finally arrived, it absolutely cannot be in vain. As long as he and I die together, I believe you will definitely be able to defeat the queen and reclaim the throne. A tear silently slid down Ya's cheek. But she still wore a gentle smile, her eyes filled with determination. Farewell. Your Majesty, please bring a bright future to our planet and civilization. Immediately afterward, a violent explosion erupted. Nana choked with pain, shouting her name in despair. Ya! Nana stood there with a pensive look, unable to understand Ya's decision. Ya, why? We finally found the future you were hoping for right in front of us. Why do something so foolish? Celia laughed coldly, uttering a mocking and contemptuous remark. The wretches are just wretches. The only thing of value is their lives. Besides that, they have no skill at all. Death is what they deserve, she continued. Besides, her death is meaningless anyway. Just a nuclear explosion. How can it destroy my masterpiece? What effect does it have, besides making herself feel touched? From behind Celia, Isu gently landed on the ground. Although angry, Nana still tried to restrain herself, gritting her teeth to advise, Don't be provoked by her, you should know clearly what you should do, and besides, Ya can still be saved.
Suddenly, Nana turned around, her face filled with astonishment.
Ye Hao tightly grasped the vial in his hand, he revealed. I had already seen that she had thoughts of sacrificing herself,
so I found a chance to install a protective layer for her core. As long as this thing is still here, even if it explodes 10 times, I can still save her.
Hearing this, Nana smiled brightly, wrapping her arms tightly around Ye Hao, praising him incessantly. Master, you're so good. When she saw him, Celia couldn't hide her curiosity, and asked, why is a low-level life form here? And also, it seems she trusts you very much.
She growled the order to him. Based on this point alone, you deserve to die. Kill him. Ye Hao didn't flinch. Slowly reaching behind his back in preparation, his calm voice rang out. Just in time. He suddenly placed his hand on Yuvan's face, causing him to reveal a blank expression.
Relying on my sharp skills, Ye Hao began to judge, grasping the mechanical memory data. The explosion just now caused a fault in your limiter. Although it's only a minor north, it's enough to activate Mosia's ability, he softly asked.
Remember, who are you? And who is your true enemy?
Yuvan stammered. I am a warrior of the Queen, the enemy to be destroyed. No, I am.
Finally, the memories that seemed to have been buried deep in his mind gradually emerged clearly. Isu heavily uttered each word. I am Isuvan, the leader of the resistance army, Ya's husband. He collapsed to the ground, his whole body trembling, muttering unanswerable questions. Yaha, what have I done? Ye Hao reminded him. The enemy is in front of you, now is not the time for regret. He raised the vial and said to Yuvan, and also, Ya is not completely dead. As long as I have this, I can revive her. He suddenly woke up from his slump, his eyes asking in shock, really? You're not lying to me. Ye Hao handed the vial to Isuvan. He looked straight at him and affirmed decisively, a gentleman doesn't joke. I guarantee that after everything is over, I'll return a complete Ya to you. Do you have the strength to continue fighting now? Isu put away the vial and replied, I understand. He stood up slowly but steadily, the words bursting out with determination. As the leader of the resistance army and Yaka's lover, I will continue to bear her will. Isuvan rushed straight forward.
Angry shouts constantly poured out. Let's settle all the debts, Celia Celadan.
Celia hurriedly raised her hands in front of her face, blocking his attack, while constantly cursing.
Even a rabid dog dares to speak so wildly. Celia flung her hands strongly, causing Isu to stumble back a few steps, then scolded with a frenzied voice. Get lost! Nana stood behind,
quickly creating swirling violet circles of light around Isuvan.
Irina said with joy. Finally recovered, Isuvan.
Isu turned back, his voice filled with gratitude. Your Majesty Irina, thank you. I was rude just now,
Nana commanded. Save the pleasantries for later. Let's deal with that scoundrel first. He responded immediately. Yes, I'm honored to fight alongside you.
Isu charged forward with clenched fists, eyes full of determination. Right behind him, Nana quickly concentrated energy, creating bright, streaking energy grenades towards Celia.
Below, giant golden orbs of light appeared, radiating intense power. At the same time, both she and he flew up to mid-air.
Celia angrily and continuously launched scathing criticisms with words as sharp as knives. You ungrateful wretch. If it weren't for me, you'd have ended up like a mangy dog on the street, torn to pieces.
Yuvan immediately followed after her, not to be outdone, responding with a voice full of momentum. If the price of resurrection is to become your dog, then I'd rather die.
Streaks of brilliant cyan and crimson light intertwined, leaving distinct traces in space after the fierce attacks of both. She swung her clawed hand violently towards him, while continuously hissing out curses. Then go die.
Isu coldly smiled back. You must die. Nana focused all her energy into creating an orb, her eyes sharply staring straight ahead as she added, you complete the energy charge.
Nana hurled the energy towards her, creating a blazing streak streaking like lightning.
Isuva quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the blinding light, finally destroying the firing line. Elena Celia suddenly flew out of the hazy smoke, evading the previous move. Seeing this scene, Nana couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, she still has the strength to run.
Ye Hao lay down, his eyes intently focused on the target. Want to run? Not without my permission. Supreme Divine Weapon Pandora Ji Zun Balidaire. His finger gently squeezed the trigger.
A bullet streaked, shooting straight towards the back of Celia, who was fleeing in a hurry.
She suddenly fell to the ground with a heavy crash that shook the earth.
Nana gently supported Isuvan as he landed on the ground, then spoke up. Impressive shot, master. She can't escape this time, now give her a fatal blow.
She lay on the ground, her lips smiling with contempt, her cold voice ringing out, "Don't think you've won just like that."
A bright blue circular space appeared right in front of the three of them. Celia coldly left a challenging message. "The real battle starts now. I'll be waiting for you at the ends of hell."
Nana rushed towards the blue circle, seriously announcing, "A portal! This one was hiding a trick," Isuba quickly suggested. "Your Majesty, let's chase after her." From behind, Ye Hao interrupted decisively and seriously, "Wait, this isn't an ordinary portal. Recklessly rushing in won't end well. Nana, you sense the aura in this portal. You should know very well."
Nana saw a dark purple aura appearing in the circle, and immediately suspected. This aura, could it be that ancient god that invaded before?
He calmly stepped forward, ordering in a grave voice, "If the opponent is an ancient god, then the next battle is mine. You guys stay here and wait for me to return."
Nana burned with fighting spirit, proposing with a growl, "I want to go too. Whether it's the ancient god or Xelia, I have to personally end things with them."
Ye Hao had to comply with the decision, instructing, "All right, remember to follow my commands in every action."
Nana quickly followed after him, not forgetting to command, "Isuvan, you stay here and lead the resistance to clear out the surrounding enemies. When I return, I want to see no rebel soldiers left in the royal capital." Your subordinate obeys.
Ye Hao carefully watched Yuvan's every move as he sprang into the air, unable to help but secretly admire him.
"Truly a man of steel," Nana proudly replied. "After all, he's the most trusted assistant I have." The two of them entered the circle. "Let's go, this is the final battle that will determine the fate of the planet." Inside, there were planets with strange shapes. "A different dimension?" Nana asked curiously. "Here he is, seriously analyzing. It's just like a planet's tomb."
Celia's voice echoed throughout the vast space, the sound reverberating from every corner.
"That's right, this place is all the remains of planets absorbed by me. Aren't you all curious as to why I have to invade and absorb other planets at the same time? It's for today." Looking at the brilliant golden orbs shining and linking together, Nana asked in wonder, "What does she want to do?" Ye Hao guessed. "She's directly absorbing and converting the planets' energy. Absorbing such a huge amount of energy in one go, I have a bad feeling."
From within the brilliant golden orbs, Celia's figure flickered in and out of view. She affirmed with absolute confidence, "The power of the ancient gods and the constant stars are all under my control. Now, who can fight me? War with the mechanical ancient gods. Celia Celadan." Nana looked directly at the person in front of her, utterly stunned, saying, This is neither the original ancient god, nor is it Celia Celadan. She's already a completely new ancient god." Nana was filled with anxiety, asking, "I can't even fathom how strong she is, but I can say for certain that she's several times stronger than before." "Master, what should we do?" he calmly replied. "Is there even a need to ask?" Ye Hao transformed his body. "Fight her head on," the system announced. "Unlocking the new state of the Star Cluster Master in the universe can unlock 50% of the power." Celia's face was filled with anger. "This posture, how is Star Cluster Dominion possible? How can an insignificant life like you possess the power of Star Cluster Dominion?" Ye Hao sneered, "A challenge. Me? Seeing Tiandi beat me, you're already scared out of your wits, aren't you? Why not just take off your armor and surrender? You might even save some face for an ancient god." She began to ponder. The main bodies of us ancient gods. The god of destruction previously fought Star Cluster Dominion to the very edge of the universe, and in the end, both sides were injured. The god of destruction was forced to split into 13 ancient gods. If he really is Star Cluster Dominion, then he is definitely not an enemy that I can defeat alone. But Celia suddenly snapped back to her senses, madly lunging towards Ye Hao. "Don't think I didn't notice? You're just a mediocre guy borrowing his power. As long as I kill you and absorb your power, even if the real Star Cluster Dominion comes, I definitely won't be afraid of him." She wanted to attack him, but in reality, she only impacted one orb. Ye Hao appeared brazenly behind her, shocking her. Over there, Celia relentlessly unleashed a barrage of planet-destroying beams, constantly cursing him to disappear. Each of her planet-destroying blasts shattered the surrounding planets, but none of them hit Ye Hao. Sigilia was unconvinced. "My energy source is endless. The entire starry sky of this space is my backyard. You have no way out." Then she began to create sparkling orbs. She shouted madly, "Disappear."
and then launched a starfield burst towards him. Nana, witnessing that scene, worried, "Master." Thinking Ye Hao had been dealt with nicely, Celia approached the girl. "You're next." But before she could achieve her wish, a streak of light blocked her, making Celia startled. "What?" Ye Hao proudly stood with his arms crossed, watching. "Where are you rushing off to? The fight has just begun." He used his ultimate move, the heavenly devouring Mao, to block her. He Xiaodong entered the universe environment instance for the first time, a special reward. 2 limited time linked accounts. Star Cluster Master plus He Xiaodong. In this instance, the abilities of both accounts can be used simultaneously. The He Xiaodong account receives a limited time enhancement. The absorption power has no limit. Celia couldn't believe he was still alive, and saw that his entire body didn't have a single scratch. Impossible. That was a constant star-level energy attack. How can you still be unharmed? Ye Hao clearly scorned. "Oh, so what if it's a constant star-level attack? In the universe, all energy is trash in front of a black hole. The attack just now wasn't even enough for it to eat. Hit me a few more times. The boss has placed an order." Cecilia was frightened and stammered. "Don't be so smug. I don't believe your absorption has no limit. The moment your black hole becomes full will be the day of your demise." Ye Hao welcomed her. "Alright, welcome to try." Celia launched energy beams at him, but they were all quickly absorbed. Nana, who was watching, exclaimed, "So strong. Master is really strong. To completely dominate a cosmic-level ancient god, this is the vast, universe-level power I've always dreamed of." Ye Hao dodged every move she made. He even attacked Celia head-on, giving her no chance to retaliate. Nana smirked triumphantly. "Get her. What betrayal and being set up. In the end, it's still because my strength isn't strong enough. With Master's overwhelming power, all schemes are useless. Power? I need more power." Celia remained unconvinced. She struggled to get up, each of her tentacles emitting energy beams. How could this be? How could this be? Even a black hole has its limits, but why is there no limit on you? Ye Hao stood tall like a god. "This only proves that whether you're an ancient being or a mechanical queen, your vision is too narrow. Let me tell you something else." He used the Supreme Guard, so no matter how many energy beams Celia fired, he remained unscathed. "Even without the black hole protecting me, defeating you is as easy as flipping my hand." The power of the shadow constellation, even incomplete, is not something you can underestimate. She was stunned by Ye Hao's power. How could this be? The gap is so huge. Unless the god of destruction is reborn, no one in this world can defeat him. She devised another plan. Feigning surrender, "I am willing to submit. From now on I will obey your orders. Please spare me." Ye Hao didn't waver, and eliminated Cecilia without hesitation. "I never show mercy to traitors." He pushed her into the black hole, where thousands of energies were being absorbed. "Ah," she cried out to Ye Hao, "you'll regret this. I won't perish like this." However, he was still wary. "Not perishing? What does that mean?" Suddenly, Nana clutched her head, groaning in intense pain. Her entire body began to undergo changes. Ye Hao was bewildered by the scene. "Nana!" He rushed to her, worried. Is this the ancient god's corruption? But she was clearly sucked into the black hole. How could this be? At this moment, the dark force had taken over her entire body, and more legs were sprouting out. Ye Hao anxiously called her name, "Nana!" But now it was only Celia who had taken over Nana's body, and she gave a strange smile. "I told you I wouldn't perish." When the situation became unfavorable, I started using data to disturb your mind. It was her great desire and lust for power that allowed me to seize the opportunity to invade her body before being sucked into the black hole. I was once defeated by this body, but I never expected to be able to occupy her now. Moreover, whether it's the body's functions or appearance, she's more suitable for me than that previous weapon. Truly an unexpected joy. Ye Hao gritted his teeth, refusing to believe he'd been outsmarted. It must be that the mechanical queen previously modified the ancient god's energy form, allowing it to exist as invisible data. The Star-Lord can't sense data flow like Mo see. My mistake. Celia launched an attack on him. How will you deal with this time? Destroy this woman as well? You can try. Suddenly, her entire body stopped. She was confused. Why? Why isn't my body listening to me? Nana's remaining consciousness was struggling. You think I didn't notice being affected by your power? I was just playing along, intentionally luring you out to seize your power. Don't even think about using me as a vessel. Instead, you will become the source of power I desire. Celia was shocked that Nana still had consciousness. Impossible. Even if you noticed, you can't resist my control, let alone dominate my power.
The presence of both entities in the same body caused a mutation to erupt. Nana laughed maniacally. Struggling before death, I will not yield. But Celia quickly used energy beams from her eyes to create a crack in the sky. Seeing her run into it, he tried to chase after her.
Nana, the system announced. About to leave the universe subspace, Star-Lord's original 25% limit will be restored. The black little hole's linked state is Kai. Ye Hao assessed the situation. It seems like a fierce battle is ahead. In this space, Nana's army has gained control. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Her Majesty Nana has ordered. Put down your weapons, and your past deeds will be forgiven. Those who dare to resist will be killed without mercy.
Celia's sudden appearance caught them off guard.
What are you all looking at?
Celia's eyes widened as she maxed out her power, unleashing a chaotic barrage of bullets. She showed no mercy, leaving nothing alive. The robotic soldiers panicked and fled. Run! Help!
Ye Hao arrived later, trying to awaken Nana, who was being controlled by Celia. Nana, stop! This is your home. The girl only let out a whimper, feebly resisting, unable to control herself. His eyes filled with worry as he desperately thought of a way to save her. Nana dared to experiment on herself like this. Besides her desire for power, she must believe I can suppress the ancient god's power within her. That stubborn girl. If that's the case, then I, as her master, can't let her down. Wait for me, Nana. Celia constantly fired missiles with winding trajectories, shooting down fighter planes. Ye Hao's aircraft narrowly dodged and weaved, displaying agile maneuvering. The towering figure looked up, following the aircraft's path.
Sitting in the cockpit, he launched missiles towards Celia, exclaiming, "Let's blow a hole in her."
The missiles flew straight into the large holes on her body. Celia remained still as a statue, unharmed.
Seeing that it had no effect, Ye Hao quickly maneuvered his aircraft away. He circled behind Celia, speculating, "She's really tough. Looks like I can only try to break through from the inside."
Ye Hao quickly flew behind her. He activated the scanning device to examine Celia's weaknesses, thinking, maybe that location will be a breakthrough point.
After pinpointing his target, Ye Hao jumped straight onto her neck without hesitation.
He quickly reached out, applying considerable force, causing blue streaks of power to appear and begin to penetrate. An electronic dimension materialized. Celia seemed to be pulled into it with entangled data threads and fragmented armor.
She quickly sensed the anomaly within her body. One side of her face began to crack. Celia raised her head and screamed in agony. Suddenly, after her scream, electronic spiders seemed to receive an order and swarmed over from all directions, filling the space.
Ye Hao, using the tentacles on his arm, was clinging tightly to Celia. He glanced at the dense swarm of spiders in shock, thinking,
once the data intrusion is cut off, it'll all be in vain. I can't afford to be distracted by these small fries right now.
At this moment, from afar, Isu flew in at full speed, anxiously rushing towards Lati. Lord Ye Hao, I'll help you. However, before he could even get close, Isuvan was struck by missiles launched by Celia.
He hurriedly raised his hands to block, exclaiming, "Damn it, I can't get close."
Ye Hao was quickly swarmed by the spiders. Completely enveloping his body and forming a small mountain, Isuva looked towards him and shouted,
"Ye Hao." His body remained largely unaffected. Ye Hao used a powerful force to fling the spiders away, saying, "Don't worry, I can handle this little thing."
He continued the work he had been interrupted from. Bandora, Ultra-Alloy Black Cube. The electronic system display suddenly showed up. The strongest defensive form of the ultimate divine weapon, Pandora. Although it cannot move, it is immune to all damage and abnormal states. Duration, 3 minutes.
Yvonne became even more excited by Ye Hao's power. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed in praise.
As expected, so powerful. Then I'll focus on taking care of the surrounding trash. I'm counting on you to awaken Her Majesty Nana. On the other side, Nana slowly opened her heavy eyes, letting out a soft whimper. Nana was now lying inside some kind of space, her whole body connected to strange wires. Nana blankly looked around, muttering, "Where is this?" Before she could finish, another voice suddenly echoed, "Awake, you foolish silicon-based lifeform." Celia, in an identical form to the girl, appeared before Nana and spoke. "You're really smart, but your smartness has doomed you. Thinking that you once defeated me means you can control my power. Weren't you played back by me?"
Celia approached her, raised her hand and lifted Nana's chin, whispering with murderous intent,
"You defeated me before, only because of the difference in life form. Now that you and I are both number life forms, You can no longer suppress my power, so you might as well obediently give up resisting. Fall into a deep sleep in a beautiful dream created by data." Nana clenched her teeth, glared and retorted, "Damn it, I will never submit to you." Not giving the girl a chance to do anything else, Celia quickly raised her finger and pressed it hard between Nana's brows. "A surge of power was created," she announced loudly. "Then you won't get the chance." The girl immediately froze at Celia's action. The electronic machine was constantly operating, with continuous undulations of electronic wires being created inside. The machine was measuring something electric. The white and red electronic wires were still operating normally. Ye Hao stood before a massive glass tank, gazing intently inside as he softly murmured, "It's almost complete at last." Nana was placed inside. Her eyes were tightly shut, her arms folded, and she remained still and silent. Ye Hao looked in, saying with hope, "The first intelligent female robot. She will surely bring new hope to humanity." He took Nana out of the tank, and she slowly opened her eyes. Ye Hao happily took Nana's hand and instructed, "From today onwards, your name is Nana." She opened her mouth with difficulty and managed to utter 2 words, "Nana." After that day, Nana began to live with him. Ye Hao smiled contentedly as he witnessed her growth. From then on, the robot girl and the scientist spent their days in a beautiful, ordinary life. Nana grew up very quickly. She placed her hands on her hips, leaning down to nag, "Honestly, why do you keep eating unhealthy food?" Nana and Ye Hao walked hand in hand down the dirt path. The two chatted happily, her eyes crinkling with delight as she exclaimed, "So beautiful!" They sat together on a bench facing the sea, watching the sunset. Nana leaned her head on his shoulder, saying, "Master, I truly wish to stay by your side forever." A sorrowful look crossed her face, Nana told Ye Hao with reluctance. "But human lifespans are too short. Is this expectation ultimately just a dream?" Hearing this, he immediately shot up from the bench. Ye Hao put his hands in his pockets and looked into the distance, saying, "Indeed, a beautiful dream." She looked at him in surprise, softly calling out, "Master." Ye Hao turned to look at Nana, his eyes filled with determination as he continued, "But even the most beautiful dreams are ultimately bubbles, vanishing at the touch. Do you truly wish to abandon reality and live in this illusion?" She couldn't remain calm at his words. Nana asked loudly, "You say it's all an illusion. How can that be? Everything feels so real." Ye Hao held out his hand, where small squares constantly flickered. "Then let me show you the truth." Then it flared up, the dazzling light radiating and causing everything around it to wither. The scenery was no longer as idyllic as before. The land was barren and rocky, devoid of any vegetation, he then continued. "Stripped of disguise. What is it? Is this truly the life you desire?" She collapsed to the ground in anguish. Nana raised her hands to clutch her head, desperately trying not to believe this was the truth. "Those beautiful memories, the precious time between Master and me, are they all fake? No, that can't be." Tears began to stream down her face. Nana reached out and clutched at Ye Hao's clothes, saying, "Even if it's all fake, my feelings for Master are absolutely real, without a trace of falsehood." Thunder rumbled continuously in the sky. He knelt down to face her, softly asking, "If that's the case, are you willing to come with me to true hell?" Nana wiped away her tears, embraced Ye Hao's hand to her chest, and replied with contentment, "As long as I can be with Master forever, even if it's hell, I'm willing." Celia stepped forward, emitting bursts of brilliant purple energy, coldly saying, "Such a touching master-slave relationship. Too bad you can't accomplish anything." Watching her float into the air, Nana turned back and asked in surprise, "Who are you?" Celia's face revealed grotesque patterns, as she spoke to Ye Hao with a threatening tone. "Her body has already merged with my power. It can't be separated anymore. If you destroy my body, then she will die along with me. What do you say? Do you dare to strike?" He responded with disdain. "What a truly old threat. Being an ancient god, and resorting to such lowly tactics, it lacks any grace," she retorted with a sinister smile. "Reputation is not important. What I want is complete and utter victory so I can be unscrupulous. Don't you want to know what the outside world is like now? Let me tell you." Meanwhile, Celia projected a scene of the outside world for them to see. Ye Hao angrily warned, "Damn it, the time flow outside is different from here. If this continues, the planet will be destroyed." Hearing this, the girl regrettably spoke, "Why is it like this? It's all my fault for being temporarily infatuated. Nana turned to ask with concern, Master, is there no way to stop it? He fell into a pensive mood, as if calculating something extremely complicated, and slowly replied, It's difficult to destroy it from a physical perspective, but within this digital space of consciousness we have a chance. Just before Ye Hao could finish speaking, she said with determination, As the mechanical queen, I must take responsibility, Master. Whatever decision you make, Nana will definitely support you. He closed his eyes and softly whispered, Is that so? Ye Hao looked directly at the girl holding his hand and said, I'm sorry, Nana. We may have to part ways here. Surprised by his words, she was quite confused, but before Nana could understand, he immediately used his power to bind her body, causing Celia to panic and cry out. Since when? The light gradually became intense, pulling her and the girl closer together. Celia struggled, her eyes burning with rage. My power is being purified. What do you want to do? But Ye Hao slowly replied, each word like a hammer blow to her mind. You're far too self-righteous to dare appear so brazenly in this numbered space before the creator like me. You've practically walked right into the trap. Still maintaining his cold demeanor and unwavering gaze, Ye Hao said, using Mosi's power, I will forcibly fuse you and Nana, creating a new being. That way, you'll be gone for good, with no chance of resurrection. Hearing this, Celia screamed in despair and pain. What? In that moment she seemed to go insane, yelling furiously. Stop this, we can talk about this, Nana. Worried sick, looked at Ye Hao, asking in a choked voice, A new being, Master, what does that mean? What will I become? Without wavering, he continued explaining his plan, his voice deep but resolute. You will become immensely powerful, returning as the mechanical queen ruling the world. In return, you will lose all your previous memories. But after all, this is a new life. At this moment, the little girl, her eyes filled with panic, pleaded, No, please, don't make me lose my memories with Master. Master, please stop. But Ye Hao snapped, determined, as if wanting to crush Nana's hesitation and stop her. This is the only way. Haven't you always wanted to be the powerful queen you once were? Now your wish is coming true? Amidst the fierce battle, the little girl, with tearful eyes, cried out emotionally, It's not like that. Being a queen, having power, none of it matters as much as being with you, Master. Without you, none of it means anything. I'd rather not have any of it. Meanwhile, Celia, surrounded by a powerful light that she couldn't resist, could only accelerate the process, screaming bitterly, Too late! Looks like I've lost! I didn't expect this human to have such methods, to be so ruthless, but you're coming with me. And just like that, all the matter began to converge, creating a dazzling ball of light that exploded in mid-air, shaking the entire sky. He stood before the radiant light, silently watching the events unfold. Outside, Celia's physical body was also cracking apart. The ball of light quickly exploded, spreading throughout the city, destroying everything around. The light shot straight into the sky with immense force. From afar, the crowd watched in astonishment as the rays of light intertwined in the sky. There seemed to be something in the sky. In the sea of ruins, they saw something extraordinary. A ball of light. Before they could understand what was happening, the ball began to crack open, like breaking out of a cocoon, emitting a blinding light. And then, from within that light, a mechanical figure with a dignified and powerful appearance gradually emerged, stunning everyone. It's Her Majesty Nana. Nana appeared amidst the brilliant light, her feet landing on the ground in a majestic pose. On top of the rubble, Nana reached out and declared clearly, In the name of Elena, the mechanical queen, I declare to all life on this planet, the war is over. Your queen has returned. Starting today, this planet, under my guidance, will usher in a new life, fulfilling its potential. That declaration was immediately answered by all the citizens in a resounding chorus that echoed everywhere, from the soldiers to the people in the ruined city. Long live Queen Elena. All the people shouted excitedly, Long live Her Majesty the Queen! Long live Queen Elena! Long live! On the high cliff, Ducci looked into the distance and asked, Master, is it over? He quietly continued, his voice lowered as if contemplating something far away. Although Nana's wish has come true, isn't this a little cruel to her? She wanted to be by your side like that. Elsewhere, Elena sat on her throne amidst rows of neatly arranged robots, displaying absolute authority, and Ye Hao's voice echoed,
Returning as the queen was Nana's long-held wish. As her master, I had to help her fulfill it.
His face stern, he continued. Doing anything requires paying a corresponding price. Don't even mention becoming a ruler, saving the planet. Compared to that, losing only the memories related to me is already a very small price to pay.
Ye Hao turned his back and said,
"Let's go, we should return to Earth now too." As the system watched him, it slowly uttered, "Master's light spectrum is showing unstable purple. Part of what you said just now isn't what you truly think." A moment later, he looked towards the modern spaceship that rested on the ground, his voice clear. "The repair work is complete." Inside the control room, Ye Hao sat facing the glowing computer screen, where a notification appeared. "You have one unread message. Open it." He frowned slightly, wondering, who sent it? Immediately, the screen showed an image of Nana with gentle eyes. She giggled playfully, but also warmly. "Master finally found this clip. I secretly saved this before leaving home. I set it so that it can only be opened on planet Azure, and only when Master is alone. After all, it would be too awkward if we both watched it together." Nan continued, her eyes looking far away. "Finally, I can return to planet Azure. It's been a long time, and my heart is a little fluttery." "Could this be what you humans call the closer you are to home, the stronger your feelings become? I've learned a lot from Master." The tenderness in her eyes quickly shifted to a look of worry. "But with my current strength, I probably won't be worthy of the planet's 100 years of development. Will I become a burden to Master by then? I really hope I can become stronger." Nana tried to hide her unease with a bright smile. "If I accidentally die, or if I have to part ways with Master, please don't feel lonely or sad. Even if I'm not by your side, Nana will always be your support. I've also left a mysterious gift. Please be sure to accept it." Before he could even react, the video ended. Ye Hao silently pointed at the screen, trying to conceal the emotion surging within him. He lowered his head and whispered regretfully, "Nana?" The screen suddenly displayed a red line of text. Clip ended. Nana's functional characteristics could not be verified. Touch activation mechanism is being established, Ye Hao exclaimed, his voice filled with surprise and curiosity. What does that mean? A blinding light erupted from the energy chamber behind him, causing him to turn around in astonishment. Inside, it was actually Nana before her upgrade. The girl lay motionless on a metal bed, wearing a pristine white dress, her hands clasped over her stomach, her face as peaceful as if she were asleep. Suddenly, Nana's crimson eyes fluttered open. She gradually regained the memories from before she recorded that video. Her voice was weak, as if she had just woken up from a long sleep. Immediately afterward, Nana leaped up and into his waiting arms. "Master! Master!" Ye Hao held her tightly, as if to make sure Nana had truly returned. In his arms, the girl's eyes welled up with tears of joy that streamed down her face. Nana pressed her head against Ye Hao's shoulder and whispered, "I'm back." The system's announcement rang out. Regional dungeon task completed. After repairing the spaceship and Nana, Ye Hao piloted the spacecraft straight into the sky, returning to Earth, leaving behind the desolate land, a testament to the recent battle. In the mystical expanse of space, the ship hurtled towards the brilliantly lit planets. The system displayed a notification. M79 regional task completed. Received 50 million experience points, 50 million gold. The first prestigious reward is the Goddess Core, the core of the otherworldly mechanical queen. Once divided into 3 parts hidden in various places in the world, now assembled into a complete body. Special ability only takes effect when equipped on a mechanical unit. Only 3 opportunities to complete self-repair upon destruction. Next is the second reward, the Medium Mech Stronghold. Transformation Blueprint, Legendary Grade, a construction blueprint for a massive stronghold. Not only is it strongly defensive and fully functional, but it also has the ability to transform into a giant mech. Giant humanoid mechs are every man's romance, according to a certain Grandmaster of Engineering. The final reward is the God-grade Numerical Life Seed, a shimmering, faint gold seed. Upon closer inspection, it's entirely a virtual entity composed of data with an unclear purpose. Successfully helped Nefina regain control of planet M79, unlocking the title of Mech King. A colossal robot warrior with a majestic appearance, powerful and divine, appeared on the screen. He is the builder and subject of mechanical life, the ultimate fusion of intelligence and strength, the perfect hymn of metal and soul. With his own power, he weaves a magnificent empire composed of countless precise mechanisms. Flesh ascends, mechs soar, surpassing transcendence. The supreme existence at the pinnacle of steel and gears is him, the Merc King. That title is locked to Mosi's account, capable of bypassing the manipulation level of all mechanical units. Mechanical units with independent consciousness have a trust-level affinity towards you. When using mechanical equipment, the efficiency of the tool is re-enhanced by 300%, but it consumes planetary energy. Fate Quest. King's Progress updated. Currently obtained titles: Demon King, Beast King, Merc King, False Angel King, 3/5/7. Looking at the display, he quietly said, "Finally got the Merc King title. Seems like this False Angel King needs to drop the false part." Ye Hao turned to look at the girl, smiling gently. The last gift Nana left behind seemed to be transferring the consciousness data into the ancient god's body, and deliberately only retained the pure personality. The mechanical queen's persona was completely erased. He turned to the spaceship window, thinking to himself, "Is it over, Nana?" Ye Hao asked himself in his heart, then answered, "That's fine." As the spaceship shot into the space portal, from another location on the planet, Elian stood gazing up at the sky, her eyes following the fading point of light. She sighed softly with regret. Then Elian turned and shouted loudly, her powerful voice echoing across the ruined landscape. "Listen, my people, the war is over. Even though the pain that war has brought is etched deep within our hearts, we cannot stop here." She continued to inspire the spirit of the entire population. "Let us unite, focus our minds and strength, and rebuild our home, so that the flower of hope can bloom on this devastated land. I will walk towards a new future with you all." The people below responded enthusiastically, their resounding shouts like affirmations. On Ye Hao's side, he quickly flew into Earth's atmosphere, leaving behind 2 long streaks of light in space. On the ground, a high-tech spaceship was parked in the middle of a golden circle. Before the eyes of a group of people, he and Nana stepped out and waved. A few days after Ye Hao returned to Earth, a series of massive rockets were prepared at the East Grand launch site. Seeing the rows of rockets ready to leave the launch pad, Yunfei asked curiously, "Brother, what's inside those rockets?" Ye Hao, standing beside her, replied with a meaningful smile, "Inside them is the future of humanity." Immediately afterward, the massive rockets were launched into the sky simultaneously with tremendous power, creating a visual and auditory earthquake. They soared upwards, piercing through the clouds, leaving brilliant trails across the sky, from the desolate desert with its strange creatures to the crowded cities. All eyes turned skyward, bewilderedly watching the procession of rockets. The system began issuing commands, initiating the separation sequence as it approached orbit. Each rocket began to detach into multiple parts, scattering throughout space. Finally, the components pieced themselves together, forming a colossal sphere covering the Earth with a dense, scarlet network. RS announced via the display screen. At this moment, all the unknown disturbances on Earth vanished. On Earth, whether on the ground or in the air, information and network transmissions were restored. Standing before the spectacular sight of the network enveloping the Earth, he said with conviction, "Humanity can finally live without dispersal, and the creatures of Earth can finally become a unified whole, stepping towards the future together." He immediately announced on the screen, "Begin." Immediately, Yin Huang received the order, "Yes, young master." Yin Huang then raised his hand and declared, "Initiate the explosion program." As soon as Yin Huang spoke, a series of explosions thundered across the city. But not of destruction, but of paving the way for a new era. Humanity officially no longer needs barriers. All the walls of the safe zone shattered. Keeler flew high into the sky and proclaimed, "Walls of the safe zone, thank you for protecting humanity's safety through 100 years of wind and rain. A new era is about to arrive, and the barriers of the old era should successfully retire." Standing amidst the ruins, she raised her hand heroically and said, "We have overcome countless hardships and dangers, and finally arrived at today. The light of hope is ahead. Today will be a new historical anniversary for humanity. Celebrate with all your heart." Cheer. The crowd below erupted in cheers, joyfully welcoming the beginning of a new era. Under the blue sky, with white clouds drifting lazily, Kier, with a determined gaze looking forward, thought to herself, "And all these new hopes are brought to us by you. Having you on this journey is truly an honor of 3 lifetimes. Ye Hao, the satellites have been maintained for 3 hours. Everything is normal." Meanwhile, At a modern control center where scientists are focused on monitoring the global situation, reports echoed one after another.
The satellites have been maintained for 3 hours.
Everything is normal. Global scanning is complete. Everything on Earth is now under human control. Demonic beasts, mistlands, dungeon entrances. All information has been clearly marked. Ye Hao stood in the middle of the command room and powerfully commanded. "Good! Continue checking. Don't miss any place." The scientists replied in unison. "Yes, Lord Ye Hao." His face became serious, pondering. Thinking about planet M79 was really worthwhile, not only helping Nana, but also using Mosi's legacy to thoroughly solve the deep problems on Earth. Before he could even rejoice, a new announcement suddenly echoed in the control room. A large-scale mistland, unprecedented in scale, has been detected, located in Antarctica. This made Ye Hao exclaim in surprise.
"What?" He fell silent, recalling, his gaze fixed on the void, Antarctica, that was also once a safe zone after the Earth was Oiwa Ized. Its scale was no less than the East District, but after some unexpected event it became a mistland. Unexpectedly, even Mosi's technology could not penetrate the mist covering it. Although I had prepared myself mentally, it still surprised me. Without hesitation, Ye Hao ordered, "Adjust the satellite power to the maximum, allow the use of planetary energy, at least to see clearly if there are any creatures inside." A scientist looked at the screen in confusion, stammering, "Receive the real-time image."
His eyes widened in horror. This silhouette, could it be V? A colossal creature with a muscular body, sharp horns, and scarlet armor glowing in the mist appeared on the screen. A super beast. The dawn shone warm sunlight on every high-rise building in the East District. Right in the conference room of the Angel's Vision Corporation, Han Mo, sitting in the center, spoke first.
"I believe everyone knows very well the purpose of gathering here today."
He looked up at the 3D projections of the globe on the table. "Precisely because yesterday, the mist that had long covered the Earth finally dissipated. Humans, who had been separated, can finally unite again to face the existential threat of the apocalypse. This is definitely a crucial leap forward." All of this, Ye Hao closed his eyes and listened to Han Mo's voice in his ear. Is thanks to Ye Hao, his actions can be said to be unprecedented. For humanity, bringing new light, I suggest everyone stand up and applaud Ye Hao. Everyone at the conference table stood up and applauded. "Well done, Ye Hao. This great contribution is truly surprising." Thinking it was Ye Hao, in fact, there is nothing surprising. We are all used to it. A council member with orange hair smiled happily and said, "Deciding to follow him was truly the most correct decision this old man has ever made in his life." The black-haired man next to him also enthusiastically continued, "That's right. Without Ye Hao, we wouldn't be here today."
Yu Ye seized the opportunity to say, "How about it? Now, are there any other objections to appointing Ye Hao as the chief manager of the East District?" The bald man next to him said with surprise, "I originally thought he was just a purely strong combat force. Unexpectedly, his perspective is so high."
An elder of the East District Council spoke. "Under the perspective of the human community of destiny, not to mention the community of destiny of creatures on Earth at a higher level, personal desires have become too small. What qualifications do we have to doubt the person who has changed the fate of the Earth? The end times ultimately only belong to the young." Ye Hao raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. "Thank you for everyone's recognition of me. Although we have made a lot of progress now. But everyone, it's still not completely over." He clutched the globe model in his hands. "Because there's still an area shrouded in mist," Yuan Ye exclaimed in alarm. "That coordinate is the Godfall Zone." The elder was startled and stepped back. "It's such an unlucky place."
Ye Hao looked at them and asked, "It seems the Eastern District has known about this place for a long time," Yu Ye quickly replied. "Of course, the Godfall Zone's reputation is no joke," she worriedly continued. "The climate there is terrible, filled with turbulence and electromagnetic interference, making it impossible for any aircraft or ship to approach," Yu Ye explained. "And lurking within the water and mist are terrifying monsters. Their size is immense, and their destructive power is extremely strong, far exceeding that of ordinary beast bosses, so they are called super beasts." He nodded. "So that's how it is. It sounds very dangerous indeed, but you guys have gathered quite a bit of intel," Yu Ye replied. "That's only natural." Her eyes drooped sadly as she remembered the corpses of her logged-out comrades. "This is intel
that had to be exchanged for a great sacrifice. Even Mu Wei, one of the 5's heroes of that time, also died in that expedition. Because of that, the place was named Godfall Shrine. Ye Hao, upon hearing this, blurted out, "What?" He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Even level 500 powerhouses died inside. This Godfall Shrine is truly not to be trifled with. But the more dangerous it is, the more it means there's a powerful treasure and a significant secret hidden inside, worth exploring. Ye Hao grinned mischievously. Seeing this, Yue Ye exclaimed in surprise. "Truly worthy of you, hearing all this and you can still smile. Don't tell me you're already planning to go there." Ye Hao gave a thumbs up, replying with a meaningful smile. "Congratulations, you guessed right." Ye Yunfei, worried, quickly tried to stop him. "That's too dangerous, Brother Khmer," and Shui Lu also chimed in. "You just returned from space, not long ago, we haven't even talked much. Let's wait a bit longer, don't force yourself." Xiao Chen teased. "You're truly blessed." Yu Ye's voice carried a playful tone. "If I were a few years younger, I might even be charmed by you," Yue Lao chuckled. "This is youth," Ye Hao cried out helplessly. "Hey." He immediately became serious, clearing his throat, regaining his composure. "Thank you for everyone's concern. But after all, this matter concerns the final step in the Earth's reconstruction. It needs to be resolved by me personally. I hope everyone can understand." Wang Chuan led the team, shouting, "If we were afraid of danger, we wouldn't have been preparing for battle until today. The Mo Gong squad will also go with you," Wan Hao added in a hesitant tone. "Don't worry, if it gets dangerous, we should run away. Definitely won't get in the way." Yin Huang was speechless at his teammate. "Wan Hao, really? I'll try my best to support you." Ye Hao. 5 more beautiful girls appeared from the entrance. At the end of the line were Sinvet level 31 and Hindus level 301. Hirafa, full of arrogance, spoke up. "Sorry for the inconvenience." Hikari level 308 smiled, waving enthusiastically. "Hello, greetings everyone." Lita level 319, leading the team, said, "Even you Mogong squads of level 200 plus want to go. How can our Valkyrie squad fall behind?" Lita went in front of Ye Hao, bowing her head. "Since this is our first meeting, I must ask for your name, Ye Hao," looking at Lita with a curious gaze. "Quite high level. How come I haven't seen you before?" Yu Ye explained. "The Valkyrie squad is the most special squad in the East District. They have absolute autonomy. No one can order them," Lita added. "When you were showing off your skills in the East District, we were still attacking a legendary level dungeon. By the time we came out, the East District had changed. But it's no different for us, just a change of boss." She glanced arrogantly at Wang Chuan, taunting. "The Godfall land is extremely dangerous. With your strength, following along is no different from seeking death. You should obediently protect your young miss and let us go," Wang Chuan responded calmly. "Watch your tone. Even if your level is high, I'm not necessarily afraid of you." Ye Hao suddenly appeared between the two. He placed his hands on their shoulders. All right, we're all on the same side. Don't make the atmosphere so tense." Ye Hao's appearance startled both Lita and Wang Chuan. Lita wondered in surprise. "So fast, I couldn't even see his movements clearly." Wang Chuan's face darkened. In his heart, he added another layer of caution towards the person in front of him. "This Yin Hao is truly becoming more and more inscrutable. As an opponent, he's definitely terrifying. As a teammate, no one can make others feel more at ease than him." Afterwards, Ye Hao announced, "If everyone wants to go, more combat power is naturally better." 3 days later, the Mogong squad and the Valkyrie squad, plus Uncle Xiao Chen and Shui Lu, "Everyone will set out with me." Everyone in the office shouted in unison. 3 days later, a mechanical voice sounded, calling out to the Drake Nez. "We will probably arrive in about 30 minutes. Can we land? If you receive, please respond." Over. Inside the aircraft, Xiao Chen looked out the window, puzzled. "This remote, frozen place actually has a guard post," Yin Hao explained. Hua Yue said that Gao Building has always sent people to guard it. After eliminating global information interference, we can directly contact them, Yin Huang added. Having this forward base can also make people feel a little more secure. Lita looked out the window with sorrowful eyes. Mu Wei died in this place, didn't she? Suddenly, the danger alarm sounded continuously, warning that a large amount of electronic interference was appearing ahead. "Damn it, no wonder we didn't receive a response from the guard post. We can't fly forward anymore." Black clouds surged ahead of the aircraft. Lightning flashed wildly. Yang Hao scanned the situation outside with his eyes. Electronic interference almost filled the air. Even using the Jia Muhui account couldn't penetrate it. Strange. It was normal 2 days ago. Why the sudden interference?
He shouted, issuing an instruction. Something's wrong. Find a place to land first. As soon as he finished speaking, the aircraft swerved and plunged downwards with surprising speed.
The aircraft landed on a rocky outcrop covered in ice and snow. Everyone got out of the aircraft together.
Snow began to fall. Everyone wore a thick fur cloak, Ye Hao said. It's 2 kilometers to the guard post. At our speed, we can reach it in a few minutes. Xiao Chen glanced around, sighing. Truly a white expanse of sky.
He looked at the map display. As expected, even this place is affected by the fog. Everyone stay vigilant, proceed carefully. Everyone shouted in unison. Understood. The team followed each other on the road to the guard post. The fog became even thicker. Everyone, look, there seems to be a structure over there. Xiao Chen, walking at the front, said, It's the wall of the guard post's safe zone. It seems to have been abandoned for many years. Hindis, walking at the back, asked in confusion, Why does it smell so fishy?
Everyone had passed through the gate at the guard post.
Looking at the dilapidated scene in front of her, Yin Huang was puzzled. It's like there's been a great battle here. Xiao Chen continuously raised a series of questions. How come there's not even one person here? Weren't we able to contact them just yesterday? What devilry is this? Ye Hao sighed, glancing behind him. Could it be that the mist from the godfall Nuchi, Shenvun Zidi, is still spreading? Is this strange phenomenon also caused by the mist? Lita and the Queen's Feet team stepped into the outpost area. I don't have time to waste here with you guys. Our Goddess Feet squad wants to conduct a separate investigation. Hikari turned and waved to Ye Hao's group. Bye-bye, brothers and sisters. Ye Hao spoke up, stopping them. Wait, haven't you noticed that the mist here is cutting off all communication? It's best if we stick together to avoid getting lost. Wan Hao, standing to the side, mocked. In horror movies, the ones who want to split up usually die quickly. If you're not afraid, go ahead. At worst, you'll just kick the bucket. Wan Hao's words reached Lita's ears, and she snapped back, annoyed. Huh, she retorted angrily with harsh words. The ones who die are all useless trash. Don't compare us to garbage. Wan Hao's blood boiled, and he cracked his knuckles, getting ready to fight. Why don't you elaborate a bit? Just what kind of garbage are we talking about? Ye Hao stepped in to mediate between the two hotheads. All right, now's not the time to argue. Figuring out what happened to the Tongxin Kyoyu, Tongxin Xi Li, site is the priority. A piercing scream rang out, drawing their attention. Ying Huang asked, puzzled. What was that? Xiao Chen said, with a hint of uncertainty. Sounds like someone screaming in agony. Ye Hao led the charge towards the source of the scream. Let's go see what's going on. Before him was the sight of Zhu Zhu, wielding an axe, fighting. He gasped. How can I die in a place like this? Zhu Zhu was struggling to fight the elite-level super beast, the raging deep-sea merman, level 290. Looking down from above, Qingbi sneered. Insignificant human, your only destiny is to become food in my belly. Zhu Zhu lunged forward, attacking the raging deep-sea merman with his axe. Damn you, rotten seafood, die. With little effort, it seized the axe. The raging deep-sea merman mocked. Is that all you've got? With a single kick, the raging deep-sea merman sent Zhu Zhu sprawling to the ground. The ice in that area shattered under the force of the impact. The raging deep-sea merman stomped on Zhu Zhu's face with its massive foot. It raised an arm high. I'll chop off your head first, then gut you open and enjoy the feast. With the last of his strength, Zhu Zhu raised the axe to defend himself. No way. Just as the raging deep-sea merman attacked with its claws, members of Ye Hao's group rushed out to take the blow. Wan Hao frowned in surprise, thinking, that's a lot of force. My arm is going numb. Wang Chuan muttered in astonishment. This is a super beast, an existence above demon beasts. Lita confidently thought to herself, even I alone would be enough. The raging deep-sea merman was shocked to see the three, thinking, there are reinforcements, and each of them is pretty strong. Wang Chuan charged forward, attacking, and said to the other two, keep attacking, don't give it a chance to breathe. Without a word, Wan Hao also attacked. Lita arrogantly replied, I know, don't order me around. Zhu Zhu looked at the three as if seeing ghosts, and retreated in fear. Ye Hao approached him and said, you can actually suppress that monster. Who are you people? You replied. Didn't we just contact you 2 days ago? Don't worry, you're safe now. Zhu Zhu hurriedly warned. I don't know what you're talking about, and it's not time to relax yet.
When the deep-sea merman's health drops below 10% is when it's most dangerous. Ye Hao froze.
What, the raging deep-sea merman now only had 10% health left? And black energy emanated from its body? The raging deep-sea merman began to teleport, unleashing a sonic wave attack towards Wang Chuan. Wan Hao and Lita were caught off guard by the sudden attack and were blown away. Wan Hao exclaimed in shock, "My body can't use strength." Wang Chuan blamed himself for not being more alert. "There's a numbing effect in this sonic wave, my bad." Lei called out to the remaining members of the Goddess Feet group. "Sisters, quickly use recovery potions to remove the abnormal status." All three were hit by the same full-body paralysis attack. Unable to move, unable to use skills, unable to use items, all attributes reduced by 50%, duration 3 minutes. Hikari fell flat on her butt, replying, "I can't move either." Sinvet lay motionless on the ice. The others were the same. Hindis frowned uncomfortably. Hikrap angrily said, 3 minutes of immobilization. This abnormal status is too much." The raging deep-sea merman, holding a trident, approached Wang Chuan. "You dared to hurt me this much. I'm gonna slice you into thin slices and make you into cakes, and then bring them back to taste," he said desperately. "This is bad." Just as the trident was about to pierce Wang Chuan's body, Ye Hao caught the trident with his bare hands. He coldly said, "You want to harm my teammate? Ask me first." The violent merman tightly gripped the trident and exclaimed in shock, "Who are you? Why can you still move after being hit by my sonic wave?" He panicked, thinking, "Pull. I can't pull it back. His strength is greater than mine." System notification. The host has fully used the passive attributes of the Beast King account. Immune to special attack skills of super beasts. Ye Hao landed a punch into the violent merman's stomach. "Get lost." The violent merman groaned in pain. The violent merman spun several times on the ice from the blow, during which he had a thought. "There are such terrifying humans. Keeping my life is more important." The violent merman leaped up, trying to jump into the sea to escape. Wan Hao shouted, "Not good. It's getting away." Ye Hao replied from behind him, "Don't worry, I've already cast a positioning mark on it. Everything is under control." Wan Hao smiled proudly. "As expected of you. So thoughtful." Wang Chuan looked at Ye Hao in confusion. "You definitely have the ability to directly kill it, why didn't you?" He calmly explained. "On one hand, its attack attributes are reduced. On the other hand, our understanding of super beasts is too limited at the moment. Instead of directly killing it, it's better to keep it as a guide." Wang Chuan gradually understood. "So that's how it is." Ye Hao smiled meaningfully, a thought flashing through his mind. "If I could also catch a super beast along the way, that would be even better." Hikari revealed a look of admiration as she looked at Ye Hao, who was still smiling. "So handsome," Hirap responded. "Stop simping, it's embarrassing," Hindis acknowledged. "But he really is strong, stronger than me," Shinvet sighed and said. "No wonder he was able to conquer the East District. Seeing is believing." Li Ai angrily glared at the group of simps and scolded. "Instead of paying attention to others, why not pay attention to yourselves? If you encounter this situation again next time, can you still expect others to save you?" The four of them startled and replied in unison. "Yes, we'll be careful," Xiao Chen reported. "There's bad news. That man from earlier has disappeared," Wan Hao exclaimed in anger. "What?" Xue Lu said in surprise. "That man looked clumsy, but I didn't expect him to be so fast. He disappeared as soon as the negative state was lifted." Ye Hao looked at the flashing red dot on the map and replied, "It's okay, I marked everyone just in case after I entered this place. Of course, that includes him. Luckily this fog doesn't seem to affect my skills. Now let's go find our undead brother who went missing." Underneath a basement where a lot of people wearing black cloaks were sitting, Shu Zhu walked into the basement. "I'm back." Shu Zhu's wife ran out to greet him. "Did you find any food?" He sat leaning against the wall and answered sadly, "No, and I even encountered a super beast." "I almost lost my life," his wife asked worriedly. "What happened?" She looked anxiously at the group of people in black cloaks. "If this continues, a lot more people will die." Shu Zhu was also helpless but couldn't do anything. He clenched his teeth helplessly. "I'll rest for a while before going out to try again." Earlier, I even encountered a group of weirdos. They not only chased away the super beast, but also said something about contacting us 2 days ago. We've clearly been trapped here for 2 years without any contact with the outside world. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted Shu Zhu, which means the person who contacted them wasn't you. Ye Hao's group suddenly appeared in this place. You said you've been hiding here for 2 years. What happened here? This caused Zhu to panic and become speechless. Zhu and his wife looked nervously at the people who suddenly appeared and asked, "Who are you? Why did you come here? They're the weirdos I was talking about earlier. Did you follow me?" Zhu roared threateningly. "Don't come over, or I won't show any mercy." Wan Hao, seeing his attitude, irritably rolled up his sleeves and challenged, "I'm always ready for a fight." Luckily, Ye Hao stopped him, reminding, "Don't be rash, our goal isn't to fight." He stepped forward, looking at the people living in misery, and said, "You definitely want to start a war here. Aren't you afraid of involving other innocent people?" Zhu asked warily. "What exactly do you want to do?" Ye Hao snapped his fingers, and countless containers filled with food appeared. He asked them, "If you really want to fight, I'm willing too, but before that, do you need to fill your stomachs first?" Zhu hadn't seen such a large quantity of food in a long time. He opened his mouth in shock. The others, starved for days, rushed towards the food the moment they saw it. "It's food, and water too. It looks so good, Mom. I'm starving. Is all this really for us?" Ye Hao, like a benevolent saint, bestowed his grace upon them. "Of course. Enjoy yourselves to the fullest." The crowd scrambled forward, fighting for their share, afraid of being left behind if they were too slow. Wan Hao had to step in and mediate. All right, take it easy. One at a time, there's enough food for everyone, no need to rush." Zhu stared wide-eyed as they distributed the food to each person. He sat down on the ground, sighing in relief. "Well, this is good too." Zhu's wife came over to comfort him. "At least you don't have to bear such a huge burden alone anymore. Have some food." Zhu forced a smile and asked Ye Hao, "Forget it, do you have any wine?" He replied cheerfully. Of course, Ye Hao called out to Xiao Chen, "Hey uncle, give us a jar of wine." Xiao Chen generously tossed out a jar. "Here, catch." Zhu caught the jar, took a long swig, and emptied it in one go, praising endlessly, "Good wine, good wine." At this moment, Ye Hao approached to inquire, saying, "I understand the situation here. You lack supplies, and we lack information. How about we benefit each other?" Zhu sighed and replied, "Fine, but what I know might not be of much help to you. Originally, I was a sailor on the Keanu ship. Because I offended my superiors, I was assigned to heavy labor. I was often bossed around. Hurry up, don't dawdle." 2 years ago, they received a contact from the East District, telling them to prepare ships and personnel, and they started preparing immediately. But that night, fog appeared on the sea. In the fog, there seemed to be unknown creatures rampaging. Zhu quickly reported to the captain but was dismissed. The captain even laughed and scolded. "Stop scaring people here, go back to your post." As a result, not long after, when the monsters rushed out of the fog, the watchman was no match for them. But the captain chose to steer the ship and flee. Terrified screams echoed everywhere. "Help! Someone save me, you cowardly bastards!" Zhu couldn't bear it any longer, and went down to the ship to rescue people alone. Zhu led the survivors along the coast, but couldn't get out of the fog. Eventually, they got lost in the fog and lost their way. That's how the past 2 years have been. Wan Hao was furious after hearing this. They completely disregarded the lives and deaths of the people. What trash. Only Wang Chuan noticed the details in it. "But you said 2 years ago." "But we clearly contacted you 2 days ago." Could it be that the rule of this misty land is that 1 year in the fog is equal to 1 day outside? He muttered excitedly. "Then isn't this a great place to level up?" Ye Hao and Wan Hao stood beside him with disdain. "Is your head only filled with leveling up?" Yin Huang couldn't bear to see the suffering of the people and couldn't help but plead, "Ye Hao, before starting the main mission, can you think of a way to get them out first? Staying in such a dangerous environment, not even being able to eat a full meal, is really too pitiful," she thought to herself, "just like me before." Ye Hao naturally didn't refuse. He replied cheerfully, "Of course it's hard enough to change the world a little. How can we increase the number of people who sacrifice here?" Yin Huang happily said. "That's great." In her heart, she thought, Ye Hao is still so kind, full of justice, so dazzling. He asked Zhu again. "The monsters that appear with the fog are the same mermen as before. You have been constantly attacking the outpost for the past 2 years." He nodded in response. "Yes, but only at the beginning. They launched large-scale attacks, and then only sent 1 or 2 mermen to patrol, but even so, we can't deal with them." Ye Hao suddenly asked directly, "Then have you seen the boss among those mermen?" Zhu's face darkened as he recalled that ugly monster, and replied, "Only once. On the first day when the monsters invaded, I saw that terrifying boss from afar. Just a glance almost made my blood congeal. And even now, recalling it makes me tremble all over. At that time, it didn't directly participate in the battle. Otherwise, the people here would probably have no chance of surviving. Li understood Ye Hao's meaning when she heard this, and she said in surprise, "You mean not to let her speculate wildly?" Ye Hao then explained. "If the monsters come out of the fog, then if we want to break the Misty Land, I think we can try to start from the monsters themselves, such as killing their boss." Hekrep wondered. "Could it be that you guessed it from the beginning, so you deliberately let that little monster go?" Ye Hao replied, "I'm not that godlike. I just pay attention to things, think of all kinds of possibilities. This time I can be regarded as betting right. Please give me praise, you are really meticulous. I don't hate this kind of man." Hindus ran over, begging in an admiring voice, "Can you teach me your way of thinking? I also want to be able to help the sisters." Hikari was not to be outdone and said, "It's rare for Zhao Lu to take the initiative to talk to strangers. Tell her, tell her." Ye Hao felt the heat from behind, because Xue Lu and Yin Huang were glaring at him jealously, making him feel embarrassed and think that this situation was not very good. To avoid trouble, Ye Hao quickly teleported away from where he was standing. He appeared at the staircase, warning everyone to stop gossiping. "I announce that according to our goals we have confirmed. Find the whereabouts of the Super Beast Merman and destroy their boss." Shu Zhu was shocked when he heard Ye Hao's goal, and hurriedly asked to join. "You want to go kill that boss? Count me in. I must kill it with my own hands, to avenge the dead." Ye Hao calmly said, "Don't worry. Let's explore the location of the true lair of those merman monsters first." Looking at the location on the screen, he announced to everyone, "Hidden in a crevice 10,000 meters under the sea." Everyone exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Wang Chuan wondered. Although he was also very curious about how he found 10,000 meters under the sea, the more troublesome thing now was how to get there. Only Shu Zhu was confused and didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Wang Chuan then explained it to him. After the earth was Oihua Ized. The forbidden zone of the world had 3 blocked skies. The Misty Land is filled with special rules, along with the deep sea. The ocean, after the Earth's oilification, is already full of dangers, not to mention the depths of the sea. We know nothing about the lurking factors deep within the sea. Going there carelessly, heaven knows what we'll encounter. And even if we dared to go, we don't have suitable transportation tools at the moment." Ye Hao rubbed his chin, calculating. "True, even with most C's abilities, without blueprints and materials, I can't just conjure up a submarine. A craftsman can't make anything without materials." While he was contemplating, Zhu Zhu knelt on the ground in despair, cursing, "Damn it, 10,000 meters is too much. That ragged submarine of the base can only dive to 1,000 meters at most. That's its limit. It was hard enough to have a bit of hope. Are we giving up before we even started?" Hearing this, Ye Hao had an idea. He happily helped Shu Zhu up and asked, "Really quickly, take me to see it." Shu Zhu didn't understand what was happening and just said, "Huh." They quickly moved to where the submarine was. The old submarine was quite rusty. Wan Hao kicked the hull with his foot, complaining, "This piece of junk is probably an antique from before the oil era and hasn't been repaired for 2 years. Can it even go underwater?" Ye Hao stepped forward, reaching out to use mechanical modification, his voice excited. "In your eyes, it might just be a pile of scrap metal, but in my eyes, this is a great treasure." Li crossed her arms, wondering, what mysterious trick is he going to pull this time? Xiao Chen trusted him and replied, "Just watch. Ye Hao is about to display his supernatural abilities again." Shu Zhu, who was thrown to the side, didn't understand anything and asked, "What are you guys talking about? I don't understand at all." He called Du Si, and from the materials collected on planet M79, selected those suitable for his purpose, and proceeded with fusion and modification. Du Si replied, "Received," starting immediately. Mysterious primordial metal ore. Tough alloy from planet Ziyuan. Countless strands of something wrapped around the ship before everyone's eyes. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. It was a flash of light shining all around, causing everyone to cover their eyes. Shu Zhu cried out. Too dazzling. In just a few minutes, the ship had been transformed. From a rusty old ship, it had become the latest generation ship. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Wow, this is so cool. Li thought in surprise. Ye Hao not only has amazing combat power, but also this kind of ability. Is he even human? Jeanette also gaped, muttering. This kind of ability completely surpasses the level of an engineering master within my understanding. Only Zhu Zhu, seeing this kind of thing for the first time, was a little too emotional, hugging the ship and exclaiming, "Oh my god, this is no longer anything like that pile of scrap metal from before," Ye Hao said proudly. Sitting in it, not to mention the deep sea of 10,000 meters, even reaching the Earth's core wouldn't be a problem. Suddenly he suggested, "But before we set off, someone should stay behind in the base, to prevent those fishmen from coming back to steal our home." Xiao Chen raised his hand and replied, "Then I'll stay," he said with a bitter smile. "I am not only cars, planes, but also boats. I am born to be the nemesis of transportation tools. Staying behind is the best." Xue Lu said shyly, "I'll stay too. I don't like that deep-sea feeling," Ye Hao agreed happily. "Okay, with the two of you here, I can rest assured." Lita frowned in thought. Small, enclosed space. Damn it, what am I afraid of? I already said it. In front of so many people and sisters. I absolutely can't be a coward, he asked again. "Anyone else want to stay behind?" Lipri quickly stepped onto the ship, her tone unpleasant. "What are you dithering about, cowardly cowards? Get out, if you have the guts. Set off quickly." Dusi looked at her and commented, "This guy's aura is shining black, scared to death, completely lying." Ye Hao didn't mind, and persuaded, "Let her be, she can't stir up any trouble." The ship was quickly lowered into the water. They steered the ship to dive deep down. At this water level, everything was pitch black. Manhwa looked outside and assessed, "Can this glass withstand the pressure of the deep sea of 10,000 meters? It's so dark and scary," Yin Huang said disdainfully. "If you don't even believe Ye Hao, why did you get on the boat?" He laughed and said, "Of course I believe him, it just feels unreal in my heart." Ye Hao announced at this moment, "Everyone, perk up. We haven't even dived to 2,000 meters, and something has already targeted us," everyone exclaimed in unison. "Could it be a super beast?" The ship shook violently, and everyone struggled to stand firm in the cabin. Lai hugged her head in fear, screaming, "No, I don't want to go back to that place." Wan Hao suddenly asked, "Why did she become like that?" Wang Chuang commented. "It seems like she's recalling some bad memories," Xin Vet sighed. "Sister is not afraid of heaven or earth, only the weakness of dark enclosed spaces has never been overcome." Hearing this, Ye Hao pressed a button next to him. "That's easy. Just make this place into an open-air space, wouldn't that be fine?" The scene in the cabin changed instantly, everyone gaping. "This is," he explained. "I've already set up panoramic cameras around the ship. Enjoy the scenery at the bottom of the sea, along with our guests." Suddenly, a giant monster appeared in front, its mouth open, ready to smash the entire ship. Everyone was terrified by the mention of our guests. The group screamed and wailed in terror. The monster enveloped the ship, its mouth biting down hard. But the ship remained without a scratch. Ye Hao, wearing protective gear and gripping the steering wheel firmly, announced, "Passengers, please fasten your seatbelts. Act 2 is about to begin." Wan Hao, observing the monster on the screen with great interest, exclaimed, "This monster only looks scary, Ye Hao. I bet you've installed a ton of weapons on the submarine. Just open fire and kill it." Ye Hao pulled the launch lever of the ship and shouted, "No, I have other plans." He began using high-speed impact to crash straight into the monster's mouth. Zhu Zhu cried out in fear, "No way!" The ship flew straight up like a bolt of lightning, and the monster's mouth created a dazzling streak of light. Wan Hao asked anxiously, "Damn it, Ye Hao, what are you doing? Why the sudden death wish?" Seeing his loss of composure, he didn't raise his voice but calmly reassured him, "Calm down, calm down. I naturally wouldn't do something without a purpose." Ye Hao steered the ship through the sea monster's throat, explaining, "I discovered that this big sea monster's stomach is hiding quite a few good treasures, probably all the relics it swallowed." He turned back, subtly gave Wan Hao a thumbs up, and said, "Now that we're here, we can't leave without taking some back, can we?" His eyes lit up, and he thought to himself with joy, "That's my bro." Yin Huang rubbed his temples and exclaimed, "I'm feeling a bit unwell," Wang Chuang coldly said. "I guess you definitely had your plans, but we can accept it. Someone else might not." Lita also curled up, clutching her head, her voice trembling as she said, "Deep sea again? Inside a monster's stomach again? A closed space doubled? I can't take it anymore?" Yin Hao immediately comforted her. "Sis, don't be like this, you're losing face." Shu Zhu looked into the distance and noticed something shining in the darkness, exclaiming, "Something is glowing. Could that be the treasure you were talking about?" As the ship approached the light, he shouted excitedly, "The treasure chest is huge. It's covered in sparkling gems." Wan Hao hurried forward, eagerly saying, "I'll go open it and take a look." Ye Hao grabbed his shoulder to stop him. "Wait, don't be so hasty." He lowered his voice and cautiously asked, "Such a big treasure chest. and not even a single monster nearby. Do you believe it? He was still convinced, but this is clearly inside a monster's stomach. Suddenly, the walls of the monster's stomach began to shake, violently shaking around the chest.
Yin Huang stepped forward and asked,
"What kind of monster is this? How disgusting," Wan Hao also said, full of dread. "It's still moving. It's really unsettling. It's about to turn into a horror movie," Wang Chuan said thoughtfully. "I consider myself a veteran, but this is the first time I've seen such a strange scene." A swarm of monsters was rushing towards the ship. Everyone looked at the observation panel and cried out in panic. "They're coming over here," anxiously said. "Quick, blow them up, don't let them through," Hikari also repeatedly urged. "The big tuna can't take any more stimulation." Wang Chuan looked up, his voice hoarse, and said, "But as far as I know, submarines usually only have torpedoes and mines. I doubt they have machine guns, right?" Wan Hao's expression changed, exclaiming, "Old geezer, why are you saying that? This is Ye Hao's masterpiece. He definitely built them in, right?" Ye Hao then stepped forward and confirmed, "You guessed right, there really aren't any." He covered his face and muttered softly. Yin Huang drew his sword, his tone suggesting, "Then let's open the hatch and fight them," Hirap agreed. "That's right, I won't lose to these monsters." Ye Hao, seeing this, stopped them. "Don't rush, I said I didn't install machine guns." Having said that, he pressed the start button and said, "But I didn't say I didn't install other weapons." From everyone's ship fired off countless lightning strikes. The monsters surrounding the ship were all screaming as they were attacked. Hind ran up to him and asked, "Are you deliberately waiting for them to get close to catch the whole nest?" Ye Hao calmly explained. "That's right. I specifically installed this electric discharge function on the submarine to prevent such a situation." Shu Zhu worriedly asked, "But this kind of attack must require a large amount of energy support. How many times can it be used?" Ye Hao replied. "Don't worry, it's enough." He turned his head and fell into thought. "If I use Earth's energy, then at most 10 discharges will exhaust it. But I use the planetary energy brought from planet M79. Even if I use it 100 times, there's no problem." Everyone inside the ship cheered happily. In short, let's continue moving forward. With Ye Hao here, even horror movies turn into cool movies. Charge and crush them. The monsters were all surrounded by electric currents, each writhing as they were electrocuted. Several people volunteered to step out to retrieve the coffin, and everyone complained as they stepped down. "The feeling of stepping on this soft flesh is disgusting, so rotten, such a stench." Xin Viet stood in the ship looking at the screen and exclaimed, "Mo Gong Zhouai, aren't you going over there?" Wang Chuan still replied in an ice-cold voice, "With Ye Hao there, a few more people don't matter." He continued, "But letting people other than you stay on the submarine, I'm not that reassured." The girl forced a smile, pointed outside, and said, "What are you saying? Aren't we comrades fighting side by side? Look, our little sister has followed." While Ye Hao was getting close to the coffin, behind him, Yin Huang was wondering, "There's no problem over there. The smell of gunpowder is strong enough." Hikari skillfully avoided to return to the main issue. "Just arguing. Nothing. Quickly see what's in the mirror." Inside the coffin, after it was opened, a key flew out, surprising everyone who cheered. "It's a key!" The system panel displayed detailed information. Rusty ancient key. The key looks very old. It seems to be able to open some ancient secret chamber. Be careful not to break it. Wan Hao narrowed his eyes slightly due to the light of the key, muttering, "Just that. It doesn't say where the secret chamber is. Very mediocre." After collecting the treasure, Ye Hao had some private thoughts. How could it be mediocre? I can sense the aura of an ancient god on this key, and again it seems like something is calling me. While standing, Hikari suddenly shouted. Everyone turned to see that her clothes seemed to be corroded by the green substance splashed from the swamp. Everyone immediately ran back to the sub, following Ye Hao's instructions. "Quick, back to the submarine." Wan Hao hurriedly carried Hikari on his shoulder and replied, "Okay!" And she screamed miserably, "Hey, put me down, I can walk myself." Those green substances chased after them to the ship, and then they rushed into the hull. As a result, several dents appeared on the hull, which was the corrosion of the acid in the solution. The ship's system issued a warning. Warning. Under attack by a large amount of acidic properties. The outer shell is damaged to a moderate degree. Ye Hao hurriedly sat at the control panel and muttered to himself, "It can withstand attacks from the sharp jaws of sea monsters, but can't withstand corrosion from this stomach acid. How strong must this acidity be?" Wan Hao behind him offered a suggestion. "Besides electric discharge, is there any other trick?" he replied. "Of course." From the rear of the ship,
The launch bay began to activate, and the gun barrel cover began to open. Then 2 missiles were fired. They traveled parallel to each other, then slowly separated. On the outside of the monster's body, which was writhing, several bright spots began to appear from the inside out. The very next moment, the entire body of the monster exploded, and the ship and everyone's cheers rang out together. Finally out. The self-repair system is announcing. Repairing damaged parts. Estimated completion time is 10 minutes. Ye Hao wiped his sweat and sighed. Scared to death. This is not good for the cardiovascular system. Hikari playfully blamed him. You're so bad, Ye Hao. You always hide a trick and don't make it clear. He turned around and smiled slyly. Wouldn't that be too boring? Isn't it? Hein kindly helped Herta and asked Han. Is it only? Herta struggled to lift her hand, still holding her head slightly, and replied, It's better now. At least I'm out of that damn fish stomach.
When she looked up and was shocked by the scene outside, she asked, Where is this? Cheers rang out in the ship. Looks like we've arrived at the station. System determined the current depth. The system announced again, current location. 10,000 meters deep in the ocean. Everyone was glued to the ship's window, exclaiming, Oh my God, there's a city of this scale at 10,000 meters below sea level. It's so beautiful.
Wang Chuan sat on the side, his eyes drooped with fatigue, his voice slightly hoarse. What's so surprising? This is clearly the continental plate movement after Earth's soification. A continental city fell into the sea, that's all. Study a little more, Ye Hao, feeling a bit stifled, turned and forced a smile. You know I get sleepy when I read. Ying Huang maintained her steady tone and serious expression, praising. But for a city to fall to the bottom of the sea at 10,000 meters and remain so intact, it's truly unbelievable.
Ye Hao's expression turned serious. No, this isn't a natural phenomenon. Some spatial power must have directly transferred this city here, Hirap, puzzled, asked, How do you know? He pointed to a mural and gave an example. Look, the side of this city looks like it was cut cleanly by a single blade. This isn't something a natural phenomenon could do, everyone agreed, exclaiming, That's right. Zhu Zhu, admiring the scenery, said, It seems that in this deep sea, besides sea monsters, there may be many secrets and dangers that no one has ever known, Yin Huang added. So that means every step we take is opening up a new world that humans have never set foot in, right? Ye Hao scoffed. Sounds easy. Aren't you nervous at all? Yin Huang suddenly blushed, murmuring, As long as I'm with Ye Hao, I wouldn't worry, even if it's hell. Ye Hao was startled and blurted out, Can't you say something auspicious? Inside the ship, Ye Hao reminded. We're almost there. Everyone stay alert. Don't be careless. As they prepared to descend to the bottom, everyone in the ship excitedly discussed, This place looks like farmland at the bottom of the sea. Why isn't there even a shadow of a monster? Is this a mistake? Ye Hao looked at the screen and analyzed. The map clearly shows we've arrived, but there's nothing here. Is there some kind of illusion? Or should we release the ship's satellite team? Several satellites shot out like fireworks from around the ship's hull. The satellites shined lights down, scanning every corner of the city. Looking at the monitoring screen, Ye Hao hesitantly exclaimed, This is... Looking from above, Ye Hao exclaimed in surprise. A huge formation. Ye Hao, standing beside him, also gaped and asked, What's such a large formation for? Ye Hao explained patiently. In the collected exploration data, the space is unstable, mostly spatial magic. Those merfolk are likely using this large formation to hide in another space. Wang Chuan also anxiously spoke up. Sounds like a dungeon. The problem now is how to find the entrance to this dungeon. But judging by your expression, you haven't found it yet, Ye Hao replied tensely. I haven't found an entrance. After searching around, the dungeon entrance is probably controlled by the merman. It won't be easy for us to enter. Hikari went over to encourage him. Didn't we have a key before? Could it be used to open the dungeon? Ye Hao turned to her and gently reminded, It probably isn't that simple. But in any case, Ye Hao and everyone couldn't give up. Ye Hao then encouraged everyone. But we're already here, we can't go back empty-handed. Continue investigating, now we can only wait patiently. 2 hours passed. The satellite scanning system announced. The entire city has been scanned. No space entrance detected. Everyone in the ship's cabin exclaimed in shock. What's going on? Herta scratched her head frantically and shouted, If you really can't find it, let's go back. I don't want to stay here for another minute. If you guys don't leave, I'll swim back myself, Hirap reminded softly. Sis, mind your image. Jinbei also spoke up. This is 10,000 meters underwater. Don't joke around. Ye Hao at this moment stared intently at the key in his hand, thinking to himself, I thought, after experiencing so much, I understood this world enough. Unexpectedly, I can still encounter a situation that leaves me helpless. I once read in a book that human understanding of the deep sea is less than our understanding of outer space. Now it seems that it is not false. Suddenly, a barbaric voice rang in his ear. Come here! Come here! Ye Hao turned to look at the screen again, wondering, is something calling me? The voice whispered again. Found us. Waited a long time. Triask. Ye Hao immediately switched the ship back to manual control. Seeing him like this, Zhu Zhu asked, Ye Hao, did you discover something? Ye Hao raised the key and explained, when I was looking at this key just now, I suddenly heard a mysterious voice calling me. Can you guys hear it? Ye Hao blankly replied. I can't hear anything at all, Wan Hao also said. I was going to say it might be a hallucination, but you probably wouldn't act like this if it was. Hindi suddenly lowered his voice and offered his reasoning. Could it be a trap? Sea nymphs in the sea sing to lure ignorant crew members closer, and then take the opportunity to chop them into 8 pieces. I often see this scene in novels. Hikari teared up and screamed, Don't say scary things. Ye Hao lowered his head and asked in a deep voice, Then I ask you, what is the most frightening thing in exploration? Hindi's clasped his hands together and placed them on his chest, groaning softly. Scary, scary monsters, Hikari said a bit sharply. Definitely annoying mazes and mechanisms, Hikrap said coldly. I hate enemies that hide. And Jinvet scratched his head hesitantly. It's hard to choose. Huda, standing behind, was still in an unstable state, exclaiming, That's not right? The fear in her eyes became clearer, and her voice trembled as she recounted. The scariest thing is when nothing happens. Knowing that danger is nearby, but losing it, Ye Hao turned back in agreement. That's right, the appearance of this voice at least proves that we've come to the right place. Whatever lies ahead is worth exploring. As soon as he finished speaking, the submarine continued to move deeper into the ocean. The space suddenly shifted, and the dark silhouette of the sea god appeared, a questioning voice echoing from within. Why did it suddenly get dark? All the lights are shining upwards. There must be something there. All the lights were now focused on the enormous stone statue. In its hand, it held a trident. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Could this statue be the sea god Poseidon? Wan Hao exclaimed. Even though I'm a terrible student, I know this when I see it. It's definitely the sea god Poseidon from mythology, Wang Chuan continued. The lost city of Atlantis is famous for the legend of its destruction by the great flood brought down by the father of the gods. It was once a hot topic in archaeology and theology, but before Earth entered the online era, humanity had not found any solid evidence, making it an unsolved mystery. Ye Hao, after hearing him speak, thought to himself, Now, the world's unsolved mystery is appearing right before our eyes. What does this ultimately mean? He looked at the giant statue before him, wondering, moreover, in the depths of this forgotten city, who exactly is calling me? The ship moved closer and closer to the statue's feet, and everyone complimented the details. Quick, look! There are so many sculptures. Looking at the intricately carved statues, an admiring voice rang out from the ship. Could this be a depiction of the battle between the 3 eastern tribes and the Merman king, with an epic grandeur? Wan Hao cracked his knuckles, his eyes full of competitive spirit, and said, If I was a little scared before, now I'm completely excited. A lost city, the legendary sea god, how interesting. Is this the joy of exploring the unknown? Even I'm getting a little fired up. Kinkari seemed unconvinced and asked, But why would this sea god fight with the fishermen? Is it a territorial dispute? Zinget replied gently. Who knows? But even if there are so many sculptures here, it doesn't prove that the sea god really exists. After all, there's too much uncertainty in mythology. Ye Hao's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he pointed ahead, exclaiming, That's right, the giant statue holding the trident can't explain everything, and there's something else unusual. Look, everyone. Everyone followed his words and looked at the statue, listening to his analysis. Why does this sea god also have elements of the ancient gods? Everyone exclaimed with some doubt. Yin Huang pointed to the statue and wondered. The sea god statues over there don't have these elements. What's going on? Wan Hao leaned back against the ship's cabin and replied disdainfully. How would a moron like me understand? Hindi still maintained a shy expression. Her voice gently recounted. Well, I heard that gods are the personification of ancient people's beliefs, but everyone's thoughts are certainly different. Could it be because people's beliefs clashed? But someone paved the way.
Ye Hao happily turned his head and said, "That makes sense. It's just that I don't know if the sea god originally had this appearance, or if someone specifically added the ancient god elements to distort it."
He then turned his back, focusing on his own calculations. Could the one calling me be this sea god? Then what is his purpose? Is he friend or foe?
Kikari took the opportunity to tease Hindis.
Your hobby of collecting supernatural events is finally coming in handy. These teasing words made her blush with embarrassment, and she stopped her. Please don't laugh at me anymore. As the ship approached a large gate, Ye Hao asked everyone if they wanted to enter. He couldn't feel any life force. A confident voice rang out. Have we arrived? Can we retreat? Advance boldly. As the ship prepared to rush in, it suffered a malfunction. It kept shaking, causing everyone on board to scream in fear. Again, there's a powerful aura in the city. The submarine is surfacing. Is it really okay? Didn't we hit something?
He quickly adjusted the direction and reassured everyone. Trust my driving skills, someone asked. There's light over there. Are we about to emerge from the ground? Another voice asked with a skeptical tone. How is that possible? This place is 10,000 meters underwater.
The ship dashed forward like lightning, shooting like an arrow towards the surface of the water.
After everyone boarded, someone reported the information. There's such an independent space in this giant king city. This area has been checked. The basic oxygen content is the same as the mainland, and there are no harmful substances.
Herda knelt down, trembling, and cried, I'm finally alive again. I won't do this kind of absurd thing next time.
Standing in front of a large door, Wan Hao looked at the details engraved on it and asked, Lao Ji, do you think these patterns are very similar to the sculptures from before?
Wang Chuan didn't answer but asked Wan Lai, why only talk about patterns and not text? Can't you understand it? Wan Hao used his spoiled trick again and said, you also know my academic ability. Suddenly, he looked at the text at the very top of the door and said, that's not right. Even with my elementary school academic ability, I can understand it. This is clearly English. Ye Hao next to him corrected, Ritis, isn't it? Radalantis. Wang Chuan quickly got to the point. The name is not important. What's important is what's hidden behind this door. Suddenly, 2 laser beams shot out from behind, intersecting their trajectories. He quickly came to a conclusion. It seems it doesn't want people to know what's inside. Everyone was blinded, and a voice announced, scanning to determine whether the visitor has the authority to enter.
Hindis, annoyed by the cables wrapped around him, exclaimed, what the hell is this? What kind of crap is this?
The announcement repeated, accompanied by a red X appearing above everyone's head. Scanning complete. Intruder unauthorized. Please leave within 1 minute, or face the consequences.
Wan Hao anxiously said, this doesn't look good. This thing isn't some kind of kill mechanism, is it? Did ancient times have this kind of dark technology?
Wang Chuan then analyzed. It's not that strange. Before the OI era, there were many puzzles, and some were more powerful the older they were. He pointed for everyone to look at the blue circle on Ye Hao's head and said, but look, the marking on Ye Hao's head is different from ours. He also said in slight surprise, looks like it doesn't consider me an intruder. He turned to look at the door and demanded, hey, we're going together. If you want to come in together. Don't be so stingy. An eye guarding the door glowed red, and the voice repeated the warning. Request cannot be processed. Initiate destruction mode after 1 minute. After speaking, flames ignited at the feet of the remaining people. Along with that, the eye began to move closer. The door guardian appeared and said, exterminate intruders. Everyone was busy dodging the lasers that were annihilating everything, but Ye Hao remained unharmed. He complimented it with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. It really isn't attacking me at all. How kind of it. Before preparing to leave, he gave instructions to everyone. Being underwater also gives you guys a chance to vent your anger. Let's go, Hirafa also called out to everyone. Everyone, let's go. Don't let the people from the Black Tortoise team get ahead.
Wan Hao rushed forward full of energy and said, my hands have been itching for a while now. Wang Chuan fought while mocking. The boss is probably ahead. I'll let you test the waters first. Hindis also abandoned his weak appearance and charged forward.
Compared to the annoying mechanisms, killing monsters is still more enjoyable. Jinvet smiled as he rushed up behind and shouted, everyone, give it your all.
Shuju looked at them fighting together and felt admiration. They are not only powerful, but their coordination is also excellent. Each of them is a 1 in a million expert, but all of them combined don't give me the feeling of danger like that teenager, so deep and unfathomable. The Guardian was attacked to the point of collapsing, and the system announced, damage 90%. Urgent maintenance required. Switching scenes to Ye Hao, his body was enveloped in purple flames, with two giant hands beside him. As he walked, he said, "This counts as Poseidon's practice test for me." Ye Hao controlled the giant hands to attack, and said dismissively, "Intensity, not enough." Ye Hao led the formation as he walked, and confidently declared, "This level of intensity is barely a warm-up. Everyone, cheer up. Follow me and keep moving forward." Outside the door were the robots that had been defeated. They were now nothing more than piles of scrap metal lying scattered on the ground. Manhwa worriedly asked, "Are we destroying ancient artifacts by doing this?" He calmly replied, "No need to worry about that. I guess this city must have the ability to repair itself, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to maintain its original appearance under the sea for so many years." Wang Chuan stepped forward and, pointing into the distance, announced, "Now is not the time to chat. Our destination is here." In the distance, what everyone needed to find was a blue sphere. It was surrounded by circles. Suddenly, someone noticed something inside the sphere and shouted, "Look, there seems to be someone inside. Could that be the legendary Poseidon?" Upon getting closer, everyone looked deeper inside and realized it was a child. They started walking towards the equipment together, saying as they walked, "Looks younger than us. We can't conclude whether he is really Poseidon yet." Upon arriving, Ye Hao immediately used his ability, using Mosi's ability. "Can't see any problems, looks like it's not a creation of science and technology." After looking, he turned to everyone and said, "Go around and see if there are any other clues." They immediately agreed upon receiving his order. Okay, Ye Hao didn't sit idle either. He looked around for clues. "After coming here, the voice that called me before disappeared. And other than this machine, there's no one else around. Is it really him? Then the most suspicious thing is still this equipment." He touched the stone wall next to him and immediately discovered something. There's even a control panel. After looking at it for a while, Ye Hao realized something. This keyhole. Could it be to take the key and open that box? As soon as it was opened, the sphere shook violently, causing everything around it to shake along with it. What's going on? Sounds like the movement of some large equipment. Suddenly, the large golden circle around the device glowed and stopped, no longer rotating as before, and at the same time, a silhouette appeared. Wan Hao looked at this in surprise. This thing doesn't spin anymore, so that's how that key is used. Wang Chuan, in contrast to the person next to him, calmly reminded, "Be careful. I can feel a massive amount of energy rapidly gathering in that water sphere." Ye Hao, standing close to the equipment, put his hand back to stop the two of them from approaching. "So this equipment is used to restrain him. Circling around so much, is it to help him break free? It feels a bit like exploring a dungeon. You guys step back and let me test the waters." Hida, hearing this, suspiciously thought, "In the previous battles, Ye Hao didn't fully show his true strength. I wonder if I can see his true power this time." Suddenly, the equipment exploded, sparkling and bursting. "It's too bright," Wan Hao, while dodging the flashes from the explosion, said. "The destructive power of this water wave is equal to armor-piercing bullets." Hikari, holding her head, expressed agreement. "What is Ye Hao's body made of? Why isn't he afraid at all?" Suddenly, something inside the equipment moved, and the person inside unexpectedly opened their eyes. Just waking up, that person flew up and looked at them, puzzled. "I've been trapped here for hundreds of years. Now I finally see the light of day. Did you guys break my bonds?" Ye Hao smirked and replied, "That's right. Didn't you call me here? Did you forget everything after waking up?" He looked down from above, looking contemptuous. "Nonsense. I don't remember sending out a distress signal." "Wait, you're human? Impossible. How could this kind of trash life form come to my domain?" Zhai Dong, not giving them time to think, immediately rushed to attack. "I understand now. This must be a conspiracy by the Deep Sea King. I absolutely won't let him succeed in his plot." Wan Hao and Hikari, panicked, shouted in protest, "Heavens! We released him without getting any benefit, and he still wants to attack us. Does that make any sense? That's ingratitude, no conscience." He didn't bother listening to them, and attacked. "I, a dignified god, need humans to save me. Ridiculous. Ants should prostrate on the ground and look up at the divine radiance of a god. Who gave you the courage to speak so impudently?" A powerful strike immediately rushed towards the two of them. Ancient deep-sea impact. Vanish.
Ants. The attack landed a fiery barrier strike.
The strike landed towards them, seemingly defeating them. When the strike gradually dissipated, there was still someone standing strong, causing Zhai Dong to be surprised. What kind of magic is this? It can actually dissolve my attack. Ye Hao, seeing him like this, explained, "Times have changed. In the hundreds of years you were sealed, the growth of humans has long surpassed your imagination." He immediately returned to his true form, arrogantly looking at him, the human being so arrogant up above. "I thought you were still dreaming after just waking up, so I'll use my flames to wake you up a bit, Scarlet Flame Emperor," Zhang Moyan. Wan Hao helplessly said, "It's not that humans are cool, it's Ye Hao. He's become so strong that he's not like a human." Yin Huang, seeing this, admiringly said, "Ye Hao is even more handsome now that he's stronger." Lita suddenly thought, "This is his true strength. My soul doesn't feel fear and is constantly trembling."
Zhai Dong angrily rushed over, using fire to fight against my water power. "You even forgot attribute counters. Truly foolish."
Before he could become arrogant or show off his powers, he instantly panicked and evaporated. How is this possible? Ye Hao brought out his sword to counterattack,
attacking and sending him flying far away. As long as the power is strong enough, regardless of attribute counters, everything can be smashed away with bricks.
Zhai Dong angrily changed his weapon, arrogantly. How can humans exist who can be on par with the power of the gods? He still calmly blocked every attack, causing Zhai Dong to be frightened.
"Yes, isn't one right in front of you?" He angrily used his power again. A circle of power formed a water dragon, surrounding him. "Ancient water dragon soul, I don't believe it, I must defeat you."
The water dragon immediately rushed out to attack Ye Hao. Zhai Dong angrily shouted, biting, "Become sacrifices to the infinite abyss, great sea tide." The people below tried to stand firm against the storm. Everyone stand firm, absolutely don't get sucked in.
Zhai Dong smirked contemptuously. "This time, you should recognize the gap in strength, right?" He looked down and was surprised by the scene. "What?" Ye Hao looked at Zhai Dong with an angry gaze. "If you haven't woken up yet, use everything you have. I haven't warmed up enough."
He, with red eyes, angrily shouted, "Expand, bastard!" Zhai Dong angrily returned to his true form. "If that trident of mine hadn't been stolen by that beast, how could I lose to you humans?" Hindis, Hikari, and Hirafa were simultaneously surprised. It's actually the sea god. No, look at the name and level of Zhai Dong, they're all question marks. You could say he's an unspeakable ancient god. What to do? Start a war here directly, or retreat first?
Zhai Dong flew up, using his power. 2 arms appeared floating above his head. Unnecessary. That giant blue hand directly slapped Zhai Dong. His face flushed red. Zhai Dong clutched his face, muttering bloodily,
"You!" before he could recover from his shock.
He was slapped repeatedly across the face. This action stunned the onlookers. Zhai Dong looked at the person hitting him, frustrated, bewildered, and terrified, his eyes brimming with tears like a youth drama's female lead.
"Not only am I bullied by that bastard deep-sea king, but now even you humans are riding on my head. What's the point of me even living?" He clutched his face and cried, leaving Ye Hao, who was brimming with power, bewildered. "I can't live anymore," he replied, confused. "Didn't you attack first?"
After the fight, he returned to his true form, propping himself up and explaining, "Compared to bullying you, I'm more interested in what happened to you. Tell me the details, and maybe I'll help you kill the deep-sea king."
Upon hearing this, Zhai Dong happily said, "Really? You want to start from the beginning? My story has tens of thousands of years of history. It would take 3 days and 3 nights to tell it all." Ye Hao closed his eyes in annoyance, replying, "Stop talking nonsense, keep it short."
Seeing this, he stopped talking. "Alright, then let's start from my most glorious era. Back then, I conquered the entire world at sea, so I set my next goal on the continent. The coast was filled with ferocious sea beasts, but none were my match. The ruler of the near-sea divine kingdom was conquered by my force and surrendered easily. Using this as a base, I launched an offensive against the entire continent, relying on scientific and technological power that surpassed the mainland's civilization, eventually conquering the entire continent, becoming the overlord of the world." Ye Hao looked at the person in front of him, bewildered. It was almost identical to the descriptions in the legends, although the details were very different. After hearing the legend about himself, Zhai Dong said with a smile, "How is it? Surprised by my legend? It seems these legends have been passed down very well. So next let's talk about the historical period under my rule." Hearing this, he refused. "Nah, I'm not interested in things that have no value." Hearing this, Zhai Dong angrily shouted at the person in front of him,
What did you say?
How can it be worthless? After hearing this, Ye Hao's face darkened, saying, Then let me ask you, where did your true form come from? Seeing that face, he couldn't help but feel fear. My true form is not something a mortal like you can know. Let's change the subject. Hearing this, he coldly replied, Then I'm leaving. Seeing that he was about to leave, Jai Dong stopped him. Wait a moment. It's not that I don't want to say, it's just that I'm afraid that saying it would be beyond your mortal comprehension. Hearing those words, a hint of mockery appeared in Ye Hao's eyes. Have you ever thought that our abilities might already be beyond your comprehension? You once despised mortals, but now you've fallen at the feet of mortals. Times have changed. Hearing that voice, Jai Dong evasively replied, Fine, alright. Then I'll tell you. A long time ago, he recalled his past and told him, At that time, I had just awakened my consciousness, opened my eyes for the first time to look at the world, only to find that the world had nothing but icy seawater. I was the only life form on the planet, unique, yet extremely lonely, desolate, and boring. I could only absorb the energy of the ocean while constantly increasing my strength. When I came back to my senses, my home star had turned into a barren wasteland, so I left that planet with nothing. Heading into the depths of the universe, seeking my next place to settle, I wandered on countless uninhabited planets, constantly absorbing the energy within those planets. But for some reason, I never encountered another life form besides myself. Until one day, I was attacked by some mysterious existence, I was severely injured, my soul almost destroyed, and I desperately fled. Before losing consciousness, I saw myself falling towards a young planet full of volcanoes, and when I woke up again, everything had changed. Liquid still occupied most of the planet's surface, but life on the continent had emerged, with dense vegetation covering everything. Scaled creatures roamed everywhere, a vibrant scene of all things full of life. Very quickly, I understood that after I was injured, the dispersed energy altered the planet's ecosystem. Life here was therefore very close to me. From birth to now, for the first time, I had the concept of home, which I'm sure you can guess. This planet is your homeworld, Earth. Hearing this, Wan Hao and Hikari couldn't help but be surprised. You say you're the master of Earth? What a joke. There's a limit to pretending. Bah! Everyone knows how to brag. Show us the proof, Jai Dong said, defeated and frustrated. I didn't want to be the master of creation. It was all an accident. An unintentional action of mine provided the opportunity for Earth to develop. Earth only relied on its own will to naturally complete the evolution of life, Juju said worriedly. Hearing you say that, I really doubt my comprehension skills, but if you're so powerful, why were you imprisoned here by the deep-sea king? Hearing him say that, Jai Dong closed his eyes and coldly replied, If it weren't for the fact that my power was severely depleted, what is a deep-sea king? How could I be defeated by you insignificant mortals? He continued. Look at the sea you are in, seemingly boundless and vast. Ancient humans were proud of conquering the sea. But how could they know that the origin of the sea is my power condensed? Having said that, he immediately angrily yelled at them. The ancients knew to respect the sea, but you newcomers are so arrogant. Wan Hao helplessly put his hand on his head. But no one will believe this shocking truth you're spouting. Ye Hao asked the artificial intelligence Wei Si next to him. Wei Si, can you determine the authenticity of his words? The Mo Si account, hearing him ask, immediately replied, This person's concealment level is very high, and there is also some mysterious energy protecting him. I can only judge that he is 80% not lying. Hearing this, he frowned and asked Jai Dong, What is the mysterious power that severely wounded you? Hearing this, he held his head in frustration. I'm very vague about this memory. I only know that existence is extremely powerful. The equipment you see here are all bits and pieces of knowledge I absorbed during my contact with him and manufactured. But its main body is absolutely an existence superior to this esteemed one. Wei Si next to Ye Hao said, I can confirm that this statement is true. Upon hearing this, Ye Hao rested his chin in thought. The true form of the sea god is an ancient god. I had anticipated this. But what is the source of power that can suppress a fully powered ancient god? From the description, it's definitely a super micro existence of planetary level. And the powers at this level that I know of now, besides the Shadow Star Cluster and the God of Destruction, is there any connection between them and the mysterious force that caused Earth to evolve? After thinking, he looked at Chai Dong with a determined gaze. Okay, I can promise you that I'll help you defeat the Deep Sea King and retrieve your power. Hearing this, he needed a confirmation, saying, "Is this true?" At this moment, he put on a despicable expression and replied, "But as a reward, you must join my ranks and work for me." Chai Dong, hearing this, angrily shouted, "Get lost! A mere mortal dares to covet the power of an ancient god like me. I'd rather be sealed like this than listen to you." Ye Hao raised his hand, threatening the sky, changing it to a terrifying dark red color. "Open your eyes wide and see. I have 7 ancient gods like you," Chai Dong shouted. "Although I have completely lost my memories, this familiar feeling is unmistakable. You are indeed of the same origin and source as me," the squid head replied. "This is the first time I've met an ancient god with a human form. Even I can't do this kind of ability to freely control the form." The guy next to him continued, "You are very strong, even stronger than me." Emitting a gurgling sound, suddenly the guy next to him angrily shouted, "It's been so long, why haven't you said anything yet?" Ye Hao timidly suggested, "Do you still doubt my strength now? Want to consider joining us?" Chai Dong could only hold his head in deliberation, shouting loudly, "Let me think about it." Inside his heart he was struggling. Originally, telling me to be a lackey for a human was something I couldn't even dream of. But this human is just too OP, an ancient god of the same level as me, and he has 7 of them in his hand. Among them, 3. Weren't 3 ancient gods without physical bodies killed and then enslaved by him? Is this still a human? Wait, maybe I can take shares as payment. Thinking it over, he's also a god, right? Being a subordinate for someone stronger doesn't seem too shameful. Finally, Chai Dong agreed, saying clearly, "Okay, I agree with you." But Ye Hao replied with an indifferent attitude and said, "Then let's go try that Deep Sea King." Chai Dong also quickly replied with a confused expression, "Wait." He also continued, "You just believe me like that? Just based on one sentence? Aren't you worried that I might betray you?" Ye Hao glanced over, replying as if challenging, "So what if you do?" Chai Dong wondered secretly. Is this man an idiot? No. Someone who can subdue 7 ancient gods can't be an idiot, right? He has absolute confidence in his strength. Returning to reality, Chai Dong also conceded and stammered, "A contract," Ye Hao said sarcastically. "A contract. Is it necessary?" He quickly picked himself up and shouted, "Of course I need it. Mostly I'm afraid I'll regret it," he thought to himself. This guy is way more human than the other ancient gods. Ye Hao replied with a sarcastic tone. "So, what do we do?" Chai Dong quickly responded. "Follow the requirements of the ancient ritual. Take a drop of essence blood from both of us. This is simple." The 2 of them bit their fingers at the same time to draw blood. He read the ritual aloud. Ning Shen infused his magic power into the fresh blood, so that the power of both hands would merge with their will. The fresh blood was also rising, merging, and fusing together in a different way. Reaching the final step, the designed formation was also gradually coming to an end. Chai Dong seriously said, "You who become my ally, I am your sharp blade. Ji Yu San Xie, judge of the enemies of the sea. Take this as blood oath, and never betray." The ritual officially ended here. A beam of blue light illuminated the entire sky. Lian also shouted, "Too dazzling. You guys even prepared sunglasses." Mu Yu replied. Fatty Shu recommended them. He said when following Ye Hao on a mission, we must avoid being blinded. It's truly not wrong. Wang Chuan also chimed in. A contract formation with such power, he is indeed not simple. And finally, Yin Huang added, "Fortunately, Ye Hao subdued him. Otherwise it would definitely be a fierce battle." Chai Dong announced, "The contract is complete." While Ye Hao turned to look at the mark on his hand, he also said, "This glass ball represents the memories of the 2 of us. As long as it exists, no one can break the oath." Ye Hao seemed pleased and thought to himself, "It's really magical," Chai Dong said seriously. "These subordinates of yours work well together, but human beings can't survive in the deep sea. Fighting deep-sea crabs will be a danger." He also agreed, and quickly asked, "Do you have a countermeasure?" Liana quickly retorted, "Who are you calling Ye Hao's subordinates?" Chai Dong immediately used space manipulation to conjure thousands of amber jewels. "This is my secret treasure trove, containing all the treasures I have accumulated over 10,000 years. Hikari ran over and hugged it,
praising enthusiastically. Wow, so rich. Xin Wei was also surprised. Not to mention this mountain of gold. Any piece of equipment here can easily fetch a sky-high price in any auction. Zhai Dong also warned the others.
Although we are allies now, don't stare at my collectibles. What I want to give you is this. These were bottles of liquid that, after use, could allow them to survive,
Breathe underwater, even swim faster than fish, and it lasts for 24 hours. He also added, ordinary people who often go into the abyss must face the temptation of the abyss,
and I'm already used to it. The first to walk in the abyss? Some people clamored with questions, oh my god, really, is it that good? Meanwhile, Li Nanda seemed suspicious.
Suddenly telling us to drink this unknown medicine, who knows if there's something wrong with it. Zhai Dong also replied, HMPH, drink or not, it's up to you. Ye Hao quickly grabbed one and drank it all, continuing, performing such a big oath ritual, why would you play these petty tricks? Don't worry, with my planetary level pharmacy skills, this definitely has no problem, it's considered good. Wan Hao was suspicious but still drank it.
What level is planetary level? What he said must be right. The others also picked up the bottles and drank them decisively. Xin Wei saw this and asked,
Sister, should we drink it too? Lai also gestured for silence, squirted it, and told the others to drink it. She also added, drink it. If something happens, Ye Hao will take responsibility. After drinking, suddenly Linda opened her eyes wide and felt very strange.
She wondered, what's happening? What is this feeling? My hearing and senses seemed to have opened up dozens of times.
Her body felt weightless, as if swimming at the bottom of the sea. The fish were swimming, the algae were swaying, and there were traces of the years left on the rocks, all as if they were right next to her,
completely without any spatial obstacles. My claustrophobia is completely cured. Li ran over and begged Zhai Dong, how much does this medicine cost per bottle? I'll buy it all. But she was rejected by Zhai Dong.
Go away, you looked down on it earlier. Not for sale.
Not for sale. Linda also shamelessly knelt down and begged, don't be so heartless, whatever the price or other conditions you ask, sell it to me, sell it to me. Finally, Zhai Dong reluctantly agreed.
Alright, I'll see how you perform next. Li happily said, okay, leave it to me. The little ones behind her whispered,
she's completely lost her image.
Zhai Dong solemnly announced,
the deep sea is currently very dangerous. Not a place where ordinary people can stay. You must prepare both your minds and your fighting skills.
One by one they showed their momentum, starting with Wan Hao. I've already fought the final boss. My hands have been itching for a long time. Next was Wang Chuan. This time I must let my swordsmanship break through to a new height. Finally, Yin Huan.
I can't lose either. I will definitely do my best for Ye Hao's sake.
Seeing that determination, Zhai Dong shouted, all right, and opened the space formation.
Countless monsters and everyone's thoughts converged on the words, then let the battle begin. As the monsters surged forward, Wan Hao was a little frightened. Oh my god, anyone with trypophobia can't watch this, it's so scary.
Meanwhile, Ye Hao, using the Void Beast King account in its ocean form, declared loudly,
it doesn't matter how many more soldiers they create, follow my lead, next we're going full speed. In this form,
damage against poisonous creatures of the water element increases by 50%, special attack effectiveness is enhanced by 30%, and the capture rate is greatly increased. A peerless path. Xu Zhu also exerted effort to kill monsters. Wang Chuan was equally valiant, joining Wan Hao in their all-out assault on the enemy.
The others also did their best to create a fierce scene. One strike from Ye Hao swept away 1,000 troops, annihilating the majority of the monsters.
He paused, seriously thinking. Clearly, at a depth of 10,000 meters under the sea, I can't feel any pressure or resistance from the deep sea water. That sea god's wing artifact is truly extraordinary. If I can get the formula and mass produce it, I'll definitely make a fortune. Ye Hao wore a shadowy expression, causing Zhai Dong to be suspicious. If it were the old me, I definitely would have thought that way, but now money is just fleeting clouds to me. I'll let you off the hook for now.
The monsters quickly fled. Oh god, this guy is too strong. He really stabbed me in the hand. Too exciting. A wave of sound echoed from somewhere, causing the monsters to clutch their heads in pain. Hindis wondered, why did they all die in an instant? Hikari quickly replied. Looks like the boss of this area is about to appear, huh?
Caliqua angrily roared.
A bunch of useless trash, you can't even stop a few humans, so I have to take action myself. His level is rare elite. Caliqua fierce battle.
Zhai Dong's face was filled with worry. This guy is one of the 3 great generals under the Deep Sea King, specializing in guarding the borders of the Abyss Sea. I suffered quite a few losses at his hands, although of course after losing the trident, when I was at my peak I could crush him with one finger,
Kalikwa said with an arrogant expression. So it's you. You defeated Underling. It seems the great king was still too merciful, only sealing you and not killing you, unexpectedly letting you escape, he continued. But relying on this little kid appearance of yours, you won't be able to stir up any waves. Surrender while you still can, and I might let you have a whole corpse.
Zhai Dong's face was full of anger.
You bastard, now Ye Hao calmly stopped him. Wait, don't act rashly. Light quickly stepped forward. Wait, you guys fall back. Let me handle this, she continued seriously. If this boss has a grudge against you, then suppose I help you kill it. Can I buy that medicine from you? Zhai Dong said with a hesitant tone. If you can really do it, I naturally have no objections. But I must remind you, it's very strong, at least stronger than I am now, and you guys are, Lei shouted. Then it's decided, sisters, let's go together. The others were surprised. Big sister is finally getting serious.
Kalikwa also sneered. Relying on you guys, who radiate the aura of the weak, I can drown you with a mouthful of spit,
Lita said with a determined expression. Before, because of my fear of enclosed spaces, I couldn't use my full strength, but now I can finally let loose and fight. They also deployed the True Goddess Squad, full gear formation. They surrounded Sinka and shouted in unison.
7 formations. The Starlight Chi Gathering formation is also activated, causing Kia pain. This is the all-member combined attack skill of the True Goddess Squad, linking the power of 5 people together, transforming into divine light that pierces through everything, continuously attacking the enemy. The number of attacks is infinite, until the enemy falls, or their stamina and magic power are exhausted.
Kalikwa screamed in pain. It hurts. Damn it, it hurts too much. Get down here for me. Running around and back and forth doesn't make you heroes. He unleashed his tentacles and shouted angrily, Die, all of you! Tentacle rampage. Hikari moved and smirked. Too slow, Hirap quickly added. The boss's skills are full of openings, a great opportunity. They all attack together with the True Goddess Strike skill.
Wan Hao is surprised. So this is their true strength. Their coordination is like a painting, Wang Chuan adds. Rather than saying it's coordination, it's more like they're innately one being. Yin Huang joins the conversation. No wonder they can become the main force of the East District. Truly impressive.
Ye Hao is excited. If I'm not mistaken, the essence of their skill is linking all 5 senses together. Besides strength, they also resonate vision, hearing, and touch, and as long as they maintain their formation, there are no blind spots for them. Even if ambushed, they can counter-surround at any time.
Kali growls. Rare elites. Kalakwando Duchien, Lida urgently says.
The boss looks like it's about to go berserk, Hindis quickly shouts. Probably. Everyone be careful to maintain formation.
Zhu Zhu looks serious. Although I've never encountered this boss before, based on my years of experience fighting these sea monsters, their berserk states are all very abnormal, Zhai Dong continues. Your feeling is right. This guy's berserk ability is super persistence defense counter.
This state will last for 2 minutes. During that time, although it won't counterattack, its defense will greatly increase, and it will constantly accumulate power. Zhai Dong adds, if it's not dealt with within the time limit, it will unleash a terrifying power, performing an overwhelming counterattack on the surrounding enemies while it's charging up and hardening. He also says with a serious face, I suffered from this move before. Although I wasn't knocked down, the Deep Sea King was able to take advantage of it. Shin Vest shouts to the others. The boss is becoming too hard, attacks aren't effective. Lita reassures everyone, don't panic, keep up the attack without stopping. Hirap quickly, yes. Wan Hao runs over and shouts, everyone let's go together. If we really let the gas tank explode, it'll be troublesome. Ye Hao reassures. No need, he adds.
True Goddess Squad, get out of the way for power accumulation.
Lita panics. What? Hikari continues. It seems Ye Hao wants to use a big move. A powerful spear pierces Kia's body. There's a big hole in Kika's stomach, but he's not worried. This small wound, I can heal it immediately. But after a while, there's no reaction, making him worried. How can this be? Why can't it heal? Inside the hole, there are lightning bolts snaking through every corner. It's this lightning. It's tearing my wound. Ye Hao spins his trident in the air, threatening, I don't want to waste too much time on a house dog. Get out of the yard obediently. Before vanishing, Kia doesn't forget to warn, you damned humans, the Deep Sea King won't let you go. Vanishing. Suddenly, Li's body shines brightly. We leveled up, Zinette is surprised. After level 300, the experience efficiency of dungeons decreases sharply. It's been a long time since we leveled up, Hirafa continues. Unexpectedly, the experience of this deep-sea dungeon is higher than the mainland.
Hikari's eyes sparkle with admiration. As expected, following brother. Yay, there's meat to eat. Please let me continue to hug this thick thigh in the future. Wan Hao laughs loudly. You're very sensible.
The system starts listing the loot from killing Quan Duo Zan Kul.
Receiving 5 billion experience points. The team collectively receives 80 million gold. Scale fragment shell of Quan Duo Zahan, a soft body armor full of fish scales. When worn, it's like it has its own life, able to autonomously block damage, with a defense increase of 20%, and a maximum single instance of damage cannot exceed 50% of health. It can convert the damage received into accumulation points, consuming all the accumulation to turn it into a huge damage attack against surrounding enemies.
Next is a special letter. A special letter from the Anti-Faction Alliance. The dungeon gate has been opened. You should expand the counterattack on the continent in the oceans around the globe. But the Deep-Sea King is only satisfied with occupying a coastal stronghold and has stopped advancing. He's really senile, it seems. It's time for a new dynasty. Finally, there's a quite useful map. The Deep-Sea God's Treasure Map. A special map recording the location of the Deep-Sea King's treasure. It's said that hidden inside is the source of the Sea God's power. Using the Deep-Sea King's treasure, this is the original war. Shu Hunju understands when he sees the letter in Ye Hao's hand. Judging by the content of this letter, someone within the Bing Xie tribe wants to rebel. Wang Chuan's expression suddenly darkens. It seems that internal strife isn't just a human privilege. Every race is unavoidable. Ye Hao glances at Zhai Dong and questions, what's going on actually? The Deep-Sea King is a conservative faction, and the other radical factions want to overthrow his rule. He is shocked, hastily explaining, no, if the Deep-Sea King is considered a conservative faction, then this conservative faction is too radical. Zhai Dong is somewhat nostalgic when he thinks of the Deep-Sea King. The Deep-Sea King, the first knew, was not only strong but also very warlike and brutal. His whole life was about war and killing, completely different from the description in this letter.
Yin Huang rubs his chin and speculates.
Could it be that the Deep-Sea King was replaced during the time you were sealed? Zhai Dong quickly shakes his head. The lifespans of the Bing Xie tribe are very long, and the Deep-Sea King's strength is unmatched. I can't think of anyone who could replace him.
Ye Hao covers his mouth with his hand, falling into thought.
If he wasn't replaced, then something must have happened to the Deep-Sea King, causing his personality to suddenly change. This might be important information. Wan Hao is excited again, carrying gauntlets, wanting to go forward. No matter why, as long as Ye Hao is here, the damn Deep-Sea King isn't that scary. Let's just kill him and be done with it. Thinking of mountains of gold and silver, Ye Hao's mind is also blinded. No rush. Killing King Bing Hai is just a convenient side quest. Now that we have the treasure map, exploring the treasure vault overnight sounds way more fun, doesn't it? Everyone raised their hands in agreement. Yeah, let's go treasure hunting.
Zhai Dong wiggled his fingers back and forth, expressing his dissatisfaction. You guys are still too green. A little treasure and you're already this excited. The urgent matter now is to defeat the Deep-Sea God and reclaim my trident.
Ye Hao stared at Zhai Dong, posing a question. Where do you think your trident is most likely to be when the Deep-Sea God isn't using it in battle?
As if he had figured something out,
Zhai Dong dashed off excitedly. That's right, the treasure vault. Ye Hao sighed inwardly. This kid's so happy he's practically speaking a foreign language now. There was a volcano way up high, lava continuously spewing from its mouth. Ye Hao's group arrived in front of a door at the foot of the mountain. The Deep-Sea King's secret treasure vault. Wang Chuan looked up, his eyes a little bewildered. This door looks like it's been attacked countless times. It's still so solid, how do we get in?
Wan Hao, as always, didn't bother thinking, and directly punched the door. He punched first and then talked.
Unexpectedly, the door rebounded with a similar force, sending him flying. Wan Hao, looking at the door with only a slight dent, was displeased.
Too hard. This punch with 80% of my power only left this little mark.
Suddenly, a voice echoed from the door. To even dream of using brute force to open the treasure vault, how foolish. Wan Hao jumped in fright. Oh my god, the door's talking. Yin Huang, being more perceptive, noticed something different. Is your brain broken? There's clearly someone inside. The lines on the door are glowing as if it has a life of its own. For thousands of years, countless people have coveted the deep-sea god's secret treasure, but none have ever returned. So don't waste your effort. No one except the deep-sea king can open this door. Ye Hao calmly took a few steps forward. So, you've also been locked in this treasure vault for hundreds of years. The voice inside the door began to falter, as if caught off guard. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not locked up. I was given the important mission of guarding the treasure vault, Ye Hao immediately retorted. But you said yourself that no one can open this door, so what's the point of guarding it? It stammered again. Whatever, say what you want, you still can't get in. Wan Hao was furious, his face turning pale. This guy's tone is naturally irritating. Ye Hao lightly traced his fingers over the details of the patterns on the door. How interesting. If you're trapped in this treasure vault, it means, in some sense, you're also a treasure. I want to see what you are. Without warning, Ye Hao began to frantically convert to Mozi mode. Duixi, help me analyze the structure of this large door. Duixi immediately appeared beside him, coming right up, initiating analysis. Algorithmic circles were applied to the door. After a few seconds, Duixi produced a complete set of analytical data. This door is made up of a complex and precise metal structure and a magical seal, forming a double layer of protection. It's difficult to break through with physical means alone. But as long as we use Molasi's ability to disrupt its structure first, we can use force to break the magic seal. Ye Hao began to summon lightning to gather at the door. Mechanical destruction initiated. Let's begin. The voice inside the door began to panic. What are you trying to do? He was fully equipped with god-level armor. I advise you to stand back a little to avoid accidental injury. Indestructible Baldy. Ignoring the voice's constant warnings, Ye Hao continued to charge forward with force. Stop it now, don't come over here. With just one punch, the door shattered into small pieces. Li Dai watched his retreating figure, sighing. Ye Hao even has another transformation form. Just how much strength is he hiding? Sinete vaguely saw another shadow. Look, something's coming out of the door. Even through the dust, the figure's size was apparent. How dare you! Nanami charged out with her trident, shouting loudly, You invaders! I won't forgive you. Nanami lunged to attack Ye Hao with her trident. Die, intruder. He gripped the shaft of the trident tightly, mocking. Is this all you've got? Nanami was surprised by what just happened. She tried her best to snatch the trident from Ye Hao's hand. Damn it! Release my trident immediately! Hikari exclaimed with delight. Hindi sighed. It's actually a mermaid, Yin Huang said. So beautiful, I never thought we could encounter a creature that only exists in fairy tales. Wan Hao, standing beside her, was equally surprised, but surprised by the undulating hills, so big, in all kinds of ways. Hearing his inappropriate words, Yin Huang angrily punched Wan Hao in the face. Get serious! Ye Hao stared into Nanami's eyes, asking, Can you tell me now? Who are you? Why were you locked in this treasure vault? Nanami replied fiercely, saying something shocking. I am the Deep-Sea King's younger sister. Everyone present gasped in surprise. What? Seeing their reactions, Nanami proudly declared, What's wrong? Scared now, aren't you? You dare try to snatch my brother's treasures. None of you will leave here alive. The group abandoned all pretense of decorum and huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Isn't the Deep-Sea King supposed to be a merman? Logically, his sister should be a mermaid too, right? Could she be a hybrid of a merman and a siren? I bet they aren't even blood-related. Nanami, who had been observing everything, angrily shouted, How dare you talk about me like that? You're spouting nonsense. I order you to retract those fantasies immediately. Ye Hao looked curiously at Zai Donghai Shen, whom he caught sneaking away. Hey, where do you think you're going? Nanami, seeing the familiar figure, suddenly screamed, You are. She flew past Hikari, Yin Huang, and Wan Hao, all three of whom were gaping in astonishment. He stared blankly as Nanami hugged Jiadong tightly, burying her face in his chest. She said happily, Lord Sea God, it really is you. Am I dreaming? You're finally free, Jiadong, suffocating from the embrace, struggled and yelled, too tight, let me go. After hearing the whole story, Nanami knelt and kowtowed before Ye Hao. I apologize, I was a little loud just now. Thank you for rescuing Lord Sea God, she blushed and said emotionally. Ever since Lord Sea God was sealed, I've been trying to rescue him, but every attempt ended in failure. Eventually, my brother locked me in the treasure vault, forbidding me from leaving. All I could do was cry every day. After all these years, I can finally see him again. I truly don't know how to thank you.
Wan Hao walked over and ruffled Zhaidong's hair, smiling teasingly. No wonder you're the sea god who lords over the Sea King. You can even charm the enemy's sister, and she's so devoted to you. Impressive. Zhaidong crossed his arms, helpless. Don't say any more. Let me have some peace,
Nanami said shyly. The bond between Lord Sea God and me is far beyond your imagination. Would you be willing to hear a story that will touch your hearts and minds? The goddess squad eagerly chorused. Yes, tell us quickly. Zhaidong hurriedly stopped them. Don't, he said uncomfortably. Now is not the time for useless stories. Quickly help me retrieve my trident, regain my strength, and then go kill the Deep Sea King. Nanami immediately switched from an enthusiastic state to a disappointed expression. Okay, Hikari smiled knowingly. The three of them shared the same thought. This reaction definitely means there's a juicy story to hear. Ye Hao then spoke. Alright, although I'm also very curious about their relationship, we should first see what treasures are in this vault, Hindi's replied. Alright. The treasures are also something to look forward to. Ye Hao looked at Nanami, who was looking disappointed, and asked, Now we are going into the treasure vault to steal your brother's treasures. What are you planning to do? Nanami replied with certainty. No matter how precious the treasures are, they are not as important as Lord Sea God's freedom. You are the benefactors, who rescued Lord Sea God. I, of course, will provide assistance. She led the group deeper inside, revealing more information as they walked. There are many traps in the treasure vault. I will guide you through them. After they entered the treasure vault, a dazzling array of gold, silver, and jewels appeared before them. A look of delight appeared in everyone's eyes, and someone shouted in excitement, This is too magnificent. Zhaidong stood behind them and snorted proudly. That's because many of the treasures here were plundered from me by the Deep Sea King. You don't need to be polite. Take whatever you want. Hikari smiled with narrowed eyes and replied, Great, a generous boss. Zhaidong glanced at the group and thought smugly. Anyway, the number of my treasures far exceeds your imagination. Even if I let you take them, based on the capabilities of humans, you won't be able to take much. It can show my generosity without suffering much loss. You should all worship me. As soon as the thought ended, Ye Hao activated the black hole account, sucking all the treasures in the vault into the space. Thank you for the gift, Lord Sea God. I won't be polite then. The black hole account sucked in everything like a storm, and the system continuously announced, obtained 100 billion in gold coins, obtained 500 rare items. The goddess squad stared blankly, as all the gold and silver were sucked away by the black hole, leaving nothing behind. The system announced, obtained 90 legendary grade equipment, obtained 300 epic grade equipment. Ye Hao said happily, I will keep these treasures safe for now. After the battle ends, I will distribute them fairly. Now, we can go to the next location. Zhaidong wished he could burrow into the ground and disappear 5 minutes ago, kneeling down on the ground in despair. Let me calm down a bit. I promise I won't show off anymore. A system screen appeared before Ye Hao's eyes. Congratulations, host. For obtaining a God-tier rule tool, he asked, puzzled. God-tier rule tool, Ye Hao held the short dagger in his hand. The system's voice echoed in his mind, introducing the tool, God-tier rule, shattering intoxication. Legend has it that this divine artifact was wielded by a great demoness, not for combat, but as a countermeasure against overwhelming power. It can alter the characteristics of world laws when a skill is activated. The tool is equipped with a rule effect that can neutralize activations. It has a 2-hour cooldown and can only be used once every 24 hours. The cooldown begins after use. He asked, puzzled. Speaking of rule-type tools, is it undoubtedly the original divine artifact? Ye Hao thought. I've already experienced the terror of the original divine artifacts multiple times. Pure rule power. Each one has heaven-defying effects, and every battle is fraught with peril. The key is that I still haven't fully grasped the comprehensive nature of the original divine artifacts. He thought to himself, the unknown existence is the greatest danger. The original divine artifact is like the sword of Damocles hanging over my head, ready to fall, and could deliver a fatal blow at any time. Once a new, original divine artifact emerges, it would be a fatal blow to both me and the earth, which has barely achieved unity. Ye Hao stared down at the short dagger in his hand. But now, things are different. With this tool, I can call it the natural enemy of the original divine artifacts. No matter what kind of original divine artifact appears, I can handle it myself.
Moreover, it might have a special effect on the mist zone with its rule power. Exploring the third major area related to the angels has become more certain.
Zhai Dong walked up to Ye Hao and asked, "Why are you staring at that thing?" he asked. "Where did you get this tool? I've never seen this before."
Zhai Dong lifted his face proudly and answered, "It's no wonder you haven't seen it. After all, I made it myself, and it's the only one in the world."
Ye Hao asked in astonishment, mouth agape, "What? You made it?" Wei Si, who was flying nearby, was equally surprised, saying decisively, "He's not lying. To be able to make a god-tier tool like this, his abilities are probably no less than that madman Moasi, maybe even stronger."
Immediately, he moved closer to Zhai Dong, flashing a flattering smile and praising him in a commercial tone. "See, God, you're so awesome. Your craftsmanship is truly divine. I've never seen such an omnipotent existence like you in all my life." Praised. Zhai Dong felt proud and said,
It's nothing. Go ahead and praise me. I like hearing it." Taking the opportunity, Ye Hao spared no effort, praising Zhai Dong to the heavens. "See, God, you're so amazing. Can you teach me how to make a god-tier tool?" Zhai Dong cocked his head triumphantly. Upon hearing the question from Ye Hao, he immediately replied, "No way." Ye Hao was stunned. "Huh," Zhai Dong said. "Making a god-tier tool is not a simple matter. First, you have to be in a high-latitude, god-tier civilization planet and use god-tier energy and materials to forge it," he continued seriously. "Then, you must have god-tier knowledge, along with corresponding god-tier blueprints." Zhai Dong pointed to his head with his index finger. "And finally, you must have a powerful mental and physical strength that can withstand all the backlash when creating a god-tier tool." He looked sadly at his tiny hand and said, "With my current conditions, I don't meet even one requirement." Ye Hao asked, "You don't even remember the relevant knowledge?"
Zhai Dong sighed and replied, "Instead of saying it's forgotten, it's more like it was stolen." Ye Hao was shocked. "Stolen?" Zhai Dong explained.
"It was during a battle that caused tremendous damage to me. A mysterious existence stole a large amount of my knowledge and memories. Therefore, even if I regain the trident and restore the power of my prime, I still can't create a god-tier tool," Wan Hao asked. "I didn't expect that. Does that mean the current sea god can be said to be a newbie, just out of the factory on Earth?" Villing Day continued. "If he could recover all his memories, I wonder how terrifying his strength would become." Nanami seemed to realize something and said, "No wonder Brother Sea God often looks at the sky at a 45-degree angle with a lonely expression." A light flashed in Ye Hao's mind, and he gradually connected all the events that had occurred. Wait, a mysterious existence from the universe? Stolen god-tier knowledge, rule tool?
Could it be? Ye Hao took out a needle-shaped tool from his space
and presented it to Zhai Dong. "See, God, take a look at this."
He took the tool in his hand and examined it. This is indeed a rule-type god-tier tool. Although it's not top-notch, it's enough to overwhelm everything on Earth. Strange, why do I feel so familiar with it?
Ye Hao thought to himself. "It's just as I thought." Wan Hao curiously stepped forward and asked, "What are you two talking about? It sounds so interesting." Zhai Dong feigned disdain and replied, "High-level academic discussion, it's none of your business, you ignorant fool. Step aside."
Seeing Ye Hao still silently with his head down, Wan Hao said to him, utterly confused, "It's been a long time since I've seen you so serious. What's going on?"
Ye Hao spoke up. "Everyone, the truth about Planet Oi's oification may be revealed at this very moment." Everyone was astonished by that statement. They exclaimed in unison, "What did you say?" Wan Hao cried out in surprise. "You're saying you know the truth about oification?" Zhu Zhu's face turned pale, unable to believe it. "How is that possible? This is the biggest mystery that all of humanity has been unable to solve."
"What basis do you have for saying such a thing?"
Ye Hao had to lower his voice to reassure everyone. "Everyone, calm down first. Before I announce my thoughts, I want to ask everyone a question. After the Earth was oified, everything was set up like a game, with levels, equipment, and dungeons. Isn't this strange?" Wang Chuan was also someone who knew very well about humanity's previous discussions on this matter. This issue had plagued humanity for hundreds of years. Sages of every era had tried to find an answer. But in the end, they couldn't reach a unified conclusion, and after humans adapted to the changes of Oe, they no longer wanted to think about this issue. Ye Hao frowned slightly and explained, "Habit is humanity's greatest trait, but it's also what often causes us to overlook clues right in front of our eyes." And the divine artifact I just received reminded me of something. The oikification of Earth is actually a global ruleification. Yin Huang raised his hand to rub his chin, looking into the distance. Global ruleification, like the ruleification of the Misty Lands. Inside, everything operates according to specially defined rules. Could it be that the oikification of Earth is this kind of rule extending to a global scale? He lowered his eyes, staring intently at the sword in his hand. That's right. But this kind of rule doesn't appear naturally. Behind it, there must be the effect of a rule-type item. Wang Chuan involuntarily frowned as he thought of this. Are you saying it's a primal divine artifact? But primal divine artifacts, though powerful, aren't enough to create ruleification on a global scale unless there's a rule-type item even more powerful than a primal divine artifact. Ye Hao crossed his arms and walked back and forth past them, stating his conjecture. We all know that there are special rules in the Misty Lands, but we rarely think about where these rules come from, so could there be a possibility? It's precisely because of the existence of these rule items that the Misty Lands appear. Suddenly, Ye Hao stopped, his eyes looking into the void, speculating along this line. If there really is an item that can rule, IFY Earth, where do you all think it's most likely to be hidden? A glimmer of light flashed in Wan Hao's head. Could it be this place? The area where the mist appeared largest and earliest in the Third Great District? Hikari was overjoyed. Could it be the blessed land that so many heroes went to one after another before? Maybe they discovered this secret. Hindi's quickly covered her mouth to avoid shouting too loudly, feeling that everything was connected in an instant, and it seemed that it could really be explained. Lai suddenly stood up and questioned Ye Hao. Wait, assume there was a rule item first, and then the oification event occurred. Then, how did these items come about? He replied calmly. This isn't certain yet, but it's very likely that someone deliberately left them behind. At this moment she had too many knots in her heart, giving rise to an inexplicable feeling of confusion. You're saying the ossification of Earth was caused by someone's interference? How is that possible? Let's not even talk about their purpose for doing so, just saying that this kind of thing is really possible. That's just nonsense. Zhai Dong suddenly burst out laughing, making Li Dai uncomfortable. What are you laughing at? Is there something wrong with what I said? He narrowed his eyes, mocking her. I'm laughing at your shallow knowledge and boastful words. Don't even look at who's standing in front of you. In the Creator's Dictionary, there's never been anything impossible. Wan Hao's brain was working at full capacity today, so he constantly had enlightening ideas leading the way. Could the oification of Earth be led by you alone? But unfortunately, Zhai Dong quickly denied it. It wasn't. He immediately darkened his face. Then what are you boasting about? Zhai Dong's feeling now was as if he were the one who controlled everything on Earth. Although I didn't do it, I'm not sure I could have done it in my prime, not to mention the mysterious power that once defeated me. You people can't even imagine how vast this universe is. You, lying in low latitudes, are just pitiful bugs trapped on this small planet. Your bodies and consciousness are bound by gravity. But as long as you help me find my power again, then I'll take you to a wider sky with no roots, so you can see what the real world is. The group knew Zhai Dong's bad habit, so they gathered to the other side. You're talking nonsense again. Can you take us to the future? Only Ye Hao. They didn't show any mercy and stabbed him. A little ancient god of unknown origin like you, let's just forget it. Hurry up and resolve the matter in the deep sea and continue to explore the blessed land. Zhai Dong yelled and screamed. You guys, you're going too far. How can you not respect people like that? Nanami followed along behind. That's right, great sea god is amazing. They all turned their backs on him, ignoring all of Zhai Dong's words. Wang Ba is chanting scriptures. You stop right there, I order you to listen to me. Li Dai remembered the last time she entered the machine room. Only the screen in front of her was still blank. She stood, exuding a glamorous chill. What's the matter with suddenly summoning me? A person appeared on the screen, but their appearance was unclear. You see, now not only is the East Great District managed by Ye Hao, but even the ecology of the entire Earth has been changed by him. His strength and ambition have exceeded my expectations, and I can roughly guess his next plan. Lit looked at the map, a little hesitant. The third great district, the Blessed Land, that guy wants to go there again. Is he tired of living? The person on the screen then explained, Ye Hao is not someone who can be speculated according to common sense. With his strength, he is absolutely qualified to enter the Blessed Land, and you must lead your battle team to go with him. Liday's tone was not small, but her attitude was very cautious towards the person on the screen. You want me to find an opportunity to help you eliminate him? Although I haven't seen him in person, he can even defeat Karyos. Where do you get the confidence in him? There are countless forms of him in their data. Ye Hao is indeed very strong, so we can only temporarily bow our heads now. But after all, he is also a human being. And as long as he is a human being, he will have weaknesses. Suddenly, something flashed in front of Leo's eyes. She had to shield her eyes with both hands from the light. Li's eyes widened in surprise at what she saw. Is this a primordial artifact? The person on the screen confirmed. That's right. According to current records, Ye Hao's rare defeat was thanks to the primordial artifact. With it, Yuan's chances of winning will increase. She lowered her voice, filled with dissatisfaction. How well prepared. But I don't have a choice, do I? The person on the screen never revealed their identity, only their voice. It's good that you know. Complete the mission properly. You 5 sisters can reunite as usual. Stay by Ye Hao's side and observe him. Once he reveals a weakness, don't hesitate to act immediately. But before that, absolutely do not casually reveal yourselves or show your trump card. Remember, you only have one chance. His face has already been placed within their sights for elimination. The generation that our East District painstakingly established absolutely cannot be casually ruined by outsiders. Ending the flashback, Li Hao was walking behind, secretly scheming. Ye Hao's strength completely exceeds expectations. He even managed to obtain a counterpart to the primordial artifact. Can I really complete this mission? Or rather, is it even possible to complete this mission? It felt like someone was secretly observing Ye Hao with murderous intent, causing him to glance back. The next moment, without understanding what he was thinking, he revealed a meaningful smile. Zhai Dong, who was standing in the back and shivering from the cold, decided to make a scene. No way, I can't take it anymore. Strictly speaking, I am the founder of Earth. How can you compare me to an insignificant kid? That's too much. He conjured a spear and swung it around. This trident contains a small portion of my power from back then. Originally, I didn't want to use it so soon, but now I have to get serious. Nanami looked at Zhai Dong with admiration. Lord Sea God, please unleash your full power. Before everyone, the scene suddenly transformed into a vast ocean. Streaks of water began to converge, forming a giant water sphere. After the water sphere was completely formed, something flashed at its center, gradually spreading everywhere. Water began to flow in a circular pattern, creating a vortex in the middle of the sphere. This is the water sphere, slowly dissipating. A man with the aura of the sea appeared. Zhai Dong had transformed into a handsome man with a perfect body, standing before them. Look closely. This is the real me. Ye Hao's face darkened as he looked at Zhai Dong, and said in a low voice, I didn't expect you to have this trick up your sleeve. He crossed his arms, replying calmly, As a god, of course I have to plan thoroughly. I had foreseen this kind of situation long ago, so I specially reserved this power. His whole body was robust, and he was wearing sturdy, solid clothing. Zhai Dong turned his head, his green hair flying elegantly. He smiled slightly. His sharp eyes and face were fresh and beautiful. Zhai Dong closed his eyes and confidently crossed his arms, saying, This is the ultimate, perfect, divine body. Nanami clasped her hands behind her, looking at him with sparkling eyes. Brother Sea God! Wan Hao tilted his head to look, and he slightly curled his lips. Isn't it just changing into a feminine getup? What's so impressive? Wang Chuan also squeezed in to look in confusion. Beauty can't be eaten. Strength is everything. Harap chuckled hesitantly. But it's the type 1 like. Jin Wei squeezed closer to her, her nose bleeding as she continued. Probably very suitable to train. Lai angrily turned around and yelled at the two. Pay attention to your image a little. Zhai Dong was angered by everyone's words, picked up the trident, and repeatedly gnashed his teeth threateningly. Don't go too far. If it weren't for the contract with Ye Hao, I would definitely teach you all a lesson. He stood next to him, feeling scared, and helplessly looked at Zhai Dong's actions, stopping him. Okay, don't get angry over these small things, At least I can see the extremely high potential and growth rate on your body.
waiting for you to reclaim your power. You will definitely be stronger than you are now."
His eyes were like a puppy dog's, and tears began to fall as he turned to look at Ye Hao, feeling wronged. "Ye Hao, you are the only one who understands."
After a while of relaxing with everyone, Jai Dong became serious again. Shouldering the trident, he took the lead and went ahead, saying, "Let's go, it's time to end things with that deep-sea king. This time, I must reclaim all of my power."
Everyone went together deeper into the cave. Ye Hao's group cried out in unison, "It's so dark!" Jai Dong calmly walked behind and asked, "Is this road correct?" Nanami held the lamp, and she was leading everyone, answering,
"That's right. This is a shortcut to the royal palace. When I secretly sneaked out to play as a child, I often went this way. But it wasn't this dark back then."
Very quickly, Nanami led everyone to a place, which was a stone door that was slightly ajar. She turned her head to look and said, "We're here." A dark and dilapidated place appeared. Everyone blankly gazed around, exclaiming, "This place is the royal palace of the Deep-Sea King. It's too dilapidated, but it seems like no one has lived here for a long time." Nanami's eyes flickered slightly. She raised her head and asked loudly, "How did this happen? What exactly happened in the hundreds of years I was locked away by you?" Lita stepped closer, crossed her arms, and asked with a scrutinizing gaze, "Isn't this what your elder brother looks like?" Nanami hastily replied, making up a story. "We deep-sea mermen are warlike, but we also have our own civilization and aesthetics. We're not like this."
Shuju suddenly clenched his fists, recalling past events, his voice full of murderous intent.
"I don't believe it. Mermen are the embodiment of evil and slaughter. They kill on sight, sparing neither the old nor the young."
She furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes resolutely retorted, "There must be some misunderstanding here. My brother isn't like that. Although he values strength above all else, he also respects it. Every time he leads troops, he always fights the opponent's strongmen one-on-one first. If he can't win, he retreats, and if he wins, he only seizes resources and absolutely doesn't kill innocent people."
The glorious past flashed through Nanami's mind. She recounted proudly, "Under his leadership, our clan grew stronger and more prosperous than ever before. The royal palace used to be full of glory and honor." In the quiet space, a somewhat hesitant and sad voice echoed, "It wasn't like this."
Ye Hao found it hard to believe. He turned to look at Jai Dong standing next to him and asked, "Sea God, is what she said true?" He raised his hand and rubbed his chin, answering vaguely, "It's been too long. I only remember that the Deep-Sea King did challenge me to a duel. I underestimated him and lost. But he didn't kill me, instead choosing to seal me away."
Ye Hao fell into silent contemplation, lowering his head and thinking to himself, "If the Deep-Sea King was bloodthirsty, there's no way the sea god could have survived. Nanami is probably not lying, so something must have happened within the merman tribe."
Nanami stepped in front of Jai Dong. She gently said, "Sea God, I promise to help you find your trident, but you must also promise not to kill my brother, otherwise I won't lead the way anymore." Hearing this, he was slightly startled.
Lita couldn't remain calm. She stepped forward and shouted, "Are you threatening us? Even without you, we can still find that Deep-Sea King." Nanami defiantly put her hands on her hips and said, "Why are you being so pushy? I only hope everyone can live in peace."
Jai Dong immediately felt awkward. Raising his hand to scratch his head, he looked worriedly at Ye Hao.
"This isn't something I can decide alone, Ye Hao. You decide." Staring straight ahead, Ye Hao glanced up and said seriously, "If the Deep-Sea King is really as you say, I can promise not to kill him. But if he's bloodthirsty, I will definitely not spare him." Nanami turned her back, she lowered her head, and sullenly accepted, "Okay, let's go." In a terrifying space, Len sat alone, slumped on the old throne, the deep-sea throne. Nanami and Jai Dong approached. She knelt down respectfully. "Brother, we're back." Suddenly, he raised his hand to stop Nanami, shouting loudly with a wary voice, "Stop! That's not your brother!" she exclaimed in surprise.
"What did you say?"
Licken slowly stood up. He burst out laughing, looking down at everyone. "Humans, little sea god, even the long-lost Princess Nanami is here. What a rare combination." Licken put his staff on his shoulder. His huge figure stood imposingly and fearfully. "Licken level 399 boss,"
he announced smugly with a smile. "I didn't expect you to be able to delve deep in front of my throne. I must give you a few words of praise."
Zhu angrily clenched the axe in his hand. He looked heroically towards Licken, rushing, "He is the Deep-Sea King. I will never forget the day of the invasion. Even from further away I can clearly see his evil face.
Seeing the situation was not right, she hurriedly spoke up to explain. No, you're mistaken. He's not the deep-sea king, he's his strongest general, Lita exclaimed in surprise.
What? The cheerful and happy image of Licken appeared in Nanami's memory. Her eyes were a little sad, murmuring, "It's just that his previous appearance was clearly very handsome. Why has he become so ugly now?"
Nanami pointed directly at his face. She firmly accused, Licken, you dare to sit on the deep-sea king's throne. Truly treasonous. Get down from there for me. Also, where did he go?
As soon as she finished speaking, suddenly terrifying tentacles stretched out. It wrapped tightly around Nanami, dragging her closer to Len.
He approached Nanami, exclaiming with satisfaction, I've been looking for you for 100 years. I thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to bring yourself to my door today. I'm very happy now.
Unexpectedly, Ye Hao and Zhaidong simultaneously swung their swords, cutting off Licken's vines and freeing her. His eyes were sharp, angrily asking, almost shouting, "Did you usurp the throne? Where have you hidden the deep-sea king?"
Feeling despised, he confidently and loudly mocked.
That weak deep-sea king only cares about his own strength, ignoring the interests of the clan. He was no longer qualified to be king a long time ago. I am just following the will of heaven, leading the clan to a new world, a new era.
Ye Hao closed his eyes, waving his hand over his head, interrupting Licken's words.
Stop! Skip the normal process. I'm not interested in your path of development and ideals. If you're not the deep-sea king, then I don't need to show any mercy anymore. Then he quickly bounced up, rushing towards him, dealing with him directly.
Zhaidong also acted quickly, saying,
Just what I wanted. Licken widened his ugly eyes and bared his gruesome teeth, expressing his contempt. You want to defeat me? You're overestimating yourselves.
Ye Hao didn't think so, he shouted.
Stop talking nonsense, eat this. With that, Ye Hao poured all his strength into his sword, slashing towards Licken. He didn't expect the power of this move to be so strong. He widened his eyes in shock, inwardly shouting that something was wrong. The power is so great that my hands are numb. At the same time, Hai Wang's Zhaidong also rushed forward, his hands clenched into fists, spiritual energy condensing into a vortex, ready to explode. Let you taste my power.
Licken, continuously bombarded, couldn't withstand it, and flew backwards, shouting incessantly, Wah wah. Ye Hao and Zhaidong didn't stop, but took advantage of the situation, one on the left and one on the right, continuously using spiritual energy to push Licken back. Even the greatest warrior couldn't handle being attacked by two people. At the same time, Licken was covered in cold sweat, and could only grit his teeth and persevere. But in the end, under their constant attacks, he couldn't bear it any longer. His weapon shattered, and his whole body flew far back.
Lane watched the battle, and said with a bit of sarcasm, So this is the so-called top general, under the deep-sea king. I thought he'd be impressive.
Licken was unwilling. He was a great warrior,
yet he lost to two brats. He struggled out of the rubble and growled, You will pay the price. Immediately afterwards, he opened his mouth and emitted a sound wave attack towards Ye Hao's group.
This sound wave seemed to specifically target the spirit, constantly causing Ye Hao's group to writhe in pain.
It's so uncomfortable. This sound wave attack is stronger than the mermaid from before.
Shuju hugged her head and rolled on the ground, gritting her teeth and saying, My body can't use any strength anymore. He felt something was wrong, and was also disturbed by the sound waves, feeling very uncomfortable.
Ye Hao thought he had to find a way to solve this problem immediately. Immediately, Ye Hao changed his state from Scarlet Flame Emperor Late Flame to Deep Sea Hunter form, switching to the Deep Sea Hunter Beast King form. Then, Ye Hao erected a protective screen covering everyone. He called out to everyone to come closer to him. Everyone, gather around me, I'll open a protective barrier. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief, Liada said. Finally, I can breathe. But Shinsi immediately continued. Luckily, there's Ye Hao, but what should we do next? Liada also worriedly said. Once we leave this circle, we'll definitely face the sound wave attack again.
At this moment, Ye Hao assigned a task to Zhaidong, because he had to concentrate on maintaining the protective barrier. I have to maintain the barrier, so I can't go all out. For the time being, I'll leave the next attack to you. Zhaidong didn't have any dissatisfaction. He even happily accepted. Just what I wanted? You just watch your big brother here. At this moment, Licken had once again advanced in front of them with raging fire. Are you all ready, you trash?
Zhaidong stood in front of him, looking small, But his aura was not inferior at all. He reached out and concentrated spiritual energy for a powerful move, muttering softly, HMPH, chattering, so noisy, I'll shut you up. This is a move that pours out all the power of a sea god. Behind Jia Dong appeared the illusion of a majestic sea god. Mythical rebirth, Ningxia Jia Dong gives his all. Licken saw this and smiled contemptuously. Then he waved his hand and swung his staff towards Jiandong. Interesting. Let me see what's different about you compared to before. The staff and the sea god's illusion collided, creating a loud noise. Immediately afterwards, the sea god's illusion flashed past, appearing in front of Licken, preparing to give him a fatal blow. Seeing this, Licken raised his weapon to meet it. For a moment the two fell into a stalemate. Then the sea god figure continued to attack Licken with his trident. This time he couldn't avoid it, and was hit with a painful blow, staggering back several steps. The sea god illusion took advantage of the situation. The two tridents formed a continuous attack towards Licken. It's over, Licken can't escape. Two trident strikes hit his eyes simultaneously, causing him to scream in pain. But at this moment, long tentacles sprouted from Licken's body, stabbing towards the sea god's phantom. In an instant, the sea god's phantom shattered, and Jia Dong was severely injured as a result. Damn it, I was careless, and got beaten without being able to fight back. Licken was extremely angry. He gritted his teeth, and pieces of armor fell from his body. To think you could push me this far, I must admit your strength. In a moment, his ferocious appearance changed, transforming into a handsome white-haired youth. But for the future of the merfolk, I absolutely cannot lose, Ye Hao exclaimed in surprise. This is his original form. Nanami was furious. She pointed sternly at Licken and said, Licken, you say it's for the future of the merfolk, but what you're doing is all wrong. Wake up. Licken, hugging his wound, returned to his throne, unwilling to admit defeat. Little girl, what do you know? Our merfolk have waited for countless years, but now we can only walk in the abyss of the seabed. Born in darkness, can our future only be darkness? No, I don't believe it. Licken sat on the throne with his head raised to the sky. I didn't hesitate to sell my body and soul and gain strength so that one day I could defeat this fate. He raised his hand to the sky. In his hand condensed a faint blue light, like simulating the color of the vast sky. How beautiful is the light, as if it could be touched by reaching out. Yet so far away, Licken lowered his head again. In his eyes was a piece of darkness. But the deep-sea king insisted on his own way, wanting to imprison the future of the merfolk in the dark sea. He roared unwillingly, venting all his resentment. So I must overthrow him, and lead the merfolk to a bright future. Even if I have to kill other races, I don't care. I absolutely will not allow anyone to stop me. At this moment, from the throne, dark red pillars of blood appeared, constantly and madly merging into Licken's body. From the throne emanated red lights that covered the entire grand hall. Seeing this, Ye Hao and the others were shocked. What is this? Suddenly someone shouted, Be careful, the boss is about to enter phase 3. At this time, Licken's body had completely changed. A black armor interspersed with fiery red blood streaks covered his body. Whether human or god, as long as they dare to block my path forward, I will kill them all without mercy. Jia Dong got up hugging his wound, but at this time he no longer had the combat power to continue fighting. I didn't expect him to have a third form. I don't have any strength left. Ye Hao remained calm as if nothing was wrong and said to him, You have completed your mission. Leave the rest to me. With that said, Ye Hao's cloak fluttered, and the Than Tam Shoa Kich in his hand flashed with divine light. He solemnly turned to Licken and said, Your reasons are sufficient. I have no objection to you heading towards the light, but if it comes at the cost of invading humanity, I don't agree. Let's end this. In Licken's eyes flashed a fiery red light, mocking. Just you, who was beaten by me just now, until you couldn't fight back, and you're rushing to give your life. Ye Hao waved the trident and said heroically, Just now all my strength was used to protect everyone. Now that you're in this third form, you won't be shouting nonsense anymore. I can finally let go and solve you with all my strength. With that said, a huge bone from behind Ye Hao broke through the air, stabbing straight towards Licken. Abyss blade dance, surface cut. Licken smiled lightly and dodged his attack. How could this childish attack hit me? Immediately afterwards, Ye Hao launched a fierce offensive. A web of lightning covering the entire grand hall. Deploying the electric web, the remaining energy forms an electric current array that lasts for 20 seconds.
blocking the enemy's teleportation route. Seeing this, Licken refused to be outdone. He waved his knife to break Ye Hao's electric web formation. "Watch me, I'll break your formation." With one slash, but what Licken didn't expect was that this electric web formation was much stronger than he had imagined. For a moment he was besieged by countless lightning bolts and couldn't escape. Ye Hao took advantage of the victory and chased. On both sides of his body appeared the phantoms of two large sharks attacking Licken. "In the electric web you are a living target. Watch my drunken starry mess. Twin guillotine." Licken was squeezed tightly by the phantoms of the two sharks and couldn't move at all. A look of pain appeared on his face. Licken frowned deeply, his eyes filled with anger. He had never seen such a bizarre attack. What the hell is this? Suddenly the two sharks exploded, burying Licken in smoke and fire. Ye Hao calmly continued his offensive. He prepared to use one last strike to end this battle. This is the final blow. Abyssal tide surpassing sky-tearing annihilation. In a space filled with the din of exploding techniques, accompanied by the thunderous crash of rubble falling from the grand hall's ceiling. Seeing such a disastrous scene, the Hindis and Hikari group couldn't help but sympathize with Licken, exclaiming, "So brutal, if he loses this round he probably won't even have a complete corpse left." Licky, deeply shaken, thought to herself, "Is Ye Hao even human? He's definitely not someone I could face." At this moment, Licken in the air was in an extremely miserable state, with even some parts of his body completely annihilated after Ye Hao's previous attack. However, no matter how severe his injuries, they couldn't suppress his madness. "I must obtain the Guangming power. Anyone who stands in my way must die." In stark contrast to him, Ye Hao remained completely calm. The cloak behind him transformed into enormous wings, concentrating power. Ye Hao roared, "Licken, I will end your obsession." From within the wings behind him, beams of purple light containing immense spiritual power shot straight towards Licken. Return to emptiness, silent devouring world manifestation. Licken was now nearly at his last gasp. He no longer had the ability to withstand Ye Hao's technique, but could only, besides the massive spiritual force that kept sweeping over, pushing him flying backward, crashing deeply into the wall. But he was unwilling to accept defeat like this. He had yet to realize his grand ambitions. "No, I cannot fall." At this moment, Ye Hao rushed forward. His hand transformed into a blade, intending to end the battle with one strike. The blade flashed, shattering the armor on Licken's body. Ye Hao stabbed with all his might, the blade piercing through the other side of Licken's body. Instantly, Licken's body exploded into a burst of light. At this moment, a blue scale flew out from within his body. Nanami, seeing the scale, couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "That's my scale!" He still kept it. Ye Hao used his power to send the scale towards her. Old memories suddenly flooded Nanami's mind. In those memories there was a merman who was always by her side, growing up with her, playing with her. "See, I caught you, princess, you try too." It was also him who taught her how to fight and use weapons. "Use your wrist strength. Don't be afraid of getting hurt, princess. You must become stronger." He had once admired the vast blue sea with her. "Licken, do you think we can really see the aurora of the coral sea?" Nanami had once cherished him very much, even giving him the fish scale that she treasured the most. "Giving you the scale that I treasure the most. Thank you for always being by my side." He had also fought alongside her, against ferocious monsters. He had once said to Nanami, "So the person you need isn't me, it's, all right, I will protect you in my own way." In the end, he chose to abandon all feelings in order to fulfill his lofty ambitions. "Feelings only hinder my path. For the sake of my people, I must become stronger." Remembering this, Nanami looked at the man covered in wounds lying in the rubble, wiped away her tears, and said, "I'm sorry. I always saw you as a brother. I never paid attention to your feelings." Licken's eyes also flashed with melancholy, as he indifferently replied, "Don't cry. I was the one who was wrong. I forgot my initial intentions, and also forgot my promise to you." Finishing speaking, he turned to Ye Hao and said, "Ye Hao, the power of the abyss within you perhaps can break the shackles of our fate. Entrust it to you." Just then, a beam of sacred golden light shone down from the sky, illuminating the grand hall, making everything solemn and divine. Ye Hao looked at everything, and it seemed that he now understood what Licken's obsession was. He thought to himself, "The power of the abyss, the shadow of the ancient god. Licken, I understand your obsession." The light grew more intense, as if piercing through the roof of the grand hall. The entire hall shook, as if it were about to collapse.
and debris continued to fall. Ye Hao faced Licken with an appearance full of righteousness and said, "It's time to test those shackles, Licken. I will fulfill your wish in your place." On the wall of the grand hall, a crack continued to widen, and crimson miasma poured out from within. "How eerie!" Nanami exclaimed worriedly. What's going on?" Shinvei also felt that something was wrong. "Be careful. I can sense an extremely powerful force within that crack."
Wang Chuan felt that it was time for him to do something. He couldn't always stand behind and be protected. He grasped the hilt of his sword, preparing to draw it. Is that the entrance to the final boss? It seems we're finally about to meet the legendary Deep Sea King. Ye Hao also clenched his fists, seriously saying, "I couldn't fight properly last time. This time I must fight to my heart's content."
But at this moment, Zhai Dong stepped forward, stating, "You guys step back. This is a feud between me and him. Outsiders shouldn't interfere." Wan Hao, hearing this, could only advise,
"Then be careful yourself." Zhai Dong faced the crack, and his hand quickly touched the miasma that was escaped. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed, and a bit of his hand was corroded by the evil aura. Instantly,
Zhai Dong conjured 4 phantom hands, desperately widening the crack. "Before absolute power, all tricks are useless. Watch me tear you apart." The crack was quickly torn open before Zhai Dong, now a space of crimson red filled with evil energy. Zhai Dong was extremely pleased, and he laughed loudly. "Done, ha! See how awesome I am." But at this moment, Ye Hao said seriously, "Wait, it's not over yet." It turned out that different images were constantly conjuring from within the dark space, including images of the dinosaur era and images of skyscrapers. This shocked and horrified everyone. What is this? The scenery inside kept changing. Ye Hao pondered for a moment and then made his guess.
These space transitions must be to conceal the true location of the Deep Sea King. Once we enter the wrong space, not only will we not find the Deep Sea King,
but we may also be trapped inside.
At this moment, Zhai Dong suddenly felt extremely frustrated.
But Ye Hao had a solution, he said. "In that case, we can only gamble. Come out, ancient god Gi." As soon as he finished speaking, ancient god Gi appeared in a blaze of light, following the call to the contractor.
"What are your orders?" Zhai Dong was extremely surprised, thinking to himself, "This is Ye Hao's ancient god, my former brother."
Ye Hao asked ancient god Gi. "Gi, can you locate the Deep Sea King in these spaces?" Ancient god Gi immediately replied, "Yes, but I need to sense the Deep Sea King's aura first." At this moment, Nanami stepped forward and said, "My bloodline and his are connected. Using this scale should work." Ancient god Gi took the scale, then sat cross-legged on the spot, carefully sensing the Deep Sea King's aura. "Okay, locating will take time. Please wait a moment." In the meantime, Zhai Dong paced back and forth anxiously. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore, and roared at Ye Hao. "How long do we have to wait, Ye Hao? Does your method even work?" He only calmly replied, "Whether it works or not, this is our only way. Wait a little longer." Just then, ancient god Gui suddenly clapped his hands together and shouted loudly, "Found it!" A segment of an image of a mountain appeared from within ancient god Gui's hands. "It's this place. I can't fix the space-time for too long. Go in quickly." Zhai Dong asked with some doubt, "Are you sure about this? If we enter the wrong one, we won't be able to get out." Ye Hao ignored his words and led everyone into that space.
"No time to hesitate, let's go." Zhai Dong had no other choice but to close his eyes and follow him, turning back to Nanami and saying,
"Let's gamble. You go with me to find your brother and end everything."
In the alien space, an extremely large trident was floating in the air.
The Deep Sea King finally appeared, bearing traces of fierce battles on his body. He looked at the people who had just appeared and said, "You finally came. Enemies meeting are red-eyed." Zhai Dong felt extremely angry when he met the Deep Sea King after so many years. "So I finally found you. This time, I will definitely take revenge and retrieve the power that belongs to me."
Seeing that Zhai Dong seemed too agitated, Ye Hao held his shoulder.
"Don't act rashly. This place is not right." Ye Hao began to analyze the strangeness of the surrounding environment. "Take a look around." At this moment, the others noticed that there were many corpses of sea gods lying scattered in front of them. "What is this? Why are there so many sea god corpses?" At this moment, the Deep Sea King turned to them and said, "I hid so deep, but you still found me, and ultimately couldn't escape fate. Since you've come here, my endless battle has finally welcomed its final ending. Zhaidong was furious. When he heard this, he just wanted to rush up and finish off his enemy immediately. Enough nonsense. As long as I get back the trident, everything can end.
Ye Hao had to remind him again, don't act rashly. The Deep Sea King seemed to have been preparing for this day for a long time. He ignored Zhaidong's anger and just wanted to end this grudge quickly.
Come on. As soon as he finished speaking, the Deep Sea King swung his blade.
Zhaidong was caught off guard and was slashed in the back by him.
Suddenly, Zhaidong exclaimed in surprise, "My power is so strong!" He immediately launched a counterattack against the Deep Sea King. "I don't believe it. Come on. I must defeat you." The Deep Sea King looked at Zhaidong and said in a deep voice, "Even now, you still don't remember the truth about my power and the trident?" At this moment, Ye Hao exclaimed in surprise, "What truth?" As for Zhaidong, he only thought that this was just an excuse made by the Deep Sea King. "What do you want to say? Can you stop being so cryptic?" Just then, the trident emitted an extremely immense surge of spiritual power, forming a vortex that flew into the sky, covering the entire space. Seeing this, the Deep Sea King said, "It seems our conversation must be cut short." From beneath the water's surface, someone seemed to be trying to escape. Strangely, this being looked exactly like Zhaidong, only its entire body was filled with dark energy, and countless bizarre tentacles grew from its back. Even Zhaidong was shocked. "What is this? Why does it look like me?" The Deep Sea King didn't have time to explain much. He immediately rushed forward, attacking the newly appeared being with his two blades. "Wait until I suppress this wave of corruption, then I'll tell you the truth." The corrupted being immediately took a defensive stance, meeting the Deep Sea King's offensive. And the Deep Sea King continuously used his two blades to block its attacks, but he seemed to be no match for the corruption, and was immediately struck multiple times in succession. It immediately lifted him up and threw him towards the large mountains. The Deep Sea King's head was deeply embedded in the mountainside, but he didn't flinch, immediately breaking through the mountain and striking back. "You've become stronger, but I won't fall so easily." Hikari, seeing this, said in surprise, "This Deep Sea King doesn't seem as impressive as I thought." Sinvei chimed in agreement, completely suppressed by the opponent. But Ye Hao didn't think so. He looked at the battle before him and pondered. That's not it. Based on the Deep Sea King's expression, Ye Hao made his judgment. He looks exhausted. I wonder how long it has been since he last rested. If the corpses of those sea gods around are all his handiwork, it's hard to imagine how many years this battle has been going on for. Meanwhile, the corruption and the Deep Sea King continued to clash and fight fiercely. Seeing that the Deep Sea King seemed to be at a disadvantage, Nanami stepped forward worriedly and said, "Brother, let me help you." Hearing this, the Deep Sea King gave his sister a serious glance and said sternly, "Don't come here." He couldn't understand why his sister could appear in this place. "I locked you in the vault, originally to protect your safety, but I didn't expect you to still come here. Are we mermen still unable to avoid our fate of annihilation?" But as he said this, he focused his power on his two blades and slashed fiercely at the corruption. "Even if destruction is inevitable, I must prolong it indefinitely." Finally, under the Deep Sea King's relentless efforts, he pierced the corruption's shoulders with his two blades and pushed it back. The corruption roared in pain. It began to frantically attack the Deep Sea King with its tentacles, creating new wounds on his body. The Deep Sea King, taking such a fierce blow, was instantly severely injured and unable to stand up. Seeing this, Nanami rushed forward worriedly, shouting, "Brother!" Then she condensed her spiritual power, hoping to heal the Deep Sea King's injuries. "Hold on, I'll heal you." The Deep Sea King ignored Nanami's efforts. He said calmly, "It's useless. Don't worry about me." At this time, Zhaidong couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't understand what was going on here. "What's going on? Are you acting? Putting on a tragic hero act so I won't kill you? Impossible. My fighting strength isn't this evil thing. You stole it, defiled it." Hearing him say that, the Deep Sea King was a little powerless to respond. "What you said is true, but not the whole truth." Finally, he seemed to make a huge decision and said seriously, "All right, I'll tell you everything." The Deep Sea King began to recount what happened in the past. It turned out that in those years, the Deep Sea King led the entire race through the space gap to the Sea of Earth. In order to compete for living space, I launched a challenge to the Sea God, the ruler of Earth at that time. The battle lasted a long time. They were evenly matched,
and it was impossible to tell who was winning. But during the long process of killing each other, they also felt pity for each other and developed a friendship. Finally, they made an agreement to cease the war, and began to help each other develop together, and his sister also fell in love with Zhai Dong at that time.
As everything was developing towards a bright future, the Sea King discovered that the sea god was acting strangely. He was becoming increasingly violent and uncontrollably brutal. Under the Sea King's relentless questioning, he finally used the last shred of his sanity to tell him the truth. The sea god painfully covered his face and said,
"Before I came to Earth, I was defeated by an unknown force in the universe. My power must have been contaminated at that time, and during the battle with you, that contaminated power was activated and amplified, so much that even I can't control myself anymore."
Having said that, the sea god then asked him for a favor. "If I ever completely lose my mind, use it to kill me. You're the only one I can ask." Not long after that, the sea god completely fell into madness, civilization on the continent was destroyed, and the world was in crisis.
Fortunately, the sea god had previously given the trident and various divine artifacts of the law to the Sea King, so he and his teammates did their best, and finally defeated the sea god, who had gone mad.
Although Lik Ting and the others tried hard to persuade the Sea King to kill the sea god, in the end he couldn't bring himself to kill him, and sealed him in the royal city at the bottom of the sea. At the same time, he used the magic tool to isolate the chaotic contaminated power in his body and seal it in the trident.
But even so, that power kept attacking the seal and devouring the Sea King's sanity. If it were to break out, the consequences would be unimaginable. It must be sealed and purified. That's why he ignored everyone's objections and led everyone back to the deep sea, because he knew this would be an endless battle. But even if the Sea King burned everything, he absolutely couldn't lose.
Zhai Dong was silent after hearing this, and he bit his lip without saying a word. Nanami said with great heartache, "Brother, so you've always been thinking about so much? Why didn't you tell me? Tell everyone, I don't know anything, I don't know anything." The Sea King sighed after hearing this. "Power will erode this heart, even the sea god, and I can't control it, so how can I involve others?" Having said that, he turned to the others and said, "It's just that now, I've reached my limit. Now that you know the truth, leave this place quickly. I'll use my last bit of strength to hold back the seal, at least to guard it for a while." Wan Hao exclaimed in disbelief. "This plot is developing a bit too much, isn't it? So the big boss is a hero. So what are we doing down here on this trip?" Shu Zhu also echoed. "Although the feelings are really hard to accept, he is a true man standing tall between heaven and earth. I can't feel any pretense in his words. He's really dedicating his life to sealing the evil."
Wang Chuang glanced at him and asked,
"Ye Hao, what do you think?" Ye Hao pondered for a moment and replied, "What he said is probably true, and if that's the case, then everything can be explained. The voice that called me earlier must have been from that contaminated power. It's deliberately trying to lure me to bring the sea god here so we can kill the Sea King and break the seal for it." At this moment, Zhai Dong held his head and screamed, his eyes turning a strange red color. Yin Huang asked worriedly when she saw this, "What's wrong with you?" The pupils in Zhai Dong's eyes contracted, and red veins appeared on his face. "I don't believe there can be such ridiculous things in the world. You must be lying to me, trying to monopolize my power. I won't fall for it." Nanami tried hard to explain after hearing this. "Sea God, you must believe my brother. These things are all true. He's not lying to you. This power is the source of all misfortunes. Don't be obsessed with it anymore." Zhai Dong didn't listen to a word. He frantically rushed towards the trident. "Stop talking nonsense. No matter what, everything will be clear as long as I get my power back." The Sea King no longer had the strength to fight. He could only shout loudly, "Stop him! If the power of the two combines into one, he'll be unstoppable." Just as Zhai Dong's hand was about to touch the trident, a hand reached out and grabbed his wrist. It turned out that Ye Hao had quickly rushed up to stop Zhai Dong's actions. "Acting crazy here, huh? Not a bad performance, but unfortunately you can't fool me." Ye Hao glanced at Zhai Dong indifferently and said coldly, "Actually, you already remembered everything a long time ago, didn't you? Why did you still have to do this?" Hearing Ye Hao's words, Zhai Dong said gloomily, "I was seen through by you again. You live up to your reputation." Then he raised his head and said solemnly to Ye Hao, "This is the bitter fruit I planted myself. The Sea King has shouldered it for me for over 1,000 years, and now it's time for me to pay it back myself. And even if I fail, with your abilities you can definitely stop and kill me, right, Ye Hao?" The Sea King was supported by Nanami as he approached the two of them. Don't act recklessly. I've fought countless years and won against the power of darkness. I'm about to succeed in purifying it. Do you want to waste all my efforts? Zhai Dong retorted with a sarcastic tone. You call this ghost-like appearance success? Who would believe that? The Sea King revealed a serious expression and said, I'm not a good patriarch. Not only am I unable to lead the people of my clan to the light, but I've locked them in this abyss. Even my most trusted subordinate has betrayed me. He remembered the peaceful days when he and Zhai Dong happily looked at the world together. But I will never forget the time I spent with you. It was the only light in the history of our sea clan, a time like the radiant sunlight that illuminated my heart, supporting me to continue, thinking that as long as I persevered, one day we could return to the past. The more the Sea King spoke, the more sweat poured down his face, his voice extremely sincere. So for the sake of the remaining people of the clan, and also for you, I must purify this power. Even if I'm cursed and abandoned by the people of the clan, I won't regret it. He exhausted his strength and collapsed. Nanami hurriedly supported his huge body, calling out worriedly, Brother? Zhai Dong stepped forward to the Sea King and took him from her arms. You were like this before, always shouldering everything on your own. Thank you for doing so much for me, but my fate ultimately has to be faced by myself. He turned his head to look at Ye Hao behind him, and then said with a firm voice, Don't worry, I'm not an idiot. I wouldn't usually do this, but Ye Hao is here, so it's different. I believe that no matter what happens, he can definitely turn danger into safety. That's why I can let go and gamble. The Sea King looked at Ye Hao standing opposite him in surprise, and he wondered in surprise. A human, the species I look down on the most, can actually be trusted by the sea god like this? It's really hard to believe. You crossed your arms in front of your chest and spoke up with a confident smile. Since you trust me this much, then I also guarantee that I won't let you down, but don't forget our agreement. Zhai Dong walked forward and promised Ye Hao, Got it. If you help me solve this trouble, I will willingly be your underling no matter what. The Sea King was dumbfounded when he heard his words, and muttered to himself, Underling. The mighty and proud sea god actually agreed to be the underling of a human being. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhai Dong placed his hand on the massive wooden pillar with a serious face. He used the Daozhuan Jingyi technique. The power released from Zhai Dong caused him to cry out in immense pain. Golden gusts of wind flew towards the unconscious merman. From underwater, a hand with sharp claws emerged. They scrambled ashore, one shouting a warning. Those disgusting things are here again. Ye Hao commanded, Everyone, split up and deal with the sea god puppets. Don't let them get close to the sea god. The Special Forces team, the Valkyries, and Tong Cheng responded, Okay. Wang Chuan's face darkened, frowning in displeasure. You always assign us this kind of minion-clearing duty. Are you going to deal with unexpected dangers yourself? Ye Hao calmly explained. I'm the only one here with ancient god combat experience. Of course I have to do it. Besides, those minions aren't weak at all. Even the Deep Sea King is struggling. You better focus all your attention. He listened and jumped into the crowd of mermen. Looks like I can't participate in your fight. But clearing the battlefield and creating a clean fighting environment for you, I can still do that. Wang Chuan effortlessly decapitated a merman. He thought to himself, I'm still not strong enough. If this continues, the gap between him and me will only widen. I must become stronger. Even if I can only improve a little each time, I must try to catch up to Ye Hao. On the other side, the Valkyries also divided up to deal with each of the miscellaneous mermen. Zhai Dong floated in the air, absorbing the streams of black power. Zhai Dong stood motionless like a statue. Then magic power erupted throughout the space. Standing before Ye Hao and the others was a sea god, the sentient life ancient god, Zhai Dong. The Deep Sea King stared intently at it, thorns growing on his arms and back. That's right, the extremely powerful and terrifying sea god is back. This familiar, oppressive feeling still makes me shudder to this day. Back then, I exhausted all my strength and tools to barely separate him. Although his power isn't as great as it was at his peak, it still makes people tremble. Ye Hao looked at the ugly sea god before him and said with some disappointment, I was wondering what you'd look like after awakening, but this aesthetic is really too terrible. Zhai Dong said in a deep voice, A mere human dares to judge a god. That incomplete clone actually signed that childish contract with you, and was even willing to be your lackey. It's truly laughable. He looked down at his right hand and asked, Is it this hand that signed the contract? Then Zhai Dong chopped off his own arm. A massive red magic circle appeared above Ye Hao's head. A moment later, it exploded. Zhai Dong's severed arm began to regenerate. He smugly said to Ye Hao, "Everything on this planet comes from my power. This kind of childish contract magic can't bind me," Ye Hao retorted. "Contracts don't matter. What I want is for you to sincerely submit and become my lackey, not rely on contracts to maintain it. By the way, I like slapping the faces of lofty gods the most, so I'm definitely taking you as my lackey." Zhai Dong angrily used the trident to attack him. The creation wants to ride on the creator's head. It seems I've really given birth to a bunch of unfilial children. He wrapped power around the trident and threw it forcefully at Ye Hao. "Today, Father will teach you what rules are." The trident plunged down at him and immediately exploded. The misty smoke dispersed. Ye Hao appeared in a different combat form. He blocked the trident with his bare hand. "This weapon isn't bad. I'll hold on to it for you for now." Ye Hao manipulated the trident into a spear. A little improvement. Doesn't it look much cooler this way? Zhai Dong angrily used magic. "You dare to insult my divine weapon, I won't forgive you." He lightly used the spear to deflect all of his magic attacks. Magic circles appeared around him, and immediately they exploded, but he dodged them. Ye Hao successfully landed, and Zhai Dong appeared behind him like a ghost. He opened his mouth to bite him. Shinbei and Hikari called out worriedly, "Ye Hao!" Lightning bolts spewed from Zhai Dong's mouth, his eyes bloodshot. Ye Hao stepped out unscathed and said, "Experts shouldn't waste time on trivial moves. Let's skip the warm-up and decide this with one move." Manhwa, Newanime, Deep Sea King, Hindus and Lita were dumbstruck by this cool display. Zhai Dong smirked. "Just what I wanted. Let's try this." He created a giant slash with his bare hands, striking at Ye Hao. Heaven and earth cleaved. He leaned to the side to dodge. The slash only grazed his arm. The power of that slash shattered the earth and rocks, easily capable of splitting a planet in two. The ground beneath their feet began to collapse. The earth shook, and everyone panicked. "What's going on?" Suddenly falling, Newanime panicked. "What's happening? Has the sea god become so powerful that he can alter the laws of physics?" The Deep Sea King sweated nervously, explaining, "That's right, this is his god-level creation power, at its peak. I fear this entire space was created by him using divine artifacts. He is the only god." The more he spoke, the darker his face became. "Even if that human is stronger, I fear we no longer have any chance of winning." Suddenly, they were surrounded by a golden light. "It's a protective barrier." Newanime was slightly surprised. "We're saved." Ye Hao, with a mere flick of his fingers, could protect his people. "Cheap tricks. If you want to challenge me, then act like a god. Feel free to use whatever moves you have." Manhwa reminded him unhappily. "Sea King, stop boosting the enemy's morale and dampening our own, okay? Have some faith in your teammates." Ying Huang agreed. "No matter how strong the enemy is, Ye Hao will definitely win." Wang Chuan landed on a falling rock and pointed, shouting, "Now is not the time to let your guard down. Look!" Behind Zhai Dong, a large circle of water appeared, obliterating everything, leaving everyone bewildered. "What is that?" The planet is flowing upwards. The mouth on his chest began to rant. "You have nowhere to run, and you cannot survive." They were gradually being swallowed into the mouth of the planet, filled with sharp teeth and endless depths, crushed by the infinite void of darkness. Ye Hao snapped his fingers, and a spark of light appeared. "Let there be light." And the scenery around him transformed into an endless galaxy. Then there was starlight in the world. This is the starlight domain technique. The starlight domain transforms space into a glittering universe of constellations. Not only can one freely control the constellations within the domain, but the strength of the domain's master is also unleashed, fully upgraded by 50%. Lita's eyes widened in surprise. "How is this possible?" Hindi stared without blinking. "So beautiful. The Deep Sea King hadn't recovered, yet he could summon constellations. Is he even human?" Zhai Dong, now somewhat apprehensive, questioned. "In the universe I created, you can summon constellations. What are you? No. You can control both ancient gods and this kind of power. At the same time, you are not human." Ye Hao stood akimbo, frowning. "Why are you insulting me? Watch your words." Wan Hao's face darkened as he sighed. Even at a time like this, he can still joke around. Only him. He flew into a rage, beginning to gather energy in his palm. "Don't get cocky. Do you think you can stop me with just a little starlight?" The planet's giant mouth opened wide, preparing to swallow all the galaxies Ye Hao created. In the face of absolute power, all is futile. Those galaxies shrank and entered the planet's mouth. Constellations are just food to me, just like before. Swallow them. Suddenly, among the galaxies, a bright one shone and fired a beam towards the planet. The beam shot straight into the mouth and pierced through it. A beam of light tore through space, relentlessly piercing the stellar rivers behind it. Xin Weihomeng was horrified. What just happened? Xu Zhu's eyebrows nearly flew off in shock. Am I seeing things? Ye Hao? Wan Hao screamed. Blown to smithereens, the mouth of the ancient god planet. Fragments of the planet scattered everywhere. Zhai Dong was momentarily speechless at the scene. He still used an arrogant attitude to threaten. Is that all you've got? The insult is strong, but the attack power is just amateur level. You still can't escape death. The water currents are gradually flowing back into the planet. What is going on? The planet is collapsing. Zhai Dong was still hazy about this cruel reality. This planet is my personification and source of power, and you can destroy my power. Who exactly are you? Ye Hao coldly replied, I don't intend to destroy your power, but only to destroy your contaminated core so that pure power dominates. The water currents became more and more torrential, water flooding every corner of the planet. Seconds later, a blinding light flashed. The entire planet submerged in that shimmering radiance. The thin stream of water turned into a shackle, binding Zhai Dong. Stop it now. I barely broke through the seal. I don't want to go back like this. Despite his desperate screams, his body was still tightly bound inside the planet. The mouth was gradually closing, pulling everything inside. In a flash, it returned to its normal form as a planet, surrounded by a green light. Deep Sea King gaped in stunned amazement. The blackened inner core has been purified. This time it's finally over. Zhai Dong gradually emerged. He had returned to his normal form. Ye Hao was the first person Zhai Dong saw when he opened his eyes. What do you think? Your trust wasn't misplaced, was it? He dropped to his knees, raising his hand to his chest in salute. Ye Hao, you are my god. Wan Hao couldn't believe his eyes. He looked up in disbelief and asked, Is this still the same kid from before? Hikari, standing right next to him, praised with delight. Such a handsome guy. Yin Huang also approached the two curiously and said, This form is infinitely close to the legendary sea god, Ba Zai Dong. I never thought we could witness the legend reborn with our own eyes. The green light shone down below. Deep Sea King spread his arms wide, exclaiming with delight, Finally succeeded. I always believed this day would come. You're finally back, my best friend. Nanami, standing close by, looked up cheerfully. She couldn't hide her emotions, thinking to herself, A tough man like you is also shedding tears. This is the first time in my life I've seen him cry, and it's understandable. After all, a 1,000-year wish has finally been fulfilled at this moment. Zhai Dong stepped forward to face him, placing his hand on Deep Sea King's shoulder, and said with affection, You've waited a long time. Thanks to you for persevering in the fight for so long, I was able to return. Thank you. He slightly curled his lips into a smile and replied, Why have you become so polite too? Then Zhai Dong and Deep Sea King clasped hands. A firm handshake, he affirmed. Good brothers. He nodded in satisfaction and softly exclaimed, Following that, Zhai Dong bowed before Ye Hao. He placed his hand on his chest and carefully said, Ye Hao, I had my doubts before, but the strength and wisdom you have shown has conquered me. From now on, my life is yours. I am willing to follow you forever. Through mountains of knives and seas of fire, I will not hesitate to die. He and Zhai Dong floated in the air. All of Ye Hao's towering ancient gods stood tall behind him. Ancient god descends. Ye Hao happily stretched out his hands and said, That's great. A new recruit joins the ranks. Let the new and old employees meet each other. Everyone not far away couldn't help but exclaim before his ancient gods. So magnificent, Hikari, standing behind, asked with astonished curiosity. These are the ancient gods that Ye Hao controls. Bino was incredibly delighted. He squinted his eyes and called out, I also want to have a body like that, to be able to freely roam the world and experience all kinds of wonders. Saladik bared his sharp teeth. He exclaimed uncomfortably, Why is he the only one who could transform into human form and stay by Ye Hao's side? What am I lacking compared to him? Yi Yi was still calmer than the other two. It tilted its head to look at Ken and said, "There's an even more miserable one here. Doesn't even know how to speak. It only knows how to make incomprehensible sounds." As if in response to Yi Yi's words, it cried out, "Protest!" Hearing these words from the ancient god, Zhaidong raised his head high. He crossed his arms and confidently said, "That's because I'm not only stronger but also more knowledgeable than you. But if you sincerely beg me, although it's a bit troublesome, it's not like I can't make a body that can contain your power for you." Hearing this, the ancient god stirred non-stop. Saladik, who was still criticizing just now, turned to beg. "Sea god, you must help us. We will listen to you from now on. You are the one with a voice among us." Ancient gods. Bino also hurriedly spoke up in agreement. That's right, sea god. Have mercy and pull us along." Everyone who saw that scene had a different thought. They helplessly watched the image of the ancient gods collapse, and thought to themselves, "The image of the ancient gods has collapsed." Ye Hao looked sternly at Zhaidong. He calmly reminded, "Enough chit-chat for now. Lead everyone out of here first." He bowed slightly, hand placed on his chest, and replied, "Leave it to me." Immediately after, Zhaidong stepped in front of everyone. He swung his staff, creating a huge spatial rift, opening the path to the void. After doing everything, Zhaidong turned to look behind him and announced to everyone, "Let's go. Passing through this gap will allow us to return to the original world, in a dark, ruined place." The bizarre blue sea creatures were still groping about aimlessly. "Where are those invaders? Haven't found them yet. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Search carefully. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to." Suddenly, a spatial gate opened, and Ye Hao's team stepped out. He raised his voice and shouted, "We're back!" Ye Hao led the way, hands in his pockets, saying, "Looks like someone's here to welcome us." The creatures went berserk upon seeing them. They opened their mouths wide and lunged to attack everyone. "Found the invaders. Kill. Don't even think about leaving here alive. We won't let them run rampant anymore." Zhaidong forcefully slammed his trident into the ground, releasing a massive surge of power, blasting them away. "Fall back!" After being affected by his power, the sea creatures who had lost their minds were gradually recovering. They blankly clutched their heads, looking around. "Where am I? My head is spinning." Then, seeing Zhaidong standing right there, they hurriedly paid their respects. They knelt down and reverently cried out, "Our king! The king has truly returned. We've finally waited for you. Where have you been for so long? We missed you so much." He calmly looked at them. Immediately upon hearing the sea creatures questioning, he replied unhurriedly, "I went to a very distant place. I originally thought I could lead you to the light, but now it seems I was wrong. I am no longer qualified to be your king." They stared at Zhaidong in alarm, buzzing with discussion. "What? Who else but you is qualified to lead us?" He lowered his head slightly, a joyful expression on his face, unable to hide the gentle emotion as he announced, "The one who truly brings the light to us is someone else. That person is Ye Hao. I am no longer qualified to be your king, but Ye Hao deserves this qualification. Only if you can bring light to us can I be qualified to be the Shuzhong king. But this qualification already has someone." Immediately after speaking, Zhaidong's expression gradually hardened. He gripped the trident tightly, once again slamming it into the ground, the power slowly radiating outward. "That's right. Next is to respectfully invite you to witness the enthronement ceremony of the king." After Zhaidong's action, the ground began to shake violently. A colossal, ancient city emerged from beneath the earth. Everyone looked up in shock. Luo Ti. The ground is shaking violently. No, it's rising. Elsewhere, the sky was clear, the sunlight shining brightly over the entire area. The blue sea was calm and still without a ripple. A frustrated voice kept ringing out, "Why is it so hard to catch fish today? Did they all run away?" Shu Lu stood behind Xiao Chen. She crossed her arms and stood there watching, then said, "Clearly you don't lack anything to eat, yet you still come to fish. You really are idols." He was bored, holding the fishing rod in one hand, his other hand propping up his chin as if about to fall asleep, answering, "Personal interest. Aren't you also free? So you came to keep me company?" Suddenly, Xiao Chen had a cunning look on his face. He turned around abruptly and guessed towards Zhu Lu. "Speaking of which, you're actually worried about Ye Hao, aren't you? That's why you deliberately wanted to wait by the sea. Truly youthful."
She was caught red-handed, and her face flushed red. Xiao Chen, trying to find a reason to defend herself, then evaded. "None of your business. Aren't you worried?" Xiao Chen heard this and said, "Me? I haven't had time to tell you my thoughts." Suddenly small ripples continuously appeared beneath the water surface. He startled and stood up straight, holding the fishing rod firmly with both hands, and shouted, "It's here! It's finally taken the bait! Watch me!" One hit to the soul. However, instead of a normal fish appearing, this time a magnificent and glorious castle appeared from the water. The two of them were shocked by the waves. Xiao Chen looked up in surprise and loudly asked, "Why did a castle suddenly pop out?" She came to stand next to him and said, "Such a large city coming out of the seabed, yet it didn't create a destructive tsunami. Even the surrounding seawater seems to have been given life." Hearing this, Xiao Chen's face was excited. He cracked a bright and mischievous smile and said loudly, "That's right, this must be Ye Hao's trick again. This kid is up to some earth-shattering thing again, always surprising people like this." The castle stood precariously on a large floating rock, and below the sea, schools of fish continuously meandered around.
A loud, solemn voice echoed throughout the space. "Ye Hao, it is you who have purified the sea, bringing light to the sea. Only you are qualified to have the trident representing the command of the sea." Zhai Dong and the Deep Sea King knelt down before Ye Hao, reverently raising the trident high with both hands. "From now on, the ocean will be under your rule, welcoming unprecedented glory. You are the true Sea King." He didn't hesitate to reach out and grab the trident, his eyes fixed, and he smiled slightly. "Then I'll accept it." As soon as he grasped the weapon, Ye Hao's entire body transformed into a different form. He put on a magnificent armor and walked majestically, masterpiece of the sea god king's armor. Ye Hao approached the throne. He held the trident like a king looking down. Then without hesitation, Ye Hao flopped down right there. He crossed his legs on the chair, held out his hand, and announced, "From today onward, this sea is ruled by me." After that clear statement, the surrounding space gradually changed. Streams of air gradually formed a large vortex above the castle. The clouds dissipated. From the clear seawater, sea creatures emerged. They cheerfully cried out over the entire area with excitement. All the people under the sea gathered in front of Ye Hao's throne. They kept cheering and showing gratitude for everything he had done. "Sea King, Lord Ye Hao, you are our savior, the eternal king. Lead us to glory." Wan Hao was amazed by this scene. He widened his eyes and wondered, This is so shocking, I don't know what to say." Wang Chuan stood next to him, closed her eyes slightly, and called out his name, "Ye Hao?" To the surprise of the four girls, Lai knelt down respectfully before him without hesitation. They cried out in unison. She kneeled on one knee. Several drops of sweat had already begun to appear on her face. Lai gritted her teeth and worriedly thought, "Those ignorant leaders actually told me to assassinate Ye Hao. What assassination is there to do? He has already transcended the realm of humanity. Going with him is already a great honor. It's lucky I didn't attack him, otherwise I wouldn't know how I died. And it's likely he already found out. All that's left now is to show my loyalty." Seeing this, the other four quickly knelt down as well. She lowered her head and shouted loudly, "Greetings, Sea King! May your reign be eternal, and the seas ever flourishing." They quickly echoed in unison, "Greetings, Sea King!" Yin Huang stood in the distance, looking up at Ye Hao's position, silently expressing her devotion to him. "Ye Hao, you've long been a king in my heart. No matter what the future holds, I'll always be by your side." Ye Hao sat contentedly on the throne, a slight smile playing on his lips as he rested his chin on his hand, listening to the report from his spatial system. Exploration mission of the Land of Divine Providence completed. Special title unlocked, Sea King. The people trapped in the cave were extremely panicked. They shouted and looked up at the commotion. "What's happening? Earthquake, run!" Shuju's wife stepped forward assertively, leading the way and saying, "Everyone, don't panic, follow me." She clutched the damu close to her chest, recalling her husband's face. "Zhu, are you doing well at the bottom of the sea? I haven't been able to contact you for so long, I'm almost at my breaking point." The group followed each other out of the cave. They breathed a sigh of relief, were finally out. Looking ahead, what greeted them was an island floating in the sea. How did a city suddenly appear here? The sound of people bustling about, their eyes turned to the splashing waves. "Something's coming. It's the merfolk. The merman tribe is attacking." Shuju's wife collapsed weakly, her face darkening as she muttered, "Shuju,
You still couldn't come back after all. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out somewhere. His wife sadly lowered her face, telling herself, "Am I too heartbroken? I'm hallucinating hearing his voice again, but I can't follow him yet. I have to take care of the survivors for him."
The call continued. Full of life and much clearer, his wife looked up in shock, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked ahead. It's not a hallucination.
Shuju, along with Ye Hao's group, was riding on the backs of sharks, rushing towards them. He waved his hand and shouted, "What are you standing there for? I'm back, Ye Hao." He succeeded. The crisis is over.
The villagers were utterly astonished, each of them murmuring in amazement. What's going on here? The deep-sea king led a group of attendants carrying many chests of treasures, kneeling down to express their sincerity. People of mankind, we beg forgiveness for our previous offenses. This dazzling treasure is nothing much, but from now on, the merfolk tribe will stand shoulder to shoulder with humanity, never to violate. We are willing to protect our oath with our lives, hoping that you can give us a chance to change.
The crowd hadn't had time to process this, and they looked at each other in confusion. These brutal merfolk are actually bowing their heads to apologize to us. It's too exaggerated. I never dreamed this day would come. They look like they've been conquered by someone. Shuju's wife ran over and asked him blankly, "Could it be that man named Ye Hao from before?" Shuju took the opportunity to show off to his wife, his face beaming with joy. "That guy really knows how to hide his achievements."
Shui Lu, who was playing with a few dolphins, looked at Ye Hao and said, "Even the sea creatures have become gentle and friendly. Ye Hao, how did you do it?" He smiled confidently. "It's very simple. Just become the ruler of the ocean."
Ye Hao turned to Zhaidong and introduced him to everyone. "Let me introduce you. This is the Sea King Zhaidong of legend, and also one of the 12 ancient gods. From now on, he's my employee," Zhaidong happily added. "It is my honor to serve you." Xiao Chen smirked with admiration. "Gigui, your hack is getting more and more outrageous. Tell me, how did you guys get through the bottom of the sea? Not going is like missing out on 100 million, Wan Hao, standing next to him, quickly teased. "Come on, if you really went, it would be the ultimate torment."
He leaned close to Xiao Chen's ear, his face revealing a dangerous look, and whispered, "Just imagine, at the bottom of the sea, thousands of meters deep, it's pitch black, you don't know where you are, and ghosts and goblins are lurking in the darkness, staring at you. That kind of oppressive feeling, that invisible fear, surrounds you." Wan Hao scared him so much that his face turned purple and sweat poured down non-stop.
"Stop! I'm already sweating through my back."
At this moment, Zhaidong turned to Ye Hao and asked, "What are your plans for the next step?" He already had a plan, and said in a confident tone, "Actually, the purpose of our trip has always been very clear, which is to go to the third large zone." "The deep-sea trip was just a digression," he asked, puzzled. "The third large zone?" Ye Hao smiled, pointing towards the sea. "Beyond the sea is the unknown third large zone, also known as the Land of Divine Providence. Besides countless powerful enemies, perhaps the legendary heroes of mankind are also waiting for us there. This trip will surely become a battle to break the situation, allowing us to unlock the secrets of Earth." "Oi!" he smirked, his eyes flashing mischievously as he glanced at everyone. "Is everyone ready?"
Wang Hao enthusiastically responded.
"Do you even need to ask?" Wang Chuan couldn't help but cross his arms and comment, "Being able to fight with the strong is my wish." Xiao Chen was the next to speak, teasingly.
"Old man, you can't just lie down for the whole process. You have to work." Yin Huang happily chimed in with the other three. "No matter where you go, I'll follow you closely." Shui Lu was approaching from afar, seemingly with some interesting news. "The Antarctic absolute origin is synonymous with my home court. Next, let me fully display my strength."
Ye Hao turned around, somewhat interested. "I'm looking forward to it."
She frowned seriously, her eyes looking into the distance, calculating in her heart. After returning from the bottom of the sea, the aura on Ye Hao's body was a little different, becoming more inscrutable, and making her want to get closer to him even more. Moreover, Lai led her group, their faces cold, slowly approaching. "Sorry, we won't be going together anymore." He looked at them questioningly. "Why?" The girls in the group spoke up one after another. "We plan to stay and help these affected people rebuild their homes. After all, there are still other super beasts threatening the ice plains, and we must be vigilant about safety. At the same time, we can also act as a rear base to provide support for you guys. If you need anything, just contact us." Lai looked at Ye Hao with a smile and said, "Let's finalize the plan then.
Though I'm very concerned about Mu Wei, plans are meant to be changed. I hope you all have a smooth journey." He returned a businesslike smile. "I understand. I'll keep an eye out for any relevant clues for you."
She watched Ye Hao's figure disappear, her mind swirling with thoughts. If I proactively abandon the assassination mission, then the East Great District won't secretly send people to obstruct Ye Hao. Although with his strength he might not be afraid. Consider it a token of my sincerity.
Lai revealed affectionate eyes and a faint smile, thinking to herself, "Ye Hao, he's humanity's hope." He glanced behind him, ordering his group to move out, bringing out his most treasured mount, except for submarines.
"That thing makes old man sick," Zhaidong immediately followed, confidently exclaiming, "Rest assured, I have plenty of mounts." He raised his hand and snapped his fingers a few times. Suddenly, a giant ship with afterburners attached appeared. Zhaidong loudly introduced it. This ship uses deep sky metal equipped with anti-gravity devices. Even in a maelstrom, it's as smooth as standing on solid ground. "Mom won't need to worry about you getting seasick anymore," Ye Hao excitedly shouted. "Niece, you get 10,000 likes from me." He turned around, a rare look of determination in his eyes as he looked at everyone. "Let's go, everyone, get on board." Shuju, representing all the villagers, shouted a farewell. "Thank you all. You must survive and return. We'll be waiting for your good news." Under the gaze of the villagers, the airship swiftly departed, carrying Ye Hao's resolve. Destination: the Third Great District. Land of God's Luck. Xiao Chen gathered everyone near the sphere, explaining, "The Land of God's Luck is ahead. From the satellite feedback it seems that mist still covers the skies of Antarctica. No probing equipment can investigate the situation inside." Ye Hao looked up at the sky, pondering. "It seems that what I dispelled before was just the mist of this sea area. Even becoming the Ocean King can't master everything on the sea." Zhaidong blinked a few times, sighing. "Anyway, according to speculation, everything on planet Oi was created by high-dimensional beings in the universe. It definitely isn't that simple. Even a creator like me can't fully explain or analyze everything on Earth now." Ye Hao frowned slightly, worried. "So we can't be careless at any time." The ship approached the area of dense clouds and fog. Seeing the mist, "Have we finally arrived?" The beautiful woman stepped onto the deck of the ship, observing the situation, always feeling that something was wrong with the air. He also unconsciously looked at the mist, sharing the same feeling as her. The smell of blood in the mist, deliberately released by some kind of power. "Everyone, stay alert. The ship is starting to go through the mist." The ship gently parted each layer of mist to enter. Yin Huang suddenly pointed at something and shouted, "Heavens! Everyone, look over there!" The corpses of giant monsters lay scattered everywhere. These are the remnants of super beasts. Wan Hao sweated profusely, bewildered. "This thing is 10 times bigger than what I heard. Even in death it feels so oppressive." Wang Chuan also unconsciously tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand. "It's just like an ant blundering into a herd of elephants. You'll get trampled to death if you're not careful." He suddenly shuddered. "Old master, don't scare me." Ye Hao's gaze turned upwards as he loudly said, "Not only that, look up there. At each corner of the ice walls, there are pillars erected. Antarctic ice walls? No, this is a ceiling barrier." Du Si, flying high above, began scanning the strange objects. These swords are all imbued with extremely powerful magic, completely isolating the interior from the outside. Judging from the materials and elements, they were left behind at least 500 years ago. His pupils widened in shock. 500 years ago. Could it be the sealing technique of the legendary 5 great heroes? Yin Huang approached a pillar, speculating. Then it makes sense. They entered the Land of God's Luck, one after another. Their main purpose was to seal some dangerous existence inside. No. Maybe because they couldn't win, they could only choose to seal it in the end. The beautiful woman looked at the pillar, which was similar to the sword guarding this place, and sighed. Luckily, these sealing walls have allowed the world to exist until now. Xiao Chen also revealed a rare serious expression. Old head can freely traverse this dimensional seal. It probably can't stop him. Is he in there? Wang Chuan squinted his eyes, somewhat hesitant. To solve the problem of the misty land, we must enter the seal. Then the problem arises. How do we get inside? Ye Hao spread his wings and flew up. Neptune and I will go take a look at the situation. The others wait here. He flew close to the ice wall. He raised his hand and gently touched the wall. When Ye Hao's fingers touched the ice, wisps of energy gathered near him. Ye Hao grabbed his wrist, falling into thought.
With Mo Si's ability, he can analyze the structure but can't break it. Looking over at Zhai Dong, who was also surveying the wall, "How is it on your side?" Zhai Dong stared intently at the wall, a sense of unease rising in his heart. "I was originally thinking about whether we could go around from the seabed, but it turns out this barrier extends to the deepest part of the ocean. That route is also blocked." Zhai Dong proposed a bolder idea. "How about directly breaking through with brute force? With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem, right?" Ye Hao flew closer, a bit hesitant. It could work, but as they were distracted, two swords suddenly stabbed towards them from above. Ye Hao was still discussing the plan with Zhai Dong. "What if we accidentally destroy the barrier, release what's inside, and create terrible consequences?" he agreed. "That's true," Wan Hao shouted in panic towards them. "Leader, be careful, the swords are moving." The two swords plunged straight down, directly piercing the ice on the ground. Fortunately, they both jumped out in time to avoid it. "What's with that? This kind of sneak attack isn't even worth mentioning." The beautiful woman standing in the back clearly saw the situation and warned, "Be careful, the next wave is coming." Ye Hao and Zhai Dong both unconsciously looked in the same direction, the pupils in their eyes suddenly trembling violently. This time, tens of thousands of swords appeared in the sky, covering everything above their heads without a single gap. By the time they realized it, they were already trapped in place. "Be careful, the next wave is coming." The holy swords began to take turns, stabbing down. Ye Hao and Zhai Dong nimbly shifted, dodging this way and avoiding that. Zhai Dong, having just landed on the ground, bragged, "That's all there is to it," Ye Hao calmly analyzed. "After leaving a certain range, they stop attacking. It seems to be some kind of defense mechanism." The two returned to the ship to monitor the battlefield, as if saying, "Come any closer, and we won't spare you, even if it means hurting the innocent." "We absolutely can't let what's inside out," Wang Chuan continued. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it couldn't be broken through with brute force. "We have to think of another way." Wan Hao was extremely troubled. "But the problem is, where do we find a way to break through?" Ye Hao stared ahead, unblinking. "Don't rush. Perhaps there is someone here who can answer us." Xiao Chen saw the figure of a person on the top of a sword. There, on the sword, there was someone. A tall and extremely majestic figure spoke out, warning them. "To be able to detect my existence, your strength is indeed not bad. No wonder you could find this place." Mu Yu glanced down with disgust. "But this is not a place you should come to," Wan Hao angrily shouted. "We've come to liberate this desolate land. Why must you stop us?" The man being addressed looked down from above, disdainfully looking at the angry person. "What big words! Something that even we couldn't do back then. Just you." Xiao Chen and Wang Chuan suddenly realized something. Surprised, they said, "I remember now, this appearance, and that giant brush. Could he be one of the 5 great heroes?" Mu Yu, Yin Huang and Shui Lu followed along, surprised. "How is that possible? Aren't the 5 great heroes people from 500 years ago? How could they still be alive? Could it be an enemy in disguise? Like the illusionary realm fallen angel?" He, Wang Chuan, impatiently raised his sword in front of him, intending to attack. "Real or fake, we'll know once we try." Ye Hao saw him losing his composure and put his hand on his shoulder. "Let me go. After all, I once had a past with him." Hearing him say that, Wang Chuan suspiciously looked at Ye Hao. "You have a relationship with him. In the end, what? If what you said is true, that is indeed a possibility." Ye Hao grew wings and flew up to where he was standing. "You are Mu Yu. Then do you still remember me?" Seeing him approach, Mu Yu angrily launched an attack. "Go back and stay away from this place, otherwise no matter who it is, they can only die." Attacked suddenly, Ye Hao quickly dodged that attack. After that attack, he immediately returned to his original form, angrily. "It's only been a few hundred years. Have you already forgotten this benefactor? Didn't you say you would remember me for life?" Scarlet Flame Emperor Zhong, Yan Huang's face. Mu Yu curiously looked at him. "I've been watching over this place for hundreds of years, fighting for hundreds of years, and have forgotten many things. But there's only one thing I always remember." Speaking of this, Mu Yu immediately rushed towards Ye Hao. That is, to not let anything leave or enter this barrier. He quickly used his sword to block that powerful attack. "Your martial arts aren't bad either. Let me test the strength of a hero." A large whirlpool appeared in the middle of the sky, accompanied by large bolts of lightning. Their attacks made the onlookers panic and worry. "The battle between these two is causing the world to change. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, this ship is extremely sturdy." The 3 green-haired goblins below, one hand holding a blue sphere, the other holding a golden trident, looked at the battle in confusion.
But that person can actually stand on equal footing with Ye Hao. No wonder he is a great hero of your human world.
Wang Chuan frowned as he watched the battle. It's not standing on equal footing. Ye Hao hasn't used his full strength at all. Ye Hao continued the battle, rushing towards Mu Yu to attack. You probably don't know yet. Now the information interference on Earth and the threat of demonic beasts have been eliminated. Only this last continent has not been liberated. He was no different from you, putting all his strength into the next blow. You're talking nonsense. Such a great undertaking is not something ordinary people can do. Even if those people were all sealed in this barrier, as soon as that fire dragon rushed towards Ye Hao, it was destroyed by him. Could it be said that, apart from you, there are other heroes still alive? Always in the third major area? He calmly replied. You don't need to know so much. I can't feel any remnant thoughts on you, but this place is related to the survival of all mankind. No accidents can happen. Please leave. Continuing the fight, if it loosens the barrier, it will be troublesome. Hearing this, he calmly said, protecting it for so long, you've really worked hard. I really didn't misjudge you before. Giving you the original divine artifact was the most correct decision. Hearing Ye Hao say that, he seemed to remember something. Give it to me. Wait, you are him. Holding his head in pain, a series of old memories flashed in Mu Yu's mind. Memories flooded in. Remembering who Ye Hao was, he happily looked back. It's you. It really is you. I never thought I could meet you again. Ye Hao, on the ship they were standing on, they were discussing something. What? Ye Hao, you went into the fog and traveled to the early days of planet Oi and passed on the original divine artifact, the divine brush, to Mu Yu? This kind of thing is unbelievable. If someone else said it, I would never believe it. Mu Yu stood looking at the tall iceberg, analyzing. Things that seem impossible are always the closest to the truth, but it all happens in this third major area. Ye Hao, hearing what he said, continued his thoughts. Before, I speculated that there was some kind of superdimensional divine artifact in this third major area, and that was the fierce beast that caused planet Oi to transform. The truth is indeed so. Hearing what he said, Mu Yu sighed. As expected of Ye Hao, he was able to reach such a deep conclusion on his own, but unfortunately, the truth is not that simple. The people present said in unison, Then what is the truth? Please tell us. Hearing this, he was frustrated. I can't tell you. Everything can only be found out by yourselves, Wan Hao begged. Senior, please don't beat around the bush. Can't we just say what we have to say? Hearing Wan Hao say that, he calmly said, It's not that I don't want to say it, but that I can't say it, Mu Yu explained. Because the truth is not fixed. It is constantly changing at all times and places, not the same time, not the same place. Under different conditions, the truth that is finally encountered is different, and the way to break the situation is not unique. So where should I start? He heard this, and raised his hand to his head, laughing foolishly. What does this mean? Why am I hearing Chinese but not understanding a single word? Yin Huang asked the people around. What do you guys think? Zhu Lu heard this and replied, Guessing riddles is not my forte. Ye Hao ignored those words, resting his chin and thinking, Not a single truth. There are likely to be good and bad results, as well as branching results. Wait, could it be that because of that superdimensional divine artifact, the space-time flow in the third major area has become chaotic, giving rise to different timelines, different historical branches, and true and false endings? What? Mu Yu said with regret. It still has to be you, Ye Hao. Your understanding and judgment have exceeded the vision of mankind. What have you been through after all? I really want to take risks with you one more time. He looked at himself through the still water. It's a pity I'm already like this. Ye Hao patted Mu Yu's shoulder to comfort him. It's okay. As long as you're alive, there's a chance. He looked up at the thick ice wall and said, This seal is not ordinary. It's definitely not something one person can complete. Could it be that the 5 great heroes of you joined forces to set it up back then? Mu Yu also looked in the direction Ye Hao was looking, and he replied, You guessed right. If everyone hadn't risked their lives to set up this seal back then, Earth would have been destroyed long ago. Mu Yu's eyes drooped, and his eyebrows furrowed as he recalled the time in the past. Mu Yu began to tell the story. 500 years ago, the third major area, which was always shrouded in fog, suddenly erupted with intense energy fluctuations. Therefore, the 5 of us hurriedly led troops to investigate. The 5 of us faced a group of strange super beasts. It was too late when we arrived. Those super beasts attacked them together, The attack power was too great. A large number of super beasts rushed out of the mist, and in an instant, everything changed drastically. Mu Yu also continuously performed swordsmanship to take down the super beasts. The army was annihilated in an instant. We couldn't worry about rescuing the victims, and immediately deployed to block them, absolutely not allowing a single super beast to cross the lightning barrier, even half a step. The two heroes were surrounded by a circle of demonic beasts. In a dilemma, the battle lasted for a long time, and seeing that the situation was about to stabilize, one after another, and then two, and finally a lot of super beasts appeared after they eliminated one, but at this moment, an even more terrifying energy was released from the mist, rampaging, and the super beasts seemed to be affected as well, becoming even more frenzied. Mu Yu's face became tense. I immediately realized that this was definitely not an existence that we could resist. We absolutely cannot let it out. His sword turned super huge, without any hesitation. I immediately used the strongest sealing technique, Ultimate Profound, meaning 5 elements holy sword sealing formation. Following that were many small swords surrounding the big sword in the middle. This was based on the technique of sealing the ancient immortal god before using the third district as the imaginary enemy to design the final measure, which definitely required the 5 of us to work together to complete. Those swords rushed forward one by one, stabbing straight into the bodies of the super beasts. While still performing the seal, Mu Yu was surprised when he looked up at the sky. In order to ensure the integrity of the seal, we always persisted until the last moment, until the seal covered the entire area, including us. Looking from the outside, the entire large area was wrapped in a magical force, isolated from the outside world. At this point, the entire third district was sealed off. Returning to the present time, Ye Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked, "So that's how it is, but you said that all 5 of you were sealed, but how did Cao get back to the Eastern Great District?" Mu Yu's face showed surprise when he heard his question. "So you've met Chaos? That guy possesses the power of the immortal ancient god. In the last moment of the seal, he chose to self-destruct. His soul directly returned to the body of the backup robot in the Eastern Great District. I didn't expect him to be alive, until now. How is he now?" Ye Hao looked out at the distant ocean and replied to Mu Yu. His mind was corrupted by the immortal ancient god, delusional about bringing destruction to the world, and he has been destroyed by me. He sighed and replied, "I see. What a pity." Mu Yu's hair flew in the direction of the sea breeze, and he said, "The past is gone with the wind. This seal gathers all the power of the 5 of us. It is almost impossible to break, but if it is your request, then I will definitely do my best to fulfill it." Ye Hao was stunned. Mukyu? Mukyu summoned weapons from the space before Ye Hao's surprise. Yin Huang, Wan Hao, and Wang Chuan. "I will open a hole in the seal for you. You must quickly enter. I cannot hold on for long." Mu Yu took the weapon in his hand and drew a few wavy strokes, then cast the magical glowing light in the name of the 5 saints. Zhao Yuan Ji U Jiling Biluo Vielo Moran Wei Jing Tahua Tian Di Zuo Lao Mieri Yue Zuo Suo Ne Yang Kan Hun Kao Vens. Summon the ancient spirit pen. Ink stains become whale strength. I draw the heaven and earth as a prison, destroy the sun and moon as a lock. Now use the remnant soul to question. His eyes gleamed with a spark of determination. "I am willing to burn 1,000 years of thought, in exchange for a thread of communication in the human world. The Xuan Huang as the guide, the illusion as the door, please." The ice wall cracked, opening a crack in the middle, and Ye Hao's group exclaimed, "The seal is open!" Mu Yu was injured from deep within, and golden liquid gushed out of his mouth continuously. Ye Hao said worriedly, "Mu Yu, you!" He replied sternly, "Never mind me." Mu Yu gave Ye Hao a gentle smile. "Go and complete what you should do." His voice became firm and replied, "I understand." They started the spaceship and flew into the crack, easily dodging the places where the ice was falling. Ye Hao ordered, "Open full speed ahead." The spaceship flew into the cave. He threw out the golden chain and shouted, "Mu Yu, catch!" The chain pierced through Mu Yu's body. Ye Hao was stunned. "Mu Yu, your body is becoming transparent." In just a few minutes, Mu Yu became noticeably dilapidated. He said, "I can't go with you anymore. I am just a remnant soul avatar that the real body drew 100 years ago to protect the seal. Now that I have used up all my strength, this body is about to disappear, and I can't go with you anymore." Yin Huang said with a dumbfounded expression. Remnant soul avatar, Shui Lu was surprised. How could this be? Wan Hao asked suspiciously. Then where is the real senior Mu Yu? Before fading away completely, Mu Yu managed to say, my true body is trapped deep within the third major sector. 500 years have passed. Everything has changed. I'm probably just bones by now. If you're lucky enough to find me, please take my remains to a warm place, away from this bone-chilling land of ice and snow. As he faded to just his head, Mu Yu transformed into an image of himself as a child. Finally being able to see you again counts as closure for a regret. Farewell, Ye Hao. Only fragments of spiritual energy remained where Mu Yu had stood. He had turned into a spirit. He clenched his fist. His face darkened as he looked down. Yin Huang and Shui Lu, seeing his somber expression, asked worriedly, Ye Hao, are you all right? Ye Hao raised his eyes, filled with determination. No, it's not a farewell yet. Unconfirmed life or death means there's still hope. As long as there's a sliver of hope, I will definitely bring him back. The airship sped into the cave inside the third major sector, the forgotten ice field. Wang Chuan spoke up, asking. Wan Hao, holding a compass, said, Ye Hao, which way should we go next? This damn place, you can't even tell which direction is which. The probes aren't working at all. He cast the magic spell, All-Seeing Eye. Let me see. A faint black spot on the screen, Ye Hao said in surprise. Even the All-Seeing Eye can't probe it. Seems like this place has some special restrictions, Wan Hao asked. So aren't we just like headless flies then? The Antarctic continent is so huge, how are we supposed to find the divine artifact you mentioned? Shui Lu walked to Ye Hao's side. Looks like it's finally my turn to shine, he asked her. Shui Lu, do you have a way? Shu Lu spread her arms wide, sensing the surrounding magical currents, and then cast her spell. As frost and snow gathered, she commanded the ice sword, Icebone, dispel the fog. Guide me to the correct direction. The sword immediately pointed in one direction. Wan Hao exclaimed in surprise. You have this ultimate skill too, Shui Lu calmly explained. This is my skill. Using the connection of frost and snow and ice bones as a medium to sense the energy in the atmosphere, it can be very effective in this icy land. Wang Chuan spoke up with doubt. Are you sure this is the energy of the divine artifact? What if we're wrong? Yang Hao placed his hand on Wang Chuan's shoulder, saying, Now is not the time to hesitate. It's at least better than wandering around aimlessly without a clue, isn't it? He immediately replied, That's true. Ye Hao looked at Shui Lu with trusting eyes. This place is indeed your home turf. We're counting on you for reconnaissance. She smiled softly and replied, Being able to help you is enough, but I also can't guarantee that the place I sense is the place we want to go. Zhu Lu took out 6 snowmobiles from her dimensional storage, lined them up in a row, and got on to start them. Wan Hao said with interest, You made all these? So cool. The group all climbed onto the snowmobiles and sped off in the direction the ice sword was pointing. After only a few hours, the snowfall became increasingly heavy. Wan Hao questioned doubtfully, We've been driving for hours and haven't seen anything yet. Is this direction really right? Yin Huang replied seriously, If we've decided, then we can only go all the way. Or do you have any other suggestions? Wan Hao replied dejectedly. What suggestions do I have? I can't expect to suddenly run into a side quest or something. Right in front of their group was an area surrounded by large icebergs. A fierce battle was taking place inside. Shui Lu said, It's that place. A group of people wearing fur coats were surrounding and attacking a super beast. One person said angrily, Damn it! How is this monster so tough? One of the monster's tentacles knocked away the girl's gun. Oh no! The girl was tightly wrapped by the tentacle and lifted high into the air. Help! Those left began to panic. Zhao Tao, damn it, hold on. Suddenly, something severed the monster's tentacle, saving the girl Zhao Tao. Xiao Chen on this side slashed once. Wind God Sword Aura. On the other side, Wan Hao slashed again. Heavy Fist Rend, Wang Chuan wasn't one to be outdone and charged in to attack. Liu Guangzihan, Ye Hao snapped his fingers, and a flame erupted, incinerating the super beast's body. It's over! The old man's eyes widened in surprise. Heavens, am I seeing things? Others exclaimed. Amazing, he killed that monster in one shot. Where's Wang Xiaotao? Shu Lu supported Xiaotao's body, bringing her closer to the 4 of them. Don't worry, she's fine. One of them breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, you're safe. The old man looked at Ye Hao's group sincerely and said, Thank you all for your assistance. Otherwise, we would have surely suffered a terrible fate, Ye Hao replied. You're welcome. Actually, we... Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Tao cried out and pointed at Ye Hao's group. The person next to her asked. "What's wrong?" Xiao Tao replied. "No, look at their levels," she exclaimed in shock. Their levels are so high. Before Xiao Tao's eyes, the information panels of the 6 people appeared. Wan Hao level 275, Zhao Chen level 290, Ye Hao level 50, Jia Wang Chuan level 280, Shui Lu level 286, Yin Huang 265. Xiao Tao said excitedly. "This is already the level of a marshal. It's my first time seeing it." Level 50. "No way, what's your real level?" Ye Hao asked, confused. "Marshal level." "What does that mean?" Xiao Tao explained. "It's the peak realm, only a few can reach it. The leaders of the major safe zones are the strongest experts in them." He didn't know. Before Ye Hao, the information bars of the 5 people in front of him were, in order, Wang Zhenshan, Captain, level 95, Guo Jinhu, level 91, Li Zishan, level 93, Wang Xiaotao, level 88, Lu Hua, level 89. Wan Hao whispered in Ye Hao's ear. "Look, why are these people's levels so low?" he replied. "Perhaps it's also due to the space-time distortion." Zhenshan made a diagonal cut from the monster's chest to its abdomen with a knife. He held up a blue gem. "Thank you for saving our lives. It seems you have many questions, but this is not the place to talk. Let's go back to the base first." At the entrance of an ice cave, Ye Hao said, "This place looks like it's been around for a long time," Shui Lu added. And they opened up such a large space inside the snow mountain. They stood before a sturdy door, and Zhenshan stopped the vehicle and said, "We're here," Ye Hao asked. "What is this place?" Zhenshan smiled and said, "Welcome to the Antarctic Expeditionary Army Outpost Number 3. Ye Hao's group stood opposite a group of soldiers. Zhenshan stepped forward and said, "To be honest, we, the Antarctic Expeditionary Army, are the earliest team to follow the 5 Antarctic Expeditionary heroes. After the heroes sealed Antarctica, we couldn't leave either, so we've been stationed here ever since." Lu Hua worriedly muttered, the boy crossing his arms and exclaiming, "I don't know how my family is doing." Xiao Tao stood next to him, gently placing her hand on her chest, turning her head to look away and continuing, "I'm almost forgetting what home looks like." Her eyes welled up with tears, her face flushed red, and she turned to Zishan and asked, "Brother Li Zi, will we really be able to go back?" He stepped forward and gently put his hand on Xiao Tao's shoulder, comforting her. "Don't be discouraged, everyone. There will be a way." He stepped in front of Ye Hao. Zhenshan smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed, saying from the bottom of his heart, "You must think we're a joke." Recently, the negative emotions in the team have been getting stronger and stronger, and to be honest, I don't know how much longer we can hold on. He lowered his head slightly, his eyes firm as he looked straight at him and replied, "No, you are the ones who are sticking to your posts in the most dangerous times, protecting humanity's hope. You are the true heroes." After Ye Hao said those words, everyone bowed respectfully. Wang Chuan leaned over respectfully. "That's right, humanity will never forget what you have given." Yin Huang also bowed and spoke. "We salute you." Jinhu stood behind Zhenshan. He tried to force a smile and said jokingly to ease the sad atmosphere, "I was originally a little lazy, but being praised by you high-level juniors like this, I'd be letting you down if I didn't cheer up." He glanced back slightly, reminding, "Kid, you really dare to say that? Do you believe I'll hit you?" Jinhu quickly stopped him. "Captain Wang, don't!" Seeing everyone's optimism, he smiled slightly. Ye Hao bowed his head slightly and echoed, voicing his question, "It's good that you can cheer up. Then I also want to ask a few questions." Suddenly his tone became serious, his eyes showing the sharp insight of our frontline elite as he asked, "Why are your levels so low? Also, if you really are the first expeditionary army team, then that means you've lived for hundreds of years." The atmosphere suddenly became heavy again. Zhenshan's group fell silent, lowering their heads without answering. After a while he leaned slightly to the side, his gentle eyes looking away to avoid the question, "So much time has passed outside." Ye Hao nodded slightly in response to Zhenshan's question, then spoke honestly, "Yes, it may be hard for you to believe, but we really are from the distant future." After being distracted for a moment, he suddenly looked straight into his eyes and asked, "Before answering your questions, can you tell me in detail about the situation outside?" Ye Hao reached out his hand directly towards Zhenshan, his eyes gleaming with a smile as he replied, "Of course, no problem, but we're already at the door. Aren't you going to invite us in?" This kind of caution is commendable, but if we really had malicious intent, breaking down a door wouldn't be difficult. Hearing Ye Hao's words, he was slightly startled and stunned. After that, Zhen Shan approached the door-opening device. He manipulated it, saying, "I was rude. Please come in." After fiddling with various operations, Zhen Shan pressed hard on a button that stood out most clearly on it. Press. The massive, heavy iron door slowly opened. Everyone lifted their feet and slowly stepped inside. He quickly led Ye Hao deep inside the control room. Zhen Shan stood next to him, reaching out to introduce. "This is the headquarters of the Antarctic Expeditionary Force. It's a bit simple, but the functions are quite complete. It's completely sufficient as a base during combat." Everyone quickly took off their cloaks and continued their daily work. He and Ye Hao sat at the table to chat, Zhen Shan explained. "So, the world outside is at peace now." He crossed his arms and looked straight ahead, saying, "This is all thanks to you guarding Antarctica, preventing enemies from crossing the scale to invade the world." Zhen Shan gently shook his head, his warm voice denying, "We don't know. It all depends on the martial-level heroes and powerhouses. We are just insignificant pawns." Ye Hao's eyes gradually became more determined, and he spoke up to correct his incorrect statement. "In a global war, everyone who participates has their own value. No one is a pawn." Zhen Shan paused at his words. His eyes widened, shocked, and speechless. After a moment of surprise, Zhen Shan quickly regained his composure, smiling happily and saying, "No wonder that man let you in. Maybe you really can change the status quo of a stagnant pool like now, maybe." While engrossed in conversation, the ticking sound of the clock rang out, quickly attracting the attention of the two. Realizing it was past the hour, he softly spoke, inviting, "It's this late. You've come from afar. Why not have a meal together?" Very quickly, the meal was set out on a long table. Everyone sat opposite each other preparing to eat. Lu Hua hurriedly picked up the rice bowl and stuffed a big mouthful into his mouth, eating ravenously. "I'm so hungry, let's eat." Zhao Tao quickly turned to loudly remind him, "Mind your image, there are guests." Zhen Shan was embarrassed by this meal. He raised his hand behind his head and scratched it, blurting out, "Our supplies are limited. Please don't mind the simple meal." Ye Hao felt it was very normal. He waved his hand, causing a space gate to appear from which a refrigerator appeared, saying, "It's okay, I have some stock here." The tall refrigerator was placed on the ground. It swung open its doors to reveal the inside filled with delicious food. Zhen Shan's group couldn't contain their excitement, rushing over and shouting, "This is fresh fruit, and there's also premium beef. This taste is from 82 Nafei." He seemed not to believe his eyes, raising his head to look up in disbelief. "Hundreds of years. Has the outside world developed to this version?" Manhwa appeared behind him, the corner of her mouth lifting in a smile, explaining, "It's not related to the version. It's simply that this Ye Hao is far ahead of the version. One could even say that he himself is the version." Everyone quickly took out the food to enjoy. They held up their glasses and clinked them together, shouting, "Cheers!" A happy drinking party took place. Lu Hua held a large chicken leg, cheerfully exclaiming, "These things are all mine." Everyone looked at the lavish table in disbelief, exclaiming, "It's been a long time since I drank juice. This happiness came too unexpectedly. You little brat, you're greedy, aren't you?" Zhen Shan and Ye Hao stood opposite each other. He raised the glass of beer to him, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your generosity. Then I must also express myself a little." Ye Hao also raised his glass in response. Zhen Shan then took his glass back, slowly looking into it and whispering his inner questions. "Let me answer your first question first. You can think of Antarctica as a dungeon. The deeper you go, the higher the danger. We only dare to stay in the outermost circle, killing low-level monsters running out from the center, so leveling up is very slow." He put down the glass he was holding, raising his arm with a strange mark and asking, "The second question. The reason we can live for more than 100 years is because we are all cursed by a kind of mechanism. This curse will cause our time to pass at a slow speed. So slow that even after 100 years, we are still no different from when we first started." Xiao Chen couldn't help but speak at this time. He heard Zhen Shan say that and loudly exclaimed, "Mushu also said similar words before. Could it be that the speed of time in Antarctica and the outside world is different? Like one day here is equal to 1 year outside. Then when we go back, won't the time outside already?" Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Ye Hao's group hesitated, unable to say anything. He, raising his arm, looking at it and saying, "But at least one point is very clear, that is, after we entered Antarctica, we were not cursed." He stared at Ye Hao and replied, "I can't say this clearly either. After all, no one has ever gone out, and there is no reference object. His eyes became scary, his voice somewhat murderous, brushing everything aside.
Let's put the curse aside for now. The urgent matter now is to go to the center of Antarctica. That place must have a super powerful artifact that is causing the Earth to become spiritual.
But guessing that there was something wrong with Ye Hao's words, Zhen Shan said directly, "Not too fast and not too slow. Your heart has lost its way again."
Right, Ye Hao was a little surprised, subconsciously asking back, "How do you know?" He took out a watch from his pocket, slowly putting it in front of Ye Hao, saying, "Because this is a special mechanism of this place. At first, all the equipment we brought, the positioning system, the information system, were ineffective. But then we tried everything we could to clarify the reason. To restore the use of the equipment, we must use a special type of energy material."
He looked towards Zhen Shan, his eyes on the blue stone in his hand, saying, "It's the magic crystal that you separated from the super beast before." Zhen Shan held the stone firmly, replying, "That's right, the pointed blue stone was dazzling. Its light looked luxurious and beautiful. But there are very few magic beasts that we are sure we can defeat. We can only choose some small and weak magic beasts, and the harvest is naturally not much, so we have always saved this magic crystal for when we need it." Ye Hao crossed his arms, raised his eyebrows, and said loudly to him, "There must be a lot of this kind of magic core on large super beasts, right?" Zhen Shan seemed to realize something, and muttered to himself, "Of course, large super beasts would have a lot. But those are opponents that even marshals find difficult to deal with. We wouldn't even dare to look at them. Wait, what are you implying?" He turned away, still glancing back, and asked sternly, "We need this kind of magic core to restore the device, right?" Then Ye Hao turned to the crowd who were having fun, clenched his fist, raised it high, and shouted, "Is everyone full? It's time to work now. I don't want to come home to find that there's no home left." Ye Hao walked to the dining table, sat down, rested his hand on the table, and asked, "Can you locate the largest super beast boss?" Zhen Shan came up to Ye Hao, raised both hands, and calmly replied, "In theory, yes, but the problem is that it requires constantly consuming super beast magic cores. Usually, we only use it to locate some small super beasts to ensure that the harvest is greater than the consumption, maintaining the supply." He looked up with a smile, his eyes not too serious, and said gently, "The situation is different now. You just go find the large super beast, and leave the fighting to us. I guarantee that the income will definitely be greater than your consumption." Hearing Ye Hao's firm words, his group hurried forward. Lu Hua exclaimed with a bright smile, "He looks so confident. Is it really going to work, Captain?" Kong Shan also stepped forward and said, "But locating large super beasts requires the approval of superiors. Unauthorized actions will be punished with exile." Jinhu moved closer and muttered, "And we don't even know if they can win when facing a truly powerful large super beast. This is a gamble made on our own." Xiao Tao stood next to Zhen Shan, unable to contain her joy, and added, "They defeated the super beast easily before. Maybe they really can do it." Zhai Dong suddenly became noisy, slamming his hand on the table and shouting, "Don't underestimate anyone! This king can crush those super beasts under the ground with just one little finger." Ye Hao approached and gently placed his hand on Zhai Dong's shoulder. "Calm down, don't get excited. They're just telling the truth. After all, it's really hard to trust someone you just met." Ye Hao glanced at him, his tone somewhat threatening to Zhen Shan. "But finding super beasts doesn't necessarily require your help. It's just that we're in a hurry right now, so we're giving you a chance." His expression froze, unable to decide. Faced with the difficult choice before him, Zhen Shan hesitated. Stay safe with the current situation, hiding in the cave and living day by day, or gamble big with me. Make your decision, Captain Wang. In his mind, he kept recalling images of his family from the past, his wife in his memory, seeing Zhen Shan off. "It's been 37 years. If I keep waiting, can I really go back?" He looked at the photo on the table, thinking to himself, "Even if I go back, will there still be a home?" Zhen Shan frowned tightly, his eyes filled with determination, as he agreed to his condition. "Okay, I'll bet with you. I've had enough of this icy world. If Mu Yu chooses to believe you, I'll believe you too. Follow me to the central control room." After saying that, Zhen Shan quickly led everyone away. The iron gate slowly opened. The silhouettes of everyone gradually entered the control room. A controller swiveled around in his chair, lifted his glasses, and asked Wang Zhen Shan, "Why are you here so late?" Leading the group in, Zhen Shan proudly ordered the people in the room, Locate the largest super beast boss with maximum power. Send the coordinates to the convenient radar. The man slowly stood up, looking wary. What do you want to do? Without the commander's signature, no one is allowed to act without permission. Quickly, not letting the controller say more, everyone quickly grabbed weapons and controlled them. Be honest, don't move. The man was bound on the ground. His voice trembled with fear, but he still shouted loudly, "You're crazy! Locating large super beasts will consume a large amount of super beast magic cores. Do you know the consequences?" He walked to the control panel not far away. Zhen Shan raised his hand and gently pressed the button on it. On the snow-covered mountain, a door suddenly appeared. A claw was extended, opening it. The giant claw faced upwards, and then it began to emit extremely fast virtual sound waves. The external inspection was quickly transmitted to the machine. The signal was announced on the screen. Warning: the consumption rate of Super Beast magic cores is abnormally high. Please control the energy output. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, the controller quickly triggered the alarm. While running, he turned back and shouted, "Traitors! You'll kill everyone!" Not letting him cause any more trouble, Xiao Tao stood there ready, pointing her gun at him and demanding, "Stop! Don't force me!" Her whole body was trembling at this moment. Ye Hao slowly approached Xiao Tao. He reached out and grabbed her gun, reminding her, "Although there are conflicts in the process, our ultimate goal is the same. There's no need for internal strife, let alone abandoning our humanity." "Take it," Xiao Tao, who had long been speechless, quickly replied. "Thank you, Ye Hao. I almost made a big mistake." On this side, Zhen Shan was diligently focused on the control panel. He turned his head and instructed his teammates, "Guard the main entrance. Before we find the whereabouts of the boss super beast, we absolutely cannot let outsiders in." They answered clearly, "Yes." Wan Hao stood in front of Zhen Shan, frowning sternly, and said, "I thought this base only had a few of you, so there are other people." He spoke without hurry. "The entire mountain here has been hollowed out. Camps of the army are scattered everywhere. We are just a small team among them. There are at least over 100 survivors now." Wan Hao hesitated when he heard Zhen Shan announce so much. Suddenly, continuous knocking sounds came from outside the door. Everyone in the room exclaimed worriedly, "They're here, on the other side." The army was still trying hard to break down the door, shouting loudly while smashing, "Wang Zhen Shan, what are you doing? Open the door for me. If you don't open the door, I'll blast you with artillery." Suddenly, Lin En slowly approached. He said uncomfortably, "What's all this noise?" The soldiers quickly lined up neatly. "Line up. Antarctic Expeditionary Force. Frontline Commander, Lin En. Level 165. They shouted respectfully. "Greetings, Commander." Lin En raised his head and looked straight ahead. He stopped in front of a soldier and asked, "Report the situation." The man lowered his head and carefully replied, "Yes, Wang Zhenshan and his team members, along with some outsiders, have invaded the central control room. Request instructions from the commander." Lin En's eyes became even more angry. He pursed his lips and remained silent, thinking to himself, "Outsiders have arrived. In the entire 3rd district, besides the expeditionary force, we shouldn't have any other humans. Could it be?" Very quickly, Lin En strode to the front of the massive iron gate, loudly persuading towards the inside, "Wang Zhenshan, I don't know what your purpose is for committing this foolish act, but military law is merciless. If you continue to be stubborn and refuse to see the error of your ways, the consequences will be severe." Hearing the sounds from outside, Jin Hu anxiously stepped forward, saying, "Commander Lin En is famously impartial and incorruptible. If we're caught by him, we're definitely dead." Xiao Tao also worriedly stood beside him, tentatively asking Zhenshan for his opinion. "Captain, what should we do?" He turned to look at the two of them, replying, "We haven't found the Super Beast location yet. Let's hold on for a little longer." At this moment, the radar, which was still searching, identified the target and sounded an announcement. "Target located. Coordinates sent to device." Zhenshan was overjoyed to have accomplished the goal, exclaiming, "Great! We finally found it." He grabbed the device he had just found and went to Ye Hao, directly handing it to him, saying, "Here, I've bet my life and fortune on you. You must succeed." Ye Hao smiled confidently in response, "Relax, I've never disappointed anyone." Outside the gate, the troops were already holding energy guns. Ready in formation, Lin En raised his hand, issuing the order, "Initiate the explosion in 30 seconds. The soldiers aiming their guns began to count down. Yes, counting down 30, 29, 28. Before they could finish counting down, Ye Hao's group had stepped out. He looked towards Lin En, saying, "Don't be nervous, everyone. Let's talk."
Kai Dong also blurted out to Ye Hao, "Why waste time with these small fries? We can just suppress them with brute force."
When the army saw the true strength of Ye Hao's group, they were shocked and terrified. They worriedly whispered among themselves, "Heavens, these people are all martial-level experts. If we really fight, we don't stand a chance at all." Lin En maintained his usual composure, slightly bowing his head, his eyes showing displeasure, saying, "No wonder Wang Zhenshan wasn't afraid at all. With such a powerful lineup, overturning my base would be as easy as flipping a hand."
"I am Lin En, the commander of the expeditionary force. May I boldly ask, what is the purpose of your visit this time?"
Ye Hao was not arrogant at this moment, clasping his hands together and respectfully bowing, expressing, "Greetings, Commander Lin. You are the heroes of our predecessors. I also deeply admire your spirit and will. We didn't communicate well with you beforehand, but please believe that we have no malicious intentions. Doing this is only to help everyone break free from the current desperate situation." While explaining to Lin En, a controller suddenly rushed over from behind him in a panic, shouting, "Something bad has happened. Because we used a large amount of energy to locate the Super Beast boss just now, the base's energy is now only at 10%. Lin En turned around in shock, disbelieving. "What?" Receiving the bad news, he turned to Ye Hao, accusingly saying, "Your target is the Super Beast boss. Even if you are stronger, you can't be a match for it. That is a monster that humans cannot challenge." Ye Hao calmly crossed his arms and chuckled, replying, "The more you exaggerate its strength, the more interested I become. I dare say that defeating it will definitely yield unexpected rewards."
Hearing Ye Hao say that, Lin En gradually calmed down, asking in a serious tone, "For profit, you don't even need your lives anymore." Ye Hao's will was unwavering, already having a clear plan in mind. If it were really for profit, we wouldn't have come here. In this most dangerous place on earth, what profit is more important than life? The image of a beautiful earth appeared in Ye Hao's mind. Ye Hao placed his hand firmly on his left chest, looking into the distance, declaring, "Of course, it is for the benefit of all humanity, removing the last nail on earth. That's why we do not hesitate."
He was surprised by Ye Hao's words. Lin En gaped at Ye Hao's imposing actions. He thought, his eyes are sincere and his words are not false. Could he really be a savior sent from the outside world? But then he quickly regained his original character. Lin En pondered, saying lowly, "Speaking of strength, I originally had no way to stop you from leaving."
Speaking of actions, you have already obtained the coordinates of the Super Beast boss. It can be said that you can completely ignore us and go find your target. But you still chose to stay here and have this meaningless communication with me. Then he raised his head high, his eyes hazily looking forward, asking loudly, "Is there really a chance of winning? Can we change this damn predicament?" Ye Hao put one hand in his pocket and held up 2 fingers in front of Lin En with the intention of a condition. "Give me 2 days, and I will defeat that boss, bringing back a magic crystal that you cannot imagine. After everything is over, we'll go home together."
Lin En frowned tightly, looking straight ahead sternly, saying in a low voice, "I believe in your strength, and if you really defeat the Super Beast boss, it will be beneficial to us and not harmful."
"Okay, I agree to your actions, and will provide support at the same time."
Lin En leaned on his cane with both hands, forcefully slamming the cane on the ground, declaring, "But Wang Zhenshan disobeyed military orders and acted without authorization, so he must be judged and punished." Zhenshan was suddenly stunned when he heard that, and he struggled, ignoring the soldiers trying to stop him, shouting, "Wait a moment." Zhenshan's face was filled with fear. He worriedly looked towards Lin En, begging, "Rather than being detained and punished, I would rather die on the battlefield, General. Please let me fight alongside them."
Xiao Tao became uneasy when she heard that, gently reaching out her hand, advising, "It's too dangerous, Captain. Don't be impulsive." Jin Hu, standing next to him, also quickly said, "That's a Super Beast boss. With your level, Captain, you're completely throwing your life away."
Zhenshan's face darkened, his voice firm and unshakable. "If I were afraid of death, I wouldn't have joined the expeditionary force. I'm only afraid of dying without value. That boss has trapped us here for so long, I've long wanted to kill it."
Then he glanced to the side. Zhenshan looked at Ye Hao, seeking his opinion. "I know that I can't help much in battle, but in this snowy and windy corner of the world, you also need someone familiar with the environment here to guide you, right?" Ye Hao quickly replied. "That's right." Then he stepped in front of Lin En, carefully bowing respectfully, saying, "Please, General, grant my request. Give me a chance to redeem myself. He closed his eyes slightly, helplessly sighing, agreeing. Kid, you're something else. Lin En turned to walk out of the door, but before stepping out, he turned his head back inside, speaking loudly, but full of concern. No matter what the final result is, survive and come back to me. Outside, the snow was falling heavily, and the towering mountain was covered in snow, and a clear voice sounded, yes. Inside, everyone was speeding along on snowmobiles. Ye Hao uncomfortably punched the ice patches, complaining, "This terrible weather is really uncomfortable. I feel like the air is full of ice fragments." Wang Chuan, driving the car right in front, turned back and said, "Don't complain anymore, focus on watching the road." Ye Hao was seriously driving the car, and behind him was Zhen Shan sitting, looking straight at Ye Hao and said, "Captain Wang, tell us the Super Beast boss's information that you know." He leaned forward carefully and replied, "Okay." A map began to appear in Zhen Shan's mind, inside which were different corresponding locations. He pondered, and then reported. First, the Super Beast bosses of the third major area are almost all world bosses, scattered across various locations on the map. Each boss has its own stronghold. All these strongholds lie on the unavoidable path to the far south. We can't advance without defeating them. Zhen Shan recalled a past incident where his teammates ran into a gigantic boss. Our team was ordered to attack a Super Beast boss in this direction, but no one expected the battle to collapse upon engagement. That boss used just one minor skill to reduce our strength by 60%. Although we were lucky to survive, we lost contact with other teams, and could only hunt small demonic beasts outside the boss's perimeter to replenish demonic essence while waiting for an opportunity. After that incident, inside a hidden base, Zhen Shan stood motionless, watching everyone give up in frustration. But in this despairing environment, facing an invincible enemy, most people gradually lost their fighting spirit and hope, living each day like a walking corpse. More wrinkles appeared on his forehead, his eyes sharp and resolute, as he said, "But even so, I always kept the heart of a fighter, because I know very well that stopping the fight and giving up is the real end. The more desperate the environment, the more we must struggle. Until the moment hope and miracles appear, and finally, I waited for you. Ye Hao, if it's you guys, perhaps you really can defeat that boss." Chai Dongfeng quickly ran up beside him, looking at Zhen Shan and speaking frankly, "Your faith and will are admirable. It's a pity your strength is too weak. Just watch from the sidelines later. Don't get in the way of our fight." Hearing that, he could only remain silent. Suddenly, Ye Hao spoke up, saying that although his words were harsh, they were also the truth. Although he wasn't afraid to die, they hoped even more that he could survive and return to his homeland. Zhen Shan smiled faintly, seeming to understand everything that was said, and replied, "Of course, I know that in battle, the most terrifying thing isn't necessarily the enemy, but also teammates who hold you back. Don't worry, I definitely won't cause trouble for you guys." However, Wang Chuan turned around in surprise, holding a tracking device in his hand and exclaiming, "Beyond the mist ahead is the destination. High energy reaction detected. Be careful." Just as he finished speaking, a massive explosion occurred, shattering the thick ice. Breaking free, everyone quickly rushed forward, shouting, "What? Everyone be careful, this is the boss area's trap mechanism. Absolutely don't get hit." Stones flew out, hindering everyone's progress, forcing them to evade with difficulty while speeding up. Zhen Shan, sitting in the back, reminded, "This mechanism only works in the outer area. Get through that mist and you'll be fine." Ye Hao complained unhappily. "That thing is chasing relentlessly." Tentacles continuously followed everyone. Ying Huang, while driving, swung her sword and said, "Visibility is decreasing." Shui Lue, running ahead, squinted and slashed at the tentacles, urging them to persevere. "The energy in the snow tells me it's almost here." Soon after, Ye Hao's group emerged from the danger zone. "The strange things disappeared as well," Wang Chuan announced loudly. "We're finally out." Ye Hao looked excited, spun the vehicle around, braked sharply, and propped his leg down, shouting. Ying Huang hadn't recovered from the earlier feeling. She looked towards the distant tentacles and exclaimed, "That was dangerous. I felt like I wouldn't be able to hold on if chased for much longer." Suddenly, Shui Lu seemed to see something, and quickly told everyone, "Look." Hearing that, everyone looked in the direction of Shui Lu. In front of them was a dense flock of penguins. In the distance, at the highest point, sat a gigantic penguin, enthroned amidst the flock. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in unison, "Penguins! Yin Huang, couldn't help but be delighted by this sight. She clasped her hands together, her voice full of excitement. How adorable! Zhulu was no exception. Her eyes sparkled, her hands clasped together, her voice soft and cute. I love them too. I loved penguins the most when I was little. I could only see them in documents before, but today I finally see the real thing. Shui Lu quickly approached the small penguins, squatted down, and reached out to touch them. Be good, let me touch you. Seeing this, Zhen Shan was shocked and quickly warned, get away from there. Don't be fooled by their appearance. Those guys are super beast bosses. As soon as he finished speaking, a small penguin jumped up and slashed across Shui Lu. The clothes on her were cut. Shu Lu stood there, stunned, in disbelief. What? Immediately after, Anan behind them gradually stirred. It began to move slowly. Then, Anan raised its head high and opened its mouth wide, roaring. Its eyes gradually turned red. The smaller penguins below also screamed in unison. Everyone was quickly harmed by their sound waves. They hurriedly covered their ears, yelling, "It's so hot! What's going on? It seems like some strange ritual." And fans stood up. The sound just now seemed to be an order for the penguins. Ordered. They swarmed and clung onto its body, converging. Everyone immediately felt horrified at this sight. The penguins are merging. It's a bit disgusting. After merging, Anfan no longer had the gentle appearance it had at first. It manifested in a completely different form. The gigantic Anfan roared, causing lightning to envelop the area. People were dumbfounded. Penguin King Alpan, level 500, boss. Zhu Lu couldn't restrain herself. She raised her sword high, intending to pounce on them. This bastard has ruined the good image of penguins in my heart. I must kill it. Yin Huang, behind her, worriedly grabbed her hand, hurriedly stopping her. Don't be rash. Its level is too high. Wan Hao, next to her, could only force a smile, holding Shu Lu's sword and reassuring her. Calm down. The small penguins quickly surrounded everyone. The three of them huddled together, vigilant. Wang Chuan raised his sword high and said, "Small monsters? Seems like the division of labor is clear." Wan Hao on the other side immediately replied, "The boss is for Ye Hao and Hai Wang. We'll clear out the minion trashfish. Lao Wang, do you have any problems?" Zhen Shan cocked his arm, raised his dagger, and quickly replied before his question, "Who's Lao Wang? Don't worry. I'll prioritize protecting myself first. I won't be a burden to you guys." Chai Deng held his trident, calmly asking the person next to him, "Finally, I can show off my skills. Do you want to go first, or me?" Yan Hao raised his hand and rubbed his chin, answering, "It doesn't matter, but before that, let me confirm one thing first." Very quickly, he changed into a different identity. Ye Hao spread out his hands, wondering, can these Super Beast bosses actually be subdued? The arrogant Alpha raised its head high and roared, and the system notification suddenly sounded, reminding, the target boss is in a berserk state and cannot be tamed at this time. Ye Hao's expression turned dark, his eyes flashed red, and he thought to himself, judging from this description, if I can soothe its emotions, could there be a chance to tame it? Its eyes were bloodshot. Its black pupils darted back and forth, before suddenly stopping. Then, Anfan became even angrier. It opened its mouth wide, starting to absorb power. Its eyes turned a bizarre red, and it roared at Ye Hao below. Not enough power absorbed. Anfan opened its beak even wider, sucking up the small penguins. Seeing this scene, he became even more uncomfortable, his expression turning icy as he clicked his tongue. An's power shot forward, and the two quickly dodged the attacks. Ye Hao, while dodging, said, "Looks like there's no time to think slowly." Zhai Deng, who had remained calm until now, turned his head and said softly, "I'll take the first hit." Saying that, without giving Ye Hao time to react, he quickly used force to fly straight towards An Kaifan with his trident. Seeing this, Yen Hao shouted to stop him. Wait. It seemed to sense something at this moment, quickly turning its huge head around. As soon as it saw Zhai Deng flying towards it, Anfan showed no abnormality. It gently used a wing to slam him straight to the ground. Before even touching Anfan's skin, Zhai Deng was defeated with one blow, causing him to lie sprawled on the ground. Unable to bear this insult, Zhai Deng, full of hatred, raised his head to the sky and cursed in dissatisfaction. Heavens! One slap knocked off half my health. Have the creatures of Earth all mutated to this extent? This is not scientific. See King Zhai Deng, level 500. Yan Hao, seeing the funny scene just now, smirked slightly. He stared ahead, explaining to Zhai Deng,
You've been sealed for too long and completely don't understand Earth's boss mechanics? That was clearly the boss's execution skill, and you just ate it.
Very quickly he regained his spirit. Jiadong stood up straight, swung his trident, creating a surrounding power, and shouted, "I was just careless earlier, now I'm gonna get serious." On this side, everyone was still working hard to resist the small birds. Wang Chuan turned his head and slashed one, saying, "Control the mobs, don't let any get past to Ye Hao." Wang Hao, standing close to him, fought and replied, "Leave it to me." Shu Lu waved her hand, freezing all the penguins, her face full of dissatisfaction as she cried out, "Again forcing me not to hurt the cute penguins." Very quickly, the penguins were frozen. Bing Feng Shu Lu complained in frustration, "This boss is truly vicious." Yin Huang was endlessly amused. She reached out her arm, squeezing the head of a penguin, causing it to become frightened. "I can understand your feelings too." Zhen Shan was in an extremely heightened state. He raised his dagger, reminding, "We really have too much strength. We even have time to chat while fighting."
Xiao Chen swung his fist, laughing loudly to reassure, "At least dealing with these mobs is enough." Only then did Zhen Shan notice the other two. He looked towards the fierce battle with Anfan, muttering in a low voice with admiration. "But I never expected those two could actually go back and forth with that boss. I never even thought I would see this scene. Truly amazing." Anan was made dizzy by the two, and it looked around frantically in a frenzy. Unable to keep up, Anan jumped out mightily, aiming for everyone in the distance. A berserk charge. Ying Huang cried out in surprise. Why is the boss suddenly rushing over here? Without hesitation, it rushed straight forward. Xiao Chen nimbly jumped high, while Wang Chuang quickly flew over to pull Yin Huang and Zhen Shan away to dodge. She looked up and exclaimed, "Captain?" He glanced back, instructing, "Be careful." Anan was still acting crazily. Suddenly it fearfully raised its wings high, stopping abruptly as if triggered by some mechanism. A multi-barreled gun appeared from one of Anfan's wings. It struggled wildly with its wings. The gun wing on the other side, pointing straight forward, firing continuously. Ultimate skill, Huangfei Barrage. Fiery bullets flew towards Shui Lu. She stared blankly, in disbelief, motionless. What? Just as Shui Lu was in danger, Ye Hao flew over from somewhere to shield her. "Are you all right?" He forcefully swung his hand, shattering the barrage. "Multiple protective shields." She stared blankly, unconsciously calling out his name. "Ye Hao." He furrowed his brows in anger, yelling loudly upwards. This boss suddenly disregarded hatred and began to charge. "It must be some kind of special mechanic, everyone, be careful." Anan was silent, not reacting at all. The barrel of its gun was still smoking. Suddenly, Anfan turned towards another target. It lowered its head and ran quickly towards Jiadong. Seeing this, he became even more excited. Jiadong gripped his trident tightly, gathering strength, and said, "Come on, it'll be different this time." Anfan used its beak to charge and knock him away. Jiadong flew high into the air powerlessly. He was now even more annoyed, his eyes turning red, and he used the trident to brace himself, exclaiming in disbelief, "No way, I clearly had a shield, yet I almost got killed." Ye Hao was helpless in the face of his actions, and he turned back with a worried look, saying, "I told you not to face the attack head-on, why don't you ever learn?" At this moment, Anan had switched to attacking Xiao Chen, who was terrified and dodging while shouting for help. "Ye Hao, think of something." He became even more focused, his eyes carefully observing, thinking to himself, the charging damage from before was a bit unusual. Apart from Hai Wang, no one could have withstood it. Plus, there's the logic of the missile seeking its mark. Xiao Chen was quickly crushed under a pile of rocks. Anfan continued to head towards Jiadong, making him jump in fright. Jiadong widened his eyes, his mouth agape, stammering, "You've got to be kidding me, again?" In a moment of crisis, Ye Hao rushed forward and shielded him with his shield. Next, Ye Hao rushed close to Anfan's face, using his hand to press against its face with force. "Stop it!" he ordered sternly. "I said stop, stop!" However, Anfan tossed its head high, using its golden beak to knock Ye Hao away. Jiadong looked at his remaining health, in disbelief, muttering to himself, "How did you only lose a little bit of health?" Ye Hao was silent, not saying anything, his eyes glancing down as he thought. Just as I expected. Ye Hao quickly formulated plans in his mind, observing Anfan's attack direction and drawing a diagram to speculate. The boss's mechanic is to choose the closest person to charge, and the further the distance, the higher the damage. And the missile attacks the closest target after the charge ends. After a moment of speculation, Ye Hao shouted to everyone,
So, uncle, run quickly! Anfan started firing missiles. Xiao Chen fearfully tried his best to run away, yelling, "You should have said so sooner!"
After reminding everyone, Ye Hao glanced at Jai Dong, who was drinking a recovery potion, and said, "It'll be easy next. The two of us just need to control the distance well to lure the charge and missile." He looked at the potion bottle, replying, "Leave it to me." Everyone quickly surrounded Anfan. Ye Hao flew from above, instructing everyone else, "Attack the boss with all your might."
They quickly received the order, responding in unison. Ye Hao's group competed to attack the upper part of Anfan. Seeing its health gradually decreasing, he spoke to remind everyone,
"The boss is at half health. There might be a new mechanic. Everyone pay attention to the undigested, swallowed person, King Penguin Alphan level 500. And Kingpin's eyes had turned red. It widened its eyes, filled with killing intent. Alfreda Hand slammed both hands heavily on the ground. The pressure was so strong that the ground shattered. From the cracks, lava began to overflow, the lava still bubbling. In an instant, the scenery around Anfan had turned into a volcano. What is this? Changing the environment like that? Ye Hao also couldn't believe what he was seeing. This phase transition is really grand. The beautiful woman looked at the flock of penguins all fleeing and couldn't help but worry. Even they are scared. What happened to the boss? Wang Chuan quickly jumped up and carefully tossed aside a stream of overflowing lava under her feet. From within the lava flow, a shadow could be seen, gradually forming eyes, nose, and mouth. Its thick, twisted beak pierced through the lava, slowly emerging. Alpha seemed to be smirking, gazing at the offspring it had just created. They were, in turn, Azure Chilled Penguins, level 250. Crimson Joy Penguins, level 250. Azure Sorrow Penguins, level 250. The last bird opened its mouth wide and let out a loud cry. It was the Golden Wrath Penguin, level 250. The golden penguin lunged towards Ye Hao, leaving a trail of fire in the air where it flew. He punched it straight in the stomach, not forgetting to curse. "You think I'm scared of a level 250? Immediately, the golden penguin dissipated, leaving behind only a wisp of faint smoke. Damn it. Anan took a deep breath, inhaling all of that smoke. Boss absorbed the emotion of wrath, receiving a wrath buff, increasing damage. It stomped its foot, and lava surged out, forcing Ye Hao to run away. Don't attack the remaining 3 penguins yet. After they die, they'll add buffs to the boss. Xiao Chen was running for his life to avoid it. He understood the logic, but these small monsters, though weak, seemed to have surprisingly high attack power. Healer, help, pretty sister, quickly heal him. I don't know many healing spells, I'm trying to add more health. In that instant, a flash of light went through Ye Hao's mind. Could it be that emotions are the key to this boss fight? If it absorbs wrath, it will become berserk. He recklessly flew closer, pointing the trident at Anan. What about absorbing grief then? Xiao Chen didn't understand what was going on. Ye Hao, what are you doing? He quickly reassured. Don't panic, just watch. Anan suddenly shrank in size and even pretended to be weak. Boss absorbed the emotion of sorrow. The berserk wrath buff has been removed. Ye Hao could now easily approach it without fear. Usually the process is to kill the sorrow penguin first, to give a buff to the boss, then kite the remaining 3. But being able to remove the berserk buff isn't bad either. The system rang out a notification. The boss has become tameable. It was detected that a deep mental resonance with the boss is possible. Initiate a resonance link. Immediately transmit the boss's memories. In an instant, a scene of the penguins' daily life appeared. The daylight made Anan a little dazzled. Suddenly, a strange light appeared from the sky, and it immediately turned its head to look at a round object appearing in the sky. At first, it was red and somewhat faint, and Plyfin's eyes were intently watching the thing, gradually changing from curiosity to panic and widening. The round thing in the sky was shaped like an eye. In the sky, it was the state of some huge spherical object. Was that the culprit that caused the penguins' mutation? Several aircraft flew over to assess the situation. This is Squad Du Zen. We have discovered an unidentified flying object over Antarctica. Continue the extermination mission. When the aircraft nearly touched the sphere, a force rebounded, causing the engine to short-circuit. This is an energy shield. This is bad. Just like that, the aircraft exploded for unknown reasons, enraging the aircraft behind it. Du Zhui 1, you bastard! Avenge Du Zhui 1. 2 aircraft continuously fired at the sphere, but all of them were blocked by the outer shield. A surge was emitted from the red dot on the sphere. As soon as the surge spread, the two aircraft exploded into pieces.
The sphere gradually approached the penguin herd.
They were so terrified that they just froze in place. The orb shot out a strange beam, causing the penguin flock to scatter in all directions. Run! Anan is trying to evacuate his people to safety. Don't panic. Run deeper inside. A little penguin chick was stuck in a crack, crying out, "Help me! Save me!" without hesitation. Anan immediately went over and pulled the chick up. "Grab onto me!" While the two were struggling in the crack, the orb approached very closely. Alpha looked at the red dot on the orb and pleaded desperately. No. The orb targeted the penguin chick and fired. Due to the aftershock, Anpan was blown backward. Despite being injured, Anan struggled to get up. Where's that child? Only something black remained at the edge of the crack. The little penguin had been turned to ash. Bloodshot eyes appeared in Anfan's eyes. So much resentment kept flashing through his mind. The orb began to descend to the ground. A beam of light shot up from the top of the orb. That beam began to split into many branches, spreading out and covering the entire globe. Monsters began pouring out in droves. Transmission gate number 1. The first wave of super beasts steps onto Earth. The monsters began to bombard everywhere. Anan ran to stand in their way. Without fear, Anan shouted, "You bastards! Stop!" A monster used its tail to send An flying. His body slammed hard into a rock wall. Anan used his last bit of breath to warn, "Everyone, run!" A golden gem appeared before Anan. That gem suddenly glowed. The powerful light spread everywhere. Alpha seemed to be granted divine power. It easily knocked down several monsters. Even though it currently carried feelings of rage, tears involuntarily streamed down from the corners of its eyes. Ending the memory link, Ye Hao immediately covered his face. So that's it, that orb of light. Could it be that Zhaidong just blocked a blow from Anfan? Ye Hao, why are you spacing out? This boss's attack power has decreased a lot. With a little more effort, we can easily capture it. Ye Hao conjured a binding rope, took out the god-binding device from Omi. Restricting it for a little while should be enough. He looked at it with a hint of pity. Everyone, stop. Listen to me first. After hearing the whole story, Wang Chuan also felt a bit of empathy. As expected, this place is the starting point of planet Oi. The beautiful woman frowned slightly, feeling bitter. This boss is also a poor, unfortunate one. Xiao Chen coldly interrupted the atmosphere. So what do you plan to do? Kill it to set it free, or tame it as a pet? Ye Hao pondered for a moment before saying, "Personally, I'm leaning towards taming it, but we have to ask for his opinion. After all, we won't be able to get a super beast magic core that way." Zhen Shan didn't hesitate, and made a decision. Although not getting the magic core is a bit of a pity, we can still get super beast level combat power, so it's not a loss either. He had another worry. But others in the headquarters probably won't be as open-minded as you. They'll say that taming a super beast is my personal asset, he then explained. Now is not the time to haggle over personal gains and losses. You people didn't mind traveling thousands of miles. Haven't you already let go of personal benefits? There is only one type of person here, and that is human, Zhen Shan declared with unwavering resolve. If anyone doubts, I will persuade them. Ye Hao held out his hand, signaling cooperation, and said, "Excellent. Rest assured, my headquarters will definitely find a way to compensate you." He also reached out and grasped his hand. "Please." No sooner were the restraints removed than Anpan went berserk, seemingly wanting to tear Ye Hao apart. "Then, let me subdue my first ultra beast pet." He slowly closed his eyes. And after a moment, Anpan's gaze gradually returned to normal. Soul binding complete, successful subjugation. It transformed into a tiny, rather adorable penguin. King Penguin Anpan. Wan Hao was speechless upon seeing this. Seriously, what a huge difference. The beautiful lady widened her eyes and exclaimed in admiration. "So cute." Anpan pointed at a cave, chirping incessantly. "Where do you want to take us?" Wang Chuan guessed. "This cave is the penguin's secret headquarters." Zhen Shan was a bit puzzled. What's its purpose in leading us here? It pointed to a platform with many golden orbs. Those glowing orbs. Could they be? Ye Hao confirmed. That's right, it's just as we thought. They're primordial divine artifacts. Xiao Chen looked at the golden orbs curiously. These are all primordial divine artifacts. How can there be so many? Zhen Shan exclaimed in surprise. You know? So the outside world also knows of the existence of primordial divine artifacts? Ye Hao glanced at him suspiciously. It seems you knew about it long ago. He then explained. I haven't seen them with my own eyes, but there have always been rumors in the expeditionary army that there are rare treasures hidden within the ice plains, known as primordial divine artifacts, any of which have the power to destroy the heavens and earth. He happily ruffled Anpan's head, praising. Who would have thought that these super divine artifacts would be piled up in front of us like this? You truly brought a great gift. I don't know how to thank you enough. The beautiful lady walked over, a bit curious. Ye Hao, can you understand what it's saying? Ye Hao, still with his hand on Anpan's head, recounted. It said that it became powerful because of the primordial divine artifact, and then it constantly went around collecting primordial divine artifacts because it had the advantage of acting first. It collected the most primordial divine artifacts. Yin Huang then hugged it, petting it. You really are an amazing little one. The beautiful lady reached out and poked Anpan's cheek, exclaiming, The fur is so soft and adorable. Ye Hao turned and said loudly, Next is the divine artifact sharing that everyone's been waiting for. I'll be in charge. Does anyone object? Everyone was incredibly excited. Stop hesitating. Hurry up. The golden orbs began to float from his palm. Is this what the divine artifacts are like? It's decided then. Everyone had one in their hand, accepting it. Everyone was stunned by the brilliance of the orb. This is the first one. Transforming into a primordial divine artifact sword. Arbiter's sword. Attacks and skills are guaranteed to hit. Each attack will add an illusionary sword attack, summoning up to 10 swords. The damage caused by the illusionary swords is true damage. The ability to sever cause and effect, consuming all illusionary swords, deals 10% damage to the target. Physical damage equal to the number of illusionary swords. For the next 24 hours, illusionary swords cannot be summoned again. Wang Chuan held the sword in his hand, still dazed. The sword energy is so powerful. The second orb transformed into a long staff like a magic wand, a primordial divine artifact, Shadow Realm Slayer, able to use shadow techniques, manipulating shadows to attack enemies in various forms. When enemies are hit by the shadows, all attributes are greatly reduced. The wielder can also sink into the shadows and perform space jumps. The Shadow Realm ability, releasing the power of shadow to surround the space, increasing the damage and weakening effect of shadow techniques. Enemies cannot leave the Shadow Realm through any means, and anyone killed in the area will have all traces of them erased. The entire staff emitted a black energy that overwhelmed Yin Huang. This power is... Next is a book. The primordial divine artifact, Frozen Hell Codex, can manipulate the power of coercion to convert all elements within the range into ice elements for use. Ice attribute magic damage is increased by 200%. All physical attacks are accompanied by 100% ice attribute magic damage, along with a freezing effect. Frozen Hell Summoning. Summon the Frozen Hell Demon Lord and Demon Generals to fight for you. Just flipping through a few pages, the beautiful lady felt its horror. The power of ice is too strong. The cold is even frightening. Next is a pair of shimmering gloves. A primordial divine artifact. Limit Breaker Fist. When accumulating power, attacks trigger the limit-breaking effect. The fist ignores spatial distance, directly hitting the target in sight. Even if the target is behind a wall or in mid-air, the power will penetrate all obstacles, and the actual damage and distance become the same ratio. The greater the distance, the greater the damage. The characteristic of being as light as a feather, as heavy as Mount Tai. Then the fist contacts an object. Its physical rules are defined by the wearer. How to convert all hardness into toughness. Turning rock into soft mud. Turning weight into lightness. Like turning a giant mountain into a feather. Wan Hao admired the divine artifact with great interest. Ye Hao still had 2 orbs in his hand, but said somewhat helplessly to Xiao Chen, Uncle, I'm sorry, there isn't anything suitable for you. I'll make it up to you later. He waved his hand. It's all right. Wan Hao couldn't help but tease. Who was it just now who had eyes sparkling when they saw the primordial divine artifacts? He angrily shouted. Damn it, can you step aside? Give me some face, will you? Ye Hao glanced at Zhaidong and said coldly, I won't manage yours anymore, he replied calmly. Of course, this little trinket won't catch my eye. Hao Feng handed the remaining 2 orbs to Zhen Shan. There are 2 left. Share one of them with your headquarters, Captain Wang blurted out in surprise. Really? Cut to a base, where people are frantically moving back and forth. Do they have any information on Wang Zhenshan? Still nothing, and we can't contact him. It might be due to the interference from the Super Beast's magnetic field. A figure coldly observes them. The base's energy magic crystal is almost unable to withstand the night. If this continues, we'll all freeze into ice sticks.
Two people beside Lin En are constantly complaining. It's all Wang Zhenshan's fault for trusting some unknown kid, putting us all in danger. I bet they've either been killed or ran away.
A person rushes in from outside to report. They're back. He abruptly stands up, overjoyed.
Really? Ye Hao leads the way in, greeting.
Everyone, thanks for the wait. Lin En hesitates slightly. You're all safe and sound, but why are your hands empty? Where's the Super Beast's magic crystal? Someone beside him immediately sneers, I bet they couldn't beat the Super Beast boss, and ran back in a sorry state, huh? Ye Hao suddenly says sternly, stating his condition. Commander, can you take me to the base's core energy equipment? I guarantee I won't disappoint you. The two beside him immediately stop him.
The core energy is a top secret area. It's not like some outsider like you can just go there. If you can't get the magic crystal, there's no way you're getting it.
Zhenshan points at the two and shouts, You blind fools are underestimating them. What I'm about to say will shock you. We have something more precious and 100,000 times greater than the Super Beast's magic crystal. The two are daunted by his aura and are forced to question in a low voice. There's a limit to lying, you know? Why does this old man seem so excited all of a sudden? Could it be true? Lin En, who has been silent, suddenly speaks. Alright, you guys come with me. He arrives in front of a door and calls out, We're here! Ye Hao glances at everyone behind him, assessing them. The situation doesn't look too promising. Lin En glances at him, questioning, So, what exactly did you get? Ye Hao takes out a constantly glowing gear. It's this. He stares in surprise. This is a primordial artifact. The system panel displays the gear's function. Primordial artifact eternal core, trait, infinite energy, blind spot kinetic energy, 100% construction success rate, automates base building with 300% efficiency. Ye Hao places the gear into the missing spot. All the gears align and start to move. The temperature gauge jumps from the green zone to the red zone, activating the eternal stone. Energy conversion rate, 1000%. The energy is increasing rapidly, and it's breaking records. The compass is spinning madly. The energy conversion efficiency has surpassed that of the Super Beast's magic crystal. The screens in the control room start to change, making the people inside cheer. The heating system is restored. The ventilation system is normal. It's getting warm. It's really getting warm. Another specialist observing the radar announces, Radar power increased tenfold, detecting signals beyond 300 kilometers, locating coordinates. This is a friendly base. Lin En stands opposite Ye Hao, raising a question. Since I stepped into the Antarctic continent, I haven't received any signals from friendly teams. Ye Hao, Xiansheng, what exactly are you? Generously explaining, this is a gift for the braves, making it for the first warriors protecting mankind.
Both he and his legions salute Ye Hao, an unprecedented feat. No, it's even enough to change the history of mankind. All have. Respects to Mr. Ye Hao. Greetings. He glances disdainfully at Lin En, saying,
Lin En, there's no need for such a grand gesture. This is all due to the team's efforts. He stubbornly retorts, If it weren't for you breaking this stalemate, we'd probably just be stuck here, exhausting ourselves to death in this freezing wasteland. The thinking of young people is indeed more flexible than that of us old fogies. Lin En turns to Han Sen and asks, Can you contact the friendly base that was just located? His eyebrows furrow as he looks at the screen with a serious expression, saying, No, Lin En. The base has never conducted any communication since its establishment, and we can't determine if it's because the equipment has been out of use for too long or if there's some special interference. Ye Hao stands beside him, his voice low as he asks, Do you know anything about that base? He looks at the screen thoughtfully, answering him. The location is correct. It must be base 010. Lin En's expression becomes serious as he speculates. As far as I know, the top-notch elite unit in the expeditionary force is stationed there. Commander Van Dake is also a powerhouse, with outstanding strength. While we were still struggling in the outer perimeter, he led his troops, breaking through all the way into the area near the center of Antarctica. But there hasn't been any information since then. He turns to face Ye Hao and starts persuading him. But one thing is certain. The resources and information they have are definitely far beyond those of outer perimeter bases like ours. If we can establish contact with them, it will definitely become a powerful support. Ye Hao gives him a cold glare, saying in a steady tone, Indeed. So the urgent matter now is to resolve this communication issue. Zhenshan awkwardly scratches his head, saying with a remorseful expression, Really, we just solved the energy problem, and I didn't expect the communication problem to arise in the blink of an eye. It'll probably take some time to inspect and repair it." Seeing that he's as if he didn't hear anything, he calls out again. Ye Hao. Ye Hao walks to the large screen, intending to press it, but the staff member shouts, "Wait, don't touch it randomly if you're not a professional. Don't step aside, give advice, and let me try." Suddenly, a notification appears on the screen. Switching accounts, Ma Si starts frantically conducting super reinforcement modifications to the communication device. Everyone in the lab is surprised when they see the numbers surrounding the satellite. What are these large data streams? Is the device evolving on its own? The antenna is shaking. It seems to be cracking and about to explode. It is still struggling against the power of the wind and snow. The system panel shows modification completed. Signal strength 100%. Hansen pushes up his glasses, his face showing a clear expression of joy as he says to Ye Hao, "The communication connection is successful, Quan Kui. What kind of magic did you cast?" He just slightly turns his head, coldly replying, "It's nothing, just did a little modification." Hansen looked at the information displayed on the screen and reported back, "We got through, but they're not answering. Did the operator leave their post without permission?" Ye Hao's eyes suddenly darkened, a hint of confusion in his mind. Could those explosions be from bullets? The gun smoke engulfing the sky at Outpost 010? One after another, several soul beasts charged out. Mutant Bandit Owl, level 247. Rampaging Penguin, level 244. Bloodguard Ice Bear, level 245. Everyone fought and yelled, "Fall back and secure passage B." Someone being attacked cried out, "Save me!" But to protect the safety of more people, someone reminded them, "Leave him, retreat." A comrade asked, "Commander, the east side has fallen. If we retreat further, we'll be in the central zone." The commander replied, "Let Team C hold them off. We absolutely can't let those beasts break through." Dalker gritted his teeth, pulled the trigger, and hissed, "We've paid over 300 lives to obtain this precious intelligence." He was the commander of Outpost 010, Fonde Key, level 210. Looking at the situation, he could only think, it absolutely can't be destroyed like this. Something huge loomed over Daki's head, making him cry out in shock. "What is that?" The fighters looked up, recognized it, and yelled, "It's a boss!" An enormous elephant was approaching, identified as War Trampler Jack, level 500. A powerful voice shouted, "Aim at that big guy and fire!" A rain of bullets flew towards Jack, gunsmoke and flashes of light erupting. A loud explosion rang out, a bright burst of light. Jack remained unscratched. It rampaged forward, and the order rang out again. "All our firepower can't even make a dent." Everyone was blinded by the smoke, and they cried out together, "We're doomed! This isn't war, it's slaughter!" Dakin stood alone, his voice trembling as he yelled at Jack, "Get out of here!" He stood fearfully before the monster's enormous form. He shouted, trembling, Dakin's face paling, turning whiter and whiter, groaning, "We can't win. How can humanity defeat a monster like this?" Rampaging Penguin's wings were gaping ferociously, and it was about to lunge at him. Before it could reach Dakenta, a beam of light flashed past, blasting the three penguins far away. Ye Hao walked over heroically, extending his hand and saying righteously, "Luckily I made it in time, not too late, am I?" He stammered, You are." Daki took his hand and stood up, admiring him inwardly. So strong, Ye Hao earnestly instructed him, "Please retreat to a safe place. Leave the rest to us." Dake was reluctant to leave and said, "But the enemy is numerous and we are weak. Even if your strength is extraordinary, relying on you alone, really." Ye Hao chuckled softly, reassuring him, then raised his voice and commanded, "Who said I was alone? This battle is yours. Hold nothing back. Unleash the full power of your god-tier gears." Everyone following him took their stances and responded in unison. "Yes, boss." Yin Huangwei Feng took the lead, shouting courageously. Wang Chuan smirked, leaped up, and said, "Let's test the power of the primordial gear." Then he unleashed 2 primordial gear skills. Sword Reason Referee. Wang Chuan used his instantaneous movement ability to execute the sword move, Phantom Sword Dance. The notification board appeared again. Evaluating War Trampler Jack, level 500 boss. He raised his eyebrow in smug satisfaction. A set of moves had already dropped 10% of its health. True damage really is the truest damage in the world. Wan Hao took off his cloak below and said as he stepped forward,
It's my turn for the second round. He transformed into a suit of golden armor and then blasted off towards June. Dake looked up, exclaiming with admiration and a hint of wonder. He can directly blow away that gigantic body. Ye Hao's voice rang out steadily. Before a divine weapon, even the tallest mountain is as light as a feather. Wan Hao prepared to use his gauntlets to unleash his move. Polar Overlord Shattering Fist. He shouted the final strike, full of energy. The system interface displayed a notification. Evaluating the war-trampling Tyrant Jack level 500 boss. Next up was round 2. Shui Lu prepared to enter the battle. She opened her ice book and read, "Awaken from the eternal winter ice coffin Nether River. Ice Hell Demon God, hear my summons." The technique used this time is the primordial divine artifact, Ice Hell Codex. Immediately after, June was completely frozen by the ice demon piercing hell attack. System evaluation target announced, war-trampling Tyrant Jack level 500 boss. But before long, the sound of ice cracking rang out. Jack completely warmed up, cracking the ice. It curled up and then gradually contorted its body. Then it rotated its torso to stretch out. Round 4 arrived, and it was Yin Huang's turn to make a move. She flew up and muttered, "Primordial Divine Artifact, Shadow Realm Eraser." Yin Huang's teleportation skills were used very skillfully. It was called Shadow Technique 3 Flowers Gathering Peak. She made it difficult for Jack to observe, and then cried out mockingly, "I'm here, you fool!" Once again, the system displayed, war-trampling Tyrant Jack level 500 boss. Yin Huang herself felt proud at this moment. So powerful. This is the power of the primordial divine artifact. With the help of this divine weapon, I can finally chase after Ye Hao's back. Jack was still alive. It opened its blood-red eyes wide. And someone reminded, "Be careful, the boss is transforming at low health. There's definitely a new mechanic." It started to stand up, then twisted its body, spontaneously generating a purple substance to heal itself. Seeing this, Wan Hao volunteered to rush forward. "Let me explore what new abilities this boss has." But when his fist touched it, it sent him flying back, and he cried out, "Damn, it's so hard!" Zhu Lu quickly used ice again, but helplessly cried out, "Ice magic has no effect. Is the boss immune?" Wan Hao was trying to lift it up and begging for help. "This is too tough, Lao Gi. Quickly use your invincible true damage to deal with it." Wang Chuan rushed forward angrily and shouted, "Damn it! This boss even gained some kind of recovery ability. Attacking isn't as fast as it heals." Successive attacks landed on Jack, creating a chaotic trample war scene. After a while of fighting, Wang Chuan could only angrily hiss, "It's over. It's a crowd control skill." He mustered all his strength and slashed towards June. A ray of light appeared from the Nihility Eradication Ray. Zhu Lu suddenly froze. It took her a few seconds to recover from his attack. An explosion rang out, followed by a purple light exploding. Wan Hao complained in the light, "This guy is too perverted." Shui Lu was rescued by Yin Huang and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, you helped everyone." She didn't look back and just replied, "No need to thank me, just how do we deal with this boss?" Ye Hao stood below, looking at the rubble with pride. Standing amidst the smoke, Wang Chuan reminded himself, "Ye Hao trusts me enough not to interfere in this battle. I can't let him down. If I can't even conquer this small hurdle, how can I ever catch up to him?" The ground shook violently, and Jack hadn't regained enough strength to stand properly. Wang Chuan frowned slightly, racking his brain, thinking so hard he started to sweat. Think. This heaven-defying corn must have limitations or weaknesses somewhere. Where could they be? Suddenly, a purple orb approaching him snapped him out of it. Wait, could it be? Wan Hao, standing far away, shouted anxiously, "Old man, Wang Chuan, get back!" He smirked triumphantly and uttered, "Finally found it. Your weakness." Then, Wang Chuan unleashed his move with lightning speed. "Take this! Secret sword!" After a few skillful sword strikes, the cause and effect were severed. Jack was completely defeated at this point. A voice rang out, "The boss is down!" And it seems the defensive properties are gone too. An opportunity within the battle for all the great moves. Ice Crystal Floral Thorn, Shadow Technique Usurper, Dragon Emperor Hunter Crackfist. After Wang Chuan's final sword strike, the system announced, War Trampling Father Jack, level 500 boss, defeated. He used the Secret Sword Swallow Reversal Technique and sighed in relief. It's over. The system panel reappeared, displaying the statistics for the area boss kill rewards. War Trampling Jack defeated. Rewards:
100 million gold, 50 million experience points.
Super Beast Magic Crystal Legend, the essence of a Super Beast boss, containing rich energy. After a gemstone, another item was awarded, which was an intricately carved key with specially patterned carvings. A mysterious key with an unknown function. After that, there was a golden orb, covered with golden scales, the war behemoth's armor scale. Armor crafted from the hide of a Super Beast boss, providing not only super defense, but also warmth in the winter and coolness in the summer, making it very practical. Special properties: resistance to ice and fire, attribute damage reduced by 50%, doubles when health is below half. Everyone present cheered with joy. The Super Beasts ran away. Did we win? We won. We survived. That's great. Wan Hao sighed in relief. Relaxing, Shu Lu also encouraged everyone. We did it. Ye Hao reached out to shake hands with Wang Chuan and said, "Well done." He nodded slightly in response. "I didn't fail your expectations." DK stepped forward gratefully and said, "Thank you for your rescue. Without your help, I'm afraid we would have been in grave danger." Ye Hao maintained his warm tone. "You're welcome. It's what we should do."
His determined gaze turned to him and made a suggestion. "This time, we're not just here for the rescue. There's also an important matter, the main intelligence, about the third large area that you have. Could you share it with us?"
Daki's cheerful face became stiff, as if he was worried about something. Finally, he said loudly,
"Fan will definitely repay your kindness, but the main intelligence is extremely important. I will not easily tell anyone." Wan Hao couldn't help but exclaim from behind. "You're being too unreasonable. We saved your lives, and you won't even share a bit of intelligence," he affirmed sternly.
"Because this intelligence is more important than life itself." Before he could finish, someone rushed in and reported, "Commander, there's a message for you." Daken didn't believe it, and asked again.
"What did you say, Lin En?" that staff member replied. "Commander Lin En from the rear headquarters is requesting a connection." A voice echoed from the radio. "Beggar, can you hear me?" His voice cheered. "Old Lin, is that really you? I thought you were dead." In the laboratory, Lin En looked at the screen and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? You're not dead yet. How could I die before you?" A large screen was now connected, and then Daki's voice echoed, "You rascal, your tongue is still as venomous as ever. And who are you calling a beggar?"
He tried to sound tough, but then he lowered his voice and said softly,
"But it's good to be alive."
Lin En curved his lips slightly and replied,
"Yes, as long as we're alive, there is hope." For the future, Dakila's gaze turned towards Ye Hao's team to hear Lin En's next words. "I know you wouldn't easily give the intelligence to others, so I specially waited until after the battle ended to immediately call you. Don't worry, the Ye Hao group is absolutely trustworthy. After all, they rescued our headquarters before coming there."
Daket suddenly froze, his eyes as if frozen in place, and he blurted out, "Aside from us, even Lin En received their help." Ye Hao then stood up to explain,
"Yes, can you trust us now?" Daki immediately changed his attitude and accepted the request. "Even an old fox with a suspicious personality like Lin En trusts you unconditionally, so what reason do I have not to trust you?"
He put the cigarette in his mouth and cursed under his breath. "Piece of junk!" Ye Hao snapped his fingers, creating a flame, and offered it, saying, "Use this."
The old man took the flame to light his cigarette and said, "Thanks." Daki took a puff and glanced up, saying, "Only I know this intel. It's related to the ultimate secret of the Antarctic Central region. The one who told me this intel was one of the 5 heroes of Catan. He traded his life for this intel and entrusted it to me."
20 years ago, everyone was in chaos, fighting against the Zhao. A platoon leader yelled while firing,
"First squad can't hold on anymore. Quickly get that taunting energy tide off of cooldown and come carry." All the soldiers were doing their best to fight against the monsters. Some were screaming in fear, "They're behind us too! We're done for!" Suddenly, a sword came down, striking the Jack's horn and completely shattering it. Catan appeared, standing tall before the formation, reassuring everyone, "Don't panic, hold the line."
The system introduced one of the legendary 5 heroes,
Catan, level 500. Immediately, he flew up and grabbed Jack's horn, creating a magnificent scene. Despite its struggles,
Catan blocked Jack's attack with just a sword in one hand.
He said with disdain, "Big stance, heavy force, but that's all there is to it."
Jack's roar echoed through the sky. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and shouted, "Slash!" Catan pointed at it and commanded the entire army, "The boss has fallen. All troops, charge, give him a fatal blow. Everyone rushed to action, and a voice shouted out orders. Quickly clean up the battlefield, continue marching. The other soldiers replied in unison.
Yes, sir. Catan looked into the distance. Sam said to move forward. It won't be long until we reach the Antarctic Central region. A platoon leader cheered excitedly. Great, we can finally have a showdown with the boss. I'm getting fired up. While he was celebrating, a flick suddenly rang out, and Catan turned around and flicked him on the head.
Catan reminded him gently. Stop being so smug. The further in we go, the higher the risk. We can't let our guard down at any time. Got it, you little brat. The platoon leader scratched his head and replied, I know, I know. The old platoon leader observed the sky, and his expression darkened as he shouted. There's bone everywhere, Catan shouted as well. This isn't good, don't lower your guard, the platoon leader also reported. It's impossible to see the situation ahead clearly. Should we send in a scouting team?
Catan immediately stopped him and said, No, you guys stay here, I'll go, the platoon leader stammered. But, Catan firmly explained again, no need to persuade me. This is also the duty of the strong. If I can't come back, use the marks we left to retreat and regroup with the main force. He said goodbye and left, and after that, Catan never appeared again. The troops could only retreat to the rear. Dakan led his soldiers until they encountered a forbidden sea. Although the expeditionary force repeatedly sent troops to investigate, once they entered the fog, there was no more information. That fog was synonymous with death, casting a shadow of despair over everyone. A soldier asked hesitantly, Commander, do you really want to go? It's still not too late to turn back. Everyone needs you. In the next second, he suddenly had a gun pointed straight at his head, his face paling with a resistant expression. Dakan pulled back his gun and began to recite an oath. Headquarters Commander Dakan, disregarding the advice of his subordinates, insists on entering the misty lands according to his own will. This is my obsession. It has nothing to do with others. If you want to stop me, then come at me. The soldier who just spoke stepped back, meekly replying, Understood, sir. I wish you good luck in battle. While struggling through the blizzard, he thought, Catan, are you still alive? Even if you're dead, let me see your remains, or I won't be able to rest in peace.
Dakan continued to persevere against the wind, also asking himself, How long have I been going? I haven't even seen a single demon. How long will it take to arrive?
Because of this strength, Daiki lay down on the snow, his voice trembling. This isn't good. My consciousness is about to fade. Someone approached and stood in front of him, then asked, I didn't expect you to come after all. Dakan raised his head to look at him, and exclaimed, Catan, it's really you. You're alive.
Catan began to explain. Inside this misty land is a particularly large individual instance. My body and yours are not in the same space. Dakan was listening to him while passing his hands through Catan's body. Catan's voice remained steady as he said, Only by completing super difficult tasks can we converge and participate in the final mission. His gaze followed the rolling storm, and he confirmed, Even I haven't been able to enter the final mission. Meeting each other in the form of a conscious projection is already a miracle.
He curiously asked again, Why is that? So, can't we bypass this instance and move forward? Catan patiently explained. The surface, probably. But if you want to get the secret treasure, you absolutely can't ignore it, Dashek muttered, repeating, Secret treasure. He bent down and replied, That's right. The key secret treasure to influence the final outcome of the Antarctic expedition. I don't know if anyone else has been to the deepest part of the Antarctic, but I must obtain that secret treasure. Only then can I guarantee our final victory.
He raised his hand to his mouth, covering a cough, and suggested, Then I'll go call everyone to come and help you.
Catan slowly took off his mask, refusing sternly.
No, Dask asked in surprise. Why? He cast an icier-than-ice gaze at Dak, saying, That young man, Ni Wu, from back then has also become a trustworthy adult. But that's precisely why I can't let you throw your life away, you foolish son.
His eyes welled up with tears, his voice hoarse as he roared. I know my strength isn't equal to yours, but what do you understand about me? My mother passed away early. For the past 20 years, you've been my only obsession.
Entering the fogland only takes one step, but such a small step took me 20 years to accumulate courage.
And now that I've finally found you, how can you ask me to give up?
He stepped forward, grabbed Dak by the collar, and pulled him close, instructing, So, you must live. Only by living is there a day of reunion like today. Because the blood ties between us miraculously created a conscious meeting like today, and entrusted this secret to a strong, trustworthy adult.
After speaking, he pushed him away. Dak was caught off guard and stumbled backward, his eyes wide with shock, his hand reaching out as he cried out, "Catan!" Catan slightly smirked, saying, "At this age, still not listening. Goodbye, my foolish son." He held up a photo of the two of them, father and son. Suddenly, a tear unintentionally fell onto the photo. Dak gently wiped away the tear and said, "That's all I know." Lin En slightly shook his head, saying, "Marshal Catan is your father. You've been hiding it well for him." Dak's expression changed. He raised a cigarette to his mouth, taking a puff, and explained, "I never wanted to let my father's heroic aura influence me, so I even changed my surname. That old fart also defaulted to this, so almost no one knows about our relationship." Wan Hao mockingly said to him, "Seriously, according to the setup, you should be the main character. How did you end up in this tragic position?" Dusk raised his hand, signaling him to stop, and said, "My cultivation is still lacking, don't mock me anymore." Ye Hao, with an emotionless face, looked at him and asked, "So, is this information useful to you guys? Can you save him?"
He fell into a bit of self-reflection. Will the instance rewards affect the final outcome? Mu Yu also mentioned this kind of unstable ending. Could it be related to the lack of this key reward? It seems this super high difficulty bone burial instance must be done.
Finally, Ye Hao smiled brightly, saying, "Of course. Leave it to us." The sky was gloomy, thick with cold air. Patches of white snow swirled in the wind, flying around, obscuring the view, making the entire space seem to be immersed in a thick fog. Ye Hao, while glancing around, reminded everyone, "The instance area is ahead. This time is different from before. In the individual instance, everyone can't take care of each other. Nor can we predict what kind of strong enemies we'll encounter." His eyebrows were furrowed, his eyes full of determination, as he said, "In short, I just want to say one thing. Live, then gather at the destination of the maze."
Wan Xuan struck the ground with his cane, urging, "What are you still talking nonsense about?" "Let's set off," Wan Shi beside him said. "Regardless of what it is, just blow it all away." Wang Chuan didn't reveal much expression, but his words were firm. "I will define it as my will." Yin Huang also spoke up. "We can't always rely on Ye Hao. I, too, will do my best," Xiao Chen also said.
"Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I fought alone. Isn't this also a good opportunity for everyone to test their strength?" Dak suddenly called out loudly, "Everyone, wait a moment."
He and Lin En stood still, giving a military salute, and said, "Everyone present, salute. Thank you for coming to this dangerous place for the future of all humanity. We wish you a smooth journey, a victorious return."
Ye Hao also returned the salute and said, "We guarantee the completion of the mission." Finally, he and everyone turned and left, their figures gradually disappearing behind the swirling snow. Lin En followed with his eyes, pondering. Even when facing unknown horrors, they're not afraid. The younger generation is to be reckoned with. Old guys like us are useless now, Dax also agreed. The new wave pushes the old wave. Humanity's hope should be young people like that. He also sent a message to Ye Hao. "It's all up to you guys." Ye Hao, who was far away, observed his surroundings and came to a conclusion.
As expected, after entering, everyone disappeared. The Fogland inherently has special rule power, coupled with the high difficulty individual instance. We must carefully calculate every step. Fortunately, I distributed props and potions to everyone beforehand. Their self-defense shouldn't be a problem. Ye Hao picked up his lightning dagger, saying, "Unfortunately, this thing needs skill, props, and rule-type equipment to be triggered. If it could work on this kind of perpetual rule like the Fogland, that would be great. For example, stabbing it into the bones, and that's it." Suddenly, Ye Hao's foot slipped on the snow. Ye Hao exclaimed in surprise. "What?" He suddenly spun around, his mind in chaos. The devil's wings? Pandora's heart? Why aren't they reacting? Is it the power of the rules? Ye Hao was falling freely, still clutching the lightning blade as he plummeted. He groggily opened his eyes, wearied by the surrounding noise. Ye Hao lay face down on the ground, his eyes half open. Regaining his senses, he pushed himself up, looked around, and instinctively asked, "Where is this?"
Ye Hao felt tiny, standing amidst a horde of demons who were fiercely divided into two factions on every front. Several armored soldiers wielding axes raised them high and cheered. The frenzy is about to begin. Beside them, some goblins huddled together, whimpering, we're gonna die here. Don't. A goblin holding a gun stepped forward, pointed it at his head, and declared, I don't want to be killed by you guys, so I'll just take care of myself. Ye Hao was suddenly confused, his eyes twitching slightly, thinking, this place is very abnormal. He opened the system panel, but it only showed error messages. He couldn't switch accounts, couldn't even activate the Scarlet Flame Emperor, and the item section was locked. Damn it, the system stats displayed Ye Hao level 50. Ye Hao breathed a slight sigh of relief, thinking, the only good thing is that my level remains... Wait, could this level 50 actually be E level 50? He happily reached out and threw a few punches as a test, delighted to feel the power. Ye Hao threw a punch, thinking to himself, thank goodness it's the strength of level 50. But then he looked around and fell into thought. But looking closely, these guys are all around levels 400 to 500. I don't have an advantage. Gathering these people together, what does the dungeon want to do? I have a bad feeling. As he stood on the elevator, he instinctively commented, this feeling, the entire space is rising. So this is an elevator. A voice called out a countdown, time countdown starting, 30, 29, 28. Tai Zhu, standing next to him with blue skin and a massive size, said in a hoarse voice, it's about to begin, Ye Hao vaguely asked. What's about to begin? He didn't explain, only replying, you'll find out, and the countdown continued. 20, 19, 18. He saw a large gate. Immediately afterward, a guiding voice rang out. The gate has opened. Leave the room before the countdown ends, or you will be killed instantly. 10, 9, 8. The monsters behind him rushed towards the gate as the countdown dwindled, yelling along with him, charge. Ye Hao ran out of the gate and, seeing no one, wondered, what are you doing? Come out here, the monsters cried helplessly. It's useless. Even if a weakling like me gets out, I'll just die. Rather than being brutally killed by those lunatics, this is better. Immediately afterward, everyone inside was killed, with only splatters of blood and screams echoing out. Wait. Ye Hao gritted his teeth, enraged by the mechanics of this game. Such cruel tactics. This place is... He was shocked when he found himself in a large arena, an alien combat arena. The monsters there were all shouting, start already, I can't wait any longer, I want to see blood flow like a river. Sanyan appeared, saying, welcome to the infernal combat arena. Here you will experience the unparalleled art of brutal killing. Only by being in close contact with death can you truly feel the eruption of your bloodline. In this round, will anyone be lucky enough to survive to the end, or will everyone die as usual? Come on, place your bets. He waved his grotesque hand and said, betting time is over. Now let's all welcome our #1 gift. As he finished speaking, a door opened in the ground, revealing a deadly red light with... Immediately afterward, a mechanical snake appeared. It was made of iron with towering horns. The system panel displayed the details. Mechanical race, electronic snake, supernova level 500. It's a boss, Ye Hao frowned, thinking, a boss fight right from the start. This is truly an unprecedented crisis. The arena stands were crowded with people, and the electronic system display and loudspeaker resounded loudly with an announcement. Everyone present, including Ye Hao, must look up. The condition for the participants. Victory is to survive for 5 minutes under the electronic snake's attack. Can they survive the great snake's fangs? After receiving the mission, suddenly, 2 delighted goblins ran off happily, saying disdainfully, isn't it just 5 minutes? This is too easy. The other goblin glanced over and suggested, let's immediately find a place to hide. Before he could finish speaking, something flashed past at lightning speed, instantly bisecting the 2 lackeys. The lackeys lay lifeless on the ground, the dazzling silver blade standing erect, its sharpness chilling. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt disbelief. What? The electronic serpent seemed to go berserk. It opened its terrifying maw and began to hunt everyone down. They screamed in terror and scattered in all directions. Run! He quickly followed the crowd, running as well. While running, Ye Hao surveyed his surroundings, thinking to himself, as soon as I arrived, a whole bunch of my hacks were disabled. What follows is this life or death exam, not giving me a moment to breathe. This power of rules is too targeted.
Just then, his system's voice rang out, displaying a notification for Ye Hao. Detecting that the host's accountabilities are sealed due to the power of rules, activating an urgent quest. He pursed his lips slightly, somewhat surprised, and said, "System, you're still here. I thought even you were sealed." The system, upon hearing this, confidently raised its voice.
This system transcends this dimension. The host need not worry. Immediately after, Ye Hao swiftly dodged each powerful attack, maneuvering nimbly through the dangerous spots. The system continued to ring out, announcing the mission for Ye Hao. Urgent mission activated. Completing the mission will grant rich rewards. Mission 1, Survival. As long as the host continues to survive, they can continuously earn points. Points can be used to gradually unlock props and accountabilities. Mission 2, Conflict. Each successful defense and evasion grants 50 points. Dealing effective damage to enemies grants 100 points.
He maintained a calm demeanor, his face pensive as he thought to himself, "I still have to do missions at this time. But that's very much the style of the system. No matter what, having a clear goal means this isn't an absolute dead end." After speculating, Ye Hao suddenly stopped abruptly, causing his feet to drag a long line on the ground. Without hesitation, Ye Hao turned around sharply, looking back with determination, no longer running. The people running ahead were also surprised by his actions. They fearfully turned back, exclaiming noisily, "Heavens, does this idiot want to die?" Just in time for him to attract the boss's attention, "Let's run." The electronic serpent roared thunderously, coiling around and spinning wildly, stirring up dust and creating a violent vortex all around. Then, the electronic serpent shot its iron tail towards Ye Hao in attack. He leaned back, dodging successfully. 50 points. Ye Hao landed lightly and safely, while those who ran and couldn't dodge in time were flung away. He crouched down, reaching out to grab the object lying on the ground, and shouted, "You guys go!" Very quickly, the electronic serpent's next wave of attacks descended. Ye Hao hastily raised the shield he had just obtained to block. Although this boss's attacks are fierce, its moves are very simple. Could it be that it's designed this way to balance the instance? He cast aside the shield, holding the great sword firmly in his other hand, leaping high towards it. Without hesitation, Ye Hao swung the sword fiercely at the electronic serpent, his expression calm as he mused, "In that case, as long as I seize the openings, there's a chance to attack." Those people who saw this couldn't believe it. They stopped running, standing there and gossiping. "Heavens, that kid actually launched an attack on the boss. Is he crazy? What's the use of that little bit of damage? Will it only make the boss even more furious?" Xiao Tu crossed her arms, looking at Tiju silently and puzzled. Tai Guo intently observed and analyzed. His behavior looks reckless, but his swordsmanship and footwork are extremely refined. He's definitely not hacking blindly without purpose. What is he planning? On his side, he was gradually losing ground. Ye Hao was flung away by the electronic serpent's attack, shattering the shield he was holding. He slid a long distance, his belongings scattered everywhere. Ye Hao raised his head to look, thinking to himself, "Without the added damage from the account, this is indeed just scratching the surface." Even so, he wasn't discouraged. His eyes fell upon the sword, and he resolutely reached out to grab it. But now, only fighting is the only way to survive. "Pick it up." The enormous electronic serpent stood tall before Ye Hao. He stood fearlessly opposite it, sword in hand, continuing to accumulate points, and hold out until the moment to reverse the situation. Ji, sitting high above, curiously looked down at the arena below and asked, "Who is that person?" Sanyan, standing next to him, continuously tapped on the screen with his hand and replied, "I only know that this person comes from a distant planet Azure. Other information cannot be displayed." "Oh heavens, this situation has never happened before." Jin immediately felt amused, staring intently and ordering Sanyan, "This person is quite interesting. Observe him for me." He was still focused on the screen. Sanyan stopped tapping, bursting into laughter and saying, "This kind of naivete does appear from time to time, but his stamina-draining fighting style can only hold out for 4 minutes at most." His face gradually became sinister. Sanyan grinned, revealing his terrifying teeth, and muttered triumphantly, "But he doesn't know that the final minute is the true hell." Ye Hao was also gradually tiring. He braced the sword against the ground, raising his hand to wipe away sweat, panting for breath. "My stamina is depleting faster than expected. If this continues, I probably won't be able to hold out for even 5 minutes." Taking advantage of this moment,
The electric serpent's eyes suddenly flashed intensely. It opened its mouth wide and rushed forward, locking onto Ye Hao, its sharp attack descending like an arrow. He stood there tired and unable to do anything. It's over. I can't dodge. Just as he was about to be in danger, suddenly, Taizu rushed out from somewhere, spreading his arms wide, using his body to take the hit for Ye Hao. Taizu struggled to turn his head back, loudly reminding him, "No time to explain. I believe you can resolve this crisis. Don't disappoint me." After those words, a healing power suddenly appeared, surrounding Ye Hao. He was surprised and chuckled softly, raising his hand to look. So warm. This is a healing power. So warm. My life is recovering. Xiao Tu stood behind Ye Hao, her hands trying to maintain the power to heal him, and said, "This is my only life-saving skill. I also believe you can win." Ye Hao turned to look, hesitating. "You guys." His eyebrows furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with complexity. He said to Xiao Tu, "One strike. If I can just hit the boss one more time, I can change the situation. My shield is broken, and my strength is also at its limit." Taizu stood in front, clenching his teeth, his eyes staring straight ahead, saying, "Then let me be your shield." She stood next to Ye Hao, holding her bow high, and said loudly, "Move, leave it to me." He stood tall, shielding the two of them. Taizu raised his hand to block the incoming attack, shouting. He painfully collapsed, trembling, continuously vomiting something, and said, "Now's the time." Realizing their opportunity had arrived, they both quickly dashed forward. Xiao Tu stood behind. Drawing her bow to provide cover, she aimed at the target and shouted, "Go!" Ye Hao quickly took the opportunity to rush forward. He swung his sword high, shouting, and struck at the electric serpent. Ye Hao forcefully slashed down, cutting off a part of it in one strike, hitting it. After being injured, the electric serpent became even angrier. Its eyes flashed red. The electric serpent raised its head and screamed. From its mouth it launched a series of strange green liquids. Poisonous liquids shot out. Those things seemed to dissolve into the air and linger. The electric serpent rushed forward with great power, entering its berserk phase. After entering the berserk state, the electric serpent spewed out its deadly green venom. Those who were hit were left with only dry bones, and cries for help echoed throughout the arena. Sanyan laughed coldly, his voice sinking into smugness. "Look, this is the supernova's berserk form, the great electric serpent. Its corrosive venom can melt everything." He laughed loudly. Combined with its invincible steel body, the entire arena has become a merciless meat grinder. Hell! This is the art of slaughter, the ultimate aesthetic of death. Today no one can survive leaving here. The wealthy audience members watching, now one of them angrily cursed, "Damn it, another wipeout. My bet is all gone again." The person next to him said calmly, "That's because you bet wrong. Of course you feel bored." Anyway, this bet wasn't about betting on how many people could survive, but about how many minutes these people could survive. The two of them retorted back and forth, "Didn't you lose too? Still dare to talk about me?" But the person in the pink robe remained indifferent. What's so special about this? Anyway, no one in the arena could steal them. These people can last to the final berserk stage, but the results on the betting system made them exclaim in panic. Someone just bet they could last 5 minutes. And a big bet at that. What? Quiche picked up a cigar and took a puff, glancing to the side and exclaiming, "A no-lighter, so you bet these war slaves could survive 5 minutes? What nonsense are you talking about?" He stroked the beast in his arms, smiling and replying calmly, "Occasionally, you have to take the unconventional path. Losing is considered a tribute to you, Quiche, but if I win..." A foreigner hesitated. Old Quiche laughed with interest. He grinned, revealing his hideous teeth, and continued, "For hundreds of years, no one has been able to survive 5 minutes in the supernova's mouth. Today is no different." Quiche secretly rejoiced. "And this is also the surprise that I specially prepared for you." A noter suddenly pointed to the arena floor, where the smoke and dust were gradually dissipating. "Then we'll see." As the dust settled and dissipated, 3 figures appeared, and they were still standing. They stood within a layer of golden protective shield. Murmurs arose. "What? There are still 3 people alive. It's a shield." The youth from mysterious planet Azure used a shield, blocking the fatal venom attack, a skill activated absolute defense. After use, it can nullify all of the opponent's attacks, lasting for 1 minute. Cooldown time is 100 hours. Born from the Xuanwu beast, Qiji slammed his hands down and stood up, his eyes wide in astonishment, exclaiming, "Impossible! How can there be a shield that can withstand the supernova's powerful poison? Absolutely impossible, Xiao Tu also said in surprise. If you had something so powerful, why didn't you take it out sooner? Taizhu exclaimed in a fluster. Wow, that attack didn't hurt us at all. It's really amazing, Ye Hao grinned, explaining, that's because there are limiting conditions. Before everyone could recover from their surprise, the electric serpent lunged forward, using the sharp horn on its head to stab directly at the shield. Ye Hao stood inside, confidently saying, Don't be afraid, it's absolutely safe inside here. Just wait here for 1 minute, and we can pass the level unharmed, Xiao Tu responded. And you're so calm about it, I already felt that you were unusual. It seems betting on you was the right choice, he replied. It's the same for all of us. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Outside, the supernova was attacking fiercely, but the shield continued to hold firm because it still had time remaining. The countdown began. The last 50 seconds. Physical attacks didn't work. The electric serpent switched to using deadly green poison, but the result remained unchanged. The countdown read 40 seconds. The monster still didn't give up. It kept attacking relentlessly. At this time, there were 30 seconds left. The audience held up their betting slips. They were agitated and noisy. What is the big serpent doing? Bite them to death? I bet all on survival time. I've never heard of a lucky escape ending. If it continues like this, I'll lose big time. Think of something. The three-eyed MC laughed loudly and excitedly. Is this the unpredictable nightmare stage? Who would have thought that a one-sided massacre would have such a big variable? Can they hold on for the last 30 seconds? He picked up the microphone and continued. Do you feel regret for your wrong choice earlier? Now, temporarily opening the final betting window. Will it be survival or death? Their life or death will decide whether the losers are left with only their underwear or become rich overnight. Make your choice. The audience continued to frantically look at the betting screen in front of them. They continuously bet on death, I want them to die. Other groups chose survival, but in smaller numbers, I want to live, I have to, I've bet all my assets on it. Chi glanced down at the audience, assessing them. For those gambling dogs, isn't this adding fuel to the fire? There's a good show to watch on the roof tonight. Anoda raised the glass of wine in his hand and replied, What does Master Kike desire? Changing it now is still possible. He grinned, puffed on his cigar, and said with a challenge, Victory or defeat is not yet certain. Anoda continued to observe and agreed. That's right, then let's patiently watch until the end. On the arena floor, the time continued to count down from 10 to 6. The electronic snake has been relentlessly attacking all this time. Its eyes suddenly turned red, clenching its jaws tightly. Outside, the audience loudly cheered, Crush them, hurry up! Along with the countdown from 5 to 1. The clock now showed all zeros, along with the image of the electronic snake coiling around the shield in the arena, was the MC's announcement. Countdown finished. Heavens, it's unbelievable they actually did it. The first miracle since the battle arena was established. Zihan Nu wins. Immediately after, Ye Hao's shield also ran out of time and shattered. He sighed in relief. It's finally over. But as Ye Hao looked up, the electronic snake's wide mouth and sharp metal teeth were lunging towards him, causing him to exclaim in shock, Oh crap, not talking about Wu Day. Just then, a powerful stream of purple energy struck it right in the face. Hit by the attack, the electronic snake quickly retreated back to where it was released. The door also gradually opening for it to crawl in, Ye Hao watched it go, thinking to himself, That was close. Luckily this battle arena has some conscience, or is it a dungeon setting? Xiao Tu and Tizhu, only then regaining their senses, said, We won, we actually survived. They looked at each other joyfully, saying in unison, That's great, we succeeded. Xiao Tu Ka immediately ran over and hugged him tightly. Hero, you are my hero, I want to marry you. Ye Hao couldn't help but shout, Let me go first, I'm suffocating. Above in the stands, Anoda placed his glass of wine down next to his seat and said, Seems like luck is on my side. He stood up, satisfied. Wanted to offer Lord Qi a great gift, but this time I let you spend the money again. He glanced lightly and snorted coldly. Consider it your good luck. Anoda stared intently down at the arena where Ye Hao was standing. He smiled, secretly assessing, This person is interesting.